Vladimir Lukin, who was also involved in the preparations for Yeltsin's visit, was concerned by this heavy leaning on the American right. During his visit to Washington in May, Lukin met with Henry Kissinger. A strong democratic Russia, Lukin argued, would help stabilize and not destroy the Soviet Union, and this would also be good for the United States and the West. The guru of American realpolitik seemed to agree. Lukin also contacted Solzhenitsyn, who was living in Cavendish, Vermont. Could the famous writer, notoriously critical of American liberalism, meet with Yeltsin and talk him out of his excessively enthusiastic Americanism? Berbulis, however, used his influence to veto this idea. In the end, Yeltsin was too busy to see either Kissinger or Solzhenitsyn. 57. On June 19, Yeltsin's plane landed at Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland. Khrushchev, Brezhnev, and Gorbachev had all started their official visits to the United States there. Next morning, the Russian president-elect, accompanied by Berbulis, Kozyrev, and Lukin, met with Cheney at the Pentagon and said that Russia was ready to dismantle the Soviet defense industries. Then Yeltsin met with Robert Mosbacher and businessmen at the Ministry of Commerce. He said that Russia's economy and resources were open for private investment. That afternoon, Yeltsin met with Bush at the White House. In advance, Bush had read Scowcroft's memo that the White House should cultivate parallel relations with Gorbachev and Yeltsin. It was easy to do so, because each needed American approval and validation even more than before. 58. Addressing the media in the Rose Garden, the U.S. President greeted his guest as the first democratically elected leader in the 1,000-years-long history of Russia. He immediately balanced the statement with a declaration that President Gorbachev's courageous policy was the pivotal factor enabling us to end the Cold War and make Europe whole and free. The party then moved to the Oval Office. In the presence of the Soviet ambassador, Bush told Yeltsin, "I am the U.S. president and Gorbachev is the USSR president, and so we will deal with each other. But that does not mean that we cannot do business with you." Yeltsin was delighted to hear that Bush had finally accepted him as an international partner. The Union Treaty, he said, would probably be signed in July. Some republics, however, including Georgia and the 3 Baltic republics, would leave the Union. 59. Yeltsin also spoke about another scenario. Russia had bilateral economic arrangements between republics, and if the Union Treaty failed, we will maintain economic arrangements. In any case, all defense industries, oil and gas and all other resources on the RSFSR territory, would be under Russian control, so Western oil companies should now deal directly with the Russian government. "We no longer need services from the center," Yeltsin explained. "We do not want the command system. We want to destroy it. All business will be free." 60. While at the White House, Yeltsin unexpectedly became involved in a bizarre episode involving the fate of his rival. Early on June 20, Moscow's mayor-elect Popov had asked the American ambassador, Jack Matlock, to meet with him in Spaso House, where he passed him a note, "There is a coup in preparation to oust Gorbachev. Inform Boris Yeltsin." On the next piece of paper Popov named the plotters, the head of the Soviet government Pavlov, the KGB's Kryukov, Minister of Defense Yazov, and the Speaker of the Supreme Soviet Lukyanov. Matlock immediately sent a secret message to Washington, meant only for the eyes of Bush, Scowcroft, and Baker. Because of the time difference, they received it right on the eve of Yeltsin's arrival at the White House. This entirely changed the tone and content of the conversation in the Oval Office. The Americans informed Yeltsin about Popov's warning. The Russian guest discounted the danger, but suggested that he and Bush call Gorbachev on the hotline from the Oval Office immediately. The KGB had run this line on the Soviet side since the Cuban Missile Crisis. It would be nice to let Kryukov know that the leaders of the United States and Russia were supportive of Gorbachev. Strangely, the call did not, or could not, go through. Continuing the conversation, Yeltsin explained to Bush that the Russian elections had demonstrated minimal popular support for the communist conservatives. Some 40% of the military had voted for Yeltsin, and the army as a whole would not come out against the people. Even the middle-rank officials of the KGB were in favor of change. He confidently concluded, Russia is firmly on the side of Gorbachev. 61. Bush and Scowcroft were surprised and relieved. The Russian leader apparently had matured significantly since his previous visit to the White House. Also, his suit was well tailored and pressed. 62 The next morning, Gorbachev, who was told that the White House had tried to contact him, returned the call. He laughed at the possibility of a coup against him. Bush told him that Yeltsin had behaved well and added, I made it very clear that you are our man. The Yeltsin visit has done nothing to embarrass the center. I want to do nothing to undermine you there. 63. Yeltsin was ecstatic. He had succeeded in his goal to return to Washington as a winner. He had even managed to pose as Gorbachev's protector against dark forces. Other meetings in Washington were also of political and symbolic significance. Yeltsin was treated to an enthusiastic reception on Capitol Hill. Senators and congressmen applauded Yeltsin's pledge to free the Baltics and open Russia for business. 64 The Russian leader then proceeded to New York, to meet with business leaders in America's financial capital. TASS journalists, who only a few years earlier had labeled Wall Street the center of American imperialism, reported admiringly that Yeltsin held talks with the leaders of the Federal Reserve System, as well as the heads of Salomon Brothers, Chase Manhattan Bank, J.P. Morgan, and others. Many years later, Berbulis recalled his impressions of that meeting. The Soviet UN office helped Yeltsin to set up a reception including a menu of typical Russian dishes such as caviar and pirozhki. His American guests gobbled all of this up enthusiastically. Berbulis was overwhelmed. The richest men in the world liked Russian food so much. Yeltsin, Kozyrev, and Berbulis himself felt those Americans would help to rebuild Russia. We thought there would be a long and fruitful partnership between us. Departing from JFK Airport back to Moscow, Yeltsin told journalists that he had invited experts from the Federal Reserve System to come and work with our experts on reforming our credit, financial, and banking system in the Russian Federation. 65. Journalists in Moscow spoke about the second recognition of Russia. One television channel even featured a documentary on the triangle of Bush-Gorbachev-Yeltsin. The Russian outcast, who earlier had shocked the West and left many of his better educated compatriots feeling ashamed of his behavior, had finally arrived. He was a national leader, backed by millions of Russian people, and the West had recognized his legitimacy. In the 9+1 talks, he would now be the one calling the shots, not Gorbachev. The Bear and the Fox. On July 10, after weeks of preparations, Yeltsin was sworn in as President of the Russian Federation. The ceremony, carefully staged, took place in the Kremlin's Palace of Congresses where all 2,000 delegates of the Russian Super Assembly met yet again, invited from all over the country at considerable expense. 66 While Yeltsin had considered enacting a Russian version of the American presidential inauguration, involving swearing an oath on the Bible and an artillery salute, in the end his ceremony was a mix of Russian tradition and Soviet pomp. Yeltsin, his right hand placed over his heart, took his oath on the Soviet Constitution of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, with the Soviet red flag's hammer and sickle hanging in the background. A moment later, the curtain behind him lifted to reveal the Red Army Band performing music from Mikhail Glinka's 19th-century opera A Life for the Tsar. In Yeltsin's inaugural speech, he spoke about 1,000 years of Russian history, with the Soviet period figuring as a time of great tribulations. He promised that Russia, along with the other republics, would persevere in the complex endeavor to have a fundamentally reformed union. He did not even mention Gorbachev. And in conclusion he declared, "Great Russia will rise from its knees." 67. The only truly original element in the ceremony was the speech given by Patriarch Alexei II. He gave Yeltsin a blessing on behalf of the Russian Orthodox Church and other religious communities of the country, including Catholicism, Protestantism, Islam, and Judaism. The president-elect, the Patriarch said, receives the supreme political power in Russia by popular choice and divine dispensation. This power, however, came with heavy responsibility for a country that was profoundly sick following decades of communist rule. Patriarch Alexei asked Yeltsin to practice anthropological realism in his governance. He explained that it meant understanding and forgiveness of all people in Russia, including political opponents. The communists, after seizing power, had banished the past, expecting to create a new human material and a beautiful society. This had only led to great tragedy. It was naive to expect now, Alexei continued, that after evil in our country is removed from the political arena, everything would fall into place. The people of Russia cannot change overnight. 68. Gorbachev, present at the ceremony, said in his public remarks that the appearance of another president in the Kremlin was a logical result of his perestroika. 69 In reality, Gorbachev felt outperformed by his rival. How ambitious he is, he complained to an aide, and what a naive desire for the scepter. Perhaps, Gorbachev mused, this was how a Russian Tsar should behave, but I cannot behave like that. 70 Gorbachev provided Yeltsin with an office inside the Kremlin, just across the square from his own presidential office. Yeltsin, however, did not like to be a tenant in the ancient Russian fortress, while Gorbachev was in command of the Kremlin's special regiment and decided who could enter and exit the walled premises. For that reason, Yeltsin used a new office inside the Kremlin only for ceremonial purposes, but he preferred to work in the Russian parliament a mile and a half away. Gorbachev's aides agreed that the situation, with two presidents inside the Kremlin, was extremely abnormal and destabilizing. Anatoly Chernev saw in Yeltsin's enthronement a systemic shift. A Russian tide was flooding the structures of the communist regime. The majority of Russians scorned Gorbachev's leadership and his socialist choice, a synonym for the failed reforms and growing economic hardships. The Politburo and the Secretariat had become redundant, they have no power even over party members. Gorbachev could put a good face on his lost gamble and convince himself that Yeltsin's new prominence could help him better balance the stalwarts in the government and in the Supreme Soviet. Yet if Yeltsin were to let Gorbachev down, Chernev speculated, the Soviet leader would fall over a cliff. Shukhnazarov was even more pessimistic, if Gorbachev stumbled and fell, the anti-communist hurricane would destroy not only the last vestiges of totalitarianism, but also the structures of the state itself. 71. Gorbachev, the biggest loser in this shift, continued to delegate the business of running the country and its economy to Pavlov and his cabinet of ministers. And he was busy with the party. Despite its deep unpopularity, the CPSU was the only organized force across the whole Soviet Union. The party's hierarchical organization of 15 million members included cells in every unit of the armed forces, the police, economic ministries, educational institutions, and cultural organizations. In many republics and outlying Russian regions, local party committees remained intimately connected with the bureaucracy and economic management. Predictably, many of these officials, removed from formal power, had nothing but scorn and hatred for Gorbachev's leadership. An internal party memo, commissioned by the head of the Moscow Party Organization, Yuri Prokofiev, about the Russian presidential elections expressed this feeling. The document concluded, people voted against Ms. Gorbachev, the Center, and the CPSU, they voted for B.N. Yeltsin, for a free, wealthy, and prosperous Russia. They voted for a leader with a strong will against the paralysis of will, failures, slyness and fraud, the confusion of mind and inconsistency of action. Prokofiev was one of those who wanted to remove Gorbachev from the party leadership. The biggest problem for the party nomenclatura was that the alternative to Gorbachev was nowhere to be seen. And the most visible man with a strong will was Yeltsin, an ardent populist who was promising a leap toward an American-style democracy. 72. Alexander Yakovlev and Eduard Shevardnadze concluded that reforming the party was a futile task. Shevardnadze had made a public exit from the party's ranks in June, while Yakovlev was still waging a rearguard fight against neo-Stalinists. On July 1, Yakovlev and Shevardnadze launched the movement for democracy and reforms. The idea was to create a new political platform for reform-minded members of the CPSU and more moderate activists from democratic Russia. Among early sympathizers of this project were the Moscow mayor Popov and Leningrad's mayor Sobchak, Gorbachev's former economic advisor Nikolai Petrakov, Vice President Alexander Ruskoy, and Yegor Yakovlev, the editor of the influential newspaper Moscow News. The organizers turned for support to a growing class of Russian entrepreneurs and pro-market industrial managers. Shevardnadze and Yakovlev claimed that they wanted to help Gorbachev by constructing a new political base for him, in case he stepped down from his post as leader of the party. 73. Gorbachev scrambled to paper over the yawning divides between the conservative and liberal flanks of the party. As in a chess move, he replaced the leadership of the Russian Communist Party. Polozkov stepped down, and his successor was an unknown provincial apparatchik. Gorbachev also instructed that a new reformist program for the party be drafted, which took many weeks. Shukhnazarov quipped that, after many drafts, the text still looked like a new edition of the Communist Manifesto. Finally, Chernyev, who was asked to help, deleted most of the language about Socialist Choice 74 on July 8. Gorbachev confided to Felipe González, the Spanish Prime Minister, if the conservatives refused to adopt his new program, he would split the CPSU and launch a new party. 75. Yeltsin was frustrated that his fresh-minted presidency was not supported by state levers. In the year following the declaration of Russian sovereignty, the Russian authorities managed to significantly disrupt the functioning of the central government and economic system. At the same time, they had utterly failed to create new effective institutions that could replace the center. Yeltsin remained an outsider to the state bureaucracy. The Democratic Russia activists lacked any experience of state administration and governance. The Russian Federation remained a ghost republic, even compared with the Baltics, Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. The Russian government was an unruly assembly of entrepreneurial adventurers and ambitious provincial managers. Ivan Silayev, the elected chairman of the RSFSR Council of Ministers, was completely unfit to run it. Pavlov recalled that Silayev never believed that his job would last for long. He even discreetly asked Pavlov to help him get a dacha for his personal use from the reserve of state-owned real estate. 76 The resourceful head of the Bank of Russia, Grigory Matyukhin, reached the limit of the possible. His project to create an all-Russian network of ATMs fizzled out due to lack of funds. When Yeltsin, during his presidential campaign, asked Matyukhin for cash for giveaways to workers' collectives, the Russian banker said he had no money. The Russian president asked angrily, "Who is the master in the house?" Matyukhin replied, "You, but there is no cash." 77 For all its pretensions, the Bank of Russia could not print money, only the Soviet government could. Finally, for all the international recognition of Yeltsin, the Russian Foreign Ministry, headed by Andrei Kozyrev, remained a skeletal institution. It totally depended on the premises and services of the Soviet Foreign Ministry, which controlled embassies, consulates, and trade missions across the world. After months of promises from Gorbachev and several meetings with Kryukov, the project of a Russian KGB also remains something only on paper. Kryukov treated Yeltsin as an enemy of the state and did not provide any sensitive information to him. The KGB chief appointed his subordinate, Viktor Ivanenko, to liaise with the Russian government. A nominal Russian KGB was created inside the Lubyanka headquarters. Its staff did not exceed 20 officers. That was all that Yeltsin could get. Ivanenko's original brief was to keep tabs on the Russian separatists, but he gradually began to sympathize with Yeltsin and befriended Burbulis. 78. In his populist speeches, Yeltsin claimed that the central bureaucracy was outrageously expensive, was a seat of privileges, and should be defunded, so that people would live better lives. Privately, he had a different idea. Yeltsin, Burbulis recalled, had rejected the prospect of an across-the-board purge of the bureaucratic class. Instead, he wanted to woo the best of the Soviet bureaucracy to the new Russian state structures. This included the KGB and police. "We all grew up in a country," Verbulis mused many years later, "where the KGB was the main organization that maintained order, worked around the clock, controlled every part of society for decades." Yeltsin suspected the KGB of attempts on his life, but he did not want to antagonize such a powerful force. Yeltsin and Verbulis also knew that the Russian leader had not won in non-Russian national enclaves within the Russian Federation. Without the Communist Party, they had to find other state instruments to consolidate Russian territorial and political sovereignty. The KGB was the only such instrument available. 79. On July 20, Yeltsin paid a visit to the KGB headquarters. The KGB had convened a conference that day of the heads of regional and district branches from across the Russian Federation. Yeltsin was invited, and he came, accompanied by Kospolatov, Verbulis, and his young legal aide Sergei Shukray. The conference was filmed by the KGB, but liberal journalists were not invited to the event. The Russian president addressed the KGB conference with a carefully drafted and surprisingly accommodating speech. He called for the creation of a strong executive branch in Russia, in which an appropriate place must be found for the Committee for State Security. The KGB, he said, should become an effective institution of the democratic state and focus on a new set of tasks, such as the protection of the rights and freedoms of citizens, assisting economic reforms, fighting organized crime, and the prevention and neutralization of social and national conflicts within the Russian Republic. Yeltsin spoke out against any purge of KGB officers. "You have selected the best people, true patriots, resistant to corruption. It would be against the state's interests not to use in full measure your potential for the cause of Russia's rebirth." 80. For Yeltsin's liberal allies, his speech to the KGB would have sounded like an invitation for a wolf to become guardian of the sheep. Yeltsin's intent, however, was to signal that he would treat the future of the party and the state organs in Russia very differently. The KGB officers were party members, but many of them were Russian nationalists as well. They contemplated shifting their loyalties to a post-communist Russian state, provided that the state would be governed by a strong leader. Some senior KGB officers had convinced themselves that a preemptive break with the party was the only way to avoid the recent fate of their colleagues in Romania, Hungary, and other Eastern European countries, who had been fired and persecuted by the post-communist governments. Therefore, many KGB officers, listening to Yeltsin at the conference, nodded in approval. "This is what they wanted to hear from the Russian president," recalled the KGB's Lieutenant General Leonid Shabarshin, who attended the meeting. A light murmur passed through the hall when Yeltsin spoke about the difficulties expected to occur at the end of the year, including the possibility of mass disturbances, and called on the state security agencies to be ready for such a situation. 81. That same day, Yeltsin signed a decree prohibiting the existence of party cells, in other words groups in state organs, organizations, corporations, and enterprises located on the territory of the RSFSR. The decree was, de facto, destroying the levers of the CPSU inside the KGB, the army, and other power structures. 82. It also cut the symbiotic relationship between the party and state apparatus. Yeltsin, of course, had no power to implement his decree. He wanted, however, to impress his own supporters and the world. Publicly, Yeltsin argued that with his decree he wanted to help Gorbachev. "I have opened a second front. Those reactionary forces that wanted to deliver powerful salvos against Gorbachev at the forthcoming party plenum have redirected much of their efforts against this second front." 83. Yeltsin had once again upstaged Gorbachev. Now the Soviet leader faced an unexpected and undesirable choice, to contravene Yeltsin's decree and side with the party stalwarts, or accept the decree and face their rebellion. Chapter 9. Consensus. The Economy, Stupid. James Carville, 1992. The Washington Doctrine. The summer of 1991 began without a consensus on the future of the Soviet Union and how to adapt its economy to the global market. The most natural choice would be a combination of state capitalism and liberalization of small businesses, the road already taken by China. The progress in the Chinese economy, however, got very little attention in the Soviet media. Instead, democratic Russia and liberal journalists regretted the demise of the 500 days and turned to the West in search of options for a quick market leap. There was only one Western option available, the Washington Consensus. Its critics called this concept the Ten Commandments because of its quasi-religious nature. The doctrine emerged among economists who worked in Washington, in the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank, as well as in the U.S. Treasury Department and the Federal Reserve System. The main theoretical underpinning of this approach had been created by Milton Friedman and other economists from the University of Chicago. The Washington Consensus became an ideological foundation of the neoliberal revolution of Thatcher and Reagan. During the 1980s, the IMF applied the consensus policies in Latin American countries, to make them attractive on the nascent global financial market. Those policies included sharp reduction of the state-run economy, privatization, liberalization and deregulation, fiscal discipline and a balanced budget. The Harvard University economist Larry Summers, who in 1991 became chief economist of the World Bank, said about the Washington Consensus, "Spread the truth, the laws of economics are like the laws of engineering. One set of laws works everywhere. 1. The policies of the Washington Consensus deregulated the economy and weakened, often fatally, the existing state institutions. Its cornerstone notion, macroeconomic stability, was usually achieved at the expense of social programs and popular consumption. The fall of communist regimes in Eastern Europe opened up a vast space for practitioners of neoliberal economics. For anti-communists in Warsaw, Prague, and Budapest, the Washington Consensus fitted with their slogans: replacement of the state monopoly by liberalization and deregulation, privatization of state enterprises and free trade. The radical reduction of state funding corresponded with the agenda of anti-communist revolutions. Nobody cared that neoliberal policies created huge social inequality and political tension. Point 2. Grigory Yavlinsky, the author of The 500 Days, discovered the consensus in September 1990, when he presented his program at the IMF World Bank Forum in Washington. The top economists told him that the program was a promising start, yet it did not match the Ten Commandments. Above all, it left intact too many state controls and social programs, and did not crush the power of the military-industrial complex. George Soros, who paid for the translation of the 500 Days into English, advised Yavlinsky to end the power of working collectives and local Soviets. Yavlinsky considered the Washington Consensus too destabilizing and destructive for the Soviet economy. He continued to argue that radical privatization and deregulation should be done with an eye to avoiding social instability. Point 3. However, some Russian economists and social scientists from Moscow and Leningrad did embrace the Washington Consensus. In April 1991, this group traveled to Chile, the only Latin American country that had experienced economic growth in the 1980s. Their leader was Vitaly National, a 41-year-old economist with a mathematical background, who had worked in Gosplan. National and his friends agreed that the Soviet bureaucratic system would never work and must be destroyed. The Soviet workforce had been degraded and corrupted by decades of communist totalitarianism, and only a brutal market shock could restore work ethics. In a word, the road to a normal economy, they argued, lay through the inevitability of complete collapse, suffering, and survival. In Santiago, they met Hernan Bucci and Sergio de la Cuadra, former ministers of finance in the government of Augusto Pinochet. They even met with the retired dictator. One of them recalled that Pinochet looked like Stalin in those old films, benign and austere. Pinochet's crimes did not bother them, they were impressed by the Chilean economic success. Our country, explained National, lost tens of millions of lives and mostly in vain at the time of the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 and the ensuing turmoil. Chile lost 3,000 lives and became a highly developed society. For in the following months and years, Nachal and his fellow travelers would become influential participants in the discussions of Soviet economic reforms. And one of them, Alexei Golovkov, became an advisor in Yeltsin's entourage, close to Gennady Berbulis. In August 1991, this would be instrumental in changing history. The economist and journalist Yegor Gaidar was among the first to embrace the Washington Consensus. He came from a family of Moscow high intelligentsia and Soviet nomenklatura. His father worked as a Pravda foreign correspondent. When Perestroika began, Gaidar, still in his early 30s, organized a seminar of young economists to study economic reforms in the Soviet Union. 5 In July 1990, the Gaidar group took part in an international seminar in Sopron, Hungary, where they met with world-renowned economists, Rudiger Dornbusch from MIT and William D. Nordhaus from Yale University. At this seminar, Gaidar and his associates underwent a radical conversion. They concluded that there was no alternative to radical and immediate marketization and privatization of the Soviet economy. The old economic system could not be reformed. It had to be destroyed. 6 After Hungary, Gaidar flew to Stanford University, and stayed for 6 months as a fellow at the Hoover Institution, a home for economists from the Reagan administration. His hosts were surprised. Gaidar was the first Soviet economist who demonstrated a clear idea of macroeconomic theory. 7 From Stanford, Gaidar followed the demise of the 500 Days and wrote an article for Pravda. He wrote that radical reforms, in order to work, must cut state social programs, and many people would suffer. Indexing, higher pensions, and other well-intentioned projects, Gaidar argued, would only lead to hyperinflation and economic meltdown. He concluded, when central heating stops, it will be impossible to warm your house by starting a fire from paper money. 8 When Gaidar returned to Moscow, he founded an Institute of Economic Reforms. His ambition was to bring the Washington Consensus to Moscow. In December 1990, the IMF and World Bank in Washington delivered a study of the Soviet economy that the leaders of the G7 countries had requested. In February 1991, the full version was published in 3 volumes. Leading Western economists knew nothing of the Soviet Union and its economy, so the work was done by a task force of younger experts from the IMF, some of them with an Eastern European background. The task force used open sources. A participant recalled that the overall picture was crystal clear. The Soviet economy was facing dangerous domestic and external imbalances. 9 The only way Western economists knew how to rebalance this economy was by deploying the policies of the Washington Consensus. The economists on the task force felt conflicted. The study was drawn up on the assumption that radical reforms would leave the Soviet Union intact. The task force, however, concluded that radical economic reforms ran into resistance from powerful interest groups, including the agrarian lobby and the military-industrial complex. Those groups, along with new lobbies that emerged from incomplete socialist reforms, opposed the end of state subsidies. The only way to break the deadlock of those groups on reforms would be through radical liberalization and deregulation. This also meant a political loosening of the Soviet Union, which would lead to its breakup. Such reforms, the economists argued, would create powerful centrifugal forces that may spin off the republics, first the Baltic states and then the rest. This argument upset the British economist John Odlingsmee, head of the IMF European Department and supervisor of the task force. The G7 leaders in Houston had declared their intention to help Gorbachev stay in power and retain central political and military controls. The economists were told to refrain from any explicit conclusions. The study proposed some cautious reforms within the system. 10. In Moscow, most Soviet economists appreciated the moderate nature of the IMF advice. Gaidar was the only exception. He published an article in the liberal Moscow News, The Time of Unpleasant Truths. The Soviet government and the Russian politicians, Gaidar wrote, should heed the conclusions of the IMF report backed by tens of billions of dollars. He regretted that the Washington economists did not dictate to Moscow decision-makers, as they would have done to Latin American countries. Somebody should tell the society and the powers that be, Gaidar explained, that the Soviet economy will not bear the burden of state subsidies that amounted to 1/5 of GNP. The struggle between Gorbachev and Yeltsin, the young economist was convinced, was turning the Soviet Union into a Latin American country, a weak state swaying from crisis to crisis. The idea of compensating everyone for inflation, promoted by Gorbachev, as well as Yeltsin, was folly. No parliamentary laws could ensure that pensions would be paid, while the budget was in crisis. One can replace partycrats with democrats, and then in reverse. This will not change the severe logic of macroeconomics. Gaidar decided to translate the IMF study on the Soviet economy into Russian, as a basic guidance for future reforms. 11. In March 1991, a group of American economists from Stanford University, theorists and practitioners of neoliberal economics, arrived in Moscow at the invitation of Mikhail Bakharev, head of the Higher Economic Council at the RSFSR Parliament. For the leader of the group, 50-year-old Mikhail Bernstam, it was a return to his homeland after many years. The KGB had forced him to emigrate to the United States in 1976 due to his activities in the human rights movement and his collaboration with Sakharov and Solzhenitsyn. Having graduated from the University of Chicago, he had served in the Reagan administration and had many friends on the Republican right. 12. In the spring of 1991, Bernstam no longer wished to bring the Soviet Union down. He wanted to help Gorbachev and Yeltsin save the collapsing economy. The IMF study upset Bernstam. Before the trip he consulted Milton Friedman and other colleagues at the University of Chicago. He realized that what had worked in Chile would not work in the Soviet Union. Instead of a macroeconomic stabilization and global investments, there would be chaos and destruction. Perhaps, Bernstam thought, the universal rules of neoliberal economics could be bent creatively, to help a new democratic Russia emerge. 13. On March 15, 1991, the Americans met with Yeltsin. The Russian leader said, "I want you to help me as you helped Reagan." Yeltsin knew nothing about the neoliberal policies, but wanted to adopt them lock, stock, and barrel. 14. The Stanford economists set down to work out a new reform program for Russia. An invitation to London. For several months, President Bush had failed to realize how much anguish the postponement of the US-Soviet summit was causing in the Kremlin. On May 7, he received a cable from Jack Matlock that brought this issue to light. The American ambassador had just met Gorbachev in confidence, and the Soviet leader had vented his frustration. He had helped the United States on Iraq, but the US did not want to help in return, it only made new demands. His personal appeal for credits to purchase American grain had come to naught. The Americans had not provided computers for Soviet nuclear power plants. A joint project to build civilian aircraft had met with further obstacles. The American media was also predicting his failure, which hurt him a lot among his people at home. Gorbachev learned that Matlock would be retiring as ambassador and asked him, "Why should you leave now? Maybe you think this ship will sink." Gorbachev also asked why the Americans dawdled on joint economic ventures with Soviet enterprises, especially in the military-industrial complex, which now had leeway to pursue business and trade deals independently of the state authorities. The Cold War laws still blocked transfers of Western advanced technology to the USSR and thwarted US-Soviet trade. Could their American friends do more to dismantle those obstacles? Gorbachev suddenly asked Matlock, "Do you want us to hand you the tiller?" "Heaven forbid," the American ambassador responded. 15. On Saturday, May 11, 1991, George Bush was resting in Camp David after a week of trouble. He had been diagnosed with a rare thyroid disease. New medical methods had saved him from dangerous surgery, but he was exhausted. While recovering, he called his friend Gorbachev. 16. He did not know what he could offer specifically. Soviet-American relations seemed to be log-jammed by the situation in the Baltics. The best the US president could offer was to place the Soviet Union on the fast track for special associate status at the IMF and World Bank. 17 Gorbachev, however, did not want to be at the end of a long line of third world countries seeking IMF financial assistance. He told Bush that he wanted to be invited to the upcoming G7 summit in London. As a way to prepare for this occasion, Gorbachev said, could he send Primakov and Yavlinsky to Washington? Bush, taken by surprise, replied, I will instruct our people in a positive frame of mind. He even added he would try not to find problems but find reasons to help. 18. Gorbachev was under strong pressure from his government to decide on an economic course and find money for it. In early April 1991, Pavlov finally convinced him that without raising prices, nothing would work. The government then raised purchase prices, part of the biznal finances, threefold. The same happened to retail prices. The political fallout was predictably huge and negative. The liberal Moscow press, Democratic Russia, and Yeltsin's advisors immediately attacked Pavlov for plunging 100 million Russians into poverty. Pavlov's reform was a blow to Republican populists. The Republican parliaments, he argued, could vote for greater compensation to their constituencies, like before, but it would be their political responsibility. And this would unmask populism as a big lie. There is nothing to give out. 19 Pavlov argued in favor of a radical opening of the Soviet economy to foreign investment, including foreign ownership. He conceded that, to reduce current social tensions, the Soviet government needed $25 billion of Western credits and investments. About one-third of this money would be used to import consumer goods in high demand and sell them to consumers. The accumulated funds would be invested in conversion of the military-industrial complex. Another third would be invested in equipment for food processing, packaging, and other consumer-oriented industries. The rest would be spent directly on maintaining the old industries. In his memoirs, Pavlov wrote that his cabinet was ready to provide collateral guarantees to Western governments and banks, to allow Western companies to buy shares in Soviet enterprises and participate in their restructuring. 20. Gorbachev feared Pavlov's anti-crisis course would complicate his political bargaining at Novoagoryovo. He desperately needed another magic wand, something similar to the 500 days of the previous year. This was the moment when Yavlinsky resurfaced again, with a grandiose and well-packaged program. Yavlinsky shared Pavlov's main goal of arresting inflation, but he sharply disagreed with the Prime Minister on the strategy. His solution was not the state capitalism of big corporations, but step-by-step privatization of small enterprises and services. This privatization, he argued, could no longer be paid from the savings of Soviet citizens. Pavlov's reforms, he argued, completely ruined the trust between the people and the Soviet state. Instead, privatization would be paid for by credits to people from a stabilization fund, and this fund would be formed by Western countries. His reform, Yavlinsky assured, would jumpstart the economy and contain hyperinflation. Privately, he called this scheme a Marshall Plan for the Soviet Union. Yavlinsky tapped into an influential network in the United States to back his idea. Stanley Fischer, deputy head of the IMF, argued that $20 to $30 billion in annual foreign credits for 5 years would preserve the Soviet Union's macroeconomic stability. The former dean of the Kennedy School of Government, Graham Allison, invited Yavlinsky to Harvard University to transform his idea into a policy initiative. Allison was fascinated by the magnitude of the Soviet economic challenge, but he also worried about the catastrophic consequences of Gorbachev's failure. He participated in a Soviet initiative on nuclear disarmament and was keenly aware of the potential danger if Moscow lost control over tens of thousands of nuclear weapons. For only a fraction of the Cold War's expenses, Allison argued, the West could transform a former enemy into a partner. This would be a real bargain for both America and the world. Allison's name for the initiative, Grand Bargain, reflected his approach. 21. In Moscow, Yavlinsky approached Yevgeny Primakov, who immediately backed the initiative and arranged a meeting with Gorbachev. Allison immediately traveled to Moscow as well. 22 The meeting took place on May 16, 1991. Another American participant was Jeffrey Sachs, the Harvard economist who had advised Balcerowicz on Polish shock therapy reforms. Sachs was specific: $150 billion in Western credits to the Soviet Union over a period of 5 years would ensure successful reforms. 23 Chernev recorded in his diary, M.S. Gorbachev agreed that, together with the Americans, Yavlinsky would make an advance project for G7 and for M.S. With this project, the World Bank and IMF would give us $15, $30, or even $150 billion. Overnight, the theoretical calculations of Stanley Fischer and Jeffrey Sachs were transformed into the probability of huge financial assistance. 24 2 days later, Gorbachev convened his Security Council, a new structure that replaced his previous circle of advisors. He forcefully argued that the Soviet Union should join the IMF and World Bank. The West would then open its purse. The figure of $150 billion, he said, was hardly realistic, but half that amount might become available. Primakov, Pavlov, Sidorian, and the head of the central bank, Viktor Gerashenko, spoke in favor. The KGB chief Kryukov, usually in agreement with Gorbachev, suddenly contradicted him. The West would not give any money, he said. He also feared the high political costs if Soviet reforms became linked to the prospect of Western aid. Gorbachev dismissed Kryukov's concerns. The KGB chief, he said to his aide, was acting like a mothballed Soviet patriot. 25. Yavlinsky flew to the United States with his associates to work on the details of the Grand Bargain. Robert Blackwell, a former CIA and former NSC staff member now at Harvard University, helped him and Allison meet with Ross and Zolik at the State Department. My view, recalled Zolik later, was that the West could offer a multi-billion-dollar package once, but not twice. Soviet privatization, Zolik said to Yavlinsky, should come first, framed in patriotic terms, then Western assistance could follow, in a sequenced, targeted manner. Yavlinsky assured the American officials that he also did not want Western money to be on the table. You have to use the promise of money in the future to make us do what we must do now. 26. Pavlov did not like Yavlinsky's intrusion. He sent his deputy Vladimir Shcherbakov to Washington as an official head of the Soviet delegation for economic talks with Bush. 41-year-old Shcherbakov was an experienced apparatchik, shrewd and prudent. Yet, like all Soviet industrial managers, he did not understand macroeconomics or the causes of Soviet economic woes. 27 Shcherbakov and Primakov arrived in Washington on May 27. They met with James Baker and then Michael Boskin, head of the Council of Economic Advisers. The Soviet officials claimed, quite falsely, that they represented a consensus at home. All of the Soviet republics, except two, had allegedly approved Pavlov's program. In Boskin's recollection, Primakov wanted to open up his trench coat and show us the list of things he could sell us. Boskin asked what had happened to the money that West Germany had given the Soviets to build housing for the returning Soviet troops. Primakov could not answer this question. Boskin briefed Bush that the Soviet delegation had come to fish around for the prospect of big Western money. The answer should be no. 28. On May 31, Bush received the Soviet delegation in the Oval Office. He deliberately turned to Yavlinsky, who had come from Harvard to join the talks, and asked him to explain his approach. Acting on Zolik's advice, the economist said that the Soviets had not come as beggars, and that there was no need for vast foreign loans for now. Instead, he called for a radical relaxation of price controls and privatization. At a private luncheon with Bush, Primakov defended Pavlov's course. For economic reforms to work, he said, administrative levers were just as necessary as foreign loans. Our people won't take the initiative, they wait to be told. Bush said that the US government would not bring any money to the table at the forthcoming summit in London. Unfortunately, he explained, we are broke right now, more or less. I have to be able to go to our Treasury and the IMF and present something which is economically feasible. Primakov assured Bush that Gorbachev will not come to London and ask for $100 billion. The Soviet emissary probably expected the US president to offer a smaller amount, but he did not say so. The meeting left Bush baffled about the real purpose of the Soviet mission. Do they want money or not? He said to Scowcroft, these guys really don't have their ducks in a row, do they? 29 At their private luncheon, Bush proudly demonstrated to Primakov his new desktop computer and tried to print something. An older lady, Bush's secretary, instructed the US president as to what button to press. When the Soviet delegation returned to Moscow, Primakov brought Gorbachev a printed note from Bush, Dear Michael, I just finished a very good lunch with your able representative Mr. Primakov. I want you to have this first message that I have ever sent to a foreign leader on my new computer. Good luck and warmest personal regards, George Bush. It was clear that the talks had failed. 30. A few days later, Pavlov obtained Gorbachev's approval of an internal credit of 68 billion rubles to the Ministry of Finance, to plug a hole in the budget caused by unpaid taxes from state enterprises and republics. This was the largest case of ruble printing in Soviet history. The state bank also borrowed from people's savings. This measure was taken in complete secrecy, and came to light only during the last days of the Soviet Union. 31 In this situation, the issue of Western credits and investments became a matter of life and death for the Soviet budget and economy. On June 5, after a 6-month delay, Gorbachev flew to Oslo to give his Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech. Chernihiv prepared a draft of Gorbachev's speech with the main thesis, Perestroika benefited the world more than it did the Soviet Union, so could the West please pay back in kind now when the country was in such a crisis, and prevent a calamity for everyone? Gorbachev told his aide to drop the issue of money. The Nobel laureate wanted to frame his address in terms of a grand strategy. Without a reformed Soviet Union, Western powers would not be able to build a lasting and peaceful world order. Still, in his Oslo speech, Gorbachev decided to appeal to Western leaders and the Western public to start a serious conversation at the G7 meeting about how to help Soviet reforms at a critical juncture. 32 On the eve of his departure for Oslo, Gorbachev received an informal message from Washington. Chernihiv recorded that Bush had finally decided to invite M.S. to London. Perhaps, Chernihiv mused, the London summit would be where the Soviet leader would part ways with the dying Soviet system and receive a proper invitation, for himself and his country, to join the Western liberal order. 33 On June 15, the British ambassador Roderick Braithwaite passed Gorbachev a formal invitation from John Major to the London summit. Turn them into a third-rate power. While Gorbachev worried about the lack of funds and the Soviet place in the global Western order, Bush and Scowcroft worried about the Treaty on Conventional Arms Reductions in Europe, CFE, and the US-Soviet Treaty to Reduce Offensive Strategic Missiles, START. Those treaties were Bush's main priority with regard to the Soviet Union. The head of the Soviet General Staff, Marshal Moisaev, told a meeting with British and American diplomats and military experts that the Supreme Soviet would refuse to ratify the CFE treaty unless the Soviet Army received the quotas of military equipment that had been assigned to former Soviet allies in the Warsaw Pact. 34 Tipped off by Foreign Minister Alexander Besesmerdnik, the Americans decided to negotiate directly with Moisaev and press the Marshal for concessions. This approach worked. The two sides agreed a compromise. In the Soviet Parliament on May 23, 1991, Akhromayev declared his personal moral responsibility for the CFE treaty and called for its ratification. On June 14, an extraordinary conference of ambassadors convened in Vienna and ratified the amendments to the treaty. One major obstacle to the Moscow summit was removed. 35 The talks on START, however, continued to run into resistance on the Soviet side. Moisaev complained that the draft treaty was unfair, it gave the United States a 1.7:1 superiority over the USSR in missiles and warheads. The Americans expected the Soviet side to make all the concessions, and they refused to reciprocate. This time, Gorbachev sided with his general staff. 36. Bush and Scowcroft did not like grand bargain from the start. The American media trashed the scheme. William Safire in the New York Times referred to Allison and Yavlinsky as well-intentioned dupes, who had come up with a ludicrous scheme of capitalist-paid crutches for a bailout of the communist system. If the Soviets wanted to avoid national bankruptcy, Safire wrote, they should reduce the size of the Red Army, stop bankrolling Fidel Castro in Cuba and the regime in Afghanistan, sell houses, apartments, land, and factories to the people, and unleash the profit motive. The author concluded, the political climate required for this is called freedom. 37 Behind the scenes, people from Yeltsin's camp pleaded with the Americans not to give any money to the cabinet of the reactionary Pavlov. Andrei Kozyrev told Baker's aides, any money you give to the center will not only be wasted but worse than that, it will keep afloat a system that should be allowed to sink. 38. Still, the Yavlinsky-Allison project gained some political momentum. Margaret Thatcher, no longer in power, urged Bush to lead on aid to the Soviet Union, as he had led with Kuwait in the Gulf War. After a meeting with the Iron Lady, U.S. Ambassador Matlock wrote in his journal that Thatcher was right. Our leaders will simply be bereft of wisdom or courage, or both, if they fail to respond to the challenge. 39. In the White House, Bush did not know how safe it was to apply more pressure on Gorbachev on arms reductions, without offering him any financial rewards. After Primakov and Shcherbakov had departed from Washington, the president told Scowcroft to convene a special cabinet meeting to discuss what kinds of gifts Bush could bring to the London summit for Gorbachev. In his introductory letter, Scowcroft asked the cabinet members to think about all elements of the big picture. He added important caveats. Any approach to the Soviet side should be developed in harmony with Germany and other Western allies, and should also not detract from the priority of helping the Central and Eastern European countries. 40. On June 3, leading members of the administration conferred on the Soviet Union in the Situation Room of the White House. Baker's team in the State Department stood for respect for and engagement with Gorbachev. They argued that preservation of a reformed and federated union with a common economic space would not clash with American security interests. Baker was skeptical about the grand bargain, but he told Zolik to keep working with Yavlinsky to see what ideas might come up. Dick Cheney and his Pentagon aides welcomed the breakup of the Soviet Empire and argued that Gorbachev should be pressed to abandon the Soviet client states in Cuba and Afghanistan, reduce the USSR's nuclear armaments, and start dismantling the military-industrial complex. A third party was the Secretary of the Treasury, Nicholas Brady, and his Special Aide for International Affairs, David C. Mulford. They firmly objected to any large-scale assistance for the Soviet Union on financial grounds. Brady, a close friend of Bush, had enormous influence on the president's decisions. He usually deferred to Baker on international affairs, but this time it was different. At a time of record budget deficits, Bush had broken his electoral promise not to raise taxes. It would be a political folly in such a situation to waste any money by helping Gorbachev. At the meeting in the White House, Brady raised a question: what was the grand bargain? Was it $250 billion? Repeating the central argument from Safire's article, Brady said that it would be an absolute disaster to give the Soviets any money to stay as they are. No one in the room wants to do that. In actuality, the Secretary of the Treasury was describing not Yavlinsky's idea, but rather its caricature, as presented by its critics. At the same time, Brady with rare candor articulated the American strategic priority: what is involved is changing Soviet society so that it can't afford a defense system. If the Soviets go to a market system, then they can't afford a large defense establishment. A real reform program would turn them into a third-rate power, which is what we want. 41. Richard Darman, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, and a veteran of the Reagan administration, spoke next. He dismissed the analogy between the Grand Bargain and the Marshall Plan. The Primakov or Yavlinsky plans cannot change Soviet history. I don't believe there is any affirmative threat to the US from the Soviet Union's decomposition. The problem is an opportunity cost, not a threat. The American strategy towards the USSR needed to be somewhat Machiavellian, Darman continued. What is the minimum amount necessary from us to mollify a regime with which we wish to work on other matters? 42. Baker reminded the group of the importance of guiding the Soviet leadership along the path of peaceful reforms. Gorbachev and his people did not understand economics, but they had delivered on political pluralism in Eastern Europe, and on the Gulf War. We should keep the process going. Darman, wearing his Machiavellian cap, suggested that the administration should not reject Yavlinsky's program outright. Mikhail Gorbachev is a showman. He will pressure us no matter what. We may need something else later. Brady even suggested inviting the Czechoslovak leader, Václav Havel, and the Polish leader, Lech Walesa, to London, just to screw up Gorbachev's effort. 43. For many in the US administration the Cold War had continued, and some were happy to see the Soviet Union collapsing. The outcome of the meeting left Bush with only two carrots for Gorbachev. One was an invitation to Gorbachev to attend the London G7 meeting, which had already been promised. Another was for Bush to fly to Moscow for a summit if the Soviets made additional concessions. 44 Bush felt he had to add something to this proposal. On June 10, he provided $1.5 billion in credits to the Soviet Union to purchase American grain. By this point, it should have been crystal clear to Gorbachev and his advisers that the United States had rejected a Marshall Plan for the Soviet Union. 45 Yet a strange game continued in Moscow. Both Gorbachev and many of his advisers continued to speak and act as though large-scale US aid was still a real possibility. Jack Matlock later called this a blind man's bluff. Not only Gorbachev, but other sides played a game of political poker. The Soviet president was confident that his world celebrity would make Western leaders open their wallets. Most immediately, he wanted to use the specter of a massive Western assistance program as a lever in Novoagoryovo, to convince Yeltsin and other Republican leaders to join a reformed union. Yavlinsky recalled, "We understood that the administration did not want to rescue the Soviet Union. Graham Allison was upset by it, as if he were a Russian. He complained, they do not want to do anything." 46 Allison and Yavlinsky decided to turn to public opinion and make the Bush administration reconsider. In June, Foreign Affairs published a piece by Allison and Robert Blackwell, another supporter of the Grand Bargain. It was possible, they wrote, to envisage the Soviet Union as a great power, and yet at the same time a normal society that was integrated into the global economy. For Russians, they explained, status as a great power is as much an element of national identity as it is for Americans. Of course, a Western assistance program could fail in economic terms, as there was no formula for Soviet economic transition. Still, a bargain of the Marshall Plan proportions would provide a huge incentive for the Soviet Center, as well as the republics, to collaborate on constructing a normal federated union with a market economy. 47. On June 13, Yavlinsky and Allison sent both Bush and Gorbachev a draft of their initiative. Now it was named Joint Program for Western Cooperation in the Soviet Transformation to Democracy and the Market Economy. They wrote in the cover letter that they have had informal conversations with representatives of the G7 governments. We are under pressure to complete this part of the study and to deliver copies to the leaders of the other members of the G7 no later than next week. On June 15, the two faxed the text of their program to Yeltsin. 48 Then Yavlinsky flew to Moscow to prepare the home front. He met with Yeltsin and handed another copy of the program to Gorbachev, as well as to the Kazakh leader Nursultan Nazarbayev. Just as in July 1990, the Russian economist used the economic initiative as a vehicle of coalition building among the most important political players. Gorbachev reacted with alacrity. On June 17, he invited Yavlinsky to Novoagoryovo, where for an hour and a half the economist explained the program's details to the leaders of the republics and the autonomous regions. They were very interested and very supportive, wrote Yavlinsky to Allison, and the following discussion lasted for another hour. Gorbachev then introduced Yavlinsky to the assembled journalists and told them that Yavlinsky's report represented a historic turning point. A few days later, Gorbachev's spokesman announced that Yavlinsky would accompany Gorbachev to London for the summit. Gorbachev said to Yavlinsky and Allison that he was ready to accept 90% of their plan. 49. On the morning of June 18, Zolik and other U.S. officials received a private fax from Allison, informing them about new developments in Moscow. The plot thickens, the letter concluded. A few weeks before the London summit, Allison and Yavlinsky rushed around European capitals meeting with Sherpas economic experts and financial ministers of G7 governments to lobby for their program. They had used a plane provided by Anne Getty, Allison's friend and the wife of billionaire Paul Getty. Just as Yavlinsky praised the grand bargain in Novoagoryovo, Prime Minister Pavlov and his allies attacked the scheme in the Supreme Soviet. On the morning of June 17, Pavlov presented to the surprised deputies a report on the need for emergency rule. The Soviet sovereign debt amounted to 240 billion rubles, while Soviet foreign debt had reached $75 billion. The invoices from commercial banks, enterprises, and Republican authorities had multiplied out of control. The amount of unspent cash in people's hands had grown exponentially. The net growth was 41.3% in April, 61.3% in May, and 79.1% in June. The state bank was running out of the technical means to print the new billions of rubles. Gerashenko warned that soon there would be insufficient amounts of cash to pay salaries. In his speech, Pavlov engaged in polemics with Yavlinsky and his Harvard sponsors. He was against making economic and financial reforms dependent on Western munificence and political will. Pavlov proposed thinking about domestic sources of investment, such as the massive privatization of economic assets, to plow into the conversion of the most sophisticated sectors of the defense industry. He also proposed that enterprises and cooperatives should purchase foreign currency at a free-floating rate. And he wanted to force the republics to pay taxes to the central budget and restore financial discipline. In order to carry out those measures, Pavlov asked the Supreme Soviet to provide him with extraordinary powers. Gorbachev, Pavlov said, was too busy to deal with such matters. He even expressed concern for his health. 50. After his report, Pavlov asked Speaker Lukyanov to arrange a special closed session, without television coverage or journalists. At this closed session, the head of the Soviet police forces, Boris Pujo, said that the country was awash with organized crime and torn apart by ethnic conflict. Minister of Defense Yazov spoke about the rapid decline of the Soviet armed forces. 51 Kryukov returned to Yavlinsky's scheme. In his view, this plan would not save the country. The current crisis, he explained, was the work of the CIA agents of influence, the radical forces that had destabilized the country in order to come to power. The KGB had said that the talk of credits in the amount of 250 billion, 150, or 100 billion are fairy tales and illusions. The West, the KGB chief explained, was pragmatic and exclusively pursued its own interests. In the United States they believe that the collapse of the Soviet Union is a foregone conclusion. Taking advantage of Soviet weakness, Western politicians and diplomats had now begun to persistently urge, even demand in ultimatum-like ways, that the USSR fulfill some specific conditions now in return for the West's vague promises and economic favors tomorrow. Among these conditions, Kryukov continued, was the implementation of fundamental economic reforms in the country, not in our way, but in a way conceived across the ocean. Washington wanted military cuts below an admissible level, a rollback of Soviet relations with friendly states, and concessions to the West on the so-called Baltic question. Although couched in a conspiratorial mentality, this was still a correct estimate of American official intentions. Kryukov said he had constantly informed Gorbachev about this, but to no avail. In 1941, he said, Soviet intelligence had warned Stalin in vain about the impending Nazi attack. Future historians of 1991, he concluded, will be struck by how we failed to pay proper attention to very serious things. 52. Kryukov's speech was the main event of the session. As if on cue, patriots from the Soyuz faction and supporters of dictatorship rushed to the microphone and demanded Gorbachev's resignation. The news was leaked immediately to Moscow's liberal media. The Independent Gazette came out with a headline, "Joint forces of the Union legislature and the government can destroy the president, Novoagaryovo, and perhaps our future." Journalists noticed that many conservative legislators, angry and fearful that the Union Treaty would abolish the Union Assembly, were eager to support Pavlov's request. Liberals wondered if this was a conspiracy conducted behind Gorbachev's back and wondered why the Soviet president had allowed it to happen. For the deputies from Democratic Russia, all this was a real coup in the making. The mayor of Moscow, Gavril Popov, rushed to Matlock to warn the U.S. leadership and through American channels to alert Gorbachev. Shevardnadze sent an urgent appeal to his friend James Baker. The Americans' insistence on linking aid to Soviet concessions was provoking the hardliners. The United States must provide financial assistance to Gorbachev, Shevardnadze warned, or you will find yourselves dealing with some beastly dictator, and you'll end up spending a lot more on defense than what Gorbachev is asking you for now. 53. Gorbachev showed up at the Supreme Soviet only on the following day and with remarkable self-confidence faced down the rebellious deputies. At the same time, to the dismay of the DR liberals, he chose not to fire Pavlov or Kryukov. When Primakov discreetly wondered in Gorbachev's presence if he had entrusted too much of his security to the KGB, the Soviet leader laughed him off. Gorbachev, with his boundless ego, simply could not imagine that his appointees might challenge him. 54. The political crisis in Moscow, as described in the previous chapter, became the subject of important conversations between Bush and Yeltsin in the Oval Office, during the visit of the Russian president-elect to the United States. Bush asked about Yavlinsky's plan. The Russian leader lied, "I received a copy on the steps of the plane, so I have no opinion yet." In fact, Yavlinsky had spent several hours with the Russian president in Moscow, discussing the program. Yeltsin was very receptive and supportive, Yavlinsky reported to Allison. The Economist misread Yeltsin's mind again. For the Russian president, Yavlinsky's initiative was a betrayal, the grand bargain was a rescue anchor for Gorbachev and the central government. Yeltsin wanted the Americans to invest in his Russia, not in Gorbachev's Soviet Union. 55. Bush made one more effort to discuss the implications of the Great Bargain. At the suggestion of the NSC's Ed Hewitt, he invited to his home residence at Kennebunkport a select group of American scholars who were Soviet experts. Bush asked many questions. He was especially concerned as to how the Soviet Union would be governed given Yeltsin's challenge to Gorbachev. Timothy Colton from Harvard recalls giving the following reply: "It would be like the President of the United States having control over only the states west of the Mississippi, while his rival would control the eastern half, as in the RSFSR." That was imaginative, but hardly a conceivable scenario. Arnold Horlick from RAND formulated a crucial Western interest: what matters is that the economy of the USSR, and especially the Russian economy, should evolve in ways that do not make its viability dependent on authoritarian political structures or leave its assets and outputs too freely at the disposal of authoritarian rulers. In the end, the common verdict of the experts was, nothing would work in the Soviet economy until the Union Treaty was signed, and tax and investment policy were sorted out. 56. Bush and Scowcroft were concerned about the mounting political momentum in the West in favor of Gorbachev. Boskin recalled later, Mitterrand and John Major, but especially Helmut Kohl, were bugging President Bush because Kohl was trying to get the Russian troops out of East Germany. 57. Kohl was impressed by Shevardnadze's message, that it was vital to somehow bring Yeltsin and Gorbachev together. The German Chancellor urged Bush to rally Western leaders in London around helping Gorbachev, and to tell him frankly what we think he should do. 58 Bush, Baker, and Scowcroft discussed the options. The administration knew that, despite all their kind words, Western European leaders were not eager to open their wallets. The Germans, the primary potential donors to Gorbachev, no longer wanted to be left holding the money bag alone. The Secretary of State advised the President to strike a fine balance between killing grand bargain and not being too negative to Gorby. James Baker's notes prepared by his speechwriters read, "We cannot look like we are trying to humiliate the Soviets or treat them like Uganda." Baker advocated a step-by-step gradual approach as an alternative to the grand bargain. This was the approach of goading Gorbachev to move swiftly towards serious economic reforms while Western governments would avoid any particular commitments. "Let nature take its course," Baker advised. "The onus of decisions should be on the Soviets, while we sound positive." He predicted that the appearance of political support from the G7 would be sufficient to keep Gorbachev in power. 59. Bush acted on this advice. He sent letters to John Major, Kohl, and other G7 leaders, in which he made it absolutely clear that the U.S. government would oppose large-scale financial assistance to Gorbachev at any point, without reference to what kind of reforms Gorbachev might agree to. If there were any credits, he wrote, they should be provided to Eastern Europeans, not to the USSR. 60. The USSR is not Costa Rica. Robert Gates recalled that the CIA had learned much about Soviet secrets. The American intelligence agents, however, could not find out what kind of proposals Gorbachev would bring to London, because Gorbachev did not know himself. 61 Part of the problem was growing institutional chaos. In Roderick Braithwaite's estimate, the Soviet government had by that time become a tribal, or at best a medieval, system in which everyone competes almost on equal terms for the ear of the chief. 62 Above all, Gorbachev still could not make up his mind about economic reforms. The U.S. Embassy learned from its highly placed sources in Moscow that nobody in the Soviet government doubted any more that rapid transition to a market economy was necessary. The main source of hesitation was the political costs of such a transition. One expert from Nazarbayev's entourage informed the Americans that Gorbachev remained uncomfortable with the concept of private property. He kept asking whether there was some way to achieve the same level of economic efficiency through collective ownership. He was concerned that the mafia would buy up all the enterprises that went on sale and disenfranchise workers' collectives. According to another informant, Gorbachev half-jokingly remarked that he would not know what his economic package for the G7 looked like until he gets on the airplane for London. 63. Gorbachev delegated preparations of his proposals for the G7 meeting to the former Politburo member and economist Vadim Medvedev. Medvedev's group of experts met in Volinsko near Moscow. 2 weeks before the London summit they produced a polemical text, which was not suitable for discussions with world leaders. Gorbachev asked Cherniv to correct it. A week later Cherniv learned that another group, this one appointed by Pavlov, had also prepared a text for London. This text would ultimately be sent to Western leaders in the guise of a personal letter from Gorbachev. 64 The prospect of Western financial assistance remained the most sensitive issue and the greatest source of uncertainty in discussions within Gorbachev's circle of advisors. One Soviet economist involved in the discussions confidentially informed the U.S. Embassy in Moscow that practically everything is tied to the amount of Western support. He also said, the greater the Western support, the further and faster the Soviets would be prepared to go toward the market, i.e. price liberalization, reducing budget deficits, etc. 65 Even the Pavlov cabinet shared this mood, despite the dark musings of the Prime Minister and Kryukov. In the higher economic bureaucracy, the expectation of large amounts of Western money took on a momentum of its own. Every Soviet ministry, from defense to agriculture to heavy industry, wrote to Pavlov and his deputies about their need for foreign currency, to cover the cost of Soviet troops in Germany, to import grain, or simply to purchase the equipment and materials essential for Soviet industries. At Pavlov's request, ministers and the leaders of state enterprises prepared their lists of grandiose projects that required the participation of foreign capital, from the modernization of the oil and gas industries to the construction of a railroad bridge across Eurasia. 66. At a brainstorming meeting before the London summit, Vadim Medvedev and economist Balkan proposed showing their hand and revealing the depth of the Soviet budgetary and financial crisis. Pavlov, his deputy Shcherbakov, and the finance minister Vladimir Orlov objected. They argued that such openness would have the opposite effect: Western banks would stop giving even short-term credits to the Soviet Union. In the end, Gorbachev waffled. He went to London without even a template of the Soviet Union's financial problems and needs. All the requests prepared by Soviet ministries and corporations remained at home, gathering dust. 67. Before coming to London, Gorbachev attended a summit with Helmut Kohl in Kiev on July 5. A lot had changed since their last meeting in Arquez. The Kremlin leader no longer held the keys to Germany's future. On February 25, 1991, in Budapest, Yazov and Besismertnik had signed the papers on behalf of the USSR to disband the military organization of the Warsaw Pact alliance. On July 1, at the last meeting of the Warsaw Treaty Organization in Prague, Havel and other leaders of Eastern Europe declared an end to their political alliance. From the Soviet Union, Vice President Yanayev was present. Also, as proposed by Rizhkov, all fixed-price commitments within the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, CMEA, had been replaced by fluctuating world prices. Since January 1991, the State Bank of the USSR had stopped receiving payments in convertible rubles, a common trade currency within the bloc. The trade within CMEA collapsed. On June 28, 1991, at a meeting in Budapest, the emissaries of the Soviet Union and 8 of its former satellites disbanded the economic community. Constructed 50 years earlier by Stalin's Iron Will, it now went up in smoke. Since the summer of 1990, the Soviet leadership had good reason to suspect that Eastern European countries would try to join NATO. Václav Havel in Prague, Arpad Gonch in Budapest, and since December 1990 the new Polish president Lech Wałęsa, did not want to place the security of the region in the hands of the OSCE. The breakdown of trade with the Soviet Union had given additional urgency to the common cry of the new Eastern European political elites, to return to Europe and distance themselves from Moscow. In the fall of 1990, Soviet intelligence reported that the governments of Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Hungary had begun approaching Western governments with requests to join NATO. The General Staff forced Shevardnadze's foreign ministry to offer Eastern European countries a set of bilateral treaties, with a special clause prohibiting both sides from joining any hostile alliances or making available their territories and infrastructures to forces of third countries. This was a plan for the Finlandization of Eastern Europe and a measure to prevent the expansion of NATO to the east. The Eastern European governments rejected these proposals. The liberal media in Moscow indignantly wrote about the Kvitsinsky Doctrine, named for Shevardnadze's deputy, Yulik Kvitsinsky, a reference to Brezhnev's doctrine of limited sovereignty. 68. In a conversation with Kohl, the Soviet leader dismissed the rift between the USSR and its Eastern European allies as a temporary phenomenon. They are fed up with us. But we're also fed up with them. We noticed, he said, that Eastern European countries wanted a loophole to join other blocs. NATO? Asked Kohl. Gorbachev avoided a direct answer and spoke darkly about some kind of game. Cherny viewed this exchange as a probe on Gorbachev's part to have a Soviet-German agreement on the future of Eastern Europe. Kohl called Gorbachev's worries exaggerated. There were no hostile alliances in Europe anymore, the Chancellor said. 69. Kohl promised Gorbachev that the reformed Soviet Union would become part of a new Europe, and that its economy would be integrated into the liberal economic order. The German Chancellor urged Gorbachev not to ambush the London summit by requesting a big financial package. He warned Gorbachev that this might leave both sides embarrassed, the West would not be able to provide the money, and Gorbachev would end up looking like a bidder whose bid had been refused. Kohl's economic aide at the G7 told Gorbachev that Pavlov's anti-crisis program should be aligned with the IMF's demands. Gorbachev snapped back, "The USSR is not Costa Rica." 70 This emotional remark revealed the Soviet leader's pride. He desperately needed Western money, yet he did not want to appear in London as a leader in financial distress. He continued to view himself as a global statesman. And yet all participants of the Kiev meeting could see that the Soviet edifice was falling apart. On the road from the airport to Kiev, a demonstration of Ukrainian nationalists carried signs reading, "Kohl yes. Gorbachev no." On Kiev's main street, Kohl and Gorbachev exited the limousine to meet the local people but found themselves in the midst of a crowd demanding an independent Ukraine and waving blue-yellow flags of the Ukrainian state of 1918. The German guests felt awkward. After the meeting was over, the official cortege took a detour around Kiev to avoid further encounters with protesters. On his flight back to Moscow, Gorbachev indulged in geopolitical reflections. Kohl, he said to his aides, had set his sights on Ukraine, but German ambitions could be checked. Kohl understands that he cannot digest the USSR. Moreover, without us, he cannot digest Europe and cannot get rid of the Americans. Thus, he would do anything to help our resurrection and to make us stand up next to him. 71 Gorbachev's musings did not match reality. The German Chancellor, for all his affection for Gorbachev, had his sights set on a special partnership with the United States and the construction of a stable NATO and prosperous European Union. After the Kiev summit, Kohl called Bush to reassure him that Gorbachev would not spring any surprises at the G7. This was a clear reference to the Grand Bargain. Bush replied curtly, "I am very comfortable with that agenda if it works out that way." 72. Shortly before going to London, Gorbachev had a long and emotional meeting with Yavlinsky. He told him that he would not present the Grand Bargain at the G7 summit. Yavlinsky then refused to accompany Gorbachev to London, went to his dacha near Moscow, and disconnected his phone. 73 A few days later, Gorbachev received a personal letter from Bush, with a polite but firm verdict: "If you still feel that a rapid transition to the market is too risky, then we will find it harder to help you." 74 Gorbachev's first impulse was to ignore the American diktat. On the evening before he traveled to London, the Soviet leader signed and sent application letters to the IMF, EBRD, and other economic financial organizations requesting that full membership be offered to the Soviet Union. And he sent another appeal to G7 leaders. 75. The London talks. When Graham Allison learned that Yavlinsky was not coming with Gorbachev to London, he faxed a frantic letter to President Bush. The U.S. administration, he wrote, should choose a path of deep engagement with the Soviets. In 1989-90, he argued, Bush and Baker had guided Gorbachev and Shevardnadze to act according to an American framework of ideas and ideals. The Soviet leadership had embraced these ideas as their own, and this process brought the Cold War to an end. Now, Allison insisted, Bush and Baker should lead Gorbachev and his ministers towards the economic transformation of the Soviet Union and its integration into the world economy. Allison called this program post-war transformation without occupation. 76. Bush was determined to lead, but not in the way Allison proposed. The White House continued to pursue the short-term vision of locking in the Cold War gains. In a conversation with his friend Manfred Warner, Bush said, "I do not want Gorbachev to use the G7 as a springboard to go to the NATO summit." This summit was scheduled for November in Rome, but the American president was already worried that the Soviet leader, still hugely popular in the West, could muddy the waters of the transatlantic alliance with his rhetoric of a common European home. Warner agreed, "If we can avoid it, we should." 77. On July 14, the U.S. President and members of his administration landed in Paris to meet with President Mitterrand on France's national holiday. The next morning, the Americans arrived in London and held preliminary talks with John Major and other G7 participants. The purpose of these meetings was, as Scowcroft put it, to patch up any quiet division in our ranks over the question of financial support to the USSR. Mitterrand and Andreotti expressed sympathy for the Soviet program of mixed economy and socialist goals. Andreotti reminded Bush that Italy, after the end of World War II, had not deregulated prices overnight. It would be politically dangerous to quickly impose neoliberal conditions on Soviet society after the collapse of communism. Kohl and Major suggested that a special commission should be set up with the brief of helping the Soviet Union. The President of the European Commission, Jacques Delors, and the Dutch Prime Minister, Ruud Lubbers, both spoke favorably about restructuring Soviet foreign debts to enable trade between the Soviet Union and its former allies. 78. The Americans killed off all of these proposals outright. Bush, helped by Brady, opposed the idea of providing the Soviets with maneuvering room on the payment of their debts. Like Latin American countries in debt, the Soviets should bow to the IMF. Gorbachev should just accept the neoliberal Washington consensus, radical deregulation and privatization, and then competition for private foreign investment. The European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, should not credit the Soviet economy. Any special deal for Gorbachev would send Poland and Czechoslovakia the wrong message that they were being neglected. 79. Bush and his team did not conceal that they had geopolitical priorities on their minds. The idea of Germany, France, and Italy acting as benefactors towards the Soviet Union contradicted the idea of a US-led Europe, as well as the pivotal role of NATO. At a meeting with the German delegation in London, Bush disliked French agnosticism about NATO's future mission. "Let's be sure we don't reopen things," he said. "As long as Soviet missiles are aimed at the United States, I know who the enemy is." Bush also supported Japan's Prime Minister Toshiki Keifu, who wanted to link foreign assistance to a territorial issue, the return by the Soviet Union of the 4 islands that Stalin had annexed in 1945. Aside from the Germans, the Japanese were the only large-scale source of cash. 80. At the opening session of the G7, which took place in Gorbachev's absence, Bush shared the advice he had received from the scholars gathered at Kennebunkport. He also raised other points against the Grand Bargain. The Soviet state continued to spend a lot of money on its military needs, including modernization of strategic missiles, and Gorbachev was still unwilling to set the Baltic republics free. The US president also pitched the priority of helping the Eastern European states, rather than the Soviet Union. 81. Some Western leaders in London felt embarrassed. The American team was finding every possible reason not to help Gorbachev. The Prime Minister of Canada, Brian Mulroney, made a moving speech. In 1985, he said, then Vice President Bush had attended Chernenko's funeral in Moscow. What would Bush have done then if, meeting him after the funeral, Gorbachev had said, "I will free Eastern Europe, I will dismantle the Warsaw Pact, a united Germany will join NATO, a UN force will start a war against Iraq, the USSR will sign the CFE and start agreements, there will be elections and democracy, I will develop personal ties with America, and economic ties with the West will grow." If Gorbachev had said these things in 1985, Mulroney concluded, I would have hurried in with a check. Andreotti reminded the group of what Reagan had said in 1985, I don't know if Gorbachev will succeed, but none of us should have on our conscience the responsibility of not helping 82. Yet nobody at the G7 wanted to question American leadership. And nobody wanted to hold out the money bag. A final summary of the G7 discussions on the USSR included 5 main tests of Soviet good intentions based on the US approach. Those tests constituted, achieving a balance between the Soviet center and the republics, no less radical economic reform than in Central and Eastern Europe, a tight macroeconomic policy in the near future, a commitment to drastic reductions in military expenditures, and adequate conditions for foreign investment. 83. During lunch that day, Mulroney turned to Kohl and asked him, what if a month from now Gorbachev is overthrown and people are complaining that we have not done enough? Would the German Chancellor still stick to the agreed policy? Kohl allegedly replied that, after all, Gorbachev said himself that he did not expect any massive Western assistance. What we're proposing is what he needs and what he wants. 84. On July 16, Gorbachev arrived in London with his large Soviet team. Ambassador Roderick Braithwaite formally welcomed the Gorbachevs at Heathrow Airport. He had already read Gorbachev's message to the G7 leaders and found it flatulent in the Russian way, words, not action, again. The Soviet leader, he noticed, was full of beans, but Raisa looked grey and badly run down. She has obviously been acting as the emotional shock absorber during this very difficult time. Primakov, who was Gorbachev's fixer for the G7, had already been in London for several days. Ignoring tips from Western colleagues, in the Western media he doggedly tried to drum up support for financial aid. But after each conversation with his Western colleagues he became gloomier. Gorbachev's interpreter, Pavel Polozchenko, noticed that the Western media lionized Yavlinsky, but privately Western interlocutors were letting us know that they did not take his program seriously. 85 American leadership was effective in blocking any Western European temptations to offer Gorbachev assistance. Bush's primary concern remained START. It was not clear until the last moment whether the treaty would be signed. The leaders of Soviet military industries, the General Staff, and arms control experts complained about unequal and even humiliating terms coming from the American side. The director and chief designer of Yuzhmash, the giant missile plant in Dnepropetrovsk, Ukraine, argued against heavy cuts of the Topol, SS-18, missiles that his plant manufactured. This was the only remaining factor, he argued, that made the Americans sit down and negotiate with the Soviet Union. There was also the issue of money. The destruction of heavy missiles, monitoring and inspections would cost the Soviet budget several billion rubles. And what would then happen to huge Soviet enterprises and tens of thousands of skilled engineers and workers? 86 Gorbachev, however, did not want to argue with the General Staff and arms control experts. As the London summit approached, their resistance melted. The absence of an agreement on START would mean that Gorbachev and Bush would have no summit in Moscow, and perhaps would not cooperate in London. And the leaders of the military-industrial complex, like the other heads of large Soviet industrial enterprises, yearned to receive Western financial assistance. One day before the G7 summit, Yazov, the head of the military-industrial complex Oleg Baklanov, and other members of the Interagency Committee reluctantly signed off on a draft treaty that the Americans could accept. When Alexander Besismurtnik received this news from Moscow, he rushed to the U.S. residence in London at Winfield House and jubilantly announced to Bush, "This is the end of a 10-year-long journey, Mr. President." 87. In the early morning of July 17, Gorbachev began by meeting with President Mitterrand and the President of the EBRD, Jacques Attali. Mitterrand encouraged him to engage the West in some large-scale projects that the Pavlov Plan envisaged. The French president assured Gorbachev that the Italian, German, and French leaderships supported him. Attali went further. He identified Bush as the main opponent of a massive assistance program. He called the American preference for Eastern Europe absurd, because the emergence of a big Soviet market would help Eastern European countries as well. Attali was catering to Gorbachev's illusions at the expense of the Americans. 88. Then the Soviet motorcade brought Gorbachev, accompanied by Shcherbakov, Primakov, and Chernyev, to the American residence in London for a late informal breakfast. Bush was in an excellent mood, and asked Gorbachev cheerfully, "What's up between you and Yeltsin now? Does he support you? Do you support him?" Gorbachev, however, had prepared a statement for Bush. "On the basis of my information," he began pensively, "I know that the US president has not yet made up his mind on the main question, what kind of Soviet Union does the United States need?" Some of his advisers doubted American intentions, though Gorbachev believed in Bush's good faith. But he needed confirmation. The West had found $100 billion to conduct a regional war in the Persian Gulf, but it could not find the money to help the Soviet Union embark on a new economic system. So, what is my friend George Bush going to do? What does he want? And when we meet with other colleagues, will they say, way to go, Gorbachev? Keep on going, good luck to you. This is your soup to cook, not ours. 89. Cherniv noticed that Bush had interrupted his breakfast and his face had darkened. His gaze shifted from Gorbachev to Baker and Scowcroft. For the U.S. president, the Gulf War, which Gorbachev had dismissively called a regional war, was the crowning achievement of his presidency. Gorbachev had also bluntly, if correctly, identified American non-entanglement with Soviet economic reforms. After a brief pause, Bush responded calmly, but coldly, as if swallowing an insult. We seek a democratic, market-oriented Soviet Union, integrated into the world economy, having found a resolution of the problems between the center and the republics. The latter, he added, would be essential for capital flows. Bush was also forced to address the issue, was the Soviet Union still the enemy for the United States? He personally did not believe it. However, the Soviet Union continued to modernize its missiles, and Congress was urging the White House to retaliate. 90 If the USSR was no longer the enemy of the US, Bush seemed to say, Gorbachev should take even more drastic steps to help allay American suspicions and fears. I want that unprecedented kind of cooperation to continue, Bush said. We don't seek economic catastrophe in the Soviet Union, and we know that the demise of the Soviet Union is not in our interests. If I have projected something different, I apologize. 91 The president's apology removed the cloud hanging over the conversation. The two leaders began to talk about the outcome of the London summit. The West, said Bush, could only promise the offer of technical advice to the Soviet Union. In the Soviet account of the meeting, Gorbachev said, you also can raise the question of dollars. However, the American record omits this comment. 92. The two sides ended the meeting with contrasting impressions. The Americans interpreted Gorbachev's mini-offensive as the need for a psychological boost following his failure to get more Western help in London. After lunch, Bush took Gorbachev aside for a confidential talk about START. Soon Baker and Scowcroft joined the huddle and then flashed their thumbs up. The experts in Washington had approved the Soviet proposals. Bush recalled, it was a momentous and exhilarating moment. We had just reached a historic agreement to reduce our arsenals by several thousand of the deadliest of our nuclear weapons. On the Soviet side, Cherny believed his boss had spoken tactlessly and revealed his weak hand. Perhaps this was Gorbachev's reaction to reports from Kryukov and the GRU. The Americans, straightforward and trustful by nature, wrote Cherny in his diary, simply could not understand why Michael needed that sort of game. Within his narrow circle of advisors, Gorbachev returned to his interrogation of Bush several times, yet he did not mention the episode in his memoirs. The Soviet leader had invited Bush to come to Moscow, and the president had accepted. That was Gorbachev's only achievement in London. 93. Gorbachev's appearance at Lancaster House for a special session of the G7 was a rehearsed performance. The Soviet leader kept his word that he would not depart from the prepared script. In his speech, even longer than his usual monologues, he defended his choice of a mixed economy. He was committed to economic freedom, but he did not want to move faster than the people could bear. He digressed into Russian history to explain why most Russians, former peasants, preferred collective forms of property. Mitterrand and Andreotti backed him. At the end of the meeting, the Soviet leader pocketed the modest pledge from Western leaders to continue consultations between the USSR and the rotating president of the G7, as well as with Western finance ministers. 94. Bush and Scowcroft still feared that Gorbachev would nevertheless pull the rabbit of Yavlinsky-Allison's program out of his hat at the last moment. They were relieved, therefore, when he failed to do so. After the G7 meeting, Scowcroft said to Bush, Gorbachev came to collect what he obviously felt was his due, but he never really made his case. Bush responded, the guy kind of bombed, didn't he? It's funny. He's always been his own best salesman, but not this time. I wonder if he isn't kind of out of touch. 95 Gorbachev seemed to believe that he had played the long game. Margaret Thatcher had urged him in London, don't let go of them. You should demand that they act on what they have said, that they put their money where their mouth is. This conversation with the retired Iron Lady, Gorbachev's interpreter noticed, gave the Soviet leader a good shot in the arm. 96. On July 19, Gorbachev flew back to Moscow. As always, the members of his Security Council, the top party leadership, and the entire cabinet were waiting for him at Vnukovo II airport in Moscow. As Gorbachev descended from the plane and began to talk to the government officials, one member of his delegation recalled that many of them had long faces. Kryukov's expression was inscrutable, as always. 97 The high-level government officials, despite all the negative warnings, still counted on Gorbachev's magic charisma to yield results. On previous occasions, the Soviet leader had repeatedly managed to extract billions of dollars from his meetings with his Western friends and partners. This time, though, he had brought nothing. On this occasion the magician had failed, his bold-faced attempts to obtain Western assistance had run up against the wall of the Washington Consensus and American skepticism. The salesman of perestroika was facing bankruptcy. Chapter 10. Conspiracy. A renewed federation is the legal successor to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The Soviet Union will continue to act as a great world power. Mikhail Gorbachev, August 2, 1911. Troika. In Moscow, Gorbachev's return from London was universally received as a failure. The hordes of critics saw his world statesmanship not as an asset, but as a search for self-promotion. And his party comrades were openly seeking another leader. On July 26, 1991, the party plenum voted for Gorbachev's program of democratic socialism. Instead of heated debates, which he expected, there was indifference and ennui. Nobody cared about Gorbachev's words and programs anymore. The plenum enthusiastically greeted Anatoly Lukyanov, who projected the image of a confident leader. The majority applauded when Lukyanov urged placing the party again at the helm of the reforms from above, against the populist forces of Demokratura. The latter, he explained, wanted to impose an anti-communist dictatorship in the guise of democracy. He concluded to a standing ovation, the party must not lose the president, as much as the president cannot afford to lose his party. One participant recalled Lukyanov's message as follows: I am the leader that you need. It was agreed to convene an emergency party congress in November. Everyone thought that this would finally change the person at the top. Gorbachev returned to his main goal, the Union Treaty. The Soviet leader refused to see that its signing could not solve the underlying problems of the economy and governance. Gorbachev's obsession with legal issues only invited Yeltsin, Kravchuk, and other Republican leaders to press the center for more concessions. Yeltsin refused to agree with a federal tax that would sustain the Soviet government. Georgy Shukhnazarov urged his boss to stop appeasing Yeltsin. Instead, Shukhnazarov argued, Gorbachev should focus on his work with Western leaders and financial institutions on some form of assistance to the Soviet Union. 4. Shukhnazarov also urged his boss to pay more attention to Ukraine. Each of Gorbachev's concessions to Yeltsin only increased separatist trends in the second-largest Slavic republic. On May 11, the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet supported the idea of a national currency, the hryvnia. On June 7, following Yeltsin's example, the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet passed a law placing all Union economic assets on the territory of the republics under its jurisdiction. After Yeltsin became the Russian president, the Ukrainian legislature had decided that the Union Treaty needed additional expertise before the republic would join it. Leonid Kravchuk, leader of the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet, decided to emulate Yeltsin's success and become president of the Ukrainian Republic. With an eye towards a future presidential campaign, Kravchuk stopped attending the meetings at Novoagoryovo. 5. On July 23, after 3 months of talks, delegations from 9 republics and their autonomous regions gathered to sanction the fragile consensus. The Supreme Soviet of the USSR, after weeks of fierce resistance from many anxious deputies, authorized the president to sign the Union Treaty with a vague formula, after making certain modifications. Gorbachev arrived at Novoagaryovo, accompanied by Lukyanov, Pavlov, and government ministers. Gorbachev's aides had prepared a draft package, the outcome of laborious negotiations and quid pro quo agreements, for the final vote. Gorbachev opened the session and announced, "I already feel dangerous tendencies. We should finish with the treaty quickly. Very quickly." And yet the meeting passed without an agreement or a specific deadline. 6. Gorbachev, as it turned out, had planned another, more restricted meeting. On July 29, he invited Yeltsin and the Kazakh leader Nursultan Nazarbayev to Novoagaryovo. Nazarbayev was supposed to play a mediator's role between the two rivals. The Troika sat and talked into the night behind closed doors, even aides were not invited. In the early morning they came to a provisional agreement. Its essence was the following: Gorbachev fully accepted that Yeltsin would be the only one to sign the treaty on behalf of the Russian Federation and its 15 autonomous regions. The Soviet president also agreed that the Congress of People's Deputies of the USSR would be allowed to lapse, and the Supreme Soviet of the USSR would be put out of political existence as well, without waiting for a new constitution. Furthermore, Gorbachev complied with Yeltsin's demand to dismiss Yanayev, Pavlov, Kryukov, Yazov, and Pujo. Instead of Pavlov, Gorbachev suggested, Nazarbayev should become the prime minister of the largely ceremonial Union government. In return for all these concessions, Yeltsin pledged to support Gorbachev as the president of a new Confederate Union. He also provisionally agreed that the Russian Federation would pay a federal tax to finance the Central Union government at fixed rates, per agreements with republics on the basis of expense items presented by the Union. This was a remarkably vague formula, subject to interpretation. Gorbachev later claimed it was his major achievement. 7. In his memoirs, Gorbachev presented this all-night meeting as a preliminary conversation. It was, in reality, a secret deal between the three leaders that would destroy the Central Powers and empower Yeltsin and other republics. The Troika decided to have the signing ceremony on August 20, at a time when the Supreme Soviet of the USSR and the parliaments of all republics would be on vacation, sunbathing, swimming, and picking mushrooms in the woods. The leaders agreed that their deal, especially personal changes of leadership, would remain a secret. Yeltsin was especially nervous as if he feared the meeting could have been tapped and leaked. Gorbachev agreed with him, one did not need witnesses for this occasion. 8. Gorbachev apparently thought that the Union Treaty, justified the secretive means. He consulted the leaders of 4 Central Asian republics as to the ceremony date, but without sharing other details. The Central Asian leaders had been consistently in favor of the treaty, eager to maintain the flow of money and subsidies. President Islam Karimov of Uzbekistan said he would add his signature. But what about Ukraine, which was overlooked in this arrangement? Gorbachev's aides, Shuk Nazarov and Grigory Ravenko, an ethnic Ukrainian and former head of Kiev's party organization, warned him not to hold the ceremony without Ukraine as it would justify Ukrainian separatism. 9. Gorbachev hoped for a snowball effect, which would induce that second Slavic republic to join as well. In the morning, after a short nap, Gorbachev showed up in his office on the Old Square in an ebullient mood. He told Shuk Nazarov and Ravenko to start working on the logistics for a signing ceremony in the Kremlin's sumptuous St. George Hall. Gorbachev would be the first to sign the document. Each signatory would receive a copy of the treaty, written in Russian only, and in Morocco binding. The pages would be sewn together with silk cord. The signing ceremony would be televised and marked with special coins, stamps, and commemorative pamphlets. 10. Ravenko shared the news with Cherniev, who was pleasantly surprised. I really wondered if he would pull it off, he said about Gorbachev's agreement with Yeltsin. It's now a totally different situation. Gorbachev's interpreter, Pavel Polozchenko, was also pleased. Gorbachev's position would be stronger with 2 treaties under his belt, START and the Union Treaty. And the Americans would now perhaps encourage Yeltsin to keep his promises to Gorbachev. 11. Other observers were much more skeptical. British Ambassador Braithwaite had long considered the Union Treaty a meaningless document which will serve as the starting point, not the conclusion, of the fundamental constitutional and political debate. 12. James Baker, who had come to Moscow to prepare for the US-Soviet summit, had a dinner with his friend Shevardnadze, who said that the treaty would not discharge the situation. Gorbachev, the Georgian said, had made a mistake by not supporting Yeltsin's decree against the party. If he had, Shevardnadze argued, he would have received support from the whole nation. 13. The last summit. The Soviet leader planned to get his agreement with Yeltsin in time for his summit with President Bush. The American delegation landed at Moscow's Sheremetyevo airport late on July 29, while Gorbachev was conducting his secret talks in Novoagoryovo. Vice President Yanayev greeted the U.S. President at the airport. Sitting with Bush in the limousine on the way to the American ambassador's residence in Moscow, Yanayev never stopped joking. Yanayev's roots traced back to a peasant family on the Volga. Like others, his family had suffered the privations of Stalinist-era collectivization, famine, and the terrible losses of World War II. His party career had given Yanayev a powerful social lift. He became a party man in a different sense of the word. He was in charge of meeting foreign youth delegations, which involved endless schmoozing and drinking. Now he tested his social skills on Bush. The U.S. president found Yanayev engaging and pleasant, with a good sense of humor, and different from what he had read about him in the CIA dossier. 14. George Bush came to Moscow with one thing on his mind: to sign the Strategic Arms Control Treaty. The talks on this document had long turned into a drag on the US-Soviet relationship. Brent Scowcroft and other American officials had continued to squeeze as much American advantage as possible from the embattled Gorbachev and his crisis-ridden military. 15. On the plane, Bush worried whether the Soviet top military brass would continue to obey their commander-in-chief. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Colin Powell, who had recently traveled to Moscow, reported that marshals and generals still supported Gorbachev, but assumed that the military would push back to protect their institutions against the hated Democrats and political chaos. Powell dismissed, however, the possibility of a military coup. "I don't see any guys on horseback taking over." Bush was not persuaded by this complacency. CIA experts had warned him that hardline party leaders might act against Gorbachev, and that the military would support them if they did. The U.S. president was determined to tread very carefully in Moscow. 16. The Moscow summit opened with a long conversation between Gorbachev and Bush in the Kremlin's St. Catherine Hall. Gorbachev looked surprisingly fresh and upbeat. He told Bush about the secret agreement with Yeltsin and Nazarbayev. Gorbachev explained in detail what would happen after the Union Treaty was signed. The process will continue until Ukraine decides to sign. In Ukraine, Gorbachev argued confidently, 2/3 of the people, if not 3/4, were in favor of preserving the Union. Then Gorbachev asked Bush again for real support in order to win the decisive battle for reform. Bush repeated the old line: the American capacity to provide assistance to the Soviet economy was limited. The U.S. president was relieved when the Soviet leader did not push this further. 17. When the other members of the delegations joined the conversation, Gorbachev urged the Americans to invest in the Soviet economy. Nazarbayev, whom Gorbachev invited to take part in the talks, wanted to cement a major business deal between Kazakhstan and the multinational oil company Chevron to develop the enormous Tengiz oil field along the Caspian Sea. There was a lot of red tape on the Soviet side, but also many obstacles on the American side. The Jackson-Vanik Amendment to the US-Soviet Trade Act of 1974 had linked American credits and investments in Soviet projects to changes in citizens' freedom of emigration from the USSR. On the eve of the summit, a new Soviet law had provided for free emigration rights. In response, Bush sent to Congress a proposal to suspend the Jackson-Vanik sanctions. He also promised to help Nazarbayev on the Tengiz deal. 18. Bush rejected, however, full Soviet membership of the IMF. The Soviet economy is so potentially enormous, he explained, it could dominate other countries. In 1944, when Stalin was in the Kremlin, the Americans had offered the Soviet Union the option of being a third founding member of the IMF and the World Bank, in an effort to include the Soviet Union in a future liberal economic order. Stalin had instead chosen economic autarky. 20 In July 1991, Gorbachev was paying for Stalin's decision. It was impossible to erase 4 decades of confrontation in just a couple of years, no matter how many concessions and how much charm the Soviet leader displayed. Yeltsin was invited to join the meeting, but he refused to play second fiddle at Gorbachev's summit. He invited Bush to come to his new Kremlin office for separate talks. Scowcroft advised Bush against going. He believed Yeltsin was capable of anything, even possibly claiming a separate seat for the Russian Republic at the United Nations. The Americans agreed to come on condition that the meeting would be brief, unofficial, and without media participation. The Russian president arrived 10 minutes late, forcing Bush to wait. He then boasted that Gorbachev had finally agreed to recognize Russia's sovereignty and proposed that the Americans formalize the relationship. Bush feigned surprise. Which relationship? Do you mean the US and Russia, or yours with the center? Secretary of State Baker intervened. President Yeltsin, the answer will depend on what the Union Treaty says about the authority of the republics to enter into agreements with other countries. We will have to see this new Union Treaty. Yeltsin insisted that the treaty recognized Russia and the other republics as sovereign states that could pursue their own independent foreign policy, including foreign economic policy. He was citing from the text that he, Gorbachev, and Nazarbayev had agreed to sign. 21 When Bush finally managed to leave Yeltsin's office, he noticed journalists waiting for a press conference. Yeltsin began to talk to the media, but the American president ran out of patience. We've got to go. I am late, Bush said, and went with his entourage to his limousine. He complained to Scowcroft that Yeltsin had ambushed him. 22 Yeltsin continued his bombastic self-assertion at the reception to honor Bush, at the Palace of the Facets in the Kremlin. He violated the protocol repeatedly and even made a crude attempt to escort Barbara Bush to dinner. The Americans were appalled. 23. On the morning of July 31, Gorbachev hosted the American delegation at his presidential dacha in Novoogoryovo. The Soviet leader was eager to have some quality time with the Americans, away from the media, the pomp, and Yeltsin's pranks. Finally, after a pause of 9 months, Gorbachev and Bush were able to speak face to face. They strolled for a quarter of a mile in the woods surrounding the complex, and then sat, together with their teams, on a sunny veranda overlooking the Moscow River. Gorbachev finally had an opportunity to explain to Bush in private, one-on-one, what he had been through since September 1990. His turn to the right had been required to buy time for perestroika to fend off the conservative reaction. Now he was free to move forward at full speed, to reconstruct the Soviet Union, and build, together with Bush, a new and peaceful world order. Totalitarian, authoritarian regimes are leaving the scene, Gorbachev said. We engendered this change. At the same time, he warned, the United States should not fall into the temptation of pressing its advantage and assuming world dominance. The coming world would be multipolar. A reformed Soviet Union would help the Americans promote democracy and stem instability and chaos. Moscow could contribute to the peace processes in the Middle East and South Africa, and mediate in the India-Pakistan conflict. Polozchenko, who interpreted, recalled Gorbachev speaking about a kind of axis, which our two countries could provide. 24. Bush did not interrupt the flow of Gorbachev's thinking. Scowcroft, who was responsible for taking notes, was jet-lagged and dozed through most of Gorbachev's perorations. When Bush finally spoke, he said, in this changing world, we feel comfortable with a strong, economically powerful, changed Soviet Union. He said that the United States would not play China off against the USSR. Baker chimed in to speak about the Middle East. This is an area you can point to as a partnership, not just cooperation. The Americans welcomed the establishment of Soviet-Israeli diplomatic relations. The Soviet Foreign Minister, Alexander Besismurtnik, who was also present, suggested that an Israeli-Palestinian peace conference could be held in a neutral place and moderated by Bush and Gorbachev together. Maybe in Oslo, Baker offered. 25. After some time, Baker left and returned to the meeting with somber face. It has just been reported by the AP, he said, that a Lithuanian customs post on the border with Belarus has been attacked by armed men, who killed a number of customs officials. This was a humiliating reminder to the Soviet leader, who had just been theorizing about a new world order, that he could not stem the chaos in his own country. Flustered, Gorbachev asked Chernihiv to call the KGB chief, Kryukov, to find out what happened. Chernihiv's first thought was that somebody must have staged a provocation to embarrass Gorbachev in front of the Americans. Many years later the truth remains unknown. The Lithuanians blamed the tragic accident on Soviet riot police, the OMON, but it could easily have been a criminal conflict over illegal trade across the Republican borders. 26. Gorbachev and Bush also discussed the collapse of Yugoslavia. Fighting had rapidly escalated in that country between the Serb-dominated Yugoslav army and the republics of Slovenia and Croatia, which had recently proclaimed their independence. Bush and Gorbachev knew that Germany's Chancellor Kohl wanted to recognize Slovenia and Croatia. But Gorbachev was against this. Yugoslavia's disintegration seemed to mirror the separatism of republics in the Soviet Union. For instance, he said, Belarus wanted to reacquire territory that had been given to Lithuania when the latter republic became incorporated into the Soviet Union after World War II. In addition, the eastern part of Estonia was settled mainly by Russians and Ukrainians, who might rebel if the Baltic states fully seceded from the USSR. Bush decided to show empathy. We see your problems in the way Yeltsin conducted himself at dinner last night. We want to be more helpful. 27. Back at the Kremlin in late afternoon, Gorbachev and Bush signed the START agreement with its voluminous protocols. The treaty reduced the Soviet strategic arsenal by 35%, and U.S. strategic forces by 25%. Bush achieved what he had long wanted, but he was overwhelmed by the ceremony. Idealism is not dead, he wrote in his diary, and these significant reductions in these damn intercontinental ballistic missiles is a good thing. 28. For the Soviet side, the internal crisis eclipsed the celebrations. During the signing ceremony, Poloschenko leaned over to Denis Ross, Baker's aide, and whispered, "If only the conflicts and tensions we've got in our own country could be tidied up as neatly as the ones we've had with the outside world." 29. The Soviet military watched the ceremony with blank faces, yet with clear disapproval. Marshal Yazov called the treaty balanced, yet he did not believe in what he officially said. 30. Everyone was aware of the profound inequality of the two sides. Bush presided over a military hegemony with unrivaled financial power and global alliances, whereas Gorbachev was a hapless hostage to economic chaos, the leader of a bankrupt state. The world was already unipolar, and Gorbachev's political future depended on Bush's support. On August 1, after the meetings in Moscow, the American delegation departed for Kiev. This trip was dictated by protocol, geography, and American domestic politics. Bush knew that Ukrainian American communities in the United States were pushing for complete independence of the Ukrainian Republic from Moscow, which they viewed as a seat of colonial tyranny. Gorbachev recalled in his memoirs that the U.S. president promised not to do anything that could generate support for separatist tendencies in Ukraine. Actually, in Moscow, Bush was moved by Gorbachev's friendship. He made a decision to be an advocate of Gorbachev's treaty in Ukraine. 31. On board Air Force One, Bush once more enjoyed the company of Yanayev, whom Gorbachev had sent to accompany the American delegation. Bush in particular liked Yanayev's stories about fishing and even promised to send him colorful American fishing lures unavailable in Soviet stores. The U.S. president also found time to amend the draft speech that his staff had prepared for him to deliver in Kiev. The main idea in the speech was that democracy and freedom could be more successfully built in a Ukraine that remained in a reformed Soviet Union led by Gorbachev. Bush was also thinking of the ongoing violence in Yugoslavia, which was already being replicated in Soviet republics of the Caucasus and in Moldova. He dictated 2 new sentences for his Kiev speech: Americans will not support those who seek independence in order to replace a far-off tyranny with a local despotism. They will not aid those who promote a suicidal nationalism based upon ethnic hatred. A few minutes later, Ambassador Matlock, sitting in another section of the plane, saw the draft and considered those 2 sentences an awkward interference in Ukrainian politics. The presidential speechwriter, however, told him that it was too late to change anything. 32. The official visit to Kiev started with a meeting between Bush and top Ukrainian officials in the beautiful Mariinsky Palace, built by Bartolomeo Rastrelli for the Russian Empress Elizabeth in the 1740s. 3 weeks earlier, Ukrainian officials had told Chancellor Kohl in this very palace that they did not want to leave the Central Soviet state. Irredentist groups of nationalists, they argued, were very small, and the number of Russians in the Ukraine was 10 million, especially in the Donbass area. As a result, full independence might lead to violence or upheaval. 33. Now, Bush read in the CIA background papers that the Ukrainian leader Leonid Kravchuk tended to support the idea of a voluntary federated union. Kravchuk, however, did not want Ukraine's interests and his own political future to be overwhelmed by those of Russia and Yeltsin. 34. The last point was crucial. The Ukrainian communist leadership was concerned by Yeltsin's growing assertiveness and anti-communism. In July, a group of scholars from the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences argued that the existing draft of the Union Treaty contradicted the Ukrainian Declaration of Sovereignty. Ukraine should join the treaty only as an internationally recognized state, the document concluded, with its own constitution. 35. Bush's visit to Kiev was the perfect occasion on which to present Ukraine as a subject of international affairs and law. The Ukrainian host snubbed Yanayev. The discussions were conducted in English and Ukrainian. Nobody bothered to translate for the Vice President of the USSR. During the talks, Kravchuk and the Ukrainian Prime Minister, Vitold Fokin, asked the Americans to recognize Ukraine's sovereignty and send financial assistance directly to Kiev, not to Moscow. Ukraine, they said, was ready to cooperate with the United States in the UN. Bush flatly dismissed the Ukrainian requests. The United States would deal with Ukraine only as far as the conditions of the Union Treaty would permit it. I want to deal respectfully with the center, the U.S. President concluded. 36. After the talks, Bush proceeded to the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet where he delivered his speech. Nationalist deputies were upset, even dismayed by the fact that the U.S. President refused to support their war of independence from the empire. Jack Matlock, who sympathized with Ukraine's national aspirations, and also spoke Ukrainian, believed that the Rook leaders, most of them intellectuals, wanted too much and too fast. He marveled at how quickly the Ukrainian dissidents from Rook had forgotten that it was Gorbachev who had given them freedom and a vehicle for political action. Only 2 years earlier, Gorbachev had forced the Ukrainian party leadership to allow registration of the People's Movement of Ukraine for perestroika. Now the leaders of this movement were treating the Soviet leader with hatred and slandering him. 37. In Moscow, Gorbachev's advisors interpreted Bush's performance in Kiev as a decisive shift in favor of Gorbachev and the center. This was highly welcome news, since Gorbachev suddenly was no longer so confident about his deal with Yeltsin and Nazarbayev. He was drained of energy. In a rare fit of pessimism, he complained to Chernihiv, "Oh, what petty, low-class, provincial people they are, the one and the other. I looked at them and thought, whom I am doing this with and for whom." 38. Nevertheless, on August 2, Gorbachev appeared on state television and announced that the Union Treaty would be signed on August 20 at a state ceremony in the Kremlin. The future federation, he explained, would be a legal successor, pravopreimnik, of the Soviet Union. Then Gorbachev added, the Soviet Union will continue to act as a great world power. Chernev immediately spotted contradictions in Gorbachev's speech. He wrote in his diary that the president spoke of federation, but in effect, he agreed to a confederation. He reflected on the significance of Gorbachev's monumental concession of power. M.S. used Yeltsin as a bulldozer to clear the road for his ideas, he wrote, but the bulldozer kept moving, turning against Gorbachev. 39. The loyal aide obfuscated about what was soon to happen. It was not just the end of Gorbachev's power. It was the end of the superpower. The treaty gave each republic in the Union full sovereignty, including the right to establish diplomatic relations with other states. From the viewpoint of international law, this was utter nonsense. And only Gorbachev, with his boundless self-confidence, could seriously expect to resurrect a new functional union from the ruins of the old one. Crimean vacation. On August 4, Gorbachev left Moscow and flew to Crimea for a long overdue vacation. Mikhail and Raisa Gorbachev had a weakness for luxury. This was apparently their compensation for their early years of poverty and squalor. The presidential recreational villa built near Foros, Crimea, in 1988 satisfied all dreams of comfort. Zarya, Don, as it was known in classified KGB documents, was a sumptuous mansion surrounded by an exquisite park. The costs of construction and landscaping, concealed among the expenditures of the Ministry of Defense, amounted, by some estimates, to 1 billion rubles. 40. The entire Soviet defense budget at that time was 77 billion rubles. The KGB supervised every detail of the construction. Gorbachev later asserted that he had nothing to do with the luxuries of the place, but the ideas for its design and decoration originated with Raisa. Zarya was decorated with Carrara marble and furnished with expensive furniture made from Karelian birch wood. Majestic mountain cliffs of Jurassic-era limestone guarded the villa from northern winds. An elevator encased in an air-conditioned glass tube brought the occupants down to a private pebbled beach surrounded on three sides by rock formations. The mountains behind and the seafront ahead created a magical balmy effect. The mild and dry subtropical climate rivaled the French Riviera. 41. Mikhail Gorbachev was not sure if he would be able to go on vacation this time. The state of affairs seemed too volatile for him to leave the Kremlin. Raisa, however, insisted. The entire family, including Gorbachev's daughter Irina, her husband Anatoly, and Mikhail's two little granddaughters, could not wait to see the Crimean paradise. And Gorbachev could not stay in Moscow alone without Raisa. Their daily strolls and conversations provided essential sustenance for him. Before the flight, the Soviet government and other dignitaries gathered in the usual ceremony on the airfield to see off the first couple. Valery Boldin, Gorbachev's chief of staff, asked what should be done about Yeltsin's decree, in which he banned party cells in the army, police, and the KGB. Gorbachev had no answer. His parting words were directed to Vice President Yanayev: "You stay in charge." Raisa and their daughter Irina noticed that Yanayev's hands had spots from eczema, a skin disease sometimes caused by stress. They decided that when they returned to Moscow, they would suggest a simple treatment they had learned from a relative. 42. 3 hours later the presidential plane landed at Belbek, a military airfield located northeast of the Crimean city of Sevastopol. A delegation of the Ukrainian leadership, including Kravchuk and the Crimean leadership, greeted the Soviet leader there. The atmosphere was tense. At a lunch, Kravchuk, instead of the usual words of welcome, began to tell Gorbachev not to lord himself over the sovereign republics, whose leaders were now equal to his leadership. There was an awkward pause after he finished. Stanislav Urenko, the first secretary of the Ukrainian Communist Party, sat with a gloomy face. 43. The beauty of Crimea's nature quickly eclipsed those unpleasant impressions for the Gorbachevs. It was 30 degrees Celsius outdoors, and the sea temperature was 25 degrees. The staff of Zarya, including a cook, a doctor, nurses, and maids, dozens of men and women, served Gorbachev and his family and met their every need. Active vacationers, Mikhail and Raisa, started every day with calisthenics, a swim, and medical checks. Then Gorbachev made phone calls. Later in the morning, the couple took their customary hour-long stroll, and then a longer swim. Athletic KGB bodyguards followed Mikhail and Raisa into the surrounding mountains for their strolls, with machine guns in their backpacks. They also accompanied the couple in a circle when they swam in the sea. The dacha was surrounded by a triple perimeter of protection, manned by the KGB's 9th Directorate. There was even a detachment of scuba divers who secured the underwater perimeter around the villa and beach. During their siesta after lunch, the first Soviet family read and relaxed. Time after dinner was for cultural activities, watching TV or movies in the home theater. Irina Gorbacheva and her husband Anatoly had a less organized style of vacation, managing their 2 children, 11-year-old Xenia and 3-year-old Nastya. When Gorbachev was not busy with his official duties, he read the non-fiction books he had brought from Moscow. One of them was a historical account of the fate of Peter Stolypin. The Russian Prime Minister, who had tamed the First Russian Revolution in 1907 with unpopular reforms, was ultimately assassinated in 1911. Another book was the Russian translation of Stalin's biography by the American scholar Robert C. Tucker. 44. Gorbachev could not imagine a vacation without deep thinking and writing. After a few days in Zaria, Gorbachev told his wife that he wanted to write an article about what he had done as leader. Was perestroika needed? Are we moving towards a catastrophe? Did I sell the store to American imperialism? As usual, he dictated his thoughts to Chernihiv. The draft painted an unprecedented and unique integrated country, which was to replace the formerly totalitarian Soviet Union. Voluntary and democratic agreements between the republics would grant the future federation unprecedented stability. Gorbachev confided to Raisa, however, that he did not know how to accelerate reforms further. The anti-crisis program had stalled, and state mechanisms were paralyzed. 45. Gorbachev continued to call Republican leaders by phone, canvassing their support for the Union Treaty. Nikolai Dementi, head of the Belarusian Supreme Soviet, agreed to participate in the signing ceremony. On August 10, the Gorbachevs played host to Ukrainian leader Kravchuk and his wife Antonina, who were vacationing in a nearby resort. This meeting was informal and cordial. At the dinner, Raisa dominated the conversation and asked all the questions. When the two couples went out for a stroll, Gorbachev and Kravchuk stayed behind their wives and, according to Kravchuk, had a substantive talk. Gorbachev asked, "Why don't you want to sign the treaty?" Kravchuk said that it should be a treaty of confederation. Back in 1922, when the USSR had been established, Ukraine had the right to have its own armed forces and all other attributes of a real state. Then Stalin took it all away. Why should Ukraine now accept a deal that would be much worse than Lenin's offer decades earlier? Kravchuk also opposed a federal tax. Ukraine should decide how much it would pay to the central budget. Gorbachev asked, "What about the Union's president?" Kravchuk recalled that Gorbachev proposed to rotate the presidency among the republics. Gorbachev shook his head, "No, no, no. The president must be elected by all the people." Kravchuk said that Ukraine would no longer vote for Gorbachev. The Soviet leader stared at him incredulously. Kravchuk insisted. Gorbachev does not mention this conversation in his memoirs. 46. On August 18, Raisa Gorbacheva perused the Moscow newspapers, and then wrote in her notebook, "What is happening around the Union Treaty? Some people cry that the bureaucratic unified state is being regenerated. Others say that the country is falling apart and being ripped to pieces, that the foundations of the treaty are vague and undefined. Why do we need such a Union Treaty?" 47. Raisa's description was perceptive. Liberal anti-communists from democratic Russia were among the most vocal critics of the Union Treaty. On August 8, the Liberal Independent Gazette published an appeal to the President of Russia, B.N. Yeltsin, signed by Yuri Afanasyev, Yelena Bonner, and other leading figures from democratic Russia. They urged Yeltsin to reject the treaty with Gorbachev. They pointed to the absurdity of having dual sovereignty in one country. It should belong either to the center or to the republics. The new union would be doomed to constant and perhaps bloody conflicts. The authors proposed continuing the discussion and perhaps holding another national referendum. 48 The status of these critics as intellectual celebrities forced Yeltsin to respond in the same newspaper. He called for realism. Without the treaty, he argued, Russia will remain a hostage to the central structures. Only a legal and constitutional process could make the union ministries relinquish their power. The abrogation of the treaty, not to mention yet another national referendum, would be the best possible gift to the union bureaucracy. 49. Another attack came earlier from Sovetskaya Rossiya, a newspaper of Russian conservative nationalists, in an article entitled A Word to the People. This was a manifesto, signed by a group of nationalist writers, but also senior members of the military, the commander of Soviet ground forces, General Valentin Voronikov, and the Deputy Interior Minister, General Boris Gromov. The article was styled after medieval Russian chronicles, proclaimed motherland in danger, and called people to rise up and fight to end the time of troubles. It blamed the perfidious and voluble rulers, cunning apostates, and avid profiteers for the current crisis, and appealed to the army, the military industries, the Orthodox Church, and to all Russians, from liberals to nationalists. 50 The author of the manifesto was Alexander Prokhanov, a 53-year-old journalist with notoriously imperialist and nationalist views. In effect, he called for a rebellion against Gorbachev. In a contemporaneous interview with David Remnick, he explained, "We live in a democracy, don't we?" At the party plenum, one of Gorbachev's aides, Andrei Grachev, proposed censuring Gromov and Voronikov for signing A Word to the People. The conservative audience booed him. A few days later somebody set fire to Grachev's dacha near Moscow. 51. Gorbachev wanted to keep the official text of the treaty confidential until the ceremony. Yet on August 14, the English-language edition of the weekly Moscow News published the full text. Moscow's major newspapers printed the original Russian version the next day. 52 The leak was inevitable. Numerous copies of the draft circulated in the Soviet government, the Russian, Ukrainian, and other Republican Supreme Soviets. 53 Yet Gorbachev was upset. He was especially concerned that this publication would generate more tension and controversy. He also saw that Yeltsin, in response to criticism, began to waver. The Russian leader said publicly that Russia would have only a one-channel tax system, without the federal one. This undermined Gorbachev's plans for devolving power. 54. Kryukov informed Gorbachev that Yeltsin had held a separate meeting with the 5 leaders of the Central Asian republics that opened in Alma-Ata. Indeed, Yeltsin wanted to talk to Nazarbayev before the ceremony. The Russian president had his own concerns, that Gorbachev would renege on his promises at the last moment. In that event, Yeltsin wanted to return to the idea of a quadripartite agreement of 4 republics, including Kazakhstan. Boldin recalled that Gorbachev called him from Crimea and shouted on the phone, "This is separatism. They ignore the opinion of the President of the USSR. The provincial chieftains decide the issues of statehood. This is a conspiracy. I will not let it go. One must act immediately." 55. On August 15, Gorbachev called Yeltsin. The Russian president admitted that he was under pressure to renege on the deal. Gorbachev responded that there was pressure on him as well. Both leaders, according to Gorbachev's recollections, agreed to stay the course and meet at the signing ceremony. Yeltsin asked about the layout of the participants. He and the Russian delegation had to be in the center. "We ended on a good note," Gorbachev recalled. Still, I had the feeling that Yeltsin had not been completely frank with me. 56. Observers discussed what would happen after the signing of the Union Treaty. In Leningrad, the mayor Anatoly Sobchak was sanguine, "The right can be discounted now." 57. Vadim Zaglatin, an aide to Gorbachev and an experienced apparatchik, believed that there was real danger of a political blowback. Alexander Yakovlev feared that the treaty signing ceremony could force the hardliners to act preemptively. He told the Western officials that neo-Stalinist leaders of the Russian Communist Party, backed by the military, would form a National Salvation Committee. On August 16, Yakovlev issued a public letter in which he warned about an imminent coup by a shadow alliance of neo-Stalinists, army generals, the KGB, and the military-industrial complex. 58. Gorbachev remained an optimist. He approved a schedule for the signing of the treaty and circulated it to the Republican leaders and the Republican Party organizations. The document listed 5 republics slated to sign on August 20, the Russian Federation, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Belarus, Tajikistan. Turkmen and Kyrgyz leaders promised to join in September. The date of October 10 was when Gorbachev expected Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and other republics to sign the treaty. 59 There was no other road to take, he confided to Chernihiv. He noted that by the summer of 1991 both party hardliners and some anti-communists had called for a strong hand and the use of force. Both sides thought it was necessary for market transition and stability. Introducing emergency rule, Gorbachev concluded, is the road to perdition to a civil war. 60. Unwanted visitors. Gorbachev completely denied the possibility that people from his government or entourage were capable of acting on their own and against him. In this, he was fatally mistaken. Stalin had always suspected his inner circle and continuously purged it. Gorbachev, who modeled himself on Lenin, spurned Stalinist recipes of power. At the same time, he continued to behave like any party apparatchik who assumed the KGB was part of the natural environment. Kryukov never gave him any reason to be suspicious. The head of the KGB called his boss every day, sometimes several times a day, reporting on developments. This routine did not change during Gorbachev's vacation time. On the day Gorbachev left for Crimea, as a later investigation revealed, all documents pertaining to the decision to establish the emergency committee and declare a state of emergency were prepared. This paperwork had been in preparation since the sanctions against Lithuania in the spring of 1990. And Gorbachev had been aware of it. 61 Some people later claimed that the KGB chief implemented those contingency plans out of self-interest. Perhaps, they said, Kryukov knew from KGB wiretapping that he would be fired after the Union Treaty was signed. Kryukov always denied it. Indeed, fighting for power at any cost could hardly have been his motive. He was a loyal bureaucrat, not a power-hungry adventurer. The KGB chief simply could not see how Gorbachev's hybrid union could become the basis for a stable state and economy. Everything he knew indicated the opposite. Yeltsin's Russia was on the way to gobbling up most of what was the Soviet Union. Kryukov could be paranoid about foreign interference, yet he was right about the chaotic decomposition of the centrally planned economy. All this convinced him that signing the Union Treaty meant the end of the Soviet state. And it had to be stopped. 62. Gorbachev's twists and turns during the previous months, his vague language, "You should act, and I will correct you later," made the KGB leader think that the Soviet president would yield to a fait accompli. Kryukov knew how deeply unpopular Gorbachev had become in military, parliamentary, and party circles, as well as among the general public. The KGB sources abroad also reported that Western leaders had already begun to treat Gorbachev as a lame duck leader. In one anonymous report, a Soviet agent informed Kryukov, "The close circle around President Bush has come to the conclusion that Gorbachev has exhausted his potential as a leader." The same agent reported, "President Bush and his close circle categorically refused to consider B.N. Yeltsin as a possible figure to replace Gorbachev." In his memoirs, Kryukov referred to a report from another source, who warned him that the leaders of the major capitalist countries expected termination of the existence of our state. The agent wondered why the Soviet leadership could not do anything to prevent this tragic development. 63. Two other men agreed with Kryukov on the need to act. Valery Boldin, greatly trusted by Raisa Gorbacheva, said later to a sympathetic interviewer, "Our task was to delay the Union Treaty. He also claimed that the conspirators did not want to seize power, we already had enough power. Instead, Boldin claimed, they wanted to convene the Supreme Soviet of the USSR and the party plenum and make them elect a new leader to replace Gorbachev. The plotters wanted to abide by the constitution, at least in appearance. 64 Oleg Baklanov, head of the military-industrial complex, had special reasons to approve such a move. Baklanov saw that Gorbachev was doing nothing to save the MIC from market forces. He also feared that Ukrainian separatism, among other factors, could ruin the Soviet military industries. As early as April 1991, Baklanov had already spoken at a party plenum in favor of emergency rule, including the introduction of martial law. Baklanov later claimed in an interview that in August 1991 he did not want to remove Gorbachev. He still believed that his twists and turns had been the product of circumstances and misunderstanding. He wanted to convene the Supreme Soviet as quickly as possible to cancel Gorbachev's unilateral decision on the Union Treaty. 65 Kryukov later recalled that Baklanov was one of only 2 or 3 men in the leadership who was ready for decisive action to save the country. The troika of Kryukov, Boldin, and Baklanov had come together by pure chance. All 3 belonged to a dacha cooperative near Moscow, a community of country houses, where they had each bought plots of land. Their plan emerged from their informal conversations. 66. Another recruit to the conspiracy was party secretary Oleg Shinin, who during Gorbachev's absence was in command of the CPSU apparatus. An ethnic Russian from Siberia, Shinin had been an ardent supporter of Gorbachev in the earlier years of perestroika, but he became a bitter critic of political liberalization, which he thought was destabilizing and disastrous. In January 1991, Shinin had openly advocated the use of force in the Baltics. In April he worked unsuccessfully to have Gorbachev dismissed as General Secretary. Yakovlev had considered Shinin to be the most likely leader of a National Committee of Salvation, ambitious and decisive. His brains had been cooked in Stalinist stew. Recalling his motives to join the plot, Shinin said that the Union Treaty of August 20 would have turned the Soviet Union into a federation of hundreds of states. This was an utter collapse. Like Baklanov, Shinin did not believe that Gorbachev fully realized what he was doing. 67. The day after the Gorbachevs had left for Crimea, Kryukov's personal bodyguard called one of Yusov's chauffeurs with an unusual request. The Minister of Defense was invited to come to Object ABC, a KGB safe house on the outskirts of Moscow. This unusual method of arranging an encounter between 2 key officials ensured plausible deniability. The conspirators took precautions to stay below the radar of any intelligence surveillance, including American electronic espionage. The meeting was inconclusive and produced only a modest agreement to analyze possible public reactions to the introduction of emergency rule. This was, however, also a crucial step. The meeting happened behind Gorbachev's back, and he was not informed. 68. The KGB leader was the only man in the Soviet leadership who could arrange such a meeting. After all, since Stalin's time it was the duty of the secret police to ensure that members of the top political class would not congregate, unless specifically commanded by their supreme leader. At the same time, it was not so easy for Kryukov to involve the KGB apparatus and facilities. He could not rely on the absolute loyalty of his senior staff. And he knew that some KGB officials sympathized with Yeltsin. As a result, Kryukov turned only to those few deputies and aides whom he personally trusted. Following the meeting with Yazov, Kryukov ordered 2 KGB analysts from his close circle to provide a strategic forecast of what could happen if emergency rule was declared. The analysts used the materials prepared in December 1990. In their report they presented arguments against emergency rule, at least against introducing it before the Union Treaty was signed. The KGB experts warned that emergency rule would lead to destabilization and a power struggle, possibly including massive civil disobedience. One of their longer-term scenarios was the possibility of a counter-coup from the left, with consequences similar to Hungary in 1956 or Romania in 1989. In any case, the KGB analysts concluded, an agreement with Republican leaders would be necessary to restore stability in the country. 70. On August 14, Kryukov acted against his analysts' recommendations. He told them, the leadership of the country has made the decision to introduce an emergency regime. After the signing of the Union Treaty, this measure will be too late to implement. It is not clear what was the trigger for Kryukov's new resolve. On August 17, the KGB chief arranged another secret meeting at the ABC safe house. This time, the Gang of Four decided to create the State Committee for the State of Emergency. Its Russian acronym was GKCHP. Nobody was able to come up with a less awkward-sounding name. Yazov was present and brought his two subordinates, the commander of the ground forces General Valentin Verenikov and General Vladislav Akolov, the longtime commander of the airborne troops and now Deputy Minister of Defense. Both had commanded Soviet military operations in Afghanistan and were scathing critics of Gorbachev's leadership. Verenikov had been a participant of the Victory Parade in Moscow in June 1945, a true soldier of the superpower. After reading the text of the Union Treaty in the newspapers, he allegedly exclaimed, "This is not a treaty, but a death sentence." 71. Another crucial participant at the meeting was Valentin Pavlov. He recalled that on that day he had been invited to a birthday party at a dacha outside Moscow. He was already on his way in his official limousine when he received a call from Kryukov on a secure government line, asking him to change his plans and attend a discussion that would take 1 hour, no more of his time. He arrived at the ABC safe house and stayed there for the rest of the evening. Later Pavlov confided to his deputy Shcherbakov that he was appalled by what Kryukov told him. The KGB chief informed him that Democrats had plans to topple the government and only emergency rule could stop them. It is quite implausible that Pavlov had not already been informed of the conspiracy. Why did the shrewd prime minister choose to believe in the improbable charade that Kryukov concocted? Most likely, it was because of the lack of another credible reason to introduce emergency rule at the time, when everything was quiet and people were on their summer vacations. Pavlov wanted to abort the Union Treaty, because he believed it would destroy the central government's ability to control and manage the Soviet economic and financial system. In his memoirs, however, he argued that the emergency committee was not planning to remove Gorbachev by force. The main reason for it was Soviet bankruptcy. The Western world would have declared a real blockade on the Soviet Union, he reasoned. The forceful removal of President Gorbachev at the time would have meant complete international isolation. Everybody understood that very well. These conflicting beliefs would determine Pavlov's strange behavior 2 days later. 72. The plotters discussed how to make their actions appear constitutional. They assumed that Anatoly Lukyanov, the Speaker of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, would join them and convene the Congress of People's Deputies, which would elect a new president of the Soviet Union in place of Gorbachev. Lukyanov was the most likely candidate for this position. At the time of the meeting, he was on vacation at the resort of Valdai, 400 kilometers away from Moscow. Yazov proposed sending a military helicopter to bring Lukyanov to Moscow from the resort and convince him to cooperate. No one, however, knew exactly how Lukyanov would react. This politician was wily and close to the Gorbachevs. 73. It was Kryukov who proposed sending a delegation to Foros, to speak with Gorbachev. To what purpose? Boldin summed it up in his recollections: to make Gorbachev approve emergency rule or isolate him. 74. The KGB chief knew that Baklanov, Pavlov, and Yazov were not ready to act against the Soviet leader. A trip to Crimea had to give the whole enterprise a semblance of legitimacy, a hope that Gorbachev would give in to peer pressure. After a long discussion, the plotters decided that Kryukov and Yazov would stay in Moscow for preparations, while Baklanov, Boldin, and Chinin, accompanied by General Verenikov, would go to meet Gorbachev. Everyone knew that it would be a nasty surprise. Looking at Boldin, Marshal Yazov quipped, "Et-tu, brute." At 13:02 on August 18 the military Tu-154 aircraft took off from Moscow, carrying the group to Crimea. General Varenikov gave orders to the pilots. The aircraft was his command center. After meeting Gorbachev, Varenikov planned to fly to Kiev to ensure that Ukraine would stay under control. 75. On the plane ride to Crimea, Shinin showed Varenikov a document he was carrying for Gorbachev's signature. The Soviet president was to temporarily transfer his powers to Vice President Yanayev for reasons of illness. Another man on the plane was KGB General Yuri Plekhanov, the man in charge of the 9th Directorate that ensured the security of the political leadership. When the aircraft approached Crimea, Plekhanov called the KGB officers in charge of government communications at the presidential villa. He ordered that at 4:30 p.m. all means of communications at Gorbachev's disposal be disconnected. The plane with the plotters landed at Belbek Airport and, after a brief lunch, a motorcade with armed KGB officers drove at top speed to Foros. The plan was to arrive at Zarya at exactly April 30, 76. Inside the villa, Gorbachev was at work, revising the speech he had prepared for the treaty's signing ceremony. He ordered his staff to get him and Raisa ready for a flight to Moscow next morning. Then he called Shuk Nazarov, who, like Cherniev, was staying at a resort nearby. "Are you ready to fly with me to Moscow? We will come back in 2-3 days, and there will be more time to swim." Shuk Nazarov confirmed that he was ready to go and asked after Gorbachev's health. The president had suffered an attack of lumbago 3 days earlier during a mountain stroll with Raisa. "It is all right," Gorbachev responded. "I am back in shape." Gorbachev hung up the phone. A few minutes later, the head of his personal security service, Major General Vladimir Medvedev, came to see him. Medvedev looked confused. The KGB guards on the perimeter had just let a group of visitors into the villa without Gorbachev's authorization. 77. Gorbachev's first reaction was to call Kryukov, but the secure phone line was dead. In the KGB communications center at Mukalatka, 18 kilometers from the villa, the resident officers cut off all 8 cables of communications running to Gorbachev's dacha. The 5 phones on Gorbachev's desk had all gone dead, from his local landline telephone to the red satellite phone used to reach the Ministry of Defense. The most powerful man in the country, the commander-in-chief of Soviet armed forces in control of the nuclear button, had been made incommunicado by order of Kryukov. Gorbachev rushed to his wife and found her alone, reading newspapers. "Something bad, perhaps terrible, has happened," Gorbachev said. "They demand a meeting with me. All the telephones are disconnected. Do you understand? This is isolation. It means conspiracy. Arrest." Gorbachev led the shocked Raisa to a bedroom. Perhaps he thought it was the best place for a confidential talk, secure from eavesdropping. He said, "I will not agree to any schemes or bargains. No threats or blackmail will work." He fell silent, and then added, "But it may cost us all dearly, the entire family." Raisa responded, "It is your decision to take. I will stand by you whatever happens." 78. When Gorbachev came to see the group, he asked, "Whom do you represent? On whose behalf are you speaking?" From their confused replies, the Soviet leader quickly realized that the conspirators were not planning to get rid of him. On the contrary, they needed him to cancel the Union Treaty and convene the Supreme Soviet, in a word, to avoid the impression of starting a coup. Gorbachev later claimed that his position was crystal clear, outright rejection of any emergency rule. His mistake, however, was to speak to the delegation for too long, almost 1 hour of back-and-forth discussions. Later, he explained that he wanted to force his subordinates into submission to make them back down, as I did many times before. His ability to hypnotize them with words, however, did not work this time, but it left room for conspiracy theories that would haunt Gorbachev for many years to come. In the end, the Soviet leader refused to sign anything. Varenikov expressed everyone's feelings, "Then it's time for you to resign." In Boldin's recollection, Gorbachev replied with a crude Russian profanity. At the end, however, he saw the group off with the words, "Damn you, go ahead." This phrase could be interpreted in any number of ways. After the plotters had left, Gorbachev felt relieved, the worst had not happened. Reza and the rest of his family were still safe. Chernihiv, who met Gorbachev an hour after this meeting, found him smiling. 79. The plotters left Gorbachev without any lines of communication. On Kryukov's orders, the 500 KGB officers and Marines protecting the presidential dacha complex ensured that the president would stay under de facto house arrest during the coup. Only 5 KGB officers from Gorbachev's personal security detail disobeyed these instructions and pledged to defend the president and his family to the end. Their decision would not in fact have mattered had the plotters really decided to get rid of Gorbachev. In the villa at the time and therefore unable to leave were Gorbachev's aide and speechwriter Anatoly Chernihiv, the stenographer Olga Lanina, maids, cooks, gardeners, swimming pool staff, chauffeurs, and even KGB couriers who happened to be inside Zarya at the moment the place was shut down. With time, the significance of what had happened began to dawn on Gorbachev. In conversation with Reza, Chernihiv, and others, he called the initiators of the coup suicidal and murderous. The country is in a grave position, he reasoned. The world would turn away from the USSR, there would be an economic and political blockade, and there would be a tragic outcome to everything that perestroika had achieved. 80 The Gorbachev family gathered around a portable Sony transistor radio that they had brought with them to Crimea. In the Soviet Union, however, everything was calm. The country still did not know what had happened. 81. The Gorbachev's long-awaited vacation had been rudely interrupted. And something much more important snapped on that day. It was the end of Gorbachev as a political magician who could walk the tightrope, balancing in the middle without falling off. He did not know it, but it was also the end of all his global agreements with the Americans and his fantasy of a great and democratic European home. Boldin, Baklanov, Shinin, Varenikov, and Plekhanov returned to Belbek airport in a somber mood. Varenikov boarded a military plane for Kiev. The rest of the group flew back to Moscow in Gorbachev's presidential Il-62. They also took with them 2 KGB officers in charge of the nuclear briefcase. From this moment on, for the next 3 days, command and control of Soviet strategic nuclear forces would be in the hands of Kryukov and Yazov. Plekhanov called the KGB chief from the plane to report, Gorbachev would not support emergency rule. 82 The conspirators were in a quandary, how to demonstrate the legitimacy of the new regime in the absence of the president. The only remaining option was to declare Gorbachev sick. In his absence, the vice president of the USSR became a provisional constitutional leader of the country. The new ruler of the Soviet Union, Gennady Yanayev, learned about his role at the last moment. While the delegation was in Crimea, Kryukov began to search for Gorbachev's replacement. He finally tracked down Yanayev at a friend's dacha near Moscow. They were partying with lots of alcohol. 83. On the evening of August 18, the plotters met for a final planning session in Pavlov's office in the Kremlin. Kryukov gathered under one roof all the main figures of the Soviet leadership, including Lukyanov, who was brought by a military helicopter from his Valdai resort. When Lukyanov learned about the plot, the man whom the party elite had recently applauded as a resolute leader suddenly transformed into an indecisive, pedantic lawyer. Lukyanov rejected on constitutional grounds the offer to become an acting president and removed his name from documents produced by the emergency committee. Another half-hearted participant was Gennady Yanayev. He was clearly taken by surprise and not at all ready to become temporary leader of the Soviet Union, replacing Gorbachev. 84. The last addition to the meeting, Soviet Foreign Minister Besesmertnik, arrived at the Kremlin shortly before midnight. Kryukov had summoned him from a resort in Belorussia, and the diplomat did not even have time to change into a formal suit. Kryukov wanted him to be added to the emergency committee, apparently to reassure the West that the junta would observe the international commitments made by Gorbachev. Besesmertnik was appalled. He argued that it would be easier for him to talk to his Western counterparts if he were not formally implicated. He took out a blue pen and deleted his name from the committee's list. 85. The return of the delegation from Crimea that evening had sealed the psychological trap for the reluctant and surprised participants. Boldin told them, "You should not think that you can get away scot-free. Gorbachev knows all your names. The bridges are burned. We are now in the same boat." Kryukov then said softly to Yanayev, "Don't you see? If we do not save the harvest, famine will occur, in a few months people will go out into the streets, and civil war will start." Yanayev finally crumbled under pressure and agreed to become acting leader for no more than 2 weeks. The shared assumption was that during this time the Supreme Soviet and the Congress of People's Deputies would elect a new leader. Yanayev, and then other officials, signed 2 documents, the Declaration of the Soviet Leadership and an appeal to the Soviet people. Lukyanov went to his office and quickly penned another declaration which argued that the Union Treaty betrayed the spirit of the national referendum in March, undermined the USSR's shared economic space, shattered its banking system, and failed to establish property rights that would allow the Union to function as a federal state. The conspirators decided that state radio and television would broadcast all 3 texts at 6 a.m. the next morning. 86. It was decided that every region and major city of the Russian Federation would be ruled by local emergency committees, consisting of the heads of the Soviet authorities and municipal administration, and the commander of the military district. Some party officials, among them Shinin and the head of the Moscow party organization, Yuri Prokofiev, supported the plot enthusiastically, and began to use the party communication lines to dispatch secret instructions to their colleagues in the Republican, regional, and district organizations. The plotters wanted to make use of the party infrastructure, yet they decided that Shinin's name should not appear on the committee's list. The CPSU had at the time the black mark of a reactionary force, Baklanov recalled. The emergency committee had to symbolize the birth of something new. 87. Finally, Yanayev signed the appeal to heads of states and governments of the world, as well as the UN Secretary-General, Javier Pérez de Cuellar. Yanayev also signed the prepared letters to Bush, Mitterrand, Kohl, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, John Major, and other Western leaders. The appeal and the letters explained that the economic crisis, a situation of uncontrollability with too many centers of power, and the threat of the country's disintegration, necessitated a state of emergency in some areas of the USSR for a period of 6 months. This did not constitute an abandonment of Gorbachev's policies, the texts continued. The reforms shall be continued. Yanayev pledged allegiance to democracy and glasnost, civil rights and freedoms. He assured the leaders that all treaties and agreements with the West would remain in force, and he vowed to govern constitutionally, within the framework of existing laws. The letters assured Western leaders that Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev is in complete safety, and nothing is threatening him. Besismertnik sent the letters through diplomatic channels to the heads of Western governments. 88. The organizational meeting of the Emergency Committee broke up at 2:30 a.m. on August 19. Some members went home and succumbed to various illnesses. Boldin was already suffering from high blood pressure, he went to a hospital. Pavlov was another casualty. He tried to control his emotions and stress with a disastrous mixture of sedatives and alcohol. At daybreak, his bodyguard summoned medical help, as Pavlov was incapable of functioning. Of the remaining members, Yazov proved to be the most decisive. He convened his subordinates at the Defense Ministry, informed them about Gorbachev's sickness, and ordered them to bring the armed forces to a heightened level of combat readiness. Other measures included the safeguarding of strategic rocket bases and storage facilities for nuclear and conventional munitions. The army, Yazov said, was to coordinate its actions with all healthy forces, including Republican and local authorities, the party, the KGB, and all other public and political structures that support the constitution. The language in which Yazov couched his orders to his military subordinates was remarkably vague, as if the very existence of the country were not at stake. He did not stipulate what to do in case of conflicts with civilians. Yazov merely mentioned that he did not want any blood to be spilled. 89. The most far-reaching of Yazov's orders was the one to move troops into Moscow. Several airborne regiments were placed in strategic areas across the capital. The 2nd Taman Motorized Rifle Division and the 4th Kantemirov Tank Division received orders to move into the city. In total, the military force that entered the Soviet capital amounted to 350 tanks, 140 BMPs, and 150 APCs. Orders to the troops also cautioned against possible death and mutilation of personnel, a double warning that the troops could be attacked, but also that they should refrain from the use of lethal force as much as possible. The commander of the Soviet Air Force, Yevgeny Shaposhnikov, later recalled that Yazov instructed his subordinates to do everything to avoid excesses, especially bloodshed. It is not even clear whether the troops received live ammunition. 90. What mattered more was the massive display of military force. For the first time in their lives, Muscovites witnessed lines of tanks in the city as a means of intimidation. This was bound to produce a shock. Chapter 11. Junta. C'est pour un crime, c'est une faute. Antoine Boulet de la Merde, 1809. People can forgive authorities everything except weakness. D. Fokoganov to Boris Yeltsin, December 1941. Shock and fear. On Saturday, August 17, 1991, the Soviet Minister of Culture, Nikolai Gubenko, celebrated his birthday at his dacha in Nikolino Poly near Moscow. Members of the Soviet government and artistic elite mingled and gossiped at the party. The Soviet ambassador to Italy, Anatoly Adamyshin, who was an old friend of Gubenko, attended. The prevalent mood was conservative. Nobody believed that the Union Treaty would help to solve the Soviet crisis. Deputy Prime Minister Vladimir Shcherbakov bemoaned that Gorbachev had no resolve for the unpopular but necessary economic measures. He could not explain what should be done, but was confident that in a time of economic crisis, people would sooner or later turn to the Kremlin for help. Yet nobody expected that anything drastic would happen. Valery Boldin, Gorbachev's chief of staff, called Gubenko from the Kremlin to wish him a happy birthday. Gubenko also expected Prime Minister Valentin Pavlov to come. He never showed up. The guests drank a lot of alcohol, many stayed at Gubenko's dacha overnight, and the party continued through the next day. Many guests returned to Moscow only on Sunday evening. 2. On Monday, Adamyshin awoke to one of the greatest surprises of his life. On television, a female presenter was solemnly announcing that Gorbachev was sick and unable to act in his capacity as president. Vice President Gennady Yanayev had taken over the levers of power. A state committee for the emergency situation had been formed to govern the country for 6 months. Outside, Adamyshin saw columns of tanks moving through the streets, crushing asphalt under their tracks. His first thought was, whatever happens, this is the end of the Union Treaty. He did not regret this outcome. At the same time, the diplomat doubted that those in charge of emergency rule would be able to stay in power. Adamyshin wrote in his diary that it would be hard to tame the rebellious republics and control the vast country through brute force. And what about the economy? How to get people to work? 3. It was a brutal morning for the leaders and activists of democratic Russia. Yelena Bonner, the widow of Andrei Sakharov, usually never watched Soviet television. This time, however, her daughter told her to turn it on. Bonner's first reaction was shock and fear. The long-anticipated dictatorship was coming, the forces of reaction had finally struck back. She had a flashback to 1941 and the German attack on the Soviet Union, when she had volunteered as a young nurse. Stalin had said then on the radio, "Our cause is just. The enemy will be crushed. The victory will be ours." When American journalists began to call her, this was what Bonner said to them. Then she paused, "What am I saying?" Still, there was no time for reflection. This was a war of extermination to the end. 4. Shevardnadze, who woke up on Monday in his apartment in Moscow, said to his aides, "This is fascism." He called Alexander Yakovlev and was relieved to find he was at home and had not been arrested. Then he called Yeltsin. The Russian leader was also at liberty and picked up the phone. Shevardnadze was convinced, however, that arrests would come very soon. He invited Western journalists to a press conference. The only way to survive, he thought, was to turn to Western public opinion for political and moral support. We must speak about human rights. When his colleagues from the democratic movement learned about this idea, some of them got scared. Any appeal to the West would be considered a state crime. None of us would survive until Tuesday, one of them suggested. 5. Many people in the Soviet Union, the children and grandchildren of Stalin's victims, thought of the mass killings of Stalin's time, the KGB's mental asylums, and the persecution of dissidents. All of a sudden, the few years of Gorbachev's liberalization and new freedoms appeared to have been just a dream. Would they now be doomed to life under the tyranny of lies, hypocrisy, and oppression? 6. The majority heeded their instincts and decided to hunker down. Some of Shevardnadze's associates from the movement for democratic reform stopped responding to phone calls. The fear was contagious, it gripped foreigners in Moscow as well. The American scholar Victoria Bonnell, who was on a research trip to Moscow, recalled, "Our emotions a mixture of caution and daring, hope and despair, exhilaration at being there and fear for our personal safety and that of our family were too contradictory to guide us to a decisive action." 7. A small number of people began to channel their fear into action. Yelena Bonner's daughter Tatiana and her friends had grown up as the sons and daughters of heroic dissidents under Brezhnev's rule. She rushed to the Russian parliament, to join her young friends. In their eyes, this institution was the only seat of opposition to the junta. 8. Some people from Yeltsin's entourage went there as well. Vladimir Lukin was a child of the Great Terror. Both his parents, who were party members, had been arrested soon after his birth. He was not afraid, because he knew Yanayev and the other leaders of the emergency committee personally. He did not believe them to be capable of ruthless actions. In the still empty building of the Russian parliament, Lukin gathered together those parliamentary members he had managed to reach by phone. His plan of action was to convene the Russian Congress to delegitimize the coup. 9. Yeltsin returned to Moscow very late on Sunday, August 18, after his meeting with the Kazakh leader Nursultan Nazarbayev in Alma-Ata. His ghost-written memoirs said little about their meeting. Other sources report that Nazarbayev feted his Russian guest non-stop, with vodka galore, and at some point Yeltsin decided to take a dip in an icy rapid river that flowed down from the mountains. In the end, Yeltsin had to take a nap and his plane back to Moscow was delayed by 5 hours and landed at night. For reasons that are unclear, it was rerouted to a reserve military airport. Yeltsin slept through the entire flight, and then his bodyguards delivered him by car to his house in Arkhangelskoye 2, a gated community for state officials in a northwestern suburb of Moscow. He immediately went to bed. 10 Next morning, his daughter Tatiana woke him up at 6 a.m. to announce the bad news. For the next 30 minutes Yeltsin sat in front of the television in his underwear, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile his wife Nana and Tatiana tested the landline phone. Improbably it worked. They began to call other members of the Russian leadership who lived in the same gated community. Soon Yeltsin was joined by Kosbolatov, Verbulis, Silayev, and Yuri Luzhkov, the deputy mayor of Moscow. The mayor of Leningrad, Anatoly Sobchak, also happened to be at the gathering. Everyone was shell-shocked and expected KGB commandos to arrive any minute. 11. Yeltsin called General Pavel Grachev, commander of the Soviet airborne troops, whom he knew personally, and asked for protection. He did not know that Marshal Yazov had put the general in charge of logistics of the military emergency. After a moment's silence, Grachev promised to send a platoon to Yeltsin's dacha. He never did. Sobchak left in haste to take a flight to Leningrad. Somebody suggested that Yeltsin should call Yanayev, but the Russian leader was having his Churchillian moment, no talks with the enemy. Yeltsin and his aides decided to issue an appeal to the citizens of Russia. They would denounce what had happened as an anti-constitutional coup. There was a brief discussion about Gorbachev. Berbouli suggested that Gorbachev was letting his subordinates do the dirty work, in order to return later and take the reins of power back from the plotters. Kosbolatov disagreed. It would be wrong to associate Gorbachev with the conspiracy. They should demand Gorbachev's return to Moscow as the only legitimate leader. Berboulis admitted later that this was the best tactic. The Russian people no longer cared for Gorbachev, but Yeltsin would fulfill his pledge to President Bush to support the Soviet leader against reactionaries. The text of the appeal was drafted to demand Gorbachev's return. It stated that the coup discredits the USSR before the entire world, undermines our prestige in the world community, returns us to the era of the Cold War and isolation. Yeltsin's daughter Tatiana typed the appeal up with one finger on an old typewriter. Then she sent the text from the home fax machine to Western journalists, embassies, and international organizations. All the messages reached their destination without a hitch. 12. The next step was to try to get to the Russian parliament. Around 9:30 a.m. a car carrying Yeltsin left Arkhangelskoye and headed for Moscow. The Russian leader, protected only by his bulletproof vest, Korsakov, and a few bodyguards, expected an ambush. His wife and daughter, who stayed behind, were in danger of becoming hostages of the KGB. Yet nothing happened. Yeltsin reached the Russian parliament without any obstruction. Bizarrely, there were still no police or troops around the parliament building. Only a few of Yeltsin's supporters were milling about in front of it. A handful of the parliamentarians gathered in the building. Foreign diplomats and journalists also arrived, eager for the news. 15 minutes later, Kosbolatov opened an extraordinary meeting of the Rump Supreme Soviet of the Russian Federation. 13 Meanwhile, a few tanks from the 2nd Taman Division arrived outside the building. From his office on the 6th floor of the parliament building, the Russian leader could see that the tank drivers had opened their hatches. Some civilians had also begun talking with them. Then Yeltsin had his second great moment. Overruling the warnings of Berboulis and others to stay in safety, he got out of his car onto the square in front of the parliament building, flanked only by Korsakov and other bodyguards. He spoke with the commander of the unit and then climbed onto one of the tanks. From this pedestal, the Russian president read out his appeal to the people of Russia. He also called for a general strike against a right-wing, reactionary, anti-constitutional coup d'état. Someone in the crowd asked him if there would be a civil war. Yeltsin replied, "The army will not go against the people." 14. It was an extraordinary act of posturing. Yeltsin's call for a general strike did not work. His claim about the army was mere bluster as well. The crews of the motorized divisions in Moscow included officers who had voted for Yeltsin and sympathized with him. Many of them welcomed Gorbachev's removal from the political scene. Yet the elite troops, especially the KGB's Alpha Commandos and the airborne regiments, were following orders from Kryukov and Yazov. Even worse, the Republican leaders and parliaments failed to join Yeltsin in taking a stand against the emergency committee. The Russian president called Kravchuk and Nazarbayev and was shocked by their restraint. In Georgia, the nationalist leader Zviad Gamsakhurdia immediately complied with the demands of the junta and disbanded the Georgian Republican militia. In the Baltic republics, Vytautas Landsbergis was the only one calling for a campaign of disobedience in support of Yeltsin. Some Republican elites and the leaders of the RSFSR ethnic autonomous regions were prepared to reach a bargain with the junta. The only real hotbed of unrest was in Moldova. 15. In Moscow, the odds also seemed stacked against Yeltsin. Few were excited about the prospect of a struggle to return Gorbachev to power. Polls gave the Soviet leader a 17% approval rating, 45% of people mistrusted him. Patriarch Alexei I did not respond to Yeltsin's appeal for support and was taken sick. 16 Later that day, Andrei Kozyrev confided to the American charge d'affaires Jim Collins that Yeltsin's strategy of resistance did not count on mass popular support. On the contrary, the idea was to urge Russian citizens to stay in their homes to avoid any confrontation with the security forces that could lead to bloodshed. 17 The American embassy summed up the situation: the vast body of the population went about its business more or less as usual, ready to acquiesce with whatever the power struggle would have yielded. 18. Nobody seemed to notice that Yeltsin had flip-flopped. From being a major destroyer of the Soviet constitutional order, he had transformed into its main defender. Radio Liberty placed a correspondent inside the Russian parliament and broadcast Yeltsin's words across the Soviet Union. A CNN cameraman captured him standing on the tank for the whole world to see. This coverage had immense significance in the unfolding events, placing Yeltsin at the center of the struggle for democracy in Russia. Because of the 8-hour time difference, George Bush was in bed at his family estate of Kennebunkport, Maine, oblivious to the events in Moscow. It was almost midnight on Sunday when CNN began to report on Gorbachev's illness and the emergency rule in Moscow. Brent Scowcroft watched the news on television in his hotel, not far from the Bush family estate. He called Robert Gates, who was in charge of the Situation Room in the White House, and inquired about a coup in Moscow. Gates asked, "What are you talking about?" Scowcroft woke up Bush and James Baker, who was vacationing at his ranch in Wyoming. Bush went back to sleep, as he would need all his energy next morning. Baker spent a sleepless night wondering about the fate of his friend Shevardnadze. Scowcroft continued to monitor the situation, liaising with Gates and CIA officials. They did not learn much. 19. When Bush woke up at 5:30 a.m. on the Monday, he decided to dictate his thoughts to his tape recorder for posterity. His first thoughts were about Yanayev. He was the guy that congratulated me after our speech in Ukraine about the respect for the Union and the people choosing. I liked the guy. I sent him fishing lures. And, he was rather pleasant. Now it appears from these early reports that he's but a figurehead, which we knew all along. There's little we can do, in fact, nothing. I'd say then Bush's thoughts focused on Gorbachev. He never suspected his friend Mikhail might have been involved in the conspiracy. I think of his sense of humor, his courage. I'm proud we have supported you, and there will be a lot of talking heads on television telling us what's been wrong, but you have done what's right and strong and good for your country. This sounded like a goodbye. 20. Scowcroft came to Kennebunkport and urged the president to focus on America's strategic interests. The administration's paramount goals were to ensure that Soviet troops completed their withdrawal from Central Eastern Europe, and that the Kremlin should honor its commitments to reduce Soviet nuclear and conventional forces. At a press conference held at Kennebunkport, Bush decided to avoid any gestures that might provoke Soviet hardliners into further recklessness, for instance in East Germany or the Baltics. On the phone from Bonn, Chancellor Kohl had told Bush earlier that he did not want to provoke the Soviet military, still stationed on his country's territory. The main issue was that the junta should observe all international treaties and obligations. Meanwhile, President Mitterrand had told Bush, "Let's not create a perception that all is lost. The coup could fail in a few days or months. It's hard to impose by force a regime on a changing nation. It won't work. Soviet republics now have elected officials." 21. Bush took Mitterrand's advice at the press conference. "Coups do fail," he said, "and people in Russia already tasted freedom." He called the emergency rule extra-constitutional. Still, he did not mention any sanctions and did not burn any bridges with the leaders in Moscow. Privately, he hoped Yanayev would honor the existing treaties. 22. Bush also called the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Ruud Lubbers, and asked him to help block possible calls for an emergency session of NATO in Brussels. "I am very concerned that inadvertently our position in NATO would look like commitments that would be a repeat of Hungary in 1956 or, on the other hand, send a signal of total impotence." Lubbers agreed with the president. 23. Brian Mulroney, on the phone from Ottawa, had reminded Bush of the G7 meeting, Some may say if you people had been more generous in London, maybe this wouldn't have happened. The Canadian Prime Minister asked Bush, any doubt in your mind that he was overthrown because he was too close to us? Bush replied, I don't think there is any doubt. He decided after the press conference to interrupt his vacation at Kennebunkport to fly back to Washington, so as to demonstrate he was in command of the situation. 24. Kryukov's blunder. The Emergency Committee, or GKCHP, could have gained popular legitimacy if only it had showed overwhelming power. This was a clear lesson to be learned from many coups around the world and a lesson from Russian history. Vladimir Kryukov, head of the KGB, was no stranger to violence. In Budapest in 1956, he had watched Soviet tanks crush the anti-communist revolution. In 1979, KGB commandos had assassinated the leader of Afghanistan in a prelude to the Soviet occupation. In 1981, Kryukov had advised General Jaruzelski on his introduction of martial law in Poland. The entire opposition leadership and thousands of activists were then arrested overnight. This experience, however, had made Kryukov aware of the high political and economic costs associated with brute force. The Soviet intervention in Afghanistan and the crackdown in Poland had triggered Western sanctions. 25. Kryukov considered his current dilemma. Arresting Yeltsin and other elected Russian officials could lead to a storm of indignation in the West, even a return to the Cold War. The Soviet economy and budget could not afford to endure Western sanctions. Kryukov also knew that Yazov, Yanayev, and Lukyanov were not ready for violence. They could only be convinced of the need for emergency rule by gradual step-by-step tactics, capitalizing on their common responsibility. When Defense Minister Yazov decided to send hundreds of tanks into Moscow's streets as a show of force, Kryukov did not object. He faked an intelligence report claiming that an armed opposition allegedly wanted to seize control of Moscow. The KGB leader counted on the instincts of Soviet citizens to welcome a strong hand at a time of rising disorder and economic crisis. 2 years later, Yeltsin would say, the cunning apparatchik from the intelligence services reasoned with good sense. 26. In the small hours of Monday, August 19, Kryukov convened the KGB Collegium. General Shabarshin jotted down instructions. The task is to preserve an integrated financial and currency system. We will move to the market, but not a wild market. Foreign interference must not be allowed. There will be no signing of the Union Treaty. We cannot leap from one state to another immediately. Kryukov telephoned the leaders of Soviet republics and some autonomous regions, telling them to abort their trips to Moscow, since the treaty ceremony had been cancelled. 27. He also called Kravchuk. Ukraine was the key republic to keep under Soviet control. The Ukrainian leader received the call in his office, where he was sitting with Stanislav Yurenko, the first secretary of the Ukrainian Communist Party, and General Verenikov. The general had just told the Ukrainian officials that power at last is in the hands of resolute and brave people. He demanded that the Ukrainian parliament introduce martial law in Kiev, Lvov, Odessa, and in western regions of Ukraine where the Soviet power has collapsed. Kravchuk felt shocked and defenseless, but he objected to martial law as needlessly provocative. When Kryukov called, Kravchuk timidly asked if the state of emergency was constitutional. 1 hour later, Verenikov informed Kryukov. Kravchuk and other comrades agreed with the proposals. Later in the evening, Kravchuk appeared on the Vremya news program broadcast across the USSR. His well-crafted remarks cut both ways. He expressed his concern for democracy and the constitution without saying exactly who was threatening them. He also called on Ukrainians to work and stay calm, just as the junta in Moscow demanded. Kravchuk said nothing about the state of Gorbachev's health, although he had dined with him a few days earlier. 28. The emergency committee squabbled about what to do with Yeltsin. Baklanov recalled that a day earlier, on August 18, Kryukov, Pavlov, Yazov, and himself planned to meet with Yeltsin at the airport, upon his return from Kazakhstan. The meeting did not take place, because it was not logistically arranged by those who were told to do it. Nazarbayev's hospitality and Yeltsin's bout of drinking, which delayed the latter's return to Moscow, and to another airport, might have disrupted the plotters' plans. 29 Kryukov's calculations, however, were also significant. He wanted to avoid Yeltsin's arrest. Instead, he expected to browbeat him with an impressive demonstration of force, and perhaps even cut a deal with the Russian separatist at Gorbachev's expense. The KGB chief believed that the Russian Federation and the Soviet Union could not exist one without the other. Shabarshin recalled his phrase, "Russia is the bulwark of the USSR. The USSR is the bulwark of Russia." Kryukov knew that Yeltsin was an enemy of the Union, yet he somehow believed it would be possible to strike a deal with Yeltsin on the basis of his fundamental antipathy to Gorbachev. In the end, Kryukov ordered that Yeltsin's dacha be kept under close observation, with the aim of securing him for negotiations with the Soviet leadership. This absurd formula camouflaged the absence of a clear answer to the political problem at hand. 30. Yeltsin's resolve, and his declaration on top of the tank, created a new political situation. Kryukov continued to believe, however, that his gradualist scenario would work. With the support of Lukyanov and the Supreme Soviet, the emergency committee would soon be legitimate, and Yeltsin would be isolated as a troublemaker. 31 In Crimea, Gorbachev had a better instinct. He said to Cherniev, "You know, in this situation I count on Yeltsin. He will not give up, and he will not yield to them. This means there will be bloodshed." 32. Leaving Yeltsin at large proved to be Kryukov's great blunder. Other errors compounded this one. The plotters did not know how best to deploy television, the most formidable weapon they possessed. Instead of using TV to spread massive and aggressive propaganda about the emergency rule, the junta aired only pre-recorded censored news, beginning with clips from the Swan Lake Ballet. This epitomized the political and ideological impotence of the emergency committee. The KGB did not deploy its vast arsenal of psychological warfare, accumulated during decades of the Cold War. There were Russian nationalists with a big following, who supported emergency rule, such as the television journalist Alexander Nevzorov, journalist Alexander Prokhanov, and politician Vladimir Zhirinovsky. However, they were not even invited to the TV studios and stayed on the sidelines of the unfolding drama. 33. In the early afternoon, members of the emergency committee gathered again in the Kremlin. Frayed nerves and a lack of sleep made some of the plotters feel almost euphoric. Initial reports contributed to a feeling of success. The military and KGB findings indicated compliance with the new rule. Reactions from Western leaders were also reassuring. While Bush still slept in Washington, Helmut Kohl met with the Soviet ambassador and listed 5 conditions that the committee would need to meet for Germany to continue its economic assistance. The Chancellor also asked for a guarantee as to the personal safety of Mikhail Gorbachev. Mitterrand talked to journalists about Yanayev's amazing letter and also asked the new leadership in Moscow to provide guarantees for the life of Mikhail Gorbachev and Boris Yeltsin. 34 Those were signs that Western leaders would recognize the junta, in the absence of any major violence. Kryukov felt justified. In order to emphasize business as usual, the committee decided to hold a press conference and invite foreign journalists. This event began at 5 p.m. on August 19 at APN, Agency for Press News, and turned into a public relations disaster for the junta. Yanayev could not calm his nerves and was an awful performer. The Prime Minister, Pavlov, was unavailable. Kryukov and Yazov decided not to show up. The bland Boris Pujo was the only individual representing the security agencies at the press conference. The audience, instead of exhibiting signs of fear, was contemptuous and defiant. When Western journalists asked Yanayev about Gorbachev's health, he responded, "Gorbachev is entirely safe. I hope that my friend, the president, will be back in shape soon, and we will work together." An Italian journalist asked Yanayev amid smirks and laughter whether the interim president had consulted the Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet. The 24-year-old journalist Tatiana Makina from the Independent Gazette asked, "Do you realize that last night you instigated a coup d'état?" Yanayev's reply was deadpan, "We are reliant upon constitutional norms." Instead of using television to suit their purposes, the conspirators unwittingly turned its power against themselves. The TV cameras zeroed in on Yanayev's trembling hands. This, recalled Yegor Gaidar a few days later, did more to doom the plot than all the tanks around Moscow. Instead of a ruthless junta, the Soviet people were witnessing a line of colorless bureaucrats who lacked the will to hold onto power. 35. Many Soviet citizens, in the absence of reliable news on television and radio, turned to their shortwave radios to catch Western radio broadcasts. The KGB's General Shabarshin, who had personally witnessed the Iranian Revolution, watched CNN. "The situation was unbelievable," he recalled later. "The KGB analysts were learning about the situation in the capital of our motherland from American sources. Western media outlets owed much of their excellent coverage to many Russian collaborators and friends, above all in Moscow and Leningrad. The independent Russian news agency Interfax continued to channel raw news straight to CNN and other Western media. Those Moscow journalists who worked for state-run newspapers and magazines that had been shut down organized common newspaper and pooled information to share with Western colleagues by phone and fax. Most importantly, at the Ostankino Television Center, pro-Yeltsin news editors managed to cheat the censors and aired a few seconds from CNN's footage of Yeltsin's speech during primetime news on the first channel of Soviet television. 36. General Varenikov, who watched the news from Kiev, was very angry. It was a sordid scene. Creatures alien to Soviet society mounted the tank. He cabled to his comrades in arms in Moscow, "The lack of action with regard to the destructive forces is inexplicable, since we had agreed on everything in advance." Varenikov urged the committee to take immediate measures to liquidate the group of the adventurous Yeltsin, cordon off the seat of the Russian government, and cut off the water, electricity, telephones, and other communication lines to the Russian parliament. If members of the emergency committee continued to abide by democracy and legality in their actions, Varenikov wrote, they would doom themselves and Soviet statehood. Varenikov had pointed his finger at the plot's cardinal paradox. Yeltsin later noted, the plotters were afraid of violating the Constitution. 37. Yeltsin called Kryukov on a secure government line to warn him that people might try to block the tanks and there could then be innumerable casualties. Kryukov responded calmly, "No, there will be no victims. First, this is an entirely peaceful operation, and the tanks have no live ammunition. All the trouble comes from you, the Russian leadership. Our information shows that the people are quiet and life is going on normally." The KGB chief conducted a personal reconnaissance tour of Moscow by car. Muscovites were getting on with their normal lives, the weather turned bleak and it began to drizzle, tanks and trolley buses stood next to each other in the street traffic, there was a huge line in front of the first and only McDonald's on Gorky Street. Kryukov returned to KGB headquarters reassured, there was no need to react to Varenikov's alarmist cable from Kiev. 38. It was exactly at this moment when events in Moscow began to develop in a way that no one envisaged. The awareness that Yeltsin was alive, free, and defiant mobilized tens of thousands of people in Moscow and elsewhere to resist emergency rule. The spell of fear was broken. That night they began to gather spontaneously, of their own free will, outside the Russian parliament, now popularly called the White House because of its color. The crowd grew from several hundred to several thousand. People chanted slogans in support of Yeltsin and called on the military to leave the city. They began to build the first barricades. Yelena Bonner's daughter Tatiana came home and asked her mother for the keys to her car. "Do you want to use my car for a barricade?" Bonner asked anxiously. "No," Tatiana answered, "we need it to bring gas masks." Her friends feared that the military could use tear gas to break into the building. 39. The British ambassador, Roderick Braithwaite, was on holiday in the Russian provincial town of Vologda. When he learned what happened, he boarded the first plane back to Moscow. In his first cable to the Foreign and Commonwealth Office he wrote that the coup had an oddly tentative, even gentlemanly air. The barons who seized power, he said, certainly did not want to restore communism as the Western press and Russian Democrats claimed. Instead of arresting Yeltsin, the coup leaders talked about him like a parent trying to chide a wayward child. 40 The American charged d'affaires Jim Collins and the entire U.S. Embassy were caught by complete surprise. The diplomats had been hearing rumors of a coup for so long that they became a crying wolf story. Collins summed up the observations of his staff, who canvassed many contacts and common Muscovites. The coup, Collins wrote, was strange. The hardliners had permitted Yeltsin to act as a focus of opposition. Collins also reported that Yeltsin called Yanayev and complained that he could not get to his Kremlin office. Yanayev reportedly assured Yeltsin that his car would be allowed to enter the Kremlin. Collins recommended the U.S. government to keep its distance from the perpetrators of the coup in both words and deeds. 41. The American embassy also reported on the amazing activism of Anatoly Sobchak in Leningrad. The mayor rallied the city council officials under his leadership. He negotiated with the commander of the military district and convinced him to keep the troops away from the city. He appealed to the workers of the Kirov plant to come out en masse next day to a rally against the criminals who had staged the coup. 42 In fact, the situation in the second major Russian city was even messy than Western diplomats could imagine. The Leningrad Party organization, the local KGB, and the commander of the Leningrad military district, Viktor Samsonov, waited for instructions from Moscow. Instead, they received confusing and garbled signals. 43 In Leningrad's KGB, officers were among the first to recognize that the junta did not know what it was doing. A KGB colonel called Vladimir Putin worked at the time as Sobchak's personal aide. A year and a half earlier, Putin had witnessed the crumbling of the GDR. On August 19, Putin told his boss that he could not work simultaneously for both sides in the conflict. He had made his choice. I will work with you. Putin said he wanted to submit a formal request to the KGB to discharge him. Sobchak replied, "Okay, do this and I will call Kryukov." Putin was surprised. I thought Kryukov would send him to hell. Instead, Kryukov not only listened to Sobchak, but also agreed to Putin's request. 44. Stand by U.S. Galina Starovwatova, Yeltsin's advisor on nationalities, was in London on August 19. She had come to the United Kingdom at the invitation of a British publisher, to write a book about the Russian Revolution. She decided, instead of returning to Moscow and risking probable arrest, to use Radio Liberty, the BBC's Russian service, and Voice of America to reach her compatriots and to call for resistance against the junta. Many of Galina's friends, émigré dissidents, worked at these radio stations. On air, Starovwatova said that the plotters would fail, just as the hardliners had failed in January 1991 in Lithuania. 45 Before the junta took power, Starovwatova had argued that Gorbachev should resign. Now her message was different. In Starovwatova's rhetoric, Gorbachev was transformed from a failed leader into a potent symbol of legitimacy and constitutionality. It was the moral duty of Western leaders, she said, to help Gorbachev return to Moscow. Starovwatova compared the initial reactions of Western leaders to the appeasement of Hitler and Stalin. 46. In Moscow, Andrei Kozyrev met with Jim Collins in order to pass a letter from Yeltsin to Bush. The U.S. administration must avoid any appearance of business as usual with the junta. This would grant legitimacy to its actions. 47 Next morning, Kozyrev flew from Moscow's Sheremetyevo airport to Paris. No one tried to detain him. His brief from Yeltsin was to fly to the United States, meet with Bush, and appeal to the United Nations. If need be, Kozyrev was tasked to set up a Russian government in exile. Once in Paris, Kozyrev was on camera for the BBC, calling the emergency committee a bunch of thugs who were trying to restore the totalitarian regime. No appeasement of those bandits who claimed to be the leaders of the Soviet Union, he declared. He also chided those in the West who were arguing that this regime will be a partner in the New World Order. The BBC's correspondent asked him, "What can we in the West do?" Kozyrev replied, "It will be appropriate to recognize the independence of Estonia and the Baltic states. It will show the criminals that they are breaking the empire by their use of force." Galina Starovoitova, on the same program from the BBC studio in London, intoned, "I agree with my colleague and friend Mr. Kozyrev. Recognize immediately the independence of the Baltic countries. It will be the sign that you will not recognize the legitimacy of state criminals." 48. There was no time for the Russian Democrats to consider the consequences of the radical breakup of the Soviet Union. Like all revolutionaries, they believed that history was on their side. Gennady Burbuly said to a trusted journalist on August 18, "We are dealing with the historical collapse of the totalitarian system of power. This process," he continued, "was necessary and inevitable, like an unstoppable force of nature." 49. On the morning of August 20, Starovoitova asked her friend Lord Nicholas Bethell, a leading Tory expert on Russia, to put her in contact with Margaret Thatcher. Russian dissidents and anti-communists had long admired the Iron Lady for her policies, rhetoric, clarity, and firmness. Thatcher immediately invited Starovoitova and Bethell to her private office for a briefing. Starovoitova shared her concerns. The British Foreign Office was being soft on the junta in Moscow. She suggested that Thatcher might speak with Yeltsin and express solidarity with him. After a minute of searching in her handbag, Starovoitova found a number for the direct line to Yeltsin's office in the Russian parliament. "To my astonishment," Thatcher later recalled, "I was put through." She and Yeltsin spoke for half an hour, with Bethell and Starovoitova translating. This was the moral and political boost that Yeltsin badly needed at that precarious moment. 50. From Paris, Kozyrev called Alan Weinstein, the head of the Washington-based Center for Democracy, who had faded Yeltsin on his trip to the United States in June. The center was a pivot of the pro-Yeltsin lobby in Washington, along with the National Endowment for Democracy and the Kriebel Institute. During the first 2 days of emergency rule, Weinstein and his staff served as a de facto embassy for the Russian president. They received by fax Yeltsin's decrees and eyewitness accounts from their friends inside the Russian parliament, translated them and passed them to American government officials, Congress, and the media. The center also maintained constant telephone contact with Yeltsin's circle, updating them on American news. Now Kozyrev called Weinstein to dictate to him over the phone an appeal to the American public. It was entitled "Stand By Us," and concluded with the words, "We are certain that the response from Americans and their government to the present crisis, which threatens not only democracy in my country but peace everywhere, will be one of wholehearted support. Free people understand each other." Weinstein immediately called the Washington Post. Kozyrev's appeal was published the next morning, 21 August. 51. Bush and Scowcroft were still on Air Force One, on their way from Maine to Washington, D.C., when they received an intelligence briefing from Robert Gates. The situation in the Soviet Union remained murky and the long-term prospects looked dire. The first CIA analytical cable concluded that Gorbachev was most likely isolated or had even been killed, although a genuine health crisis could not be totally ruled out. The 60-year-old Soviet leader suffers from several serious health problems including hypertension, diabetes, high cholesterol, and chronic stress, all factors that place him at increased risk for a heart attack or a stroke. 52. Nevertheless, Yeltsin's call for Gorbachev's restoration to power had a big effect on Bush. The US president was stung by the media's criticism of him for having swallowed Chinese propaganda around the Tiananmen Square crackdown in 1989. Now he was doing the same in the case of the Soviet Union. For the first time, Gates and other pro-Yeltsin experts found a receptive audience in Bush. The CIA's analysis of the situation on the ground began to change. One analyst argued, "You can't pull off a coup in phases." "We began to think," Gates recalled, "that the coup leaders did not have their act together and that maybe, just maybe, this action could be reversed." James Baker was not the only person in the administration who wondered why Yeltsin, Yakovlev, and Shevardnadze had not been arrested. He thought, I would certainly have arrested them if I were leading a coup. 53 Kryukov's gradualist scenario proved to have the opposite effect in Washington, as well as in Moscow. The Americans interpreted restraint as weakness. At about 3 p.m. on August 19, the Soviet ambassador Viktor Komplektov showed up at the White House, bringing Yanayev's personal letter to Bush. The administration, however, no longer wanted to talk to the junta. 54. On the morning of August 20, Bush placed a telephone call to Yeltsin. It went through at 8:18 a.m. EST. Bush said, "Just checking to know how things are going at your end." Yeltsin responded calmly, as if he were not in extreme danger. He even called Yanayev president. Yeltsin was remarkably well informed about Gorbachev's circumstances. The Soviet leader, Yeltsin said, was in Foros, Crimea, surrounded by 3 circles of armed guards and the KGB. The Russian leader then said what Galina Starovwatova in London had advised him, "Mr. President, it would be good if you yourself could demand to speak on the phone with Gorbachev and to rally world leaders to the fact that the situation here is critical." Bush asked if it would help to speak with Yanayev and restrain him. "No, absolutely, you should not do it," responded Yeltsin in apparent horror. "An official call from you would legitimize them." Yeltsin's chutzpah overwhelmed Bush. "You have our full support for the return of Gorbachev and the legitimate government," he said. "We sympathize and pray with you. All the American people support you. What you're doing is absolutely right." 55. The British Prime Minister, John Major, also called Yeltsin soon after Bush. Germany's Foreign Minister, Hans-Dietrich Genscher, sent a message of support to Yeltsin and the Russian government. Each of these calls was announced to the crowd in front of the Russian parliament and cheered by thousands. It was also likely that the moment Bush hung up, the content of their conversation would have been reported to Kryukov. It was now obvious that international legitimacy went to Yeltsin and was denied to the junta. 56. In their Crimean captivity, Mikhail Gorbachev and his family avidly listened to the news on the BBC, Voice of America, and Radio Liberty. The news that Yeltsin had not been arrested and had offered resistance made Gorbachev muse that the coup would lead to bloodshed. And the remarks of Yanayev at the press conference in Moscow made Gorbachev and Raisa fear for their lives. It was logical for the junta to blackmail the Soviet leader, to obtain from him consent under duress to their actions. In case he refused, the KGB had ways to make him sick, even terminally. Gorbachev recorded a video appeal to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR and the nation, in which he called the junta's actions an anti-constitutional act, rude lie, and state crime. He and Raisa discussed with Cherniv how to smuggle this video out of the villa, but they concluded it was impossible. Raisa decided that the family would stop eating any food delivered since the day of their captivity. The only glimmer of hope for the Gorbachevs was the rejection of the junta by Western governments and the appeals to return the Soviet president to Moscow. Cherniv recorded Gorbachev's comments, "All Western credit lines will be terminated, all faucets will be turned off at once. Our banks will go bankrupt immediately. Everything would grind to a halt. The plotters have the mind of mice, they could not understand elementary equations." 57. A tipping point. In 1931, the Italian author Curzio Malaparte wrote a book, The Technique of Revolution, in which he described the essential ingredients of a successful coup. He analyzed Lenin and Trotsky's coup in 1917. Malaparte's main thesis was that a passionate minority, with a determined leadership, could succeed only if they acted resolutely at a tipping point, when everything hangs in the balance without worrying about the consequences. Kryukov was well aware of the requirements for a successful coup, but he simply lacked the guts to implement them. 58 Had the KGB chief been a resolute counter-revolutionary or a fanatical Stalinist, history would have turned out differently. Instead, the emergency committee was rapidly nearing the tipping point of losing power. Many in the Soviet bureaucratic class, According to one public opinion expert, at first thought, all of this is not entirely legal, but something would have to be done. The country is in a critical situation. On August 19, an independent poll service in Moscow surveyed 300 elite representatives, including parliamentary deputies, government officials, leaders of the media, and opinion makers. The survey began 4 hours after emergency rule was announced, reaching people on the telephone. 60% of respondents did not support the junta and backed Yeltsin, 40% strongly supported the emergency committee or were unwilling to side with the RSFSR government. The pollsters found, to their surprise, that a large number of people were taking a wait-and-see attitude. Many had either refused to talk to pollsters or had not clarified their position. 59. Money preoccupied the supreme bureaucratic elite. How could deploying tanks in Moscow help in the search for hard currency and investment in declining industrial output? The use of force could only result in Western sanctions and Soviet bankruptcy. 60. The junta had demonstrated an extraordinary lack of economic strategy. Its appeal to the people pledged a solution to food and housing problems, to end crime and ethnic violence, and to defend the interests of people with lower incomes. Yet the text of this appeal did not explain how this would be achieved and left readers with the strong impression that the junta was returning to the economic policies of Brezhnev, Andropov, and Chernenko. Yet even this option was impossible, because the Soviet economy was already in the Polish situation and critically dependent on Western credits. The only thing the junta members talked about was the supply and availability of goods. The army and security services could not yield the harvest and put food on the tables of Soviet citizens. The only idea that Yanayev could think of was to take food supplies from state reserves and sell them to consumers at affordable prices. 61. In the late afternoon of August 19, the Cabinet of Ministers of the Soviet Union was in emergency session. Pavlov had apparently recovered and attended. He started by defending emergency rule and soon went off on a tangent. The junta, he said, had prevented the imminent arrest of the entire government by the militants who had infiltrated Moscow with American weapons. The ministers listened to their boss with dismay. Shcherbakov thought Pavlov was either hallucinating or drunk. He spoke next and said that Western assistance, on which we had counted, will not come. Without Western money and supplies of food, medicine, and vital industrial parts, a chain reaction might bring the whole economy to a halt. Since early that morning Shcherbakov had been preparing the country for Western sanctions and a probable freeze on all Soviet assets abroad. He had issued Soviet foreign trade representatives and banks abroad instructions to execute the immediate transfers of Soviet money from accounts in the United States and Europe to neutral countries. I am in favor of discipline, Shcherbakov concluded, but without a return to 1929. He was referring to Stalin's resort to terror against the peasants and entrepreneurs. 62. Pavlov's other deputies, Vitaly Dogazev and Yuri Maslyakov, shared Shcherbakov's verdict. The Union Treaty, after serious revision, would be an essential political foundation for keeping the economy going. With his own arguments turned against him, Pavlov changed tack. He assured his deputies that he was also in favor of a future Union Treaty that would clearly define the rights and responsibilities of the center. We are professionals, he concluded, and we have our own understanding of what an integrated economic space should be. The meeting was adjourned without any decisions having been taken. 63. Outside the cabinet, economists knew better than anyone that the junta had doomed itself. Yegor Gaidar was at his dacha, finishing his book about Latin American economies, when his wife Masha called, in tears, and yelled about the tanks in the streets and Gorbachev's removal from power. Gaidar's initial reaction was that the junta would stay in power for 5 to 7 years, perhaps decades, defying Western sanctions. After all, the Soviet Union had huge resources at its disposal. But after hearing Yanayev's appeal on the radio, Gaidar changed his prediction. No one among the new rulers was a Pinochet or a Deng Xiaoping with political will or an economic vision. In Moscow, together with his colleagues, Gaidar penned a manifesto and faxed it to all the foreign news agencies in Moscow. The junta, the text went, was killing the economy and Yeltsin's victory was the only hope for the country. That same evening, Gaidar and his associates tore up their party membership cards. 64. The Speaker of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, Anatoly Lukyanov, was an opportunist. On the morning of August 20, Ruslan Khasbolatov, Alexander Ruskoy and Ivan Silayev, the RSFSR Prime Minister, came to Lukyanov with a comprehensive proposal: he should convene the Presidium of the Soviet Parliament and disavow the junta's decrees as anti-constitutional. He should also arrange a meeting between Gorbachev and the Russian leadership with the involvement of Yanayev. Lukyanov refused to act. He repeated the false story about Gorbachev's incapacity and even insisted that he had medical evidence to support it. 65 One word from you would have been enough to stop all this funny business, Gorbachev would later tell his former friend. The opposite was true as well. One word from Lukyanov could have legitimized the junta. Lukyanov, however, sat on the fence. Years later, when asked what he had expected, Lukyanov replied, an emergency party congress in September that would have replaced General Secretary Gorbachev. 66 Meanwhile, he did not want to take any risk. The day of August 20 was a crucial one for both the junta and the Russian democratic opposition. In Leningrad, Anatoly Sobchak, tall and charismatic, opened a 10 a.m. rally of 200,000 people in front of the famous Winter Palace. In a massive release of quasi-revolutionary fervor, people chanted, "Down with the junta! Fascism will not pass!" Eminent intellectuals and artists claimed that only Yeltsin held the supreme legitimate power in the Russian state. Radio Liberty, the BBC, and a Leningrad radio station under Sobchak's control broadcast the voices of resistance. Veterans of the war in Afghanistan offered protection to the crowd, many industrial workers joined. The party apparatus headed by Boris Gadaspov was not even in evidence. 67 That afternoon, Sobchak told the American consul Jack Gosnell that he hoped the coup would end without bloodshed, and with the simple arrest of those responsible, like the attempted coup in Spain. Sobchak was referring to 1981, when King Juan Carlos denounced a military coup on television, calling for the continuation of democratic rule. "We have no Juan Carlos," Sobchak said smiling, "but we do have a Yeltsin 68. That same morning in Moscow, tens of thousands of people flocked to the square in front of the Russian White House. At 3 p.m., Shevardnadze gave a speech to the crowd and recalled to rapturous applause that he had been right about the coming coup back in December. When he spoke about Gorbachev, the crowd cheered at the absent Soviet leader. Shevardnadze ended with the slogan "Long live freedom." He told his aides later that this was the most sublime experience of his life. Alexander Prokhanov, an enthusiastic supporter of the junta, came to the square to assess the situation. He saw a large quantity of women and young girls on the barricades. Russian women kept appealing to the tank drivers, "Don't kill. Stop. God preserve you." Veterans of the Afghan War, who had arrived from different cities and regions, were organizing the defense of parliament. There were young intellectuals and academic scholars from the elite Moscow think tanks who had connections in the top echelons of the Soviet bureaucracy. There were also many foreigners in the crowd, even a few American students. A journalist from the Independent Gazette wrote that business and commercial circles backed the Russian government with stunning energy. The Moscow Stock Exchange and Russian commercial banks shut down, and many young brokers marched in protest across Moscow against emergency rule. Young businessmen supplied food, tents, tools, and construction materials to the crowd in front of the White House. 69. A report from the Ministry of the Interior on August 20 said there were mass rallies in 27 Russian cities, with a total of 250,000 participants. Summoned by the city's Soviet, 5,000 people protested in Volgograd, Kryukov's hometown. Across the Urals, and in most important cities throughout Siberia and the Far East, local governments backed the Russian leadership, transmitted Yeltsin's speech on local television and radio, and demanded that the junta be disbanded. Although a general strike campaign failed, some academic institutions in Moscow and Leningrad and the coal miners' unions in Vorkuta and Kuzbass went on strike. 70. Kryukov's gradualist scenario was in a shambles. At this point he ordered his Deputy General Ajayev to prepare Operation Thunder, an assault on the White House, and the arrest of the Russian opposition. Yet the KGB leader still did not want to take full responsibility by signing the order for decisive action. Yazov found himself in an awkward position. He had brought massive military force onto the streets of downtown Moscow, yet he did not want to use it. According to Operation Thunder, the military would have to clear a corridor for the KGB commandos. Yazov's subordinates in the general staff convened a planning meeting. The minister did not attend it. General Varenikov, who had returned from Kiev, and General Vladislav Akolov found themselves in charge of all preparations. Akolov sent his subordinate, General Alexander Lebed, to visit the Russian parliament and to carry out a reconnaissance. Lebed returned to the Ministry of Defense and reported that the crowd around the White House numbered around 50,000 people. It would be impossible to avoid civilian casualties. 71. Yevgeny Primakov, Gorbachev's pragmatic advisor, had managed to return to Moscow from a resort in Crimea, and quickly canvassed the opinions of his friends and colleagues about the emergency committee. All of them agreed that the junta was the conspiracy of the doomed. Some gave the committee 2 to 3 days to survive. Senior diplomats in the foreign ministry began to contact officials in the American embassy privately, to inform them that they would not serve the junta. In his testimony to the later investigation, Primakov recalled that he saw Yanayev, his old friend, in his Kremlin office and urged him to meet with Yazov immediately and withdraw troops. The nominal head of the junta was in a cloud of denial and fear. Yanayev moaned that he was a hostage and that they twisted his arm. When Primakov asked about Gorbachev, Yanayev replied, "Genya, believe me, everything will be fine. Mikhail Sergeyevich will return, and we will work together." In his later interviews, Yanayev claimed that the Democrats had plans to execute him. He seemed to believe in what he said. 72. Defections from the ranks of the junta were only a matter of time. The first big defector was Pavlov. He took some medicine during the session of the Cabinet of Ministers to control his nerves, and later had a second breakdown that incapacitated him for days. Yanayev was next. At the evening session of the Emergency Committee on August 20, the acting president of the USSR opened the session by reading a draft of his TV declaration. He was prepared to say that the rumors of an imminent assault on the White House were groundless. Leonid Kravchenko, head of the state television company, was also present at the meeting and later testified that Pujo, Kryukov, Shinin, Baklanov, and Yazov were surprised by Yanayev's declaration. Interrupting one another, they argued vociferously that such an announcement would be a bad idea. Yanayev asked the group, "Is there indeed anyone among us who wants to attack the White House?" There was an awkward silence. In the end, Yanayev, feeling once again that he was in a bind, signed a decree introducing a curfew in Moscow in the hope of dispelling the crowd in front of the Russian parliament. Still, it became clear that the acting president did not want to take responsibility for any bloodshed. The burden of this decision was firmly on Kryukov and Yazov. 73. In public and in front of CNN's cameras, Yeltsin and his spokesman repeatedly stated that the Russian military would not engage in violence against the Russian people. 74. Some Afghansy, veterans of the war in Afghanistan, volunteered to defend Yeltsin in Moscow and Sobchak in Leningrad. 75. Documents from the General Staff, however, show no evidence of any disobedience or defections by the military. The officers on duty, however, followed the orders of their superiors. They acted on their oath of allegiance to the Soviet Constitution, and took it seriously. Only a few of them, however, including Varenikov, were ready to use any means to restore order. On too many occasions in the recent past the political leaders had made the military scapegoats for the use of lethal force against civilians. Soviet officers remembered the lessons of Tbilisi, Baku, and Vilnius. General Alexander Lebed was one of them. At first, he received an order from Pavel Grachev, head of the airborne troops, to organize the defense of the Russian parliament. Lebed met with Yeltsin, who gave his consent for the deployment of a tank battalion. Neither could quite understand what was happening. Next day, Grachev rebuked Lebed for a stupid act of deploying tanks and ordered him to withdraw them. Lebed realized that his boss was using him in some kind of game. Democratic-minded journalists reported on Western radios that Lebed had defected to Yeltsin's side. Then there was a rumor that Lebed had committed suicide. Lebed's superiors believed in this misinformation. Yazov was surprised to see him alive and well in his office on August 20. All this made Lebed behave with extreme caution, and refrain from any violence in the absence of clear written orders from his superiors. 76. The Alpha Commandos thought likewise. Led by a KGB officer, Viktor Karpukhin, this elite detachment was in readiness for an assault on the Russian parliament. One of the group's veterans recalled that Alpha had the backup of GRU commandos, a squadron of helicopters, and some airborne units. Everyone realized it would be impossible to carry out the mission without inflicting many casualties. None of us wanted to have the blood of Russian people on our hands. When this became clear to everyone, the veteran explained, the problems with backup forces began. The helicopter pilots told us that they could not carry out a missile attack on the Russian parliament, because they might mistakenly hit the US embassy. Everyone else sought to pass the buck on starting this combat operation to others. The guys from the airborne troops complained they could not advance to their bases, because they were out of fuel. The GRU guys also sought to opt out. 77. Inside the Russian parliament, however, nobody knew how the military and the KGB would act under orders. Yeltsin and his entourage had come to believe that an assault was imminent. From various sources in the KGB, as well as from the Afghan veterans, they were receiving warnings about lethal preparations. The RSFSR nominal Minister of Defense, General Konstantin Kobets, together with Vice President Ruskoy, frantically called the commanders of the military units deployed in Moscow, some of them being close friends from their service in Afghanistan. The office of Gennady Burbulis in the White House was another center for reconnaissance and action. From there, Viktor Ivanenko, head of the Russian KGB, called his colleagues and friends. Burbulis admiringly recalled that Ivanenko worked the phone for 3 days without eating or sleeping. I heard him saying, "Kolya, remember that hunting expedition we did together? Please, use restraint. This is a foolish affair, nothing good will come of it, and we'd better stay friends." Ivanenko even called the head of the Alpha group and warned him not to carry out anti-constitutional orders. An Alpha officer confirmed, "The most unpleasant thing for us was that the defenders of the White House and those who prepared to attack knew each other. We had all worked together in the KGB for years, and it was impossible to conceal any secrets from one another." The majority of regional KGB officials in the Russian Federation sat on the fence from day one of the junta, waiting to see which side would win. 78. Fearing the worst, some people quietly left the parliament building. One of them was the RSFSR Prime Minister, Ivan Silayev. Yeltsin could read in his eyes, defeat is inevitable. I am an old man. The mayor of Moscow, Gavril Popov, who had just returned from vacation, huddled in a fortified basement of the building, fearful for his life and totally drunk. 79 Tens of thousands of people outside the Russian parliament standing in a cold drizzle felt completely unprotected, but they stayed. They were resolved to act as a human shield to protect the parliament building in the event of an attack, to defend their democratically elected government. Among the defenders was Jill Braithwaite, wife of the British ambassador. A courageous woman, she had convinced her Russian friends to go to the barricades to stand up for Gorbachev, and all the liberal values. From time to time, a high-profile person would turn up and boost the defenders' morale. The world-famous cellist Mstislav Rostropovich arrived from the United States to defend the Russian White House. The deputy mayor of Moscow, Yuri Luzhkov, came to stay in the parliamentary building overnight, together with his pregnant wife. Eduard Shevardnadze also arrived that evening, without telling his wife Nanuli, and showed his face to the crowd in front of the building. The appearance of such celebrities gave the crowd some hope that violence could be avoided. 80. Around 11 p.m., Yegor Gaidar arrived at the Russian parliament and came to Berbuliz's office, where he found many eminent intellectual figures who were prepared to die in the name of democracy. The informational vacuum contributed to fear, he recalled 2 days later. Everyone expected the assault would begin sometime between 2 and 3 a.m. on August 21. This was what the Alpha Commandos had in fact planned. Gaidar, like many others, was thinking about Chile's democratically elected president, Salvador Allende, and his last stand in La Moneda Palace after Pinochet had launched the military coup in 1973. He forgot the rational conclusions that he had come to just 2 days before. 81 The Americans in the U.S. Embassy across the street were also convinced that the junta would strike. They evacuated everybody from the vulnerable side of the embassy residence to an underground gymnasium for safety. James Baker, who was on a plane heading to Brussels to attend a NATO meeting, expected officials from the Situation Room in the American White House to call him at any minute and announce that the KGB and the Black Berets had attacked and overrun the barricades, killing Yeltsin in the process. 82. Around 2:30 a.m., shots were heard from the Garden Ring, near the wide Kalinin Avenue that leads to the White House. Most of the defenders decided that the long-expected assault had finally begun. The head of Yeltsin's personal security detail, Alexander Korzakov, had several options to spirit Yeltsin out of the building. Korzakov procured a wig, a beard, and a mustache to disguise the Russian president. The easiest option was to cross the street in a car and find refuge in the U.S. Embassy. Korzakov woke up Yeltsin, who had dozed off with his clothes on, and led him to a car for his evacuation. Yeltsin, when he came to his senses, refused to claim American asylum. This was another example of Yeltsin's panache, but also his sense of predestination. Through the coup, he recalled, I had the feeling that some sort of miraculous force was helping us. 83. Marshal Yazov was Kryukov's best asset. His concern for the future of the Soviet army in the event of the state's collapse had made him join the emergency committee. Yazov had personal concerns as well. A month before the coup, his wife Emma had suffered a serious car accident. Miraculously she survived, but both her legs had been broken. The marshal told her nothing about the plot. When Emma learned about it on August 19, she called her husband several times from their dacha, where she was recovering, but he refused to speak to her. Then she asked a female friend to drive her to Moscow to see him, taking her wheelchair. Yazov was waiting for her in the lobby of the Ministry of Defense. When Emma was wheeled by her friend into his office, she began to cry. It was clear that her tears affected Yazov. She told him that a civil war was starting and urged him to stop the nightmare and call Gorbachev. Emma, you have to understand, there is no communication, Yazov responded. On a television screen in Yazov's office Emma saw the junta's press conference starting. She said sobbing, Dima, what company you have got yourself into? You always ridiculed them. Call Gorbachev. 84. The lack of any action increased Yazov's frustration. After several hours, the tanks and armed transports seemed less a symbol of power than an embarrassment for the junta. There were no facilities to provide hot food for the troops, officers and soldiers could not change their clothes and had to sleep inside their vehicles through the cold and rainy nights, there were not even any toilets for them to use. Muscovites brought them food and water and tried to convince the officers to violate their orders and withdraw from the city. After Kryukov started planning Operation Thunder, Marshal Yazov had slowly begun to realize that the use of lethal force might put the army at even greater risk than inaction. In the presence of the commander of the Soviet Air Force, Yevgeny Shapashnikov, Yazov wondered aloud what he should do. Shapashnikov allegedly recommended that he pull the troops out of Moscow, with dignity, to preserve the prestige of the armed forces. Yazov never acknowledged or denied this conversation. 85 His deputy, Vladislav Akolov, also had the sense that Yazov was trying to distance himself from the operation. Even Verenikov, despite all his resolve to use force, was against the military doing the dirty work for the KGB and the riot police. 86. At the evening session of the emergency committee, disagreements among the junta broke out. Baklanov and Kryukov argued that the situation was still favorable, while Yanayev referred to unfavorable information. Kryukov replied, "One should receive useful information, not truthful information." The head of the KGB argued that they needed to liquidate the seat of resistance and arrest Yeltsin. Nobody objected, but no decision was made either. Baklanov was so upset by this foot-dragging that he even sat down to write his formal resignation from the committee. Yazov observed the acrimony in the room with a gloomy face. 87. Then came the report from the cabinet of ministers. The ministers knew that the Soviet government was running a huge budget deficit. Pavlov's deputy, Dogazev, informed him that essential supplies would run out in a few days, while the Soviet Union no longer had any lines of credit to purchase the necessary imports. Someone mentioned the strategic reserves of food stored in the event of war. At this point Yazov exploded. He recalled during his interrogation, "I knew that the army reserves could only feed the army itself for a few days. The Soviet population of 300 million would consume all of it in one day. This was not a solution." Everyone in the room was considering the hopelessness of the situation. 88. After the meeting of the emergency committee broke up around 10:30 p.m., Kryukov returned to the Lubyanka to make the final preparations for an assault on the Russian parliament. The time for the attack was set for 3 a.m. by the KGB and the military. This was when the crowd in front of the White House would be at its smallest size. Kryukov's deputy Janyayev conducted a personal reconnaissance around the White House and returned with the conclusion that any attempt to occupy it would result in a bloodbath. Kryukov never issued the order to begin the assault. 89. Yazov returned to his office in the General Staff building, his nerves on edge. He was waiting for bad news, and it came soon. A column of armored personnel carriers from the Taman division had been carrying out its orders to impose a curfew, when it was ambushed by a crowd of young men, some of them veterans of the Afghan war. They used a barricade built from trolley buses to trap the military column inside an underpass. The young men threw Molotov cocktails at the APCs and covered the vehicle's observation ports with pieces of fabric. The young soldiers, scared and disoriented, opened fire. In the melee, 3 young Muscovites died. 12 people, including some soldiers, were wounded. 90. Vladislav Akolov reported on the incident to Yazov and added that the riot police had entirely disappeared from the streets, leaving the army without protection. For Yazov, this was the breaking point. He took off his tie, unbuttoned his shirt, and said to Akolov, "Issue the order stop." This meant that the troops must freeze in their positions and stop following any other orders. Yazov proceeded to call Moscow City Hall. He wanted the Moscow authorities to help remove the barricades, to clear the way for withdrawal of the tanks and APCs. Yazov then instructed Akolov and Verenikov to go to KGB headquarters and tell Kryukov that the army was out of the plot. 91. Those in the White House continued to expect the worst. Around 3 a.m., Berbulis dialed Kryukov's number, using the secure government line. The KGB chief told him, "You can sleep safely." Gaidar, who heard this conversation, was stunned. One person was preparing to kill the other, and yet they chatted over the phone like 2 government officials. 92. 2 hours later, on Yazov's orders, the military commander of Moscow called off the curfew. Then Yazov opened the Collegium of the General Staff and the Ministry of Defense and ordered them to remove the troops from Moscow. He refused to meet with other members of the junta. Kryukov, Baklanov, and Chinin rushed to Yazov's office in an attempt to change his mind. Kryukov urged me to continue to act, Yazov testified under interrogation. He said that not everything was lost, one should wage a tenacious struggle, Vaiskoia Borbuletin. I could never understand what he meant by that. When one member of the delegation accused Yazov of betrayal, he replied, "We did not start all of this to open fire and kill people." 93. Later, when Yeltsin no longer needed to embellish the August events for his own political goals, he called the junta members average, ordinary Soviet people, not ruthless cynics and totalitarian despots. He even admitted that they had respect for human life and legality, and that was why they had surrendered and lost power. 94. In October 1993, during the constitutional crisis in Moscow, Yeltsin acted very differently. He ordered his tank commanders to fire at the building of the Russian parliament when it resisted him, arrested all of his political rivals, and stayed in power for another 6 years. Kryukov and other fathers of the junta had launched emergency rule without any clear plan or a viable economic program, and, most importantly, without the determination to crush resistance by any means. Emergency rule would end in a farce of repentance and moral breakdown. Yazov, determined to save the army, came up with the idea of going to Gorbachev to seek his forgiveness. The Minister of the Interior, Boris Pujo, was the only full member of the junta who played by the rules. He and his wife were found dead, with a gun next to them, having left a note for their children and relatives: "I have committed an absolutely unexpected blunder, equal to a crime." 95. This was a paraphrase of the famous words, "This is worse than a crime, this is a blunder," delivered by a French politician in 1809 when commenting on Napoleon's assassination of an aristocratic enemy. The act was criminal, yet the emperor had blundered, for it only made him more enemies. Some witnesses in the state apparatus characterized what happened on August 21 as a political meltdown. The conspirators had achieved something that no one could have predicted: the complete surrender of the executive branch of central government. The botched emergency rule provided Yeltsin and his democratic followers and allies with an historic opportunity to seize the levers of executive power on behalf of Gorbachev and the constitutional order. The unimaginable became inevitable. And this meant the political death of the Soviet Union. Saving Gorby. Rumors about the retreat of the emergency committee spread down the grapevine of the Soviet bureaucracy and elites. The earliest reaction came from Primakov and members of the centrist movement for democratic reforms. They gave a press conference and publicly announced that they were joining forces with the democratic opposition. Those who sat on the fence began to join the winning side. On the Old Square, members of the CPSU Secretariat and the Politburo did their best to separate themselves from Oleg Shinin. The acting General Secretary, Vladimir Ivashko, who had emerged on August 19 from hospital after surgery, proposed sending an appeal to the emergency committee and arranging a meeting with Gorbachev. Shinin, when he learned about it, considered this idea to be a complete capitulation. 96. In the cabinet of ministers, two of Pavlov's senior deputies, Shcherbakov and Dogazev, met with senior officials from the State Bank and drafted a plea to the leaders of the G7 countries not to cancel their economic and financial transactions with the Soviet Union, since the constitutional process would soon be restored. 97. Lukyanov, in his Kremlin office, cursed himself for betting on the wrong horse. He called Yeltsin and, in a rare display of emotion, said he had decided to go to Crimea alone and free Gorbachev. His deputies in the Supreme Soviet of the USSR hastily gathered to pass a resolution: the legitimate president of the USSR must be brought back to Moscow. 98. On the drizzly cold morning of August 21, the Russian parliament was still surrounded by barricades. 50,000 people milled around in front of the building. A few tanks stranded between the barricades reminded them of the night of fear. At 11:15 a.m., the speaker, Kospolatov, opened an extraordinary session of the Russian parliament. Only half of the deputies attended. A few Western ambassadors and journalists came along to observe. 99. As the news about the meltdown of executive power began to trickle in, the mood of the parliamentarians began to change from caution to triumphalism. In his opening speech, Kospolatov spoke about a ruthless junta that had carried out its goals firmly, cynically, and on a grand scale. After liquidating the White House as the last bulwark of freedom, the junta would have been in a position to achieve a complete victory all over the country and unleash bloody terror against the people, who have chosen the path of liberty and rejuvenation of the fatherland. The people of Moscow, continued Kospolatov to thunderous applause, had stopped those reactionary forces and saved the honor of Russia. The speaker also emphasized the support of the West as a crucial factor of legitimacy for the Russian Revolution. The leaders of Western countries, including President Bush, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Eastern European leaders absolutely, unequivocally said that the only guarantor of the free development of the USSR at this moment was the stand taken by the Russian Federation, its president, and its Supreme Soviet 100. Yeltsin spoke next. He had been awake since 5 a.m. He called Kryukov with a proposal: they should fly to Crimea together to check on Gorbachev's well-being. Much to Yeltsin's surprise, the KGB chief agreed. He was desperate to find a legitimate way out of the standoff. Then the Russian president called his family. It was his daughter Yelena's birthday, and she hollered into the phone, "Papa, you have given me the best present there ever was. You gave us freedom." 101 Facing the deputies, Yeltsin was sharp and confident. The coup, he said, had occurred after 2 earlier botched attempts, the bloodshed in the Baltics in January and the closed session of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR in June. The forces of the right had been stopped by a coalition of democratic forces. Yeltsin thanked the people of Moscow, who had helped bring the tanks and Spetsnaz forces to a standstill. The military had not turned against the people. The Tula division of General Lebed, instead of taking the parliament building by storm, had assumed the duty of defending the Russian parliament, and for a day stood firmly in its defense. Adding to a revolutionary narrative that Kospolatov had begun to build, Yeltsin also mentioned His Holiness, the Russian Orthodox Patriarch Alexei II, who allegedly had expressed full support for the Russian leadership. 102 Western support was mentioned prominently in Yeltsin's speech as well. I should say right away that both Bush and Mitterrand and others declared firmly that they denounced the anti-constitutional coup and the actions of the group that declared emergency rule, and did not back any of its actions. 103. Democratic triumphalism was the mood of the day. Russia had finally joined the countries of Eastern Europe and the Baltic republics in the sequence of peaceful democratic revolutions. Above all, Yeltsin wanted to legitimize his takeover of the Soviet army, KGB, and police as now part of the Russian state. He also told the deputies that there was an agreement with Gorbachev to place all the enterprises and property on the territory of the Russian Federation under the jurisdiction of the Russian authorities. Gorbachev had linked that promise to the signing of the Union Treaty and creation of a new federal government. Yeltsin conveniently forgot about this linkage. Democratic Russia had won, and its elected leader began to claim the spoils. After speaking for an hour to the RSFSR deputies, Yeltsin dropped a bombshell. He announced that Kryukov agreed with my proposal to fly together with me to Foros and return President Gorbachev. The deputies erupted in disbelief and rejection. No deals with the KGB. Kospolatov looked over at Yeltsin as if to say, "I told you so." Theatrically, Yeltsin pivoted and proposed arresting Kryukov and other members of the junta. He would not go to Crimea for reasons of security. Instead, a delegation headed by Prime Minister Silayev and Vice President Ruskoy would go there and bring Gorbachev back. The Parliament approved the proposal. 104. Outside the walls of Parliament, however, the situation was changing more rapidly than anybody had expected or planned. A few minutes later, Yeltsin told Vadim Bakatin, who had arrived at the White House to speak at the session, that Kryukov had just cheated him. Instead of coming to the White House, the KGB chairman had left for Crimea to meet with Gorbachev. It was in fact unclear who had cheated whom. 105 minutes later, Yeltsin again took the floor of the Supreme Soviet to announce, all these adventurists, the members of the so-called committee, have left for Vnukovo airport. Their intentions are unknown. Maybe they want to escape. The unspoken danger was that the hapless conspirators would strike a bargain with the zigzagging Soviet leader. Amid great commotion, the deputies voted to send a delegation to Crimea immediately, to apprehend and arrest the conspirators. Riding on the wave of fear and uncertainty, Yeltsin immediately called for a mandate to act. The deputies approved Yeltsin's emergency decrees, giving him authority and control over economic assets on Russian territory in clear breach of the Soviet constitution. The Russian president was also authorized to replace any regional and local authorities who had collaborated with the junta with provisional commissars. It was the mandate for a political revolution. 106. At 2:30 in the afternoon on August 21, Marshal Yazov kissed his wife Emma goodbye at Vinokovo Airport and boarded the presidential Il-62 plane, together with Kryukov, Baklanov, and Yuri Plekhanov, the head of the KGB's 9th Directorate. Baklanov later called this trip a senseless act from the start, yet he went all the same. The plotters were also not even the first delegation to leave for Crimea that afternoon. Apart from the junta, 2 other men boarded the plane, Anatoly Lukyanov and the acting party head, Vladimir Ivashko. 107 and about 2 hours later, a Tu-134 took off with the team sent by the Russian parliament, accompanied by some journalists. The Russian authorities had invited Western statesmen and diplomats, as well as international medical experts and a CNN crew, to join them, but because of traffic jams, caused by the retreating columns of tanks, only 2 foreigners made it to the plane on time. 108. This race of the 2 planes was deadly serious, the sense of drama was absorbing for each participant. When Bush called Yeltsin at 3:30 p.m. Moscow time, the Russian leader told him that the conspirators wanted to intercept Gorbachev and either force him to sign a document of resignation or take him to points unknown. Yeltsin also told Bush that he had called Kravchuk and the head of the Soviet Air Force, General Shapashnikov, asking them to intercept the Il-62. This turned out to be impossible. The Russian president then said that through Gorbachev's guards the opposition had learned that Gorbachev was in good health and determined not to sign any documents that would give his power to anyone. The plan, Yeltsin continued, was to arrest the junta either in Crimea or upon their return to Moscow. Understandably, he could not share any details with Bush over the phone. "I will do everything I can to save democracy in Russia and throughout the USSR, Yeltsin concluded. 109. The presidential plane landed at the Belbek airfield in Crimea without any problems. ZIL limousines took the passengers at top speed to Zarya. The local KGB and military commanders continued to follow orders from Yazov and Kryukov. They blocked the airfield with trucks to prevent the 3rd incoming Russian plane from landing. The limousines arrived at the presidential villa shortly before 5 p.m., entered the gates, and headed for the main house. At this point, armed bodyguards loyal to Gorbachev stopped them. General Plekhanov and Kryukov went to speak with the guards, officially their subordinates, but the guards warned them that they would shoot to kill if the limousines moved any closer. "And they will," Plekhanov muttered, as he retreated back to the vehicles. Kryukov, Baklanov, and Yazov had no plan for this eventuality. They went to a nearby guest house, unsure of what to do. Lukyanov and Ivashko sent a personal note to Gorbachev, begging him to receive them. 110. The historian Serhiy Plokhy wrote, "Those who managed to save Gorbachev first would determine the success or failure of the coup and the political, perhaps even physical, survival of the main players on the Soviet political stage." This sentence captures the mood on the 2 planes, but the reality was entirely different. Gorbachev was not in a position to pick winners and losers. 111. Yeltsin and the Muscovites had created a new political narrative in the country and around the world, and the Soviet president could only join this narrative. And the most crucial factor for Gorbachev was Raisa. When the BBC began to report on the race of the 2 planes to Crimea, Raisa convinced herself that the plotters were coming to get rid of witnesses, including her whole family. She collapsed into the arms of her daughter Irina and son-in-law Anatoly. It was a massive hypertension attack. Unfortunately for Gorbachev, he would lose his beloved wife 8 years later. Her terminal illness was caused by the shock of August 21. The Soviet president was determined to get rid of the plotters. 112. After assisting his wife into bed and calling for the doctor, Gorbachev sent a request to Kryukov: his telephone lines must be restored immediately. The KGB chief complied, and at 5:35 p.m. the operators in Mukalatka reconnected Gorbachev's phones. The president's first call was to Yeltsin. Then Gorbachev telephoned Nazarbayev and Kravchuk. After that, he called the Ministry of Defense, the KGB, and the commander of the Kremlin regiment, telling the latter to follow only his orders. They complied. Gorbachev also ordered the Belbek authorities to open the airfield for the arrival of the Russian delegation and prepare his presidential plane for departure to Moscow. 113 Then there came a call from George Bush, who by that time had returned to Kennebunkport to continue his interrupted vacation. "Oh my God, it's wonderful, Mikhail!" Bush exclaimed, when he heard Gorbachev's voice. The Soviet president got straight down to business. He needed all the assistance that Bush could provide to resume the course of events that had been interrupted by the coup, the Union Treaty, international aid to the Soviet Union, and reconstruction of the Soviet state and economy. The failure of the coup, Gorbachev said, had vindicated his cooperation with the republics, since all the Republican leaders have taken positions of principle against illegal acts. He also added that the coup was prevented by democracy. "This is a guarantee for us." Bush was delighted by the phone call. "Sounds like the same old Mikhail Gorbachev, one full of life and confidence," he said. 114. Gorbachev returned to his wife, who remained in bed, to tell her about his actions. "I will not receive Kryukov, Baklanov, and Yazov at all. There is nothing to talk with them about now." He had made up his mind. He would embrace the Russian government and try to outperform Yeltsin on his own territory. Meanwhile, the Russian plane landed at Belbek after circling for an hour over Crimea. Those on board discussed what to do. Ruskoy, who had brought a group of officers with him, was ready to storm Zarya if the KGB guards offered resistance. Bakhtin and Primakov, who had also joined the expedition, talked him out of this idea. In Belbek the local KGB and military division, after some disagreement, provided the Russian delegation with cars, trucks, and a bus with which to reach Foros. When the delegation arrived at the villa, it was already dark. The officials got out of their cars and, flanked by Ruskoy's armed men, walked towards the gates. They were open and no one stopped them. In the light of a nearby lamp, they saw Yazov, Kryukov, and Baklanov, who were discussing something. Ruskoy nodded to them reflectively. Kryukov made a gesture of greeting. Gorbachev's loyal bodyguards immediately let the delegation into the main house, where Gorbachev was waiting in the lobby, dressed in a beige sweater. Silayev was amazed at how well the president looked. Raisa, by contrast, was trembling, her face wet with tears. Both sides expressed genuine relief and happiness. Ruskoy told an investigation a few weeks later, "When we entered the main house and saw Gorbachev and Raisa Maximovna, it became clear that nothing had been staged. They really were isolated and prepared for any developments." 115. Cherniev wrote in his diary, "Politics seemed to evaporate at this moment, not to mention past disagreements, offenses, and quarrels." 116. Gorbachev's aide later admitted he was naive and emotional. Instead, this was the beginning of Gorbachev's political demise. Having rejected emergency rule and its perpetrators, he had lost the executive levers of power as well. Gorbachev did allow Lukyanov and Ivashko to visit him in the presence of the Russian officials. He hectored Lukyanov, "Why did you fail to convene the Supreme Soviet? Why did you not stand next to Yeltsin?" Lukyanov attempted to interrupt his monologue, but Gorbachev shut him up. "Cut the bullshit. Stop pulling wool over my eyes." Then he chased Lukyanov and Ivashko out of the room as if they were two delinquent kids. Gorbachev's outrage was genuine, yet it was a remarkably demonstrative way of dismissing his closest political partner. Gorbachev never saw Lukyanov again, nor did he want to hear his explanations. 117. Ruskoy continued to fear that the KGB might ambush them in Crimea and insisted on their immediate departure for Moscow. Gorbachev, concerned about Race's health, wanted to stay overnight, but ultimately conceded. After some hasty packing, the first couple departed for Belbek in the armored presidential Zil, accompanied by Ruskoi's armed officers and the rest of the Russian company. Once on the presidential plane, Gorbachev invited all the Russian officials to his section and spent the entire flight sitting around one table with them, chatting and toasting. Races stayed huddled silently in a seat with their youngest granddaughter Nastia on her lap, while the older Xenia slept on the floor. Kryukov was held in the rear section of the presidential plane, where Gorbachev had ordered he be put as a possible precaution against a KGB ambush. The head of the KGB 9th Directorate, Plekhanov, was on another plane, together with Yazov and others. He muttered to himself, "What a bunch of good-for-nothing old cowards. And I fell in with them like a chicken ready to be plucked." The Soviet Air Force sent MiG fighter jets to provide air protection. At Vnukovo Airport everything was quiet, a crowd of journalists, television cameras, and a small group of Soviet officials, including Marshal Moisaev and Alexander Besesmertnik, awaited Gorbachev's arrival. Kryukov and Yazov were arrested at the airport. Other junta members had parliamentary immunity and were allowed to go home. 118. Gorbachev emerged from his plane in a light sweater and windbreaker, dazed and feeling disoriented. Addressing the media, he thanked Yeltsin and the defenders of democracy. "Our society and people have changed. And that is the greatest victory of perestroika." Yet he had nothing new and dramatic to say. He repeated his old slogans about socialist choice, and attempted to exonerate the party from its participation in emergency rule. Gorbachev was emotionally drained. Once off the plane, Raisa had collapsed again, and even Gorbachev's daughter, normally stoic, had broken into uncontrollable sobbing. He escorted them straight home. 119. Some observers, including Gorbachev's biographer, believed that the Soviet leader should have gone instead to the White House to be greeted by the euphoric crowd. Galina Starovoitova believed it would have afforded him popular legitimacy. Most likely, however, such an opportunity wasn't in the offing. Gorbachev would have been the odd man out at the exuberant show of Russian triumphalism that day. At the White House, the Russian officials divided everyone into heroes and villains. The general mood among them was that Gorbachev had failed and should go. Ruskoy announced to a roar of approval, "All the scoundrels will be arrested." Silayev intoned, "You overthrew the fascists, the cruel fanatics that raised their arms against freedom. Thank you. God let Russia flourish and pursue its happiness." Mayor Popov spoke to the crowd the next morning and he said that Gorbachev should learn his lesson and leave the Communist Party. The crowd roared, "He must resign." 120. Gorbachev's popular authority had been utterly ruined over the previous years, so this one moment of triumphant reception could hardly have changed that reality. The Soviet leader still formally commanded the army and the KGB. He could not, however, regain the support of the Russian people that now belonged, irrevocably, to Boris Yeltsin. Chapter 12. Demise. Things fall apart, the center cannot hold. W. B. Yeats, The Second Coming, 1919. The party is over. On the morning of August 22, 1991, Yeltsin called President Bush to report that Gorbachev had been returned safely to his residence in Moscow, Yazov, Pavlov, and Kryukov had been arrested, and a great victory of democracy could be celebrated in Russia. Bush was surprised and moved. "Your stock is sky high over here," Bush said. "You displayed respect for law and stood for democratic principles. You were the ones on the front line, who stood on the barricades. You brought Gorbachev back intact. You restored him to power. You have won a lot of friends around the world. If you will now accept some advice from a friend, get some rest, get some sleep." One Bush himself was back at Kennebunkport, fishing and golfing. Yeltsin, despite his promise to Bush to save Gorby, was convinced that the Soviet president had been behind the junta as well. Analysts at the American Embassy in Moscow reported to Washington that Russian Democrats defended Gorbachev despite themselves to Yeltsin's decrees, announced during the days of emergency rule, had been extra-constitutional just like the decrees of the emergency committees. In essence, the head of the Russian Republic had seized constitutional powers from Gorbachev. For Yeltsin, it would have been ideal if Gorbachev had come back to Moscow and resigned. Kosbolatov and Berbulis realized, however, that it would be impossible to get rid of Gorbachev immediately. The last thing Yeltsin wanted was to restore Gorbachev to power. Since early 1990, the Russian leader had been on a mission to destroy the totalitarian empire and restore Russia as a free, democratic state. Gorbachev was the main obstacle to this goal. On August 22, the Russian president appeared before the Russian parliament to deliver a message that the forces of totalitarianism, represented by the party and the KGB, had only paused for the time being, they would soon strike back. The Hydra of the old order had been decapitated, but it should now be crushed. 3. Gorbachev was woken at 7 a.m. on August 22, after only a few hours of sleep, because a courier had delivered a thick envelope to his residence. It contained a bundle of decrees signed by Yeltsin and approved by the Russian parliament. During the 3 days of junta rule, Yeltsin had proclaimed himself commander-in-chief of the Soviet army, seized all executive powers on Russian territory, and appropriated the central television and news agencies, as well as all Soviet centrally managed industries, on behalf of Russia, not the Union. Now he wanted the president of the USSR to approve this coup. The indignant Gorbachev refused to sign anything, sent the courier away, and went back to sleep. 4 He arrived at his Kremlin office at noon, ready to chair an emergency meeting of the Presidential Security Council, the first such meeting in weeks. In the famous Chestnut Room where the General Secretary had made sensitive decisions with select Politburo members, Gorbachev signed a document cancelling every decree passed by the junta. Then he began to form a new Soviet government. He fired Foreign Minister Besismurtnik, appointed Marshal Moisaev to replace Yazov as defense minister, and made Leonid Shabarshin the new head of the KGB. He also appointed Grigory Ravenko to be his new chief of staff, replacing Valery Boldin. 5 At a secret Troika meeting back in July, Gorbachev had promised to make such high-profile appointments only with the consent of Yeltsin and the Kazakh leader Nursultan Nazarbayev, but this was conditional upon their signing the Union Treaty. He expected to meet with the two leaders the next morning, at an urgent session of the 9+1 group. Perhaps he hoped that the leaders of the other republics would back him against Yeltsin's grandstanding. The Soviet leader was still in denial about the new political reality. He was also engrossed in his personal drama of having just spent 3 days captive in Crimea. At a press conference that he held that day, he spent most of the time denying any involvement in the junta's conspiracy, yet the media, apart from Western journalists, was hostile. Yuri Karyakin, Yeltsin's advisor and a radical Democrat, asked Gorbachev why he had appointed such apparent scoundrels to vital positions in his government. Gorbachev lamely admitted that he had trusted Kryukov and Yazov. He also unwisely added, with a wide grin on his face, "I will never tell you everything." This remark would feed conspiracy theories for years to come. Gorbachev defended the party apparatus. Some of them had behaved like real Democrats during the coup. The British ambassador Roderick Braithwaite compared the Soviet president to the Bourbons after the French Revolution. He had learned nothing, forgot nothing. Gorbachev's admirers explained his out-of-touch conduct as the result of post-traumatic shock and misinformation. Gorbachev's health and energy, however, belied his descriptions of his Crimean ordeal. 6. While Gorbachev was being grilled by journalists and Russian Democrats, Yeltsin met with a huge jubilant crowd on the panoramic balcony of the Russian parliament. Kosbolatov, Ruskoy, and Berbulis flanked the victorious leader. Other deputies and officials huddled around them. The Russian tricolor was hoisted on top of the building. Yeltsin declared that the arrested junta members were in Russian custody and would soon be put on trial. He accused Lukyanov of being the coup's chief ideologue. He also stated that the KGB, police, and other forces on Russian territory were now under Russian jurisdiction. Kosbolotov followed him by proposing to nationalize the party headquarters on Old Square and shut down any newspapers that had supported the coup. The mayor of Moscow, Gavril Popov, proposed bestowing upon Yeltsin the Medal of the Hero of the Soviet Union. Yeltsin smirked at this absurd proposal as if to say, "Who needs the Soviet Union anymore?" The crowd in front of the White House chanted, "Yeltsin! Yeltsin! ROSSI Yat! ROSSI Yat!" 7. Another crowd had gathered 4 kilometers away, in front of the party headquarters on Old Square, ready to break into the building. Riot police were nowhere to be seen, only a few armed KGB officers protected the party complex. Gorbachev telephoned Mayor Popov and asked for his help. Lacking clear leadership, however, the crowd then relocated to the nearby Lubyanka Square and refocused its fury on the KGB's main offices, which flanked the square on 2 sides, as well as on the statue of Felix Dzerzhinsky, founder of the Bolshevik secret police, at the center of the square. There were calls in the crowd to storm the KGB, to save its archives from destruction, and to free the political prisoners in its headquarters. 8. When news of the crowd's intentions reached the Russian parliament, it sent a new wave of fear among the deputies. One witness recalls there was an acute sense of danger. If KGB officers opened fire, then our entire victory would have evaporated in a second. The deputies suspended the session and rushed to Lubyanka Square, where they formed a human cordon around Dzerzhinsky's statue, in lieu of the absent police. 9. Vladimir Lukin from Yeltsin's entourage called the new head of the KGB, Shabarshin, whom he knew personally, and urged him to allow 2 parliamentarians to inspect the KGB building. The request was granted, and this calmed the crowd a bit. Its attention then shifted to Dzerzhinsky's statue. Deputy Sergei Stankevich managed to convince the crowd to remove the statue from its pedestal carefully and safely. The statue's weight was 11 tons, if toppled, it would have damaged underground communications, including the metro station. The Moscow authorities sent in 2 huge Kruk construction cranes, which hooked the statue by the neck and raised it from its pedestal. The huge piece of bronze hovered in the air, only to be landed on a military truck and carted away. 10. Shabarshin observed the scene from his office, which had once belonged to Yuri Andropov. Evening came, but the KGB buildings were dark, all their lights were turned off. Shabarshin thought about the cunning of the crowd's leaders and the naivete of those who followed them. He ordered KGB guards not to open fire under any circumstances, then he slipped out of the building unobserved, through a back door into an empty street. With the removal of the statue, the threat of civilian violence had passed. The KGB complex was not seized and looted, a great relief for some people, an eternal regret for many others. 11. Yeltsin, who had slept through the afternoon, watched the Vremya news program in the evening and learned about Gorbachev's new appointments. He was furious. The captive of Crimea was restoring his control over the KGB, the army, and the police, behind his back. He called Gorbachev, "What are you doing?" Moisaev was one of the organizers of the coup, and Shabarshin is a man close to Kryukov, the chief coordinator of the coup. 12 in the morning of August 23, Yeltsin came to Gorbachev's office in the Kremlin, with the copies of Yazov's orders that Marshal Moisaev had signed and transmitted for the emergency committee. The copies had been saved from a shredder by an officer sympathetic to Russian democracy. Nothing could be found against Shabarshin, who had not been involved in the plot. 13 Yeltsin demanded the appointment of his candidates, Marshal Shapashnikov as Minister of Defense and Vadim Bakitin to be the KGB chief. Both had joined the resistance to the junta before the leaders of the coup were arrested. Gorbachev's thinking at this moment may be reconstructed as follows: if I resist, Yeltsin could brush me aside and declare me to be a part of the failed conspiracy. People would believe him, there would be civil war and blood in the streets. If I consent, there's still hope of taming the irascible winner, Western leaders would side with me. Gorbachev might also have had a more idealistic way of thinking. He had claimed many times that he never sought power for power's sake. He wanted to retain his constitutional powers, but he also wanted to rule together with Russian democracy, not against it. Whatever he was thinking, Gorbachev surrendered yet again. He agreed to Yeltsin's demands. From this point on, the Soviet president became a nominal commander-in-chief. He lost control of the military and the KGB. There is indirect evidence that Yeltsin obtained Gorbachev's consent to share the nuclear weapons codes with him. 14 The transfer of power from Gorbachev to Yeltsin continued at the 9+1 meeting that began 1 hour later. The Soviet president, under Yeltsin's gaze, invited his recent appointees to appear before him, one after another, only to fire them. When Moiseyev's turn came, Gorbachev told the marshal he was ousted and added, "And please, no funny business." Moiseyev turned pale and responded, "I have not wronged you. And I will not engage in any funny business and also will never leave the party." When Chabarshin's turn came, he smiled, "Thank you. I will finally sleep well tonight." Gorbachev raised his eyebrows, "It is still early to sleep well." Kravchuk, Nazarbayev, Belorussia's leader Nikolai Demente, and the leaders of 4 Central Asian republics watched this performance in silence. 15. During the meeting, Yeltsin's bodyguard Korsakov brought in a handwritten note from Berbulis. The note said, "Intense destruction of documents is taking place at the Central Committee of the CPSU. It is urgently necessary to temporarily suspend all activities in the building." Yeltsin asked Gorbachev, "Will you sign this?" Gorbachev obediently scribbled on the note, agreed. 16 He probably did not anticipate what would follow. Popov and his deputy Luzhkov ordered all party committees in the Soviet capital to be shut down. Moscow city officials, zealots from Democratic Russia, immediately acted on this command. Using Gorbachev's approval, Popov issued an executive order to close the party headquarters temporarily, until the end of the investigation on the complicity of the CPSU and the Russian Communist Party in the organization of the state coup. 17 This was certainly not what Gorbachev had in mind when he signed off. The rest was pure improvisation. Nikolai Khrushchev, the chief party administrator, was shocked to see Gorbachev's signature on Berbulis's note, but complied. A large crowd of angry Muscovites had gathered outside the building, ready to storm it at any moment. The emissaries from Democratic Russia used the internal radio system, set up for war and other emergencies, to order all staff at the CPSU headquarters to leave the building by 1500 hours. Those who stayed, they announced, would be arrested. Party officials and staff who began to leave the building then faced a mob outside. People abused them and searched their bags. The head of the Moscow party organization, Yuri Prokofiev, was kicked in the face. People howled with rage when they found food from the party's closed cafeterias and stores. Many of these items had long vanished from general food stores. The Moscow city officials were now in control of a complex that had been the Soviet center of power for decades. Just a few days earlier, they expected to be arrested. One of them, a physicist from the Institute for Atomic Energy, recalled, "I could not deny myself the pleasure of telephoning Mayor Popov. Your order has been fulfilled. I am calling you from Gorbachev's office." The anti-totalitarian revolution that Russian liberals dreamed about had finally triumphed. 18. Anatoly Chernyev was furious when he heard the order to leave the party headquarters. He continued to work, ignoring the threat of arrest. 2 hours later, KGB officers ushered him and other members of Gorbachev's staff to the basement, where they were surprised to discover a secret underground metro station. A train brought them from Old Square directly to the Kremlin. Gorbachev, when he heard about what happened, only smirked. "He really had no time to spare for me," Chernyev later wrote. 19 The writer Daniel Granin visited the party headquarters a couple of days later. The once sacred seat of power was now an abandoned, poorly ventilated office building, with scattered scraps of paper everywhere and rows of silent telephones. The party had been a giant corporation, no one had been able to leave it with impunity. Suddenly, it had vanished like a mirage. Instead of feeling the joy of liberation, Granin was worried about a power vacuum and the vast horizon of uncertainty that lay ahead. 20. Later that day, Gorbachev was forced to disband all the power structures that he led. This happened in a most humiliating way at an emergency session of the Russian parliament. Gorbachev went there apparently to seek some common ground. Instead, he encountered feelings of revenge and hatred. The session was broadcast to the entire country. Minutes before Gorbachev entered the hall, Yeltsin's aide claimed from the podium, "We do not need the President of the Union. We should remove this odious figure who is clearly not our friend." Gorbachev began by praising the parliamentarians for their heroism, but all he subsequently heard was, "We don't need you, but you need us." Gorbachev tried to reason with his critics, "We need each other." 21. Then Yeltsin took the stage and accused the principal Soviet institutions of collective complicity in the totalitarian coup. He began with the cabinet of ministers. The newspaper Izvestia had published informal, and apparently heavily redacted and changed, minutes from the cabinet session on August 19. This version conveyed the clear but false impression that almost all the ministers had backed the conspiracy. Gorbachev had received a different, more accurate account from Pavlov's deputy Shcherbakov. Yet he avoided any confrontation with Yeltsin at the emergency session of the Russian parliament. He said he would study the report. Yeltsin shoved a paper at him, "Then read it." "Read." Gorbachev began to read aloud, and then announced, "The whole Soviet government must resign." Yeltsin triumphantly declared that the next Prime Minister of the Soviet Union must be nominated by the Russian Federation. Gorbachev did not resist. 22. Yeltsin demanded that Gorbachev agree to transfer control of the gas and oil industries, the military-industrial complex, and other major Soviet industrial assets into the hands of the Russian Federation. This time Gorbachev balked. "It's a very major task, and we have got to solve it in such a way that it does not worsen the functioning of the economy." 23. The Russian leader's last surprise was the most dramatic. Yeltsin declared with a mischievous grin, "And, on a lighter note, shall we now sign a decree suspending the activities of the Russian Communist Party?" He proceeded to push a piece of paper towards the stunned Gorbachev. "What are you doing?" he stammered. I haven't read this." Yeltsin, he argued, had no constitutional authority to ban the party. In the end, however, Gorbachev countersigned Yeltsin's decree. Many in the Soviet Union felt transported with joy. Yet many more felt revulsion at the scene of Gorbachev's humiliation. Shevardnadze's aide wrote in his diary, "Yeltsin played with him like a puppet." 24. Why did Gorbachev do it? His aides later explained this was the moment of profound change in his political philosophy. Gorbachev had finally broken with the party and was now focused on saving the state. 25. The so-called change of philosophy looked more like a political rout. Gennady Berbulis, who had helped Yeltsin to prepare documents for this meeting, recalled, "A cruel, malicious, wicked scene. Yeltsin acted like a predator, like a killer." Berbulis felt nevertheless that he was justified. For him, personalities were mere vehicles of larger historical forces. He thought that Gorbachev was a chatterbox, a master of palaver, about turns and procrastinations. And Yeltsin had executed a mission of global importance. He had ended the East-West divide and helped to dismantle the totalitarian empire peacefully. Yeltsin's actions were probably his revenge for past humiliations. After demonstrating his capacity for sadistic malice, Yeltsin now changed his tone. He took the humiliated Gorbachev to his office and said, "Mikhail Sergeyevich, you've just been through so much recently. Both their families," he continued, "were at risk. Let's have a family get-together." Berbulis was stunned by how much compassion, warmth, and naivete Yeltsin demonstrated. Gorbachev stared at him in silence and declined the awkward offer. Yeltsin then closed down again. His extraordinary display of compassion was gone once and for all. 26. On Saturday, August 24, the Russian government and Moscow City Hall held the funeral of 3 young men killed in a confrontation with the military. This was staged on Maine Square, where all the big rallies of democratic Russia had taken place. The Russian colors of white, blue, and red were everywhere. The atmosphere was reminiscent of the Russian Easter, and bearded Orthodox priests in black frocks were everywhere. Russian Cossacks materialized out of nowhere to maintain order. Liberal-minded intellectuals came to the square to revel in their newfound freedom and Russian identity. Russian émigrés also hailed Yeltsin's victory. The Russian president dominated the proceedings, whereas Gorbachev, sporting a red armband, seemed like a ghost from the past. Everyone agreed that his perestroika had failed and was finally over. 27 Only a few Russian nationalists regarded the days of August as a crushing defeat. They remained in a state of shock at the historic collapse of the state. 28 Alexander Nevzorov, a television journalist with extreme nationalist views, railed against an imitation of a coup staged by unnamed puppeteers. The failure to demonstrate brute force, he said, had discredited the patriotic forces. Now anybody who speaks about the indivisibility of the Soviet Union, he concluded, will be called a fascist, a coup-maker, and a supporter of the junta. 29. After the funeral ceremony, Mikhail Gorbachev returned to his Kremlin office. By presidential decree he ended the existence of party organizations in the armed forces, police, and other state organizations. He also approved the transfer of the party's property to the Russian government and the governments of the other republics. Finally, he resigned as General Secretary of the party. Gorbachev convinced himself that now his main task was to ensure the legality of transition from the Soviet Union to a democratic Russia and a future voluntary union. He still hoped to have a new union treaty, the project that only he now seemed to believe in. When the arrested members of the junta heard the news, they regarded it as an act of treason. Yet only one believer in the old order decided he could not live through this ignominy. Marshal Sergei Akhromeyev was on holiday in August, yet he had rushed back to Moscow to support the emergency committee. Now, Akhromeyev sent a letter to Gorbachev, explaining why he had broken his military oath to serve the Soviet president. From 1990 on I was convinced, as I am convinced today, that our country is marching towards its death. Soon it will be dismembered. He added, I cannot live when my fatherland is dying, when everything I considered to be the cause of my life is being destroyed. On August 24, the Marshal of the Soviet Union hanged himself in his office. 30. The chain reaction. On 21 to 22 August, the governments of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania glimpsed an incredible opportunity to leave the USSR without any legal preconditions. Soviet troops and riot police in the Baltic national capitals were leaving, heading back to their bases. On August 20, the Estonian parliament had declared that the coup in Moscow made talks with the USSR impossible. The republic proceeded to declare its independence unilaterally. The Latvian parliament did the same the next day. Western governments, however, withheld recognition of Baltic sovereignty until Gorbachev and Yeltsin could find a legal way to let the Baltic republics go. 31. The head of the Estonian government, Arnold Rüütel, decided to use his friendship with Boris Yeltsin to cut ties with the USSR. He knew that Yeltsin's support had been crucial for the Baltic journey toward independence. The previous month, on July 29, Yeltsin had met with the leaders of the 3 Baltic republics in Jurmala, Latvia, where he agreed to recognize full Lithuanian independence. The legal foundation was Russia's agreement that the Baltic annexation of 1940 was null and void. Yeltsin planned to unveil the document after the signing of the Union Treaty, but events had since taken another turn. 32 On August 22, Rüütel called Yeltsin to congratulate him on his victory and flew to Moscow, accompanied by legal experts. The next day was the anniversary of the infamous Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and Rüütel expected Yeltsin to recognize Estonian independence. The Latvian leader Anatolijas Gorbanovs flew to Moscow to join him. 33 In his talks with Western diplomats in Moscow, Ruutel said that the Balts needed Yeltsin's support to immobilize the extremists in the Russian minority population, the army, and the KGB. The Balts were aiming higher. They wanted to use Yeltsin's acceptance as a tool to open the gateway for recognition by the West. 34. Yeltsin met the Estonians only on August 24, after the funeral ceremony on Maine Square. After Ruutel made his request, Yeltsin asked what kind of document he should sign. Andrei Kozyrev, the Russian foreign minister, advised the Estonians to draft what they wanted, which their legal experts did on the spot. The decree acknowledged the Estonian Declaration of Independence with no strings attached and urged Gorbachev to reach a settlement between the USSR and the Estonian Republic. It also encouraged the international community to recognize the state independence of the Estonian Republic. 35 Yeltsin signed the paper and declared with a broad smile, "I wish the Estonian Republic all the best." As the satisfied Estonians were leaving Yeltsin's office, they ran into the Latvian delegation, who were waiting their turn. After a brief conversation, Yeltsin handed Gorbanov's a signed paper with the same text copied from the Estonian draft. 36. The Estonian legal expert Rain Mullerson, who drafted the decree for Yeltsin, later admitted that legally this recognition was nonsense. Russia was not sovereign, and its act of recognition had no legal force. In the eyes of the world, the USSR was still the only legitimate subject of international law. Politically, however, Yeltsin's decree was crucial. At that moment, recalled Mullerson, Yeltsin dictated to Gorbachev what to do and where to add his signature. After meeting with Yeltsin, the Baltic leaders paid visits to the U.S. ambassador in Moscow and other Western embassies. Their message was, "Yeltsin has recognized our independence, what are you waiting for?" 37 The next day, Norway and Finland, previously hesitant, recognized the state sovereignty of the Baltic republics. In Bonn, Foreign Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher convinced a skeptical Chancellor Kohl that the international norms of the Helsinki Act of 1975 dictated the supremacy of national sovereignty over status quo borders. Meanwhile, President Mitterrand gave the green light to his foreign minister, Roland Dumas, to announce France's recognition of the Baltic states as well. 38 The Balts, armed with Russian leverage, had accomplished their goal. Another leap toward independence was taking place in Ukraine. After Gorbachev accepted the 9+1 format, Leonid Kravchuk and the Ukrainian communist apparatchiks became absolute masters of the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet, the seat of authority on the republic's territory. The talks with President Bush in Kiev and Kravchuk's meetings with Gorbachev in Crimea demonstrated how far the ambitions of the Ukrainian politicians had progressed. Still, until August 1991, there was no solid pro-independence majority in the second-largest Slavic republic of the USSR, only the regions of western Ukraine annexed by Stalin after the dismemberment of Poland in 1939 were determined to break away from the USSR. When the junta declared emergency rule, many people in Russian-speaking regions of the republic greeted the removal of Gorbachev as a chance to bring an end to economic and social disorder. A similar mood prevailed in the Ukrainian capital. If the strongmen of Moscow had used force and did not fear to hurt people, recalled one senior Ukrainian KGB official, they would have become masters. 39 In this environment, even the most resolute Ukrainian nationalists decided to play the long game. The Rukh leaders decided against the actions in support of Yeltsin, for fear of civil war. The only exception was the Ukrainian Republican Party, led by a member of the Ukrainian Helsinki Group, Levko Lukyanenko, who had spent 20 years in Soviet jail and camps. He equated the Soviet Union with the Russian Empire and urged open resistance to the Moscow junta. The resulting casualties would be a lancet that opens an abscess, causing the empire's quick collapse. In his recollections, Lukyanenko called the power struggle between Gorbachev and Yeltsin a gift from God. While it lasted, he said, the Russian Empire was unable to direct all its strength against Ukraine. 40. The grotesque failure of the putsch had a boomerang effect. Millions in Ukraine no longer expected Moscow to call the shots. In the absence of a central power, people turned to the Republican Parliament and government for solutions. 41 And the breakdown of the Soviet center was forcing the Ukrainian communist leadership and their nationalist rivals to think quickly. Kravchuk, who had stayed in Moscow on 22 to 23 August, witnessed Yeltsin's takeover of the Soviet statehood and party resources, the levers of the Soviet economy, and his control over the Soviet army and the KGB. It was no longer possible for Ukraine to strike a balance between a weak Gorbachev and an assertive Yeltsin. 42 Kravchuk's leadership was in danger, because of his lukewarm support for emergency rule on August 19. He and his comrades were having to face radical nationalists, but also a democratic movement of the Russified intelligentsia from Kiev and the cities of central, southern, and eastern Ukraine. Their leader was the deputy speaker of the Ukrainian parliament, Vladimir Grinaev, who had many friends in democratic Russia. He had publicly opposed the coup and wanted to unseat communist potentates in Ukraine. For the communists in Ukraine, Grinaev recalled, Yeltsin with his democratic ideas and the movement in Russia was a much bigger threat than the homegrown Rook, which was unable to take power. Crowds of demonstrators proceeded to gather in front of the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet chanting, Yeltsin! Yeltsin! Down with Kravchuk! Shame on Kravchuk! 43. One observer described what happened in the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet. I saw on television how, over a couple of hours, all of the communists transformed into the most principled Ukrainian nationalists. This happened in one fell swoop. Some of them alluded to the Russian Democrats, they grabbed the Soviet institutions of power for themselves. We should do the same now. Tomorrow it may be too late. The party stalwarts in Kiev had colossal economic assets in mind. Over half of the plants, factories, mines, shipyards, Black Sea Fleet, and other assets in the Republic were under the control and de facto ownership of the Moscow-based central ministries and conglomerates. Ukrainian sovereignty would allow the Republican and regional party potentates to claim those assets as national. 44. Kravchuk took charge. He proposed that all structures of the KGB, police, and Soviet army on Ukrainian territory should be subordinated to the Rada, the Ukrainian name for the Supreme Soviet of the Republic, ergo himself as head of the Republic. He also emulated Yeltsin's decree in Moscow, to dissolve the party organizations in all structures of the Ukrainian state. These laws, Kravchuk claimed, would help to protect the Republic's sovereignty against any future coups. But Levko Lukyanenko understood the real motive. The Ukrainian communist elite wanted to erect a barrier of state sovereignty against Yeltsin. 45 For pro-independence figures, this was a golden opportunity. They drafted the Act of Declaration of Independence that stated, in view of the mortal danger that almost befell Ukraine with regard to a state coup in the USSR, the Rada proposed to continue the thousand-long tradition of state building and declared the creation of an independent state of Ukraine, with indivisible and inviolable territory. In Ruk, many intellectuals wavered, would it not be better to remain in one country with a democratic Russia rather than end up in a national state with the disguised communist nomenclatura in full control? Finally, they decided to support the Act. 46. The writer Vladimir Yavoyevsky read the act to the Rada and proposed that they vote. The communist faction took time out. During the break, Kravchuk called Yeltsin and Gorbachev and informed them that under pressure the party faction could vote for full independence. Yeltsin responded, "This is normal." The Russian leader, Kravchuk recalled, totally supported Ukrainian independence. Gorbachev was dismayed, but then consoled himself by saying that the March referendum would always take constitutional precedence over the Rada vote. The session resumed and Kravchuk spoke out in favor of the act. Grinaev rebelled against the unholy alliance between the Ukrainian Democrats and the party bosses. He proposed that the act should be linked to a ban on the Communist Party and the nationalization of its property. Only a few backed him. The Rada voted for the Act of Independence with 346 deputies in favor, 2 opposed, and 5 abstaining. 47. When the results of the vote were announced, the party apparatchiks joined their enemies in an outpouring of national joy. Those who had prosecuted and jailed Ukrainian nationalists embraced their former victims and sang Ukrainian songs with tears in their eyes. 48 Kravchuk, however, was not overwhelmed by emotion. Gorbachev's mention of the March referendum gave him a new idea. He proposed to the Rada to conduct a Ukrainian referendum on the same day as the elections of the President of the Republic, on December 1. Many nationalists were opposed. Why another referendum? The act was enough. Kravchuk insisted, if we do not do it, the world will not recognize us. The Ukrainian parliament approved the proposal. The deputies also voted to create a Ministry of Defense and pledged to nationalize all Soviet military units on the territory of the Republic. 49 This move would generate serious tensions between Kiev and Moscow in the months to come. A war of Slavs. The state that Gorbachev led had, de facto, disappeared. In this situation he decided to rule together with the leaders of the post-communist republics. Always a legalist, he convened the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, another relic of the past, to take a decision, to convene one last time the Emergency Congress of People's Deputies. The Supreme Assembly of the collapsing Union would change the Soviet constitution, to make room for a provisional government, with Gorbachev at the top. The Supreme Soviet of the USSR, which returned from vacation on August 26, was leaderless. Speaker Lukyanov was under investigation for his role in the junta. The majority of deputies realized that their assembly was doomed and were desperate to find new bearings. The most radical of them proposed disbanding the Supreme Soviet immediately. Everyone understood that Gorbachev was a hostage to Yeltsin. Kosbolatov came, on Yeltsin's behalf, to announce Russia's conditions for a future union. First, the Russian Federation was united and indivisible. There was no possibility of exit for its autonomous regions. They should negotiate with Yeltsin only, not with Gorbachev. The leaders of these regions, such as President Mintaimur Shemiev of Tatarstan, listened in silence. They had tacitly supported the junta and were now among the losers of the August Revolution. Second, all Soviet property, economic assets, and resources on Russian territory must belong to Russia. Always a shrewd political player, Nazarbayev echoed the Russian demands. He claimed Soviet assets, including the giant Baikonur space complex, and also announced that Kazakhstan would have its own army and its own foreign policy and international treaties. At the same time, with an eye on Yeltsin's grandstanding, Nazarbayev remarked, Kazakhstan will never become the underbelly of any region and will never be a junior brother to anyone. We will enter a union only with equal rights and opportunities. 50. Kravchuk did not attend the assembly. Yuri Shcherbak, a Ukrainian writer, ecologist, and Republican parliamentarian, acted as a self-appointed ambassador who spoke on behalf of independent Ukraine. Shcherbak had grown up as a Soviet patriot, then he became a liberal Democrat, and eventually a late convert to Ukrainian nationalism. He admitted that Ukrainian Democrats had remained passive during the days of the junta, but he then read out the Act of Ukrainian Independence, which he had translated into Russian on his way to Moscow. The coup, he said, had triggered a political Chernobyl that made any idea of a union moot. The only good option left for all Democrats was to accept Ukrainian independence without any strings attached, just as Yeltsin had accepted independence for the Baltics. 51. Anatoly Sobchak took the floor for a rebuff. The mayor of Leningrad, now renamed St. Petersburg, believed that a new democratic Russia should play a dominant role in creating a federation of democratic states around it. He was upset by Yeltsin's decision to let the Baltic republics go without negotiations. Russia had too many commercial and other interests there. 52 There were 10 times as many in Ukraine. In Kiev, Sobchak said, the party nomenclatura had sought to create a preserve under its control against democratic forces. He called the decision to create Ukrainian armed forces political insanity. The Soviet army could not be partitioned, he said. We are a nuclear power. 53. Yeltsin seemed to be having second thoughts as well. On August 26, his press secretary Pavel Voshchanov issued at Yeltsin's request a declaration to the media: "The Russian Federation casts no doubt on the constitutional right of every state and people to self-determination. There exists, however, the problem of borders, the non-settlement of which is possible and admissible only on condition of allied relations secured by an appropriate treaty. In the event of their termination, the RSFSR reserves the right to raise the question of the revision of boundaries. This refers to all neighboring republics, with the exception of the 3 Baltic republics." 54. The declaration was aimed above all at the Ukrainians. It reflected the strong influence of Alexander Solzhenitsyn. The nationalist writer had decried the decisions of the Bolshevik dictatorship to transfer historic Russian lands to the Ukrainian Soviet Republic as a divide-and-conquer ploy. 55 Vladimir Lukin in Yeltsin's entourage strongly believed that the borders of the Russian Federation, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan were the products of the Bolsheviks' cynical manipulation of nationalism in order to construct their totalitarian empire. Internationally monitored referendums, Lukin argued, should be called to allow these areas to decide whether they wanted to become part of a new democratic Russia or stay as they were. The territories in question were Crimea and the Donbass region. 56. At a roundtable discussion in Moscow, Alexander Tsypko, a political scientist with Ukrainian roots, argued that this declaration could lead to a war with the 2 Slavic republics. It would be, he warned, worse than the conflict between Serbia and Croatia in the collapsing Yugoslavia. The only way to keep the peace would be to recognize the current borders of Ukraine. Lukin objected, and what would remain of Russia after everybody took what they considered necessary? He rejected the analogy with Yugoslavia. The Soviet army was still under Moscow's control. Yeltsin should quietly, but firmly, use economic pressure to force Ukraine to return Crimea, where the majority of the population were ethnic Russians. The Ukrainian leaders, he concluded, would have enough brains to understand that they cannot operate without Russia. 57. Gennady Berbulis continued to claim even many years later that the declaration to the Ukrainians was the work of Yeltsin's press secretary, Voshchanov. Berbulis's mother came from Luhansk, Donbass, and his son was born in Kiev. He could not imagine Ukraine and Russia as being separate, but he rejected Solzhenitsyn's ethno-nationalism. 58 Voshchanov later recalled the motivation of his boss. Yeltsin of course did not have any political desire to hold onto the Union at any cost. At the same time, Yeltsin was offended by the Ukrainian Act. He had been supporting Ukrainian independence all along, yet he convinced himself that this would assist a rapprochement between Russians and Ukrainians. Instead, Kravchuk and the Ukrainian communists had tricked him, and decided to separate themselves from a democratic Russia, while taking Russian-speaking Crimea as well. Yeltsin decided to send a strong signal to Kiev. When Voshchanov finished his draft, he called Yeltsin, who was on his way to the Latvian resort of Jurmala, and read the text over the phone. "Fine," Yeltsin said. "Send it to the press." 59. Vice President Ruskoy as well as the mayor of Leningrad, Anatoly Sobchak, and Gavril Popov, mayor of Moscow, welcomed the declaration. In a televised interview, Popov mentioned not only Crimea but also some areas on the left side of the Dnieper and Odessa as disputed territories. Voshchanov did the same, when he held a press conference. A Ukrainian journalist accused Yeltsin and the Russian leadership of clinging to communist imperialist legacy. Voshchanov replied that Ukrainian nationalists regarded this legacy highly selectively. "You don't want to live with Russia in a union? This is a communist legacy for you. Then go, but return Crimea and Donbass to us. Because they became part of Ukraine due to the communist legacy. You received them from Nikita Khrushchev with the approval of the CCCPSU Presidium." 60. The next day, Kravchuk called Yeltsin to protest. Hadn't they both agreed in November 1990 on the territorial integrity of the 2 republics? Yeltsin prevaricated. He denied he had authorized the declaration, arguing only that there could be a problem with having borders between Russia and Ukraine in the future, should the Union fall apart. Kravchuk agreed, but urged Yeltsin to solve this problem when it arose. In a civilized manner. 61 Yeltsin's waffling was a reaction to the political storm that the declaration triggered in the West and among Russian Democrats. Western ambassadors were telephoning him to express their concerns. Journalists besieged Yeltsin's office with inquiries: had Yeltsin changed his colors? Would Russia go to war with Ukraine over Crimea? In Moscow, the Independent Gazette published an op-ed piece whose author compared Yeltsin's territorial revisionism to Hitler's claims on the Sudetenland in 1938.62. Yeltsin was stunned. On August 27, he asked Ruskoy to fly to Kazakhstan in order to reassure Nazarbayev. The Kazakh president feared for the northern regions of Kazakhstan, populated mostly by ethnic Russians. Ruskoy declared in Alma-Ata that Voshchanov had made this declaration without Yeltsin's consent and promised to punish the wayward press secretary. The next morning, Yeltsin sent Ruskoy, Sergei Stankevich, and others to Kiev as troubleshooters. Sobchak, Lukin, and Shcherbak joined this mission on behalf of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. The delegation from Moscow landed at Borispol airport that afternoon. The group met with Kravchuk and other Ukrainian parliamentarians in the Rada. The Russian-Ukrainian talks lasted through most of the night. With emotions running high, Kravchuk and Ruskoy signed a Russian-Ukrainian agreement. They confirmed that the Ukrainian-Russian Treaty of November 1990 remained the basis for all present and future negotiations. Journalists noticed that both sides spoke about the former union. The Ukrainians promised to suspend the formation of a separate army during transition, a pledge they did not mean to keep. Kravchuk agreed that Ukraine would return to the Novoagoryovo talks, but with a caveat: the Ukrainian people would decide on the republic's membership in a future union on December 1, the day of the Ukrainian referendum and presidential elections. 63. The first standoff between the Slavic republics ended in Ukraine's favor. The Ukrainian leader could now start his presidential campaign without alienating Russian speakers in eastern, southern, and central Ukraine. Russian participants at the talks knew, however, that they did not resolve basic disagreements. Crimea remained the bone of contention. Russia had already ceded Soviet ports and bases on the Baltic Sea to the Balts. Ukrainian secession would mean that the Russian state would lose 19 out of 22 ports on the Black Sea. The feeling that the Russian-Ukrainian accord was unfair would become the main source of conflict for years to come. 64. A run on the bank. August was the last month in the life of Nikolai Krushina. As the chief party administrator, he was in charge of all party assets, money, and investments. As a young man, Krushina had entered rebellious Budapest with Soviet tanks in November 1956. On August 23, 1991, after Soviet tanks had left Moscow, the democratic emissaries from the Moscow government forced him to shut the party headquarters. Krushina felt broken and betrayed. Then Gorbachev called him to announce the party's dissolution. He ordered Krushina to pay severance packages to the party members. The emissaries from Democratic Russia came to interrogate Krushina about party funds and investments. This was the last straw. In the early morning of August 26, Krushina fell to his death from his balcony in a guarded apartment building in which he resided. In his last note he wrote, "I am a coward." The autopsy and trial did not find any signs of foul play. 65. Krushina's fall symbolized the dramatic end of the Soviet Union state capitalism under the aegis of the Central Nomenklatura. The terms for appropriation of state property accumulated by the Soviet state over many decades had dramatically changed. A young American scholar who was in Moscow at that time, doing research on the Soviet economy, came up with a metaphor: a run on the bank. The Soviet nomenklatura, he argued, was rushing to grab state assets like customers of a bank on the eve of bankruptcy. Krushina's death may have been suicide, yet it was very convenient for many people in power. And just over a month later, on October 6, Krushina's predecessor, 81-year-old Georgy Pavlov, also fell to his death from his balcony. 10 days after that, another party official, in charge of finances sent to foreign communist parties, fell to his death from the windows of his apartment building. These mysterious falls would continue to nourish rumors about disappeared party funds. Several investigations were launched, none of them successful. The enormous transfer of wealth from the collapsing Soviet state to private accounts in London, New York, Switzerland, and various offshore accounts continued. 66. Mikhail Bakarev, head of the Supreme Economic Council of the RSFSR, was among the losers. In the months before the junta, Bakarev was planning to create a state conglomerate to sell Soviet military assets in the Baltic republics and Eastern Europe. The items for sale included military bases, infrastructure, warehouses, and heavy equipment. Bakarev believed that his conglomerate could earn up to $100 billion in the Baltic republics alone. He negotiated with Yazov, Kryukov, and Pujo, whose troops protected military bases in the Baltics. Lukyanov allegedly told him, "When Gorbachev comes back, we will sign all your documents." The junta's fiasco ruined Bakarev's plans. During the days of emergency rule, he was on a business trip in Vienna and did not rush back. He then lost Yeltsin's trust. His rivals Berbulis and Kosbolotov eased him out of the Russian power structures. 67 Khrushchev and Bakarev relied on the central bureaucratic apparatus as a hub for new corporate chains and investments. The self-annihilation of the Soviet state had left them flat-footed. Viktor Chernomyrdin, the head of Gazprom, suddenly discovered that he was on his own. His corporation was left without state credits and subsidies. Hundreds of Red directors like him were in a similar situation. The state budget managed by the Minister of Finance virtually stopped receiving taxes from the republics. Only 11% of taxes were submitted. Meanwhile, pensions, wages, and salaries remained indexed against inflation and nominally doubled in comparison with the previous fall. Directors of state conglomerates did not have money to pay the salaries of their employees, even those in charge of nuclear weapons. 68. The sudden collapse of the central state set in motion anarchical processes in the Soviet economy. In the classic film Zorba the Greek, 1964, Greek villagers ransack the household of a deceased well-to-do lady. The house is stripped from top to bottom in a matter of minutes, reduced to an empty carcass. There were obvious winners in the Zorba-like environment in the USSR, young entrepreneurs, who had got a head start during Gorbachev's reforms, yet whose real goal was to make money by any means possible. Many of them had roots in the Komsomol. The Soviet authorities granted Komsomol activists unique privileges to launch socialist cooperatives, including the first commercial banks. The British journalist Paul Klebnikov, who knew many of these activist scum businessmen, later wrote, "The KGB and the party made the same mistake that the Tsarist secret police had made a century earlier, namely by sponsoring agents of revolution in order to control them." 8 decades later, Nikolai Khrushchev and the KGB spawned the gangsters and capitalists who went on to destroy the Soviet Union. 69. Whatever role the new capitalists played in the Soviet drama, after the junta's failure they felt free as never before. Kommersant, a newspaper of business, was published on August 21 with the headline, "Thank God, Perestroika is over." The newspaper's editor, 32-year-old Vladimir Yakovlev, was the son of Yegor Yakovlev, the editor-in-chief of Moscow News, a leading glasnost newspaper. In contrast to his father, a believer in humane socialism, the younger Yakovlev declared his indifference to any ideals or ideologies. He wanted to build a normal society, by which he meant laissez-faire capitalism. This was a generational shift. In a fascinating conversation with his father, published in Moscow News, Vladimir explained that all Gorbachev's decrees had long stopped working because they ceased to reflect realities on the ground. The local authorities, he argued, had become vitally dependent on young entrepreneurs, who provided them not only with the luxury items they coveted, but also whatever food their fridges could store. 70. Other Gorbachev-era entrepreneurs shared this chutzpah. Business is thriving, Konstantin Borovoy, one of Kommersant's sponsors, told the Soviet ambassador Anatoly Adamyshin when he visited Rome, but political power stands in the way. In November 1990, Borovoy had been authorized by Yeltsin's government to set up a Moscow stock exchange. The stockbrokers helped giant corporations and plants to trade their products for the materials and goods they needed, making huge and largely untaxed profits. On August 20, young brokers defied the junta and carried a giant Russian national flag across Moscow. 71 Borovoy boasted to Adamyshin that he and his business partners knew everything that the coup makers were doing due to their high-placed sources, including some KGB officials. "My brokers have already become billionaires," he explained. "They must invest their money, but they are not permitted to do so." The removal of the state, he hoped, would allow young Russian capitalists to use their accumulated liquidity to buy cash-strapped state enterprises and other assets. 72. Mikhail Khodorkovsky was another entrepreneur who capitalized on the new horizons. As the young chief executive of the Minatep Group, which owned 18 commercial banks, 2 insurance companies, and 1 trading house, Khodorkovsky was also an advisor to the RSFSR government. 73 By offering high salaries, Minatep lured the best experts from the State Bank and Soviet ministries. When he learned about the emergency rule, Khodorkovsky's first thought was that the junta would unleash a populist assault on young millionaires like himself. This did not happen. For the 3 dangerous days of 19 to 21 August, Khodorkovsky stayed in the Russian parliament, but he also continued to lead Minatep, located in the building next door, which had once housed the operations of the defunct economic bloc of socialist countries. At the end of August, young bankers celebrated victory and demanded new freedoms of financial transactions and privatization from the RSFSR government. 74. When his vacation ended, Ambassador Anatoly Adamyshin returned to the Soviet embassy in Rome. Many prominent officials traveled from Moscow to Italy to propose lucrative business opportunities to the Italian business elite and government officials in exchange for Italian medicine, food products, and other goods. Adamyshin met with Sobchak, Popov, Ruskoy, and many others. Their lack of business skills shocked the ambassador. Those officials in his view were acting like carpetbaggers, one sought to undercut the other. Ministers and mayors used their official posts to promote their personal businesses. Yet the same people grumbled that an unregulated market economy was dragging the country into a state of complete chaos. Even Borovoy confessed that Russia needed a strong statesman with a vision, perhaps someone like Lenin, only on the side of capitalism. 75. Adamyshin was surprised to hear the same doubts expressed by his Italian friends and colleagues, statesmen, financiers, and politicians. It would be tragic, they argued, if the Soviet state should suddenly disappear. Much of the Soviet Union's wealth would then end up in the pockets of Mafia. 76. The Italians knew what they were talking about. And in Moscow, St. Petersburg, many provinces of the Russian Federation, in Ukraine and in South Caucasus, criminal elements were already mingling with the mid-ranking nomenklatura officials and populating the networks of patronage for an emerging free market. This process would define and shape the future of post-Soviet economies in Russia, Ukraine, the Baltic states, and other republics of the Soviet Union. 77. Provisional oligarchy. On August 27, Gorbachev told Georgy Shukhnazarov to start working with the leaders of Russia, Ukraine, and other republics on a new union treaty. The seasoned advisor shook his head in disbelief. Did Gorbachev really hope to convince Yeltsin and the Republican barons to return the power they had grabbed earlier in the month back to the central government? Gorbachev said, "We should explain to them that none of their republics would survive without the Union. Even Russia." Shukhnazarov proceeded to contact Yeltsin's headquarters. 78. It was a weird moment of anarchy in Moscow. The Soviet central state and party structures that had previously managed the economy and finances had been dissolved. Those who remained in their jobs were in limbo, without political backing. One example of the anarchy was the uncertainty surrounding the status of the State Bank of the USSR during the last days of August. On August 25, Yeltsin signed an order for the Russian government to take over the State Bank of the USSR and the Ministry of Finance. His government also tried to take into its control Soviet gold and diamond reserves, as well as the facility for printing rubles. 79 On August 26, Viktor Gerashenko, head of the state bank, learned he had been dismissed because of his collaboration with the junta. During emergency rule, he had issued instructions to the branches of the bank to collect tax arrears from the Russian Federation. He had also cracked down on the commercial banks, registered under the Russian jurisdiction. Now, the emissaries from the Russian government came to Gerashenko and demanded the keys from the vaults, a poor parody of what the Bolsheviks had done in 1917. Instead of acceding to their request, Gerashenko picked up the telephone and called all the numbers of influential people in Moscow, in other republics, and abroad. Under growing pressure, especially from Kravchuk and Nazarbayev, Yeltsin had to suspend the operation. The Russian emissaries quietly left the bank, and Gerashenko resumed his job. The bank continued to function as if it belonged to all the republics, not only the RSFSR. 80. The new uncertainty also cast a cloud over the future of Soviet energy production and distribution. On August 31, the Russian president signed a decree to nationalize Soviet oil and gas industries on RSFSR territory. It covered the entire Soviet fuel complex, including the state corporation Gazprom and a state pipeline building corporation. 81 In the past, the Council of Ministers of the USSR and its committees had decided how oil and gas were distributed and delivered from the fields of western Siberia to the republics and abroad. Suddenly, this mechanism had now disappeared, while new market-based agreements and networks were still not available. In Ukraine, petrochemical industries came to a screeching halt. An energy catastrophe was looming. To prevent the disaster, the last Soviet minister of the petrochemical industry, Salim Bekhajev, an ethnic Chechen, had to return to his abandoned office, to make phone calls and contract deals to resume the flow of oil. 82. The economist Abel Aganbajian told Adami Shin, when he was visiting Rome, that the Republican economies simply could not exist separately from each other, nor without Moscow's coordinating authorities. The centralized distribution of credit, products, and supplies had stopped, according to Aganbajian. The export of wood, minerals, and metals had also shrunk dramatically, by 1/3 and sometimes 2/3. The miners of Donbass were left without wood to construct their shafts. The Ukrainian-Russian separation, argued the leaders of their trade union, was causing their mines to shut down and leading to massive unemployment. The euphoria about independence would end soon, Aganbajian confidently predicted, and the republics would crawl on their knees back to the center. 83. This was the moment that Gorbachev used to his advantage. While Yeltsin was in Latvia on vacation, playing tennis, Gorbachev created an operational committee to act as a stopgap replacement for the disbanded cabinet of ministers. He asked the RSFSR Prime Minister, Ivan Silayev, to head this enterprise. Surprisingly, Yeltsin gave his consent to both steps. Grigory Yavlinsky, author of the 500 Days program, also joined the Economic Operational Committee as deputy chairman. All republics immediately sent their representatives to the committee, even the Baltic states dispatched observers. Gorbachev seemed to have emerged yet again as an essential mediating figure capable of compensating for Yeltsin's destructive actions. 84 The operational committee acted without any constitutional authority, solely on the basis of inertia. Yavlinsky recalled that he had been on the telephone all the time, cajoling and cursing directors of enterprises, redirecting trains with coal or wheat from one region to another, and liaising between one industry corporation and another. He did not even know if any of his calls produced the intended results on the ground. 85. Gorbachev's scheme was to turn this provisional committee into a post-Soviet government, a bridge to the creation of a new union on the ruins of the old one. On August 31 he met with Yeltsin and Nazarbayev and offered them a political deal. The Troika would convene the Congress of People's Deputies and make this body legitimize a provisional government. Gorbachev had three new institutions in mind. First, a joint economic committee of the participating republics to run the economy. Second, a state council consisting of Republican leaders and chaired by Gorbachev, which would deal with political affairs. Third, a new Supreme Soviet of the USSR, whose conservative majority would be replaced by delegated deputies from the Republican legislatures. After approving those institutions, the Congress would disband itself and would never be convened again. Yeltsin accepted the deal. He, Burbulis, and others in his entourage believed that Gorbachev's scheme of rebuilding the Union was an exercise in futility. Yet Gorbachev had made an offer that the Russian leadership could not refuse. On September 1, Gorbachev invited leaders of the republics to his office in the Kremlin. Nazarbayev came, Yeltsin sent Vice President Ruskoy. From Central Asia, Karimov and other leaders attended. The head of Georgia's parliament arrived as an observer. The leadership of the three Baltic republics and Moldova declined to participate. The leadership of Ukraine was absent. Kravchuk was sick while the Ukrainian Prime Minister, Vitold Fokin, was on vacation. Vladimir Grina represented the Republic without any formal authority. 86 Gorbachev opened the meeting with a statement, "The people were demanding a new legal order and Western leaders are simply in panic. Otherwise, there might be a war, as in Yugoslavia, some kind of Armageddon." He unveiled, on behalf of the Troika, his plan for a constitutional transfer of power to the republics. Then he proposed signing the Union Treaty within the next week. 87. The Republican potentates approved the joint statement to the Congress that Gorbachev had prepared. Their feelings, however, were confused. Even those who opted for independence suddenly realized they were responsible for the developing chaos, and were dismayed by the new obligations and huge uncertainties they faced. After the meeting, they went to talk to the delegates from their respective republics, who had already begun to arrive in Moscow for the Soviet mega-assembly. Nobody could predict, however, how the majority of the Congress, elected in 1989, would react. Yevgeny Primakov, a savvy insider and Gorbachev's aide, predicted that the deputies would unseat the Soviet president rather than eliminate the Congress. The three Baltic prime ministers, who happened to be in Moscow at the time, were very nervous. If the Congress took the wrong decision, their acts of independence would be in danger. 88. The Congress opened on September 2, at 10 a.m. in the Kremlin Palace. 1,900 delegates registered to attend. Gorbachev and Republican leaders used all available administrative and political resources to pack out and stage the event. Sobchak worked on the Russian delegates elected in the precincts of the Russian Federation. Nazarbayev provided extra transportation for the Kazakh delegates to arrive in Moscow in time. Other Central Asian republics did the same. As the session opened, Nazarbayev delivered a shock and awe statement from the Republican leaders. Despite all the preparations, it took many delegates by complete surprise. Many expected Gorbachev to elect a new Soviet cabinet of ministers and a new Supreme Soviet, and were ready to approve it. Instead, they were asked to consent to an anti-constitutional coup. The joint statement proclaimed the Republic's right to join the United Nations as subjects of international law. Immediately after Nazarbayev had finished, the Congress was adjourned for almost 3 hours without any discussion. 89 Bamboozled and leaderless, delegates wandered into the lobbies. Vadim Medvedev, Gorbachev's aide, later claimed that a preemptive shock worked well. 90. After the Congress resumed its work, Yuri Shcherbak said on behalf of the deputies from Ukraine that the Republic supported an immediate economic agreement, but did not want to be a slave of any Soviet institutions. He suggested holding a conference about the geopolitical space of the former USSR, modeled after the Helsinki Conference of 1975. Ukraine did not want to participate in a common monetary system, because the only real way to defend Ukraine's interests was to create its own currency system. The Ukrainians also claimed their share of the Soviet gold and currency reserves among the republics. They were not so eager to inherit their share of Soviet debts. The new head of Belorussia's Supreme Soviet, Stanislav Shushkevich, backed the Ukrainian proposals. 91 The followers of Solzhenitsyn, if they were at the Congress, must have shuddered. Their project of a common Slavic statehood had gone up in smoke. Delegates from democratic Russia supported the creation of an oligarchy of Republican leaders. Alexander Obolensky was the only exception. He denounced what he called a conspiracy of the nomenklatura against the idea of a common democratic space. He compared the joint statement of Gorbachev and 11 Republican leaders to Lenin's dissolution of the Democratic Constitutional Assembly in January 1918. Pointing his finger both at Yeltsin and Gorbachev, Obolensky declared, "Perhaps it is time we stopped treating the constitution like a harlot, accommodating it to the pleasure of the new Tsar's courtier." Gorbachev, he continued, had failed on 2 counts. He had created the conditions for a coup, and he had now betrayed the constitution he had pledged to defend. Such a leader should be removed immediately, and a new president of the Union had to be elected on the spot. 92. The rebellion fizzled out. The majority of deputies chose loyalty to their Republican leaders, rather than to the constitutional principles. The Russian communists and nationalists kept a low profile. Obolensky's proposal to remove Gorbachev was idealistic, but for many it only added to the specter of anarchy and civil war. The post-Soviet oligarchy of Republican leaders would at least offer some semblance of orderly rule. The academician Dmitry Lakachev, the scientist Yevgeny Velikov, and other major public figures implored the Congress to keep Gorbachev as the leader. The Russian Democrats used the commotion to propose a resolution on the rights and freedoms, a lofty declaration of social, economic and human rights for the entire former Soviet territory. It was adopted almost unanimously. 93. Yeltsin was not present during the Congress's first session. When he finally appeared, he said he trusted Gorbachev much more than even 3 weeks ago, before the coup. Gorbachev, when he took the floor, sounded like a converted Democrat. He fully adopted the narrative of the winners. He regretted he had not broken with the totalitarian system and not relied on all democratic forces a year earlier. He rejected Obolensky's accusations, by staying together, the republics would overcome economic crisis. The West will support us as well. During the break, Gorbachev met with select groups of delegates and reassured them, the Supreme Soviet of the USSR would still be around as a guarantor of the common statehood. 94. Gorbachev was tireless at the Congress. He found legalist tricks to avoid explosive debates. He worked backstage with the confused delegates and buried divisive proposals. When the Republican leaders failed to marshal the constitutional majority of 2/3 required to cancel the Soviet constitution and dissolve the Congress, Gorbachev, who chaired, presented the deputies with a sudden ultimatum: they should either go home or vote on the end of the constitution by a simple majority. Later Gorbachev would admit to the British ambassador, "I had to fiddle with the laws a bit to get the result the Republican leaders needed." The deputies surrendered. On September 5, the Congress and the Constitution went quietly into the dustbin of history. The 1,900 delegates packed up and headed home. In their suitcases they carried sausages and other scarce food items available in the Kremlin buffets. Gorbachev's aide Vadim Medvedev argued that the Soviet president had acted correctly. The dismissal of old unitary structures was dictated by the nature of the situation. Shukhnazarov and Cherniev also agreed. In retirement, Rizhkov called the dissolution of the Congress and the end of the Soviet Constitution an act of stupidity. The president of the USSR had helped Yeltsin to destroy the legal framework, without gaining anything tangible in return. 95. On September 6, the president of the USSR convened in his Kremlin office the first meeting of the State Council. The new ruling oligarchy of Republican potentates still could not believe their political good luck. Yeltsin let Gorbachev occupy center stage again, at least for a while. 96. The first question on the agenda was Baltic independence. There was no time to discuss it at the Congress. Gorbachev did his best to build a legal firewall between the Baltic restoration of statehood, destroyed in 1940, and the sovereignty of other republics of the USSR. 2 years previously, this would have been a revolutionary move. Now it appeared to be a specious legal trick. The Balts did not attend, but the Estonian Prime Minister, Edgar Savisaar, happened to be at the meeting by accident. In reality, he was worried that an interregnum in Moscow would abruptly end at any moment, Yeltsin and Gorbachev would reach an agreement, and then the Russians would question Baltic independence. At the meeting, Savisaar addressed other Republican leaders as comrades and did everything to send a conciliatory message. "We should not dramatize our divorce," he said. "We are in the same geographic space. We will not fly to the moon." 97. The Republican leaders voted to form a delegation, which would conduct negotiations with the three Baltic states on the entire complex of issues connected to the rights of individuals and the interests of these republics in the USSR. This meant long settlement talks on a divorce contract, with many terms and conditions. Gorbachev asked Yakovlev, Shevardnadze, and Sobchak to lead these negotiations, one for every republic. The next day, Izvestia published the recognition declaration in small print, next to news about the bloody skirmishes between the Croatian military and the Serbian army. 98. Gorbachev's gamble of a provisional government was his last and most desperate move. The only assets he still had were his constitutional status as president of the USSR, international fame, and the republic's fear of total economic collapse. In just 2 months, however, the specter of a new union would fade away like Moscow's Indian summer. Yeltsin wanted Russia to become a natural leader in the post-Soviet space without any power being exercised above him. Gorbachev deluded himself by thinking that the threat of economic collapse and his support by Western leaders would be sufficient to herd the Republican potentates into a common political project. In reality, he was shouldering a political burden for Yeltsin and the Republican barons. Or, as his press secretary Andrei Grachev later said, the president of the USSR had placed himself in the position of King Lear, giving away tangible assets in exchange for promises of good faith. 99. Chapter 13. Cacophony. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. English nursery rhyme. What fell from the cart is lost. Russian proverb. The end of credit. The Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs, known as the MID, was in trouble after the August crisis, because most of its diplomats had followed the orders of the junta. "If I had been a senior Soviet official," the British ambassador Roderick Braithwaite wrote in his diary, "I would probably have gone the way of Besismurtnik and other collaborators." The Russian foreign minister, Andrei Kozyrev, sent a group of investigators to MID headquarters to purge the top echelon of Soviet diplomats. After Gorbachev fired Besismurtnik, it was the turn of his first deputy, Yulik Vitsinsky, to be sacked. He had signed cables to Soviet embassies and consulates, telling them to comply with emergency rule. Anatoly Adamyshin, the Soviet ambassador in Rome, realized he was lucky to have been on vacation in Moscow during the coup. That gave him an alibi. 1. On August 28, 1991, a delegation of senior MID officials came to Shevardnadze with a plea to return and save Soviet diplomacy from the revolutionary pogrom. Sergei Lavrov, one of the group, said, "We feel a collective guilt and came to you as prodigal sons to a wise father." "It is not only about foreign policy," Lavrov continued. "Your return would prevent a massive exit of other republics. We may be expelled from the United Nations. We may cease to be a great power even in legal terms." Shevardnadze agreed that Kozyrev's assault on the foreign ministry was madness. He did not decline the offer to lead Soviet foreign policy again, but expressed grave doubts about Gorbachev. "The real culprit of the current situation," Shevardnadze said, "was the Soviet president, who had encouraged the emergency plans and ignored all warnings of the impending coup." 2. Gorbachev did not call Shevardnadze. Instead, Boris Pankin, the ambassador to Czechoslovakia, would become the next foreign minister of the Soviet Union. He was the only Soviet ambassador to have publicly denounced the coup. Gorbachev and Yeltsin also chose him because neither wanted Shevardnadze. Foreign policy became an instrument of power that the two presidents had reserved for themselves. 3. In the late afternoon of August 28, Pankin arrived at the Kremlin to meet with Gorbachev. The presidential office, once a quiet haven of supreme power, was like a beehive, doors opened and closed constantly, letting visitors in and out. Gorbachev was forming his provisional government. Point 4 Following a brief talk with Pankin, Gorbachev signed his letter of appointment. After a few hours of waiting in Gorbachev's lobby, Pankin learned from television news that the Supreme Soviet had approved him without any hearings. That evening, Gorbachev invited the new minister for a heart-to-heart talk. The president put his arm around Pankin's shoulder, as if they were old classmates and friends. He said that the world had rallied around him and the Soviet Union during the days of August. Time to change directions, to get rid of prejudices. Enough of double standards. Pankin, who had had many discussions with President Václav Havel in Prague, said that Eastern Europeans felt that everyone in Moscow had forgotten about them. Gorbachev, however, was not interested in that subject. His priorities were partnership with the West and fundraising. He showed Pankin his desk, where one of many telephones was marked Foreign Minister. You pick up a receiver there, and I pick it up over here. No intermediaries. Pankin left the meeting charmed, but without any idea what to do and which tasks to focus on. Point 5. The next morning, instead of briefing Pankin in some depth on his new role, Gorbachev sent his new chief of staff, Grigory Ravenko, to introduce Pankin to the Foreign Ministry Collegium. 1 month earlier, this snobbish body of senior Soviet diplomats might have treated Pankin as an upstart. Now, however, they received him without a murmur. Improvising desperately, Pankin told them that the Soviet Union needed the foreign policy of a victorious democracy. Then he retired to the enormous office vacated by his predecessor, to collect his thoughts. 2 portraits hung in the office, those of Lenin and Gorbachev. Neither could offer Pankin any advice. Point 6. Gorbachev acted as if he was the only senior official in the Soviet Union who could ask the West for financial assistance in order to save his country. On September 1, during his meeting with 11 leaders of the republics, Gorbachev suddenly excused himself. He had to step out to receive Prime Minister John Major and Foreign Secretary Douglas Hurd of Great Britain, the first Western statesman to visit Moscow after the coup. Major chaired the G7 group of wealthy nations, and he had brought with him Nigel Wicks, a senior Treasury official who would soon attend a meeting to discuss Soviet debts and Western financial assistance. Gorbachev wanted to remind the Republican potentates of his unique standing in world affairs. Meeting with Major and Hurd in the Kremlin's Golden St. George Hall, the president told them he had just saved the Soviet Union from disintegration. To consolidate his success, he needed Western assistance. The British Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary were impressed by Gorbachev's renewed confidence. Point 7 After returning to the leaders of the republics, Gorbachev said the British visitors had promised to help. Wicks would stay in Moscow, to work with Yavlinsky on a plan of economic reforms and aid from the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and Western governments. This plan could result in much-needed Western financial assistance. Point 8. The discussion of money for reforms continued at the State Council on September 6, the second formal meeting of Gorbachev's provisional government. The RSFSR Prime Minister, Ivan Silayev, informed leaders of the republics that the foreign debts of the Soviet Union stood at $52.2 billion, $20.9 billion were due in 1991. The Pavlov government had paid most of this, but $3.9 billion were still in arrears, and so far we have nothing to pay with. The Soviet gold reserves had been exhausted. In practical terms, Silayev concluded, we are on the brink of all Union bankruptcy. Where to find the money? Should one declare a default? Silayev turned to Gorbachev, only you can do it. 9 Gorbachev, who was at the helm again, said he would send his emissaries to raise funds. Yevgeny Primakov would go to Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, Yakovlev would travel to Germany, somebody else would go to South Korea. Point 10 Nazarbayev took the cue. He pleaded with Yeltsin, let's demonstrate to the country that we are united. We should stop clobbering each other. The Russian president sat with a sullen face, saying nothing. Vadim Bakatin, head of the KGB, recalled that Gorbachev dominated the meeting. He juggled budget numbers easily and always had the last word. 11. On September 9, a conference held by the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, on the humanitarian dimension opened in Moscow. The idea of this conference dated back to the early days of Perestroika, when the Politburo had considered human rights a Western instrument of Soviet foreign policy. In September 1988, after much diplomatic traffic, the meeting was set. 3 years later, it appeared to many to be totally incongruous. In the MIT, which was responsible for the event, everyone advised Pankin to delay it. Western diplomats agreed. 12 Pankin, however, had an inspiration. The OSCE conference was a great opportunity to tell the world that Moscow was not the center of a collapsing totalitarian empire, but rather a capital of democratic revolution. 13 Gorbachev, after some hesitation, gave the green light. In just a few days, 35 foreign ministers and other dignitaries received official Soviet invitations to attend. The conference opened in the Hall of Columns in the House of the Soviets, where Lenin's associates had been tried and condemned to death in the period 1936–38, and where Stalin's coffin was displayed in March 1953. Quite a location to discuss humanitarian issues. 38 flags of the OSCE members decorated the Hall of Columns, among them flags of the independent Baltic states. Pankin had also invited foreign ministers from Ukraine, Belarus, and other Soviet republics to attend as observers. In his opening speech, Gorbachev spoke about a great Eurasian democracy. No one dared mention the Soviet Union anymore. Next day, Yeltsin hosted the foreign ministers in the Russian parliament. Gorbachev and Yeltsin also hosted 2 separate galas inside the Kremlin. Black limos, sequestered from the stockpile at the party headquarters, drove dignitaries around Moscow. The hosts spoke about the victory of freedom and democracy, new partnerships, and ideology in international relations giving way to human rights. The Soviet delegation, chaired by Sergei Kovalev, a former political prisoner and friend of the late Andrei Sakharov, presented a package of breathtaking proposals, including the supremacy of international law over national sovereignty. This was more than the Americans and other Western governments were ready to accept. 14. The leaders and followers of democratic Russia were seized by a fever of admiration for the West, which represented a new mythology, a substitute for the collapsing Soviet world. The democratic-minded Russians expected to enter the family of a civilized international community tomorrow, if not today. For Moscow's cultural elites, the social events at the conference satisfied their desire to belong to, and be accepted by, the West. Some Western guests were stunned by the spirit of optimism. The country was going to the dogs. What was there to celebrate? Some asked their hosts, why had the Soviet economy sunk so low? Were there fears of a new dictatorship? 15. Gorbachev used the Moscow Forum to confirm his status as a world celebrity and to request Western ministers for financial assistance. He asked Hans-Dietrich Genscher for 1 billion DM of credit. By that point the government of Chancellor Kohl had already given Gorbachev over 25 billion DM. Remarkably, Gorbachev could not even explain what the money had been used for. He did say to the U.S. Secretary of State, James Baker, with stunning nonchalance, "Things disappear around here." Genscher, however, promised to talk to Helmut Kohl immediately. Gorbachev commended German generosity and contrasted it with the American reaction, "Some people want to call the tune without even paying the piper." That same day, Gorbachev invited Yeltsin, Silayev, and Yavlinsky to listen in on his telephone conversation with Kohl. In it, the German Chancellor promised him the 1 billion DM. Kohl also offered to justify his assistance to the Soviet Union at the upcoming G7 meeting in Dresden, where Sherpas, representatives of heads of the leading industrial powers, would be gathering. 16. Gorbachev also spoke to France's Minister of Economy and Finances, Pierre Bérégovoy, and the Foreign Minister, Roland Dumas. He counted on France as a leader of the European community. President Mitterrand's former advisor, Jacques Attali, was the director of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, which gave credits to Eastern Europeans. "Let President Mitterrand know," Gorbachev said to his French guests, "that we need your help very much. This is our last chance." He urged Western powers to create a stabilization fund of $10 billion to save the Soviet economy. He also asked the Paris Club, an informal association of Western banks that handled difficult problems of international finances, to help restructure Soviet debts. Unfortunately, Gorbachev would not receive any financial aid from France. French foreign policy priorities began to shift from the OSCE to Maastricht, the negotiating process to create the European Union, a project that excluded the USSR. 17. Foreign ministers of Western European countries still lionized Gorbachev. Thorvald Stoltenberg, from Norway's foreign ministry, met with the Soviet leader along with colleagues from Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Iceland. He said, "Why not use the experience of post-war Western Europe and implement some kind of Marshall Plan? If the West failed to assist change in the Soviet Union," he concluded, "we may destroy everything that we had created after the war." 18 In reality, the Nordic countries had been scrambling to assist the Balts. The rest of the Soviet Union was outside their remit. Czechoslovakia's foreign minister and former dissident Yuri Dienstbier warned Gorbachev, "The Western leaders are afraid that this money will be gone with the wind, just like it was with Poland in the 1970s." 19 By the end of his fundraising marathon, Gorbachev had received only 2 pledges of financial aid. The Germans promised to deposit their 1 billion DM in the state bank by October 15. Another pledge came from Italy, a state credit of $1 billion. When Gorbachev asked the German Sherpa Horst Kohler for an additional low-interest credit, the Germans stalled. Any further money, Kohler said, required a joint decision by the G7 leaders. 20 Gorbachev had reached the limit of his personal credit. Chicken Kiev. President Bush and Brent Scowcroft were baffled by the rapid changes in Moscow. They understood that the old Soviet center was gone. Yet they did not know how Yeltsin's democratic revolution would turn out. Bush feared that hardliners could still regroup and strike back. 21 Yeltsin's hasty decrees on Latvia and Estonia and the Ukrainian Act of Independence put the American president in a bind. The U.S. Congress urged Bush to accept the sovereignty of the Baltic states, but also grant recognition to Ukraine. On August 26, Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, on a visit to Bush at Kennebunkport, told his friend that Canada was about to recognize Baltic sovereignties. Then Helmut Kohl called the American president the next day. The Assembly of EEC foreign ministers in The Hague had also decided to recognize the Baltic states. Bush reacted pensively, "I wish we knew a little more on the effect this would have on other republics." In his memoirs, Bush explained that he wanted to give Gorbachev the opportunity to recognize the Baltic states first, before we in the West act. 22. Bush's primary concern and interest was Ukraine, not the Baltic republics. On August 29, the New York Times published an op-ed piece by William Safire entitled "After the Fall. The Soviet Empire is Breaking Up," wrote the popular conservative columnist. "This is a glorious moment for human freedom. We should savor that moment, thanking God, NATO, the heroic dissidents in Russia and the internal empire, and the 2-generation sacrifice of the American people to protect themselves and the world from despotic domination." The columnist attacked Bush for his timidity. Why isn't the President of the United States on the air, welcoming the Russians, Ukrainians, and all to the free world, urging the dissolution of the police and cutbacks in the army, showing the path to prosperity? Instead, Bush was foolishly placing Washington on the side of Moscow centralism and against the tide of history. The columnist singled out Bush's address to the Ukrainian parliament on August 1 and dubbed it the Chicken Kiev speech. 23 This was a resounding claim for immediate recognition of Ukraine's independence. President Bush was furious and deeply wounded. Safire's Chicken Kiev could not be easily forgotten, and it appeared at an exceptionally sensitive moment. Bush and Baker were considering the implications of Ukraine's secession for the Soviet nuclear arsenal. The strategic implications of its exit from the Union were of special concern. A total of 176 intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, in silos and 42 strategic bombers on air bases were deployed on Ukrainian territory, with an estimated 1,800 nuclear warheads stored in special bunkers. The biggest missile plant in the Soviet Union, which produced SS-18 missiles, was located in Ukraine's Dnepropetrovsk. 24 Who would be in charge of this enormous nuclear capability if Ukraine were to become independent? The US president decided to ignore Sapphire and other critics. The White House decoupled the Baltic question from Ukrainian independence. The latter had to be delayed until the nuclear issues were clarified. The next day, August 30, Bush informed Gorbachev that he could wait no longer on the issue of Baltic recognition. The Soviet leader pleaded for him to be patient until the opening of the Soviet Congress. The new American ambassador to the Soviet Union, Robert Strauss, and other sources backed Gorbachev's plea. The Congress could dismiss the Soviet leader. Bush said he would give Gorbachev a few more days. Then he telephoned Vytautas Landsbergis of Lithuania. Bush told him to wait for an important announcement on Monday. He concluded reassuringly, "I want you to know that we are with you." 25. On the morning September 2, Bush met the press and announced the restoration of diplomatic relations with the Baltic states. Shortly before, he called the presidents of Estonia and Latvia and explained that he had waited this long because he had been trying to get the Soviets to permit independence. The US president believed he had just performed a delicate diplomatic maneuver. Bush spent his lunchtime pondering the special meaning of this day in his life. On September 2, 1944, a military aircraft that Bush piloted was shot down over the Bonin Islands in the Pacific Ocean, south of Japan. His crewmates perished, and he was the only survivor. It was a moment to think about life, his good fortune, and service to one's country. In their recollections, Bush and Scowcroft continued to insist they had acted wisely. The National Security Advisor commented that they were striving for a permanent solution to the Baltic issue. That could best be achieved by voluntary Soviet recognition of Baltic independence. Otherwise, should the nationalist right come to power in Moscow, they could easily reverse the situation, claiming the USSR only acted under duress in a weakened condition. Neither man mentioned Sapphire's Article. 26. With the Baltic issue resolved and Ukraine's recognition postponed, the White House focused on other aspects of the Soviet conundrum. On September 4, Bush and his cabinet debated whether a weak Soviet Union or its breakup would best serve American interests. "We were split, badly split," Scowcroft recalled. The Pentagon's chief, Dick Cheney, publicly advocated abandoning Gorbachev for Yeltsin, who was a real Democrat and embraced Western values. Cheney supported the appeal from the Ukrainian American organizations and the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, to recognize Ukrainian independence. 27. James Baker argued that a weak union under Gorbachev would be more in U.S. interests than an unpredictable cacophony of independent republics. He took inspiration from his aides, Andrew Carpendale and John Hanna. Carpendale had written a memo, "What is to be done," after Lenin's famous dictum, in which he rooted for Moscow's liberal intellectuals and backed their idea of a common democratic space across the Soviet Union. Yeltsin's ambitions, Carpendale argued, could lead to a Yugoslavia-like confrontation between the republics. Hanna proposed a framework of 5 principles derived from the OSCE legal framework, within which the process of Soviet dissolution could occur peacefully and orderly. This framework consisted of peaceful self-determination consistent with democratic values and principles, in the spirit of the Helsinki Final Act, respect for existing borders, both internal and external, when any changes occurred peacefully and consensually, respect for democracy and the rule of law, especially elections, human rights, particularly equal treatment of minorities, and respect for international law and obligations. 28 Shevardnadze also urged Baker to affirm those principles. He hoped the U.S. administration would convince Gorbachev and Yeltsin to forge a partnership. 29. Baker, like his aides, was thinking about Yugoslavia, the country that was irrevocably sliding towards a state of violent chaos. On September 4, the Secretary of State announced the 5 principles at a press briefing in the State Department. He emphasized that the Baltic states have always been and indeed remain a special and separate case for the United States. The future of the Union, Baker continued, is for the Soviet peoples to determine themselves, according to the internationally accepted principles. When a reporter asked Baker about the parallels between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, he responded, "The Yugoslavs did not follow 5 principles and look what happened." 30. 2 wild cards lay on the horizon of U.S. diplomacy. One was the idea of a massive Western financial package to stabilize the Soviet economy in its transition to capitalism. On August 27, Graham Allison and Robert Blackwell in an op-ed piece in the Washington Post urged the Bush administration to take the lead on this initiative. 31 John Major, one of the G7 leaders, warned Bush, some Western leaders wanted to expedite Soviet membership of the IMF, so that Moscow could draw on its funds. Bush, advised by his Secretary of the Treasury, Nicholas Brady, was firmly against this idea. He responded, "We have just had a momentous triumph for our values and for our vital interests. I think we are in a strong position not to be rushed into hasty decisions. We should be able to resist pressures for large-scale cash assistance." 32 At the cabinet meeting on September 4, Baker had to agree with him. The president could not propose spending taxpayers' money on the USSR while the U.S. economy was ailing. 33. Ukrainian independence remained the second wild card. Ed Hewitt, the top Soviet expert on the National Security Council, wrote to Bush and Scowcroft, "Both Yeltsin and Gorbachev feel that Ukraine must stay in the Union. Ukraine's secession could provoke huge economic dislocation and a nationalist backlash in Russia. It is likely in the end," speculated Hewitt, "that Kravchuk will not win the key December elections, but that Ukraine will stay in the Union, primarily as a way to try to control Russia." 34 The Ukrainian controversy was discussed in the White House on September 5. Bush opened the meeting by admitting that the declaration of independence by other republics was a complex issue. There were smaller autonomous regions inside the Russian Federation and other republics, and all of them were threatening to secede. The president's uncertainty prompted Cheney to argue again for an aggressive approach. "The United States," he said, "must use its enormous leverage in the Soviet space to break it apart. We could get an authoritarian regime in Russia still," he said. "I am concerned that a year or so from now, if it all goes sour, how we can answer that we did not do more." The full record of the discussion remains classified, but the meaning of Cheney's words was clear. Russia had never existed as a democratic country, and most likely it would not become one. The recognition of an independent Ukraine would be a good policy in any case. If democracy fails, we're better off, if they the Russians are small. 35 Baker reminded Cheney of the other horn of the dilemma: what if the breakup led to violence? "We don't want another Yugoslavia." Scowcroft recalled, "Baker thought it was important that we try to keep the Soviet Union together, principally because of command and control over the nuclear forces. I thought we were better off with a broken-up Soviet Union, because it would fractionate the Soviet nuclear forces, and a large part of them, we could stop worrying about." Scowcroft, however, disagreed with Cheney. If the U.S. openly backed Soviet disintegration, Scowcroft reasoned, it would almost guarantee long-term hostility on the part of most Russians, who constituted the majority of the Soviet Union. "In the end," he recalled, "we took no position at all. We simply let things happen." 36. For Baker, the OSCE Forum in Moscow was an opportunity to deliver his 5 principles to the intended audience and determine how American diplomacy could benefit from a Soviet breakup. His log included the ratification of START and CFE, the Treaty on Conventional Armed Forces in Europe, which meant cuts to the Soviet strategic arsenal and the removal of Soviet troops from Central Europe. He also wanted to end Soviet aid to two key clients, Cuba and Afghanistan. 37 Baker arrived in Moscow on the morning of September 11. His first meeting was with Foreign Minister Pankin. Astonishingly, Pankin handed Baker a list of 10 proposals, some of which preempted the American requests. The list included the termination of Soviet assistance to Cuba and Afghanistan, talks on the northern territories claimed by Japan, the opening of previously restricted areas of the Soviet Union to American tourism and business, and the recognition of the right of Eastern European countries to enter into any alliances they wished. These proposals, Pankin concluded, were not Soviet concessions, but reflected a new philosophy on the part of those who run our foreign policy today. 38. After that, Baker met with Gorbachev. The Soviet leader confirmed that Soviet assistance to Cuba and Afghanistan would be terminated, but gradually and subject to negotiations. Gorbachev still hoped to avoid the appearance of unconditional retreat. But he desperately needed Western assistance, including food and medicine. He also asked, with Yavlinsky present, if the West could set up a stabilization dollar fund to maintain the Soviet balance of payments. Baker gave a non-committal response. An IMF-approved program of economic reform, supported by Yeltsin, would enable the West to provide rather substantial aid. In contrast, the Secretary of State was specific about Soviet debts to Western banks: they must be paid on time, or the United States might be forced to stop humanitarian aid. 39. Yeltsin waited for Baker to tell him that he was now the boss in Moscow. All Soviet foreign policy was rubbish, Yeltsin said. The Cuban community in Florida had lobbied Yeltsin to end Soviet subsidies to Castro's dictatorship immediately. Now he presented this as a gift for Baker. The Soviet Union, Yeltsin said, would cut off military and economic assistance to Havana and Kabul by the end of the year. The entire contingent of Soviet troops, 11,000 men in uniform, would leave Cuba by January 1, 1992. Yeltsin promised to get Gorbachev's consent to this, and in a few hours he did. That same evening, Baker and Gorbachev made a joint announcement on this at a news conference. 40 The decorum of democratic foreign policy aside, it signaled a hasty dismantling of the Soviet superpower. One historian called this episode a fire sale of Soviet foreign policy assets. In fact, those assets were discarded like garbage. Pankin, who had not even begun consultations with the Cubans and Afghans, was shocked when he heard the Gorbachev-Baker announcement. 41. The Cuban regime would unexpectedly survive the end of Soviet subsidies, remaining a thorn in the American side. The regime of President Najibullah in Kabul would fall 4 years later, to be replaced by the ruthless fundamentalists of the Taliban. This did not benefit American interests at all. Had Baker in September 1991 managed to look into a crystal ball, he would have seen the smoke billowing out of New York's Twin Towers and decades of American military occupation of Afghanistan. In a cable to Bush from Moscow, Baker wrote about the extraordinary flexibility of Yeltsin and Gorbachev and linked it to their hopes of American assistance. The United States, Baker argued, should be in even more of a hurry to lock in gains then and there. 42 Still, the Secretary of State could not fully explain what he had just experienced. The Russians' willingness to please the American went far beyond what their interests and common sense dictated. All the officials whom Baker met in Moscow behaved like born-again Christians, except their new source of inspiration was Uncle Sam's support and money. Everyone pleaded for Baker to help. Kozyrev needed him to convince Yeltsin to act even more resolutely to throw out the rubbish of Soviet foreign policy. The Russian president would listen only to the Americans. 43 The Minister of Defense, Yevgeny Shapashnikov, wanted Baker to restrain Ukraine and Belarus, where politicians were about to fragment the Soviet army. The United States, Shapashnikov pleaded, should not to rush to recognize those republics. Baker, struck by such naivete, assured the Marshal that it was not U.S. policy to do so. The head of the KGB, Baketin, asked Baker to back him in his talks with the Baltic states. They sought the immediate destruction of secret police networks on their territories. Bakatin also needed American assistance in transforming the KGB into something akin to the CIA. This is one hell of a country, Baker marveled. A month ago, the head of the KGB is arresting President Gorbachev, and now the head of the KGB is studying American legislation to model the Central Intelligence Agency, 44. Bakatin wrote in his memoirs that Baker cared about the future of the Soviet Union more than some of our prominent politicians. The Secretary of State was appalled by the desire of the former Soviet republics to apply immediately for UN membership. What would then happen to the Security Council where the Soviet Union still had a permanent seat? Baker shared this concern with Kozyrev, who agreed that this nightmare should be prevented. At a dinner in Spaso House with the attendees from 12 republics at the OSCE conference, Baker urged them to cooperate and sign an economic treaty. His meetings with Silayev and Yavlinsky, however, convinced him that there was no unity of purpose between the two Russians. They quarreled constantly. Whereas Silayev wanted to ask the IMF and World Bank for money, Yavlinsky said any money would be wasted without a program of reforms, based strictly on his ideas. Mayors Popov and Sobchak sought to convince Baker that it would be better if Western business dealt with Moscow and St. Petersburg directly, bypassing Gorbachev's provisional government. Popov urged NATO to ship all its dated army food reserves to Moscow. Do not give money to the center, Sobchak told Baker. 45. The emotional peak of Baker's trip was a dinner with Shevardnadze in his Moscow apartment. The former foreign minister saw no bright future for democracy in Russia without massive Western involvement. The Union's disintegration would tear the economy to shreds. Populists like Vladimir Zhirinovsky would ride a wave of mass discontent. 46 Shevardnadze reminded his American friend, in the past the West had conditioned its assistance on the exit of the Baltics from the Union. Now, the Balts are gone, and there is no assistance. Baker remained immune to this reasoning. Perform the economic revolution and our assistance will be provided without delay, he said. Before this assistance comes, Shevardnadze objected, Ukraine would be gone, Kazakhstan would go too, and Central Asia would end up in the grip of Islam. Kravchuk is weak, Baker objected. He runs for the presidency against nationalists. The West was on the side of the center and against nationalists. In the end, Baker stuck with the official U.S. line of non-involvement, where all responsibility was delegated to post-Soviet actors and the IMF. Baker's discipline, once again, almost prevented him from being human with the guy, recalled Robert Zolik, one of Baker's principal aides who was present at the dinner. 47. Still, Baker left Moscow emotionally engaged with Russian democracy. The failure of Democrats in Moscow, he wrote to Bush, would produce a world far more threatening and dangerous if, however, against very high odds, the Russian Democrats would deliver economic revolution that would match their political revolution. Then the onus will be on us, especially if we hang back. 48. The sense of moral responsibility cooled somewhat, when Baker traveled to the Baltic states, where he received a hero's welcome. Landsbergis and his colleagues wanted Washington to press Moscow into immediately withdrawing Soviet troops, demilitarizing Belarus, and stopping Soviet military traffic from crossing Lithuania into the Kaliningrad region, now a Soviet enclave. When Baker cited Shapashnikov's arguments that all this was logistically impossible, the Lithuanians were angry. The Balts also refused to honor any Soviet commitments. As for Estonia, said its foreign minister Leonard Merry, it was no more of a successor state to the USSR than Namibia. Baker was struck by a reaction bordering on open hostility when he spoke about Russian-speaking minorities. Arnold Ruutel, head of the Estonian government, said that most Russians and Ukrainians in Estonia worked in defense and security sectors and should leave the country. Baker did his best to talk him out of this idea. 49. Baker then flew with his team to Kazakhstan for talks with President Nazarbayev. The Kazakh Republic had on its territory an estimated 1,000 strategic ICBMs with multiple nuclear warheads on each, and about 1,800 nuclear weapons in total in storage depots. 50 In Alma-Ata, their host entertained the Americans lavishly, vodka flowed and toasts were raised to a US-Kazakh strategic alliance. Nazarbayev subscribed to the 5 principles, confirmed that Kazakhstan would remain nuclear-free, and asked Baker to open a diplomatic representation in the capital of the republic. He also shared with the Americans his concerns about a strong streak of Russian nationalism in Yeltsin's entourage. "If you travel around my country," he complained, "you'd see Russian kids beating up Kazakh kids. That's how it was for me. It was not easy to live with them." He clearly had in mind not only his childhood traumas, but also the geopolitical and historical realities. Kazakhstan was established as a Soviet republic by Stalin in 1936. During the Cold War, the republic became a playground for the Soviet military-industrial complex. The republic's leadership had no clue as to what happened in closed cities on its territory, including the giant space center, biological and chemical laboratories, and so on. Those were funded and controlled by Moscow. The Kazakhs, Baker summed up later, surrounded virtually on every side by a great power, wanted to reach out to the United States, the one power in the world that could ensure their peace and stability. 51. Baker had another thought: what looked like a great idea in Moscow appeared very different on the periphery. The Baltic leaders wanted to quit the Soviet Union politically, economically, and culturally, disregarding the negative consequences. And Nazarbayev, apparently so cooperative and reasonable in Moscow, had changed his tune radically once on his home turf. Faced with such mercurial attitudes, Baker mused, could Gorbachev actually survive? 52. Exercise in empty talk. On September 5, the leaders of democratic Russia gathered for the first time in Moscow following the dramatic events of August. Arkady Murashov, a leading radical Democrat, greeted his colleagues with the words, "Today, at 11 hours 30 minutes in the morning, the USSR ceased to exist." He was referring to the dissolution of the Congress of People's Deputies and the end of the Soviet Constitution. The majority in the room, most of them Moscow liberal intellectuals, equated this seismic shift with the end of a totalitarian empire and the start of a new democratic era. They believed that Yeltsin would hold new elections, that they would form the future Russian government, much like in Poland, free of communist apparatchiks. 53. It was unclear, however, what they should do next. The leader of the movement, Yuri Afanasyev, and other Russian Democrats felt like a cavalry brigade whose attack had suddenly come to a screeching halt. The party they had opposed was gone, and there was now no other visible common target. The Russian democratic movement did not quite know how to deal with the economy, state building, and the stabilization of finances. None of those problems could be solved merely by mobilizing crowds and printing propaganda leaflets. 54. On September 14, a conference held by Democratic Russia opened in Moscow. A total of 153 delegates arrived from 55 regions. Famous dissidents from the Soviet era, Vladimir Bukovsky and Yuri Orlov, sat in the presidium. Yeltsin, however, remained on vacation and did not show up. The Russian president already viewed himself as separate and above the movement of intellectuals that had supported him. Yuri Afanasyev, who chaired the conference, reminded the audience that this was a day of special historic significance. 74 years earlier, the provisional government, headed by Alexander Kerensky, had proclaimed Russia to be a republic. Unfortunately, the first Russian republic had lasted only 2 months, before Lenin and Trotsky destroyed it. For a few seconds, the delegates reflected on this fact. Afanasyev then invited the audience to stand up to salute the tricolor flag of the Second Russian Republic, born in June 1990 and now finally free from its totalitarian shackles. 55. Ilya Zaslavsky, another leading figure of the movement, presented the main political report. 3 political forces, he said, would decide the future of Russia. The first consisted of the old nomenklatura members who promoted state capitalism. The second force, Democratic Russia, comprised professionals, the intelligentsia, skilled workers, and new business entrepreneurs. And the third force consisted of the trash of Soviet society, people who do not want to work, but would like to divide and share everything. The populist Vladimir Zhirinovsky appealed to this group. Then Zaslavsky spoke about the possible scenarios. In the worst case, a majority, driven by misery and anger, might join Zhirinovsky's mob. Another scenario would be if the democratic leaders joined forces with the pro-capitalist nomenklatura. Zaslavsky opted for the third scenario, in which democratic Russia would continue its conditional support of Yeltsin and strengthen its position in the Russian parliament. 56 The discussion of the report revealed that many delegates were pessimistic about the future. Our people are savage, undereducated, warned one delegate from St. Petersburg. The former party bosses had the money to bribe the electorate, and many would vote for those who brought them a sausage on a plate. One delegate from Ekaterinburg complained that activists in the local municipal councils, Soviets, the mainstay of democratic Russia a year before, were now unemployed and lacked funds. Democracy would fail, the speaker warned, if Democrats remained a chattering class without economic power. 57. Yevgeny Sevastyanov, one of the Moscow officials who had shut down the party headquarters on August 23, urged the movement to unite on a practical program of economic reforms. 58 The 500 days was no longer applicable, he admitted, and he presented his own program of action. The document called for an immediate freeing up of prices, the end of regulations hampering currency exchange and real estate, and the transfer of state pensions into investment funds. This list of policies was borrowed directly from American economic practices. Murashov proposed privatizing universities and healthcare, and dismantling Soviet-era public services in favor of private ones. Liberal ideas, concluded Murashov optimistically, in conjunction with the indigenous features of Russian history and culture will demonstrate a Russian miracle to the world. He did not elaborate on which indigenous features from Russian history and culture he had in mind. Neither did he explain who would implement such a program, nor how. 59 No one asked any questions. This was a time when any number of increasingly radical economic programs, dreamt up by well-intentioned amateurs, continued to circulate in Moscow. Few at the conference spoke about state building. The Soviet intelligentsia, from which most of democratic Russia's activists derived, had an acute sense of their leading status in broader society, yet they despised bureaucracy and shunned paperwork. Murashov was an exception. He accepted an offer from his friends in City Hall to become head of Moscow's police force. He urged his colleagues to follow his example. If we stay away, he argued, who will implement reforms? The majority were not ready to follow this line of thinking. Leonid Batkin, a literary historian, spoke with great passion against any collaboration between Democrats and state structures. We should remain who we are, he said. Democratic Russia, instead of infiltrating the state, should focus on grassroots and parliamentary activities. We should remind Yeltsin and the Russian authorities, Batkin concluded, how much they owe us and stop being their wagging tail. 60. The majority of delegates hoped that, instead of the evil empire of the Soviet Union, there would emerge a commonwealth of independent democracies, loosely based on the British Commonwealth. Some argued that all post-Soviet republics should become legal successors to the USSR. Batkin, never to be outdone in radicalism, urged his colleagues to bring to the end the destruction of the KGB and the old army. 61 And what should be done about the Soviet nuclear arsenal? Batkin, a specialist in the Italian Renaissance, had an answer to this as well. All members of a future commonwealth would have joint control and command over strategic armed forces. Had James Baker attended this meeting, he would have thought he was among a bunch of raving lunatics. Another observer, a Russian scholar, recalled, I still cannot understand how people, generally not so courageous in life, did not fear that after the breakup of the USSR our space would turn into a terrain in which everyone was fighting everyone else, similar to the former Yugoslavia, but with nuclear weapons. Americans feared this very much, yet our intellectuals did not. 62. Not everyone at the conference celebrated the collapse of the Union. One of the delegates supported Gorbachev's Union Treaty and considered the August events a tragedy. No matter into how many parts we split our former empire, he argued, every state that emerges from this would still be multi-ethnic. In Georgia and Moldova, violent ethnic conflicts were already raging. The same could happen elsewhere. Why did democratic Russia back the Baltic, Ukrainian, and Georgian separatists, but not Russians living in other republics? And what about Russian-speaking Crimea, should it decide to leave Ukraine and join Russia? 63. A speaker from eastern Ukraine stood up to object. Any call for changing borders, he said, sounds louder than the click of a gun. He added that the majority of people in Ukraine were ready to leave the Soviet Union for good, and the Russians should mind their own business. 64. Those altercations presaged the end of the noble idea of a common democratic space. On September 16, the State Council gathered in Gorbachev's Kremlin office to discuss a common economic program and the Union Treaty. This was the most important meeting of the short-lived Republican oligarchy. Yeltsin attended and he seemed to be in agreement with Gorbachev, which set the tone of the meeting. 65. Yavlinsky proposed giving extraordinary powers to himself and a group of professional economists for the next 5 years, until the transition to a market economy was secured. If his program were not accepted, he said, then in a few months hordes of hungry and miserable people would sweep away all existing parliaments and councils. Yavlinsky's technocratic utopia put the cart of economics before the horse of politics. His logic only momentarily appeared to be overwhelming. Yeltsin listened with a poker face. Ukraine's chairman of the Rada, Leonid Kravchuk, and Prime Minister, Vitold Fokin, were the first to object. How then should we understand independence? 66. Ukraine, Fokin said, had a surplus of food which it planned to export and thereby gain hard currency. The Republic could live without a dictatorship in Moscow and distribute its wealth as it wished. Ayaz Mutalibov, the president of Azerbaijan, and Vyacheslav Kabish, the prime minister of Belorussia, complained they could not go back to their republican parliaments with Yavlinsky's plan. There would be cries of treason. 67. Yavlinsky spoke like a teacher whose students had failed to learn his lesson. He singled out the misguided project of the Ukrainian Rada to establish a Ukrainian currency. It was possible, he said, for several state banks to be located in Moscow, Kiev, and other cities of the Soviet Union, resembling the Federal Reserve System in the United States. Yet there could be only one currency and only one central money supply. If Ukraine and other republics issued national currencies, Yavlinsky warned, the notes would become worthless bits of paper. His plan, he replied to Kravchuk and Fokin, did not involve distributing existing state assets, but instead creating a viable common market that would increase the standard of living of everyone. 68. Gorbachev kept pushing for a union treaty. He chided Kravchuk, and why are you in Ukraine taking over the armed forces even before the treaty? And what is your reason for taking over border troops? Kravchuk answered that this was the Republic's reaction to the August coup, the measures with which to protect itself. Stanislav Shushkevich, head of Belorussia's Supreme Soviet, took Kravchuk's side. Everyone looked at Yeltsin. After a long silence, the Russian leader spoke again in favor of a union treaty, as well as an economic agreement. Certain groups started to press me, Yeltsin said, that Russia should go it alone and resolve its problems independently. He did not finish the sentence. 69. During the rest of the meeting, the Russian president remained silent. In his writing pad he jotted down only a few notes. One of them was, rule from the center or separately. 70. Yeltsin's indecision was palpable. He remembered what Yavlinsky had said before, effective economic reforms could not work in one republic alone, they had to be implemented across the whole of the Soviet Union. Yet uncertainty had paralyzed the Russian leader, the man of radical decisions. He did not know how to answer the question he posed in his writing pad. President Nazarbayev joined the meeting after some delay, having finished his talks with James Baker in Alma-Ata. Here in Moscow, the Kazakh leader changed his colors yet again. He appeared as a wise man, in favor of the Union. Baker had told him, he said, that the G7 powers would offer financial assistance to the post-Soviet republics only if they acted together. If the republics approached the West separately, they would be treated like colonies. Turning to Kravchuk, Nazarbayev said, diasporas can help, but this will not cover the needs of any republics. Leonid, my dear friend, I worry what might happen to Ukraine. He concluded his intervention on a reassuring note, economic matters will unite us. I am certain of this. 71. Gorbachev jumped at the chance to apply peer pressure on Kravchuk. The Slavs cannot separate, he said. Leonid, you should not be afraid to speak more about the Union. Gorbachev assumed that the leader of the Ukrainian Rada was in favor of a confederation, but just feared that his nationalist rivals could outflank him in the presidential race. Kravchuk reacted wanly, with a touch of apology. He expressed concern that the mines of Donbass in eastern Ukraine were shutting down, because of a lack of wooden pit props that had stopped arriving from the Russian Federation. Gorbachev reassured him, after the treaty, the wood will come. Kravchuk replied with unexpected candor, I wish, Mikhail Sergeyevich, I could say that everything will be fixed tomorrow. It will not happen, nothing will happen. Shushkevich, who overheard their dialogue, later admired how cleverly Kravchuk had outfoxed Gorbachev. Whatever Gorbachev wanted to get from him, he could never get it. 72. The ruling oligarchy was a product of expediency and uncertainty. No one believed it would last. When Gorbachev and Yeltsin asked Silayev to step down as Prime Minister of the RSFSR, to focus on his new duties in the Provisional Government's Economic Committee, the experienced bureaucrat hesitated. Silayev knew that this position would be like building castles in the sand. Gorbachev, in contrast, behaved as if he had regained the right to lead the Soviet Union. 73 Shushkevich recalled that Gorbachev did not want to listen to anybody else. He thought he was so smart and good, and that everybody would back him. Instead, the Republican barons viewed Gorbachev as a windbag whose time in power had long expired. During a break between the long sessions, some of them shook their heads at Gorbachev's performance, another exercise in empty talk. 74. After digesting James Baker's findings, Bush and Scowcroft signaled to their allies that it would be impractical to offer more than humanitarian assistance to the Soviet Union. David Mulford, Under-Secretary for International Affairs in the Department of the Treasury, flew to the meeting of Sherpas in Dresden, where he killed the German initiative to refinance the Soviet debt. Then he joined Nicholas Brady and the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Alan Greenspan, who had arrived in Moscow to deliver the bad tidings to Gorbachev. The West would not give him any more money, beyond what had already been promised. This is also the view of the Germans, Brady added, and our other partners. Gorbachev received the news stoically. We are realists, he said, and we fully understand that if the United States does not take a stand, nothing will happen. He commented on the disparity in the Soviet-Western partnership. The Russians, the Slavs, Gorbachev said, expected to be treated in the West like friends. Americans, however, counted their money. Brady pressed on with the Western demands. In order to receive humanitarian assistance, Moscow should make a full disclosure of its finances, including its gold reserves. This could cause Gorbachev a degree of public embarrassment. In 1990–91, he had been secretly authorizing massive sales of gold to cover trade and budget deficits. Brady, however, stood firm. 75 In his report to Bush, the Secretary of the Treasury concluded, the Soviet economy was contracting more rapidly than we thought. No measures to stop this freefall would be effective until the relationship between the center and the republics was resolved. And this was highly doubtful. 76. Russia's strategy. Gennady Berbulis, appointed as Yeltsin's Secretary of State in July 1991, told a friendly journalist in September that he had been reading the poet Osip Mandelstam and Sigmund Freud, as well as Western and Russian philosophers, to clear his head. When the journalist asked Berbulis what was on his mind, he responded that it was a transition from the totalitarian Soviet Empire to fully fledged democratic structures of power and government. After the junta's fall, Berbulis had curated for Yeltsin issues to do with foreign policy, police forces, the KGB, and the media. In September 1991, he later recalled, there was no government in the country. Activists from Democratic Russia urged Yeltsin to carry out lustration, effectively banning the party and KGB officials from taking government jobs. Berbulis knew that this would be impossible, there were simply no democratic cadres available. In Yeltsin's entourage many came from the party nomenclatura and the KGB. 77 Berbulis restrained the zeal of his friends, who wanted to get rid of the entire rank of senior Soviet officials. He was against a massive purge of Soviet diplomats and the KGB. 78. Berbulis also needed someone who could propose a viable set of measures to deal with the economic crisis. He discounted the Silayev Committee, he also dismissed Yavlinsky. Grisha Yavlinsky, he recalled, was like Gorbachev, good at talking the talk, but not walking the walk. Yeltsin was the only man with the power and the will to act. However, Berbulis feared that Yeltsin's clout would be wasted on Gorbachev's feudal schemes, instead, it had to be used for constructing a democratic Russia. For Yeltsin's principal advisor, the creation of the Russian state, appropriation of Soviet economic assets, and the launch of radical market reforms were three essential elements of the one package. 79. Berbulis had a brief romance with the model of Swedish socialism, yet he quickly rejected this option in favor of market libertarianism. You can give a fish to a hungry man, he said to a journalist, or you can teach him to catch a fish. This biblical parable originated with Berbulis's friends on the American right as an argument against state socialism. The Swedish socialist model was too costly and would only perpetuate Russian habits of dependency. The Russians had to learn in a hard way to rely on their own initiative. Berbulis knew that it was hopeless to expect the radicals of democratic Russia to come up with a viable economic strategy. 80 None of the existing economic programs matched Berbulis's criteria. Yeltsin's economic advisor, Igor Nit, a professor of mathematics, wrote a report that drew on Soviet mathematical econometrics of the 1950s and 1960s. Nit also relied on the experience of the Bolsheviks in the early 1920s. They had successfully introduced a parallel gold-backed currency and set up two economies, state-run and market-oriented. Yet, in September 1991, there was no dictatorship in place, the peasantry and the old commercial classes were also missing. Moreover, there was no gold in the state's vaults. 81. The second serious effort was a program by Stanford economists, headed by Mikhail Bernstam, who had worked in Moscow under the auspices of the RSFSR's Supreme Economic Council since March 1991. The American team designed a fascinating alternative to the Washington Consensus. Bernstam called this approach a reform without a shock. Instead of big Western credits, Bernstam and his colleagues proposed to use people's personal savings from their bank accounts as a pool of investment, to refinance state enterprises on market terms. In this way, they reasoned, several birds would be killed with one stone, Soviet enterprises would be weaned off the state budget, millions of Soviet people would become investors, and the need for Western money would be reduced. Bernstam was convinced that such a strategy would be feasible for a strong decentralized Union. 82 Yet in September the Stanford economists lost their main political support. Mikhail Bakharov, head of the Supreme Economic Council of the RSFSR, was gone. And Berbulis ignored Bernstam and his Stanford team. Finally, there was a program put forward by Yevgeny Saburov, Minister of the Economy in the Russian Federation. 45-year-old Saburov had graduated in mathematics and belonged to the semi-dissident milieu of the Moscow intelligentsia. He owed his government career to the brief euphoria for democratic liberalism. His real passion was not economics, however, but poetry. 83 Saburov's program was written by a team of his friends at one of the government dachas. Kommersant published its draft in early September, a loose mix of market economics and good intentions. Berbulis disliked Saburov's program, just like Yavlinsky's plan, because of its main goal, to preserve the Union. 84. Berbulis knew that time was running out, and that Boris Yeltsin might support Saburov's program. The Russian president wavered between his new faith in American-style capitalism and his experience in the industrial Urals. He liked to demonstrate to Berbulis his superior knowledge of how the Soviet economy worked. He crunched numbers of distribution, supply, and demand. Yeltsin's buddies from the Sverdlovsk party nomenclatura believed that Russia was not ready for capitalism. One of them told the British ambassador, Roderick Braithwaite, "At present, there is no real body of entrepreneurs, only swindlers." Yeltsin said almost the same thing to Berbulis. Russian people wanted stability, not shocks, and one had to respect that. After the State Council with Gorbachev on September 16, Yeltsin cancelled all appointments and disappeared again. Western diplomats did not even know where the Russian president was. Berbulis felt that Yeltsin was escaping from a situation of uncertainty and complexity that he had no idea how to fix. The culture of Boris Nikolaevich, Berbulis recalled, did not include the option of an agonizing choice. Only one thing could reverse this trend: a new, bold, and simple strategy that Yeltsin would trust, adopt, and act upon. 85. Berbulis met Yegor Gaidar by chance, on the evening of August 20, the decisive moment for the Russian government. The person who introduced Gaidar to Berbulis was Alexei Golovkov, one of Yeltsin's advisors. He had traveled to Chile a few months earlier to meet General Pinochet and neoliberal economists. 86. Berbulis quickly realized that Gaidar could offer him everything he wanted. While everyone else, including Yavlinsky, Nit, Bernstam, and Saburov, sought to alleviate or avoid the impending shock to the system, Gaidar considered it inevitable. When Leszek Balcerowicz, the author of Poland's shock therapy program, visited Moscow in September, Gaidar and his group welcomed him as a guru. Balcerowicz advised them that only the most radical transformation could force society to change its ways. Also, like a successful surgery, reforms must be carried out as rapidly as possible. Gaidar was absolutely convinced, market forces must be released at full strength. After a traumatic adjustment, everything would fall into place. 87. Gaidar's previous experience in the Soviet government had taught him a lesson: a program of reforms could not walk without legs. If the program clashed with corporate interests, it would remain just words on a piece of paper. However, if it offered immediate benefits, it would be eagerly implemented. Gaidar translated the tenets of the Washington Consensus and shock therapy into the language of bureaucratic decrees that left no loopholes, and incentivized existing economic actors and government officials to enact changes and benefit from them. 88. Berbulis asked Gaidar to write a memorandum for Yeltsin, explaining to him what must be done. Gaidar and his team 89 began to work at the state Dacha No 15 in Arkhangelskoye 2. Saburov's team worked nearby in Dacha No 6. The competing teams stayed on friendly terms, and even invited each other over to drinks and dinners. Gaidar, however, knew he was in a race. 90. Berbulis, Kozyrev, and Yeltsin's legal advisor Sergei Shukray frequented Dacha No 15 and discussed the work in progress. Berbulis and Gaidar formed an effective team. Gaidar recalled that Berbulis knew how to calculate options, attract promising people and experts. In turn, Berbulis commended Gaidar for ensuring his policy was backed by a legal structure, drafts of legal acts. 91. A scion of the Soviet high elite, Gaidar did not share the ideological zeal of Berbulis and his friends, who wanted to destroy the Soviet Union. Until late August, his scenario had been that Gorbachev would simply appoint Yeltsin as his successor. In this scenario, Yeltsin legitimately subordinates union structures to himself and, with absolute authority as the leader of all Russian people, ensures the merger of the two centers of power. 92. Instead, Yeltsin had usurped Gorbachev's powers, but refused to take his job. Ukraine had declared its independence, and Gorbachev had set up his stillborn provisional government. A unique opportunity had been squandered. Gaidar was convinced that Gorbachev's State Council had no future. It was better to destroy such a hybrid than work for it. Western economists, whom Gaidar consulted, agreed with him. One of them, the Stanford economist Rudiger Dornbusch, had researched the collapse of Austria-Hungary in 1918. The key, he advised, was to restore a stable currency. 93. In his memoirs, Gaidar wrote that he had to act like the pilot of a nose-diving plane. The Soviet system of distribution of resources and goods had collapsed. There was beggar-thy-neighbor protectionism. The ruble had stopped working, and people had begun to hoard food and stockpile goods. The pilot had to switch on a new engine, the market economy, or the plane would crash. There was no time for deliberations and details. The metaphor was convincing, yet the Soviet economy was not an aircraft. It was part of a state that, as Gaidar and Berbulis were convinced, had already self-destruct. One had to discard the shell of the Soviet Union so that Russia could be born and live. 94. On September 23, Gaidar's team produced the first draft of a document with the title Russia's Strategy in the Transition Period. The text began with a brief world history of market reforms during the 20th century, including Lenin's new economic policy and Margaret Thatcher's reforms. The key to success was having a combination of professional economists and a resolute political leader. Yeltsin's authority, the document continued, is still sufficient for the conduct of a stabilization policy. If his authority was wasted, the situation would evolve in favor of a conservative opposition. For a charismatic leader, it is better to become unpopular at the start of the difficult road of reforms, rather than after years of populist games without real progress towards his goal. 95. The message was clear: Yeltsin could spend his political capital in a grandiose act of creating a new Russia or become another failed leader, like Gorbachev. Berbulis did not discuss the document with anyone outside his advisory council. Russia's strategy was written with one reader only in mind, Boris Yeltsin. Next day, Berbulis flew to Sochi with the document in his briefcase. Yeltsin was resting nearby in the government residence Bakarav-Rushe. But the Russian leader emphatically rejected the plan. Berbulis recalled that the Russian president wanted to wait a bit more, until someone else would walk in and bring a more convenient plan, to avoid radical measures. 96. Yeltsin had been courted once again by Gorbachev. Flanked by Ruskoy, Silayev, Saburov, Popov, Sobchak, and Yavlinsky, the Soviet leader had called Yeltsin from the Kremlin and argued that the best way for Russia to defend its economic interests vis-a-vis other republics would be to sign an economic treaty with them. Gorbachev implored Yeltsin to accept the responsibility and unite everybody around Russia. Just before Berbulis appeared in Sochi, a competitor of Gaidar's, Yevgeny Saburov, had talked to Yeltsin as well. The Russian president agreed that Saburov's program was a good basis for negotiating an economic treaty between the post-Soviet republics. 97. Berbulis had to undermine the arguments of Gorbachev, Yavlinsky, and Saburov. He read Gaidar's paper aloud and answered Yeltsin's questions. Having established control over property on their territories, the document said, the republics now wanted to use a new union to share the property and resources that were located on the territory of the Russian Federation. This meant, above all, oil and gas. Only full sovereignty could give Russia real control over its resources. The Russian government must set up its own monetary, fiscal, and budgetary policies, the right to print money and set up customs posts. Berbulis and Gaidar proposed to initiate covert construction of an economic commonwealth where Russia, because of its geopolitical situation, its industrial power and raw materials, would assume the position of an informal leader via a system of bilateral military and political alliances, a trade zone where the ruble would remain the common currency, with shared energy and transportation complexes, as well as scientific technical cooperation. And what to do with the Soviet army? The memorandum recommended conducting confidential talks with the leaders of the armed forces, that the only way to preserve the army would be to turn it gradually into a Russian army. 98. The authors were essentially proposing what Gorbachev was seeking to achieve, but without Gorbachev and his Union Center. It took Berbulis 3 days to convince Yeltsin. There were just 3 of us, Berbulis recalled. The third man was Yeltsin's bodyguard Korsakov, who would bring food for us to the seashore, and from time to time offered some kind of entertainment. Tennis, bathhouse. The Russian banya was a customary place where naked men conducted heart-to-heart talks and made difficult decisions. In the process Berbulis endured searing steam and heat. Nevertheless, he knew it would help Yeltsin make up his mind. 99 Yeltsin, of course, had always wanted to get rid of the Soviet president and his provisional government. Just a week ago, the State Council, chaired by Gorbachev, had commandeered Yeltsin and Nazarbayev to Nagorno-Karabakh with a peacemaking mission on behalf of the State Council. The trip had been a failure, the hostilities between Armenians and Azeris continued, and Yeltsin had grown frustrated. He had just wasted his political capital on a futile enterprise. This confirmed the main point of Gaidar's argument: every time the Russian president expressed some support for Gorbachev's provisional government, his authority diminished. The economic part of the memorandum was a dark forest for Yeltsin, yet it promised a way out for the Russian Federation. It would start its own economic reforms and lead other republics. At last, the Russian president agreed: if nothing else is there, then we should do it. Period. There was a brief discussion about who would be in charge of the economy. Berbulis said that Gaidar and his people should implement what they believed in. The future government of reform would draw on 3 forces: professionalism, political will, and popular support. Gaidar would provide the first, the second and third would come from Yeltsin. The Russian leader said he would meet Gaidar in Moscow and make a final decision. Berbulis flew back to Moscow on September 28. He told a close circle of his friends and associates that the countdown for Gorbachev's provisional government had begun. 100. Ukraine and nuclear weapons. After he had attended the State Council in Moscow on September 16, Leonid Kravchuk packed his bags again to cross the Atlantic. He went to North America as head of the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet to attend the UN General Assembly. The Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic had been one of the founding members of the United Nations. In 1945, Stalin, in his talks with Roosevelt and Churchill, had demanded 16 seats at the UN for the Soviet Union, 1 for each of its republics, to balance off the votes of the British Commonwealth. Ultimately, Stalin had to settle for just 2, Ukraine and Belorussia. The Russian Federation did not get its own separate membership. The dictator even created foreign ministries in Kiev and Minsk. In 1991, the officials of Ukraine's UN legation in New York helped to prepare and coordinate Kravchuk's trip. He was the first Ukrainian leader to speak at the World Forum. Kravchuk arrived in North America with a new sense of legitimacy and purpose. All polls since August showed 3/4 of Ukraine's population wanted full independence. This meant that Kravchuk could become the first president of an independent Ukraine. The historian Serhiy Plokhy has observed, Kravchuk decided that his best strategy was to campaign not for himself but for Ukrainian independence. 101 The journey to Canada and the United States was an ideal time and the proper venue for such a campaign. During the 10 days of his trip, Kravchuk met with the Canadian Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, then flew to Washington, D.C., where he met with President Bush and members of Congress. Kravchuk targeted other key audiences as well. The most important was the Ukrainian diaspora. As a party official in charge of ideology, for many years Kravchuk had treated this diaspora as an enemy. Now, he received an extraordinary welcome and assistance from the influential people of Ukrainian descent, some of whom worked in the U.S. government, Congress, the media, and public organizations. In every American city where Kravchuk toured, he addressed local Ukrainians with a message of reconciliation and asked for support to build an independent and democratic Ukraine. He spoke in Ukrainian and always concluded his speeches with the words Slava Ukraini. Glory to Ukraine. This was a rallying cry of Western Ukrainian nationalists, who had fought against Stalin in 1941–44. Those Ukrainians, émigrés in North America, and their descendants felt an epiphany. In New York, the Ukrainian community held a gala dinner in the Waldorf Astoria. When Kravchuk spoke, the audience interrupted him with cheers and applause. All newspapers in Ukraine reported on his trip as a triumph, in both Ukrainian and Russian, for millions of Kravchuk's future voters. 102. Another target of Kravchuk's campaign was the Jewish community. With every instance of turmoil on Ukrainian territory, Jews had been the victims of horrendous violence, administered by both the local population and the invading powers. In 1941, as a village boy in the region of Volhynia, Kravchuk had witnessed the German occupying forces and their Ukrainian collaborators executing all the Jewish men, women, and children. He became the first Ukrainian leader to address this terrible legacy. On September 30, the day Kravchuk spoke to the UN General Assembly, the Ukrainian Supreme Soviet marked a special week to mourn and memorialize the victims of Babi Yar, to whom Kravchuk and Bush had paid tribute during the American visit on August 1. Most of the victims had been Jews. In his address to the United Nations, Kravchuk did not cite the Holocaust and anti-Semitism explicitly, yet he said that genocide should never be repeated anywhere. He also mentioned the victims of Stalin's Holodomor, the mass famine of 1932-33 that the Ukrainian diasporas considered a genocide of the Ukrainian nation. Kravchuk's semantic tightrope walking was the act of a skillful propagandist who was seeking to appeal to two potentially hostile audiences. Having trod carefully across the minefield of the past, Kravchuk spoke about a better future. He presented Ukraine as a young nation with ancient roots, one that was eager to join the universal quest for national independence, along with the nations of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. 103. The highlight of Kravchuk's trip was his meeting with President Bush in the Oval Office on September 25. The Soviet Union has virtually disintegrated, the Ukrainian politician stated. It has no national government. The December referendum would certainly confirm the act of independence, declared by the Ukrainian Rada. Kravchuk asked the U.S. president for diplomatic recognition of Ukraine. This was the issue that Bush had been trying hard to dodge. He repeated to Kravchuk the official American line: there would be no recognition of unilateral acts of independence, including by Ukraine. Equally, after William Safire's Chicken Kiev article and with mounting pressure from the Ukrainian community, Bush had to tread carefully. Ukrainian Americans, Scowcroft recalled, they were ever present, very vocal. So Bush said to Kravchuk, the Ukraine has a special standing in the minds of the American people. 104. Scowcroft believed that a confederation between Russia and Ukraine was not against American interests. The Ukraine, he reported to the president, is the only republic that can hope to balance Russia in a new union structure. Without Ukraine, Scowcroft continued, there may be little to prevent the new government in Moscow from being little more than a new Russian empire. 105. Yet Kravchuk was clearly against such a confederation, and his self-confidence surprised Bush. He asked the Ukrainian leader, do you see that there must be an economic union with the center or not? We think that is a necessary step to encourage investment. Kravchuk responded, the center is incapable of doing anything. We're losing time. The Soviet Union is a huge country. It is impossible to pursue economic reform at a rapid pace in the entire country. Western credits and assistance, therefore, should go directly to Ukraine. Kravchuk extolled Ukrainian economic assets. A few days later, at the Council on Foreign Relations in New York, he would stress that Ukraine had 30% of the entire Soviet military-industrial potential and possessed a favorable geopolitical position in Europe. Kravchuk told Bush that Ukraine gave more of its resources to Russia than it received in return. Once independent, it would be a prosperous scientific industrial powerhouse. He forgot to mention that Ukrainian industries received cheap gas and oil from Siberia, as well as enormous investments from the central budget. 106. The meeting lasted much longer than scheduled, and it left Bush skeptical. He recalled that the Ukrainian leader did not seem to grasp the implications and complexities of what he was proposing. The economic picture that the Ukrainian leader had presented was unrealistic. 107. There was also uncertainty about the future of nuclear weapons located on Ukrainian territory. On September 5, the meeting in the White House between senior American officials had addressed this concern. Colin Powell, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said, "We want to see the dissolution of the old Soviet Union. Yet who would ensure the safety of nuclear weapons in Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan if the Soviet military would move back to Russia?" Brent Scowcroft had supported Dick Cheney's idea of fracturing the Soviet nuclear arsenal. "It did not bother me," Scowcroft recalled, "that the Ukraine may have nuclear weapons or Kazakhstan. Because under no circumstances were they going to be pointed at us." He admitted, however, that there could be problems with tactical nuclear weapons and their safety and control. Bush asked him, could the United States come up with a major initiative to reduce nuclear uncertainty? 108. Responding to the president's request, Cheney and Powell prepared a proposal for unilateral reductions of U.S. nuclear weapons, tactical, mid-range, and strategic. The Pentagon's scheme included removal of multiple independently targeted warheads, MIRVs, on intercontinental missiles and withdrawal of short-range, tactical, nuclear weapons from Europe. Most dramatically, B-52 bombers armed with nuclear bombs would stop flying along Soviet borders. The proposed cuts also included Tomahawk cruise missiles in the Navy, which the U.S. arms control negotiators had staunchly refused to reduce before. 109. Bush praised this move as the broadest and most comprehensive change in U.S. nuclear strategy since the early 1950s. The disarmament offensive had multiple targets. Above all, Bush and Scowcroft expected Gorbachev to reciprocate with even more sweeping nuclear cuts on the Soviet side, including the weapons in Ukraine. Scowcroft explained to NATO's Secretary-General, Manfred Warner, that if the Soviets reject our proposals, we may have to reconsider. 110. Gorbachev, they expected, would grasp this opportunity to enhance his status as a world statesman. And Baker's talks in Moscow showed that Yeltsin, Shapashnikov, and the General Staff were also willing to get rid of tactical nuclear weapons while they were still under central control. Scowcroft also hoped that Moscow would agree to destroy heavy Soviet ballistic missiles located on Ukrainian and Kazakh territory. The second target of the nuclear initiative was NATO. The tactical and short-range nuclear weapons had transformed from a military asset into a political liability, particularly in Germany and Eastern Europe. After the Soviet military retreat and the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact, American weapons systems that had faced them lost any reasonable purpose. 111. Lastly, the target of Bush's nuclear initiative was American domestic politics. If the Soviets reciprocated with cuts to their nuclear arsenal, the president could tell his voters that he had made America more secure. Gorbachev indeed was pleased and wanted to reciprocate. Yet the military, the head of the General Staff, Vladimir Lobov, and the START negotiator, Viktor Karpov, resisted more cuts of Soviet MIRVs. In his diary, Anatoly Cherniev fulminated at the pig-headed military who clung to their obsolete weapons at a time when the fate of the Soviet Union was in the balance. 112. On September 27, Bush arranged a call to Gorbachev. The Soviet president decided to use the American president as a sounding board and invited Shapashnikov, Lobov, and Karpov to listen into his conversation with Bush. He asked naive questions. Was Bush's initiative unilateral? Should the Soviet Union respond? Would there be cuts in the U.S. Navy and strategic submarines? At the end of the call, prompted by Chernev's notes, Gorbachev congratulated Bush. It is an historic initiative, comparable to Reykjavik. In 1986, at the summit in Iceland, Reagan and Gorbachev had discussed a similar sharp reduction of nuclear weapons. Yet Gorbachev said nothing specific to Bush about the Soviet response, leaving the American president disappointed. 113. Gorbachev wanted to impress his top brass with his shrewd statesmanship. After his conversation with Bush, he told his military chiefs about the novel The Ides of March by Thornton Wilder, which dealt with the last days of the Roman Republic. he and Raisa had seen it recently dramatized on stage. Gorbachev especially praised Julius Caesar. The Roman leader was a master of the strategic situation, knowing how to concentrate all his energy and forces in the moment, divide his enemies, and defeat them one by one. Amazingly, Gorbachev did not add that Caesar, despite his strategic genius, fell victim to a plot and was assassinated by his senators. Instead, Gorbachev's thoughts were focused on planning his comeback. He subsequently instructed Yavlinsky to fly to Bonn and London and find more sources of credit for the failed Soviet state. 114. At the United Nations, Kravchuk spoke of a future Ukraine as a neutral and non-nuclear state. He remained, however, ambivalent as to the fate of ICBMs and nuclear warheads on Ukrainian territory. In some of his talks he spoke against the transfer of nuclear weapons to the Russian Federation and insisted that they should be destroyed on Ukrainian territory. On other occasions, he said that Ukraine accepted central control over the nuclear arsenal, yet insisted on a dual-key control over those weapons located in Ukraine. The American experts were worried. On September 27, when Kravchuk gave a talk at Harvard University, Philip Zelikow from Harvard's Kennedy School of Government asked him whether he could clarify what would happen to the nuclear arms in Ukraine. Would they be eliminated or transferred to Russia? If there were political alliances involved, could Kravchuk describe these links and open the way to frank negotiations between the parties involved? Zelikow had worked with Condoleezza Rice under Brent Scowcroft in the National Security Council, after which he had returned to an academic position at Harvard. Kravchuk invited Zelikow to meet the Ukrainian foreign minister and come to Kiev. The nuclear issue, mused Zelikow in a memo to his NSC colleagues, has a critical technical dimension but is also likely to be linked to broader Ukrainian political concerns, such as Crimea and Donbass. 115. Kravchuk returned to Kiev in an excellent mood, confirmed in his belief that the United States and Canada would recognize Ukraine's sovereignty. The Ukrainian press wrote in glowing terms that Kravchuk had radically changed the perception of their country abroad. Ukrainian journalists reported that most influential figures in Canada and the United States supported the strivings of the Ukrainian people to create their own statehood, while big business was eager to invest in the Ukrainian economy. Later, Kravchuk admitted that he had been a bit too optimistic. 116 In reality, he hoped to swap the nuclear arsenal in Ukraine for Western political and financial assistance. In the fall of 1991, Kravchuk probably did not realize that Ukrainian nukes were not a political asset, but rather a huge liability. The nuclear warheads and bombs in Ukraine's warehouses had been assembled in 2 nuclear laboratories on Russian territory. Their expiration date was in 10 years' time and they required special maintenance. For all its scientific technical potential, Ukraine needed many years and many billions to acquire the skills and capacity to maintain and use those weapons. Most worrying of all, their malfunction could cause problems that would make Chernobyl appear a small affair. The nuclear arsenal on Ukrainian territory would become the focus for Ukraine's relations with the Russian Federation and the United States for years to come. 117. From Kiev, Kravchuk formally launched his presidential campaign. He toured the diverse republic, with different messages for Russian speakers in the eastern and southern regions, Ukrainians in western regions, and other communities. At the Babi Yar Memorial, he asked the Jewish people for forgiveness on behalf of the Ukrainian nation. He concluded the speech in Yiddish, the language that had died many a death during the Holocaust. Kravchuk did not speak out publicly against a new union. Like Yeltsin, he did not want to be seen as an out-and-out spoiler of Gorbachev's project. Instead, he just commented, with a note of regret, on the disintegration of the central government. Everybody knows, the Cabinet of Ministers of the USSR does not exist, the Supreme Soviet of the USSR does not exist. There is nobody to cooperate with on the state level. Gorbachev's name was conspicuously absent from Kravchuk's speeches and press conferences, both in North America and in Ukraine. 118. Chapter 14. Independence. Unfortunately, we have 1,000 different understandings of independence. A.N. Yakovlev to George Bush, November 19, 19911. Russia's primacy. On September 28, 1991, Gorbachev's aide Georgy Shukhnazarov met with Yeltsin's state secretary, Gennady Berbulis, to urge him to support a union treaty. 2 Berbulis replied that this was now off the table. "We should save Russia, affirm its independence," he said in his stentorian voice, "by creating some distance from others. After Russia had built its statehood and got back on its feet, everyone would gravitate towards it, and it would be possible to rearrange everything." 3 Shukhnazarov argued that a new union would work better for Russian interests. It would keep the republics of Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan within Russia's geopolitical zone of influence. Otherwise, those republics would be pulled into other blocs and alliances, and it would be unthinkable to bring them back by force. The countries of Eastern Europe, Shukhnazarov said, had already begun to make approaches to NATO. Ukraine might do the same. "If this happens," he continued, "then we would get NATO on our borders. And what about Crimea? Would this peninsula, so integral to Russian national identity, become foreign territory?" 4 Berbulis replied that all this could be resolved by skillful diplomacy. "Perhaps the president of the USSR," he said, "instead of pursuing his illusory pursuit of a new union, should dedicate his excellent abilities to this task." 5 The two parties ended their conversation without finding any common ground. Yeltsin gave his consent to Yegor Gaidar's strategy of reforms on one condition: Russia must be recognized by the West and other republics as a great power and the primary legal successor to the Soviet Union. In other words, the post-Soviet states would receive their sovereignty from Russia, and Russia would inherit the Soviet nuclear arsenal and other global assets. Yeltsin returned to this issue 2 years later, when he was under fierce attack by Russian nationalists. He defended the idea of Russia as a legal successor to the USSR as absolutely informed and logical. He also raised a fascinating alternative: what would have happened if Russia had taken a different route and had restored the legal succession of the other Russia, destroyed by the Bolsheviks in 1917. He wrote about the Russian Republic, proclaimed by the Provisional Government in September 1917. That route had its benefits. We would reject Soviet law. Most important, we Russians would think of ourselves in a different way, we would feel that we were citizens of a newly reclaimed nation. The unquestionable advantages of such a step were quite possibly lost back in 1991. 6 These reflections show how significant this issue was for the Russian leader. Berbulis mentioned the idea of Russia's legal primacy on October 1, in his speech to the Russian parliament. "Russia is the sole republic," he said, "that could and should be the successor to the Union and all of its structures." Sergei Stankevich, Yeltsin's advisor, explained this did not mean that Russia would take over all functions of the Soviet state immediately, for instance control over nuclear weapons. If, however, the republics failed to reach a deal on this issue, the Russian Federation appears to be the only natural heir to the Soviet nuclear arsenal and status. Stankevich hinted that if other republics opted for full independence, then the USSR's permanent seat at the UN Security Council should belong to the Russian state. To compensate for this, Russia was ready to pay all Soviet debts. 7. The idea of Russia as the sole successor to the USSR triggered a flurry of emotional reactions. Oleg Rumyantsev, head of the Constitutional Committee of the Russian Parliament, argued, "Russia is much larger than the RSFSR appendix. The Soviet Union was a form of existence of Russia. If Ukraine decided to separate from Russia, then the issue of Crimea will be raised." Nikolai Travkin, the founder of the Democratic Party, backed the Berbulis declaration with passion. Vice President Ruskoy, whose nationalist views now matched his interests in the RSFSR oil business, joined the chorus. 8 The political scientist Alexander Tsypko in Izvestia wrote about the drama of Russia's choice. A commonwealth of democratic states, he argued, was the self-delusion of Moscow intellectuals, but the idea of Russia's primacy among the post-Soviet states would generate nothing but conflict, especially with Ukraine. He advised the leaders of the Russian Federation to retreat from their state-building folly and support Gorbachev's center. 9 Vitaly Portnikov in the Independent Gazette wrote even more forcefully. If other republics, he wrote, opposed the Russian ambitions to become master of the post-Soviet space and the sole possessor of nuclear weapons, then the Yugoslav scenario would be guaranteed for us. The Russians had already destroyed two Russian empires, Imperial Russia and the Soviet Union. If they decided to play imperial games again, the Russian Federation would suffer a similar fate. 10. The misunderstanding between Russia and Ukraine was suddenly back and raging. President Kravchuk warned that Russian ambitions could lead to a serious conflict. He excluded any change of status of Crimea and declared that Ukraine would demand the two key controls over Soviet nuclear missiles on its territory. 11 In Moscow, Yeltsin's advisor complained to the British ambassador Roderick Braithwaite that Ukraine planned to field a big army whose only potential enemy will be Russia. Cherniv vented his anger at Kravchuk. He appropriates nuclear missiles, and Donbass, and Crimea. What an idiot. Does he really believe that Sevastopol also belongs to him? Even a super democrat, if he is a Russian democrat, would stand up against this. The naval base of Sevastopol was widely considered by Russians to be the city of Russian glory since the Crimean War of 1854-55. It happened to be inside the Ukrainian SSR, after Crimea was transferred to the Republic under Nikita Khrushchev. The city's population, however, passionately believed in their Russian identity. 12. Berbulis, who started this polemic, knew that Yeltsin did not want another quarrel with Ukraine. The state secretary and his aides stepped in to end the discussion. Andrei Kozyrev rejected accusations of Russian imperialism. Many apparently perceived Russia in an old imperial image, Berbulis explained to journalists. Who reacts in this way? The surviving communist regimes in the republics. They do not need a truly decommunized Russia. 13. This was a sensitive moment. In Alma-Ata, Kazakhstan, a conference of Republican representatives gathered to prepare a treaty that would regularize their economic and trade relations. Most of the participants wanted a post-Soviet economic zone to remain tariff-free and with a single currency, the ruble. The dominant figures in Alma-Ata were Yavlinsky and the Russian Minister of the Economy, Yevgeny Saburov, who came with a mandate from Yeltsin. They both believed that the Russian Federation would serve as an icebreaker of radical economic transition across the Soviet space. Russian economic power, especially in the production and supply of oil and gas, was the reality that other republics could not ignore. Indeed, Kazakhstan's President Nazarbayev and other Central Asian leaders were ready to sign the economic treaty. And even the Ukrainian Prime Minister, Vitold Fokin, initialed the draft 14. It seemed as though Berbulis and his allies had timed his rhetoric of Russia's primacy to complicate this endeavor. Kozyrev, then on a visit to Rome, told the Soviet ambassador Anatoly Adamyshin that only an immediate dissolution of the Union and the full sovereignty of Russia would stop the robbery of Russian resources by other republics. 15. Gorbachev also threw a curveball. Instead of backing Yavlinsky, Saburov, and their economic treaty, he cancelled his trip to Alma-Ata. Now he wanted the republics to sign the Union Treaty first. He pressed Chuk Nazarov, "Stop being afraid of the Russians, Georgy. Have you fallen under the influence of Berbulis?" It was another miscalculation, when the disunity of the Russian government made the Soviet president believe he could take back the reins. 16 Gorbachev lived in a bubble. The managing director of the IMF, Michel Kamdesis, came to Moscow to prepare papers for Soviet-associated membership in the fund. The joint communiqué studiously avoided the USSR as a subject of the agreement, perhaps a unique case when the state remains without a name, Cherniv commented. Kamdesis told Gorbachev that in a few years Western investments and know-how would turn a union into an economic superpower. In his briefing of G7 ambassadors in Moscow, however, Kamdesis described Gorbachev as a pathetic and lonely figure. The Soviet economy, he said, was beyond resuscitation, because of the current constitutional and institutional tangle between the republics, and within Russia itself. 17. President Bush finally released $1.5 billion of humanitarian assistance to the USSR. On October 6, the Soviet leader decided to reciprocate the American goodwill. The military grudgingly agreed to cut all three legs of the Soviet strategic triad, including the MIRV-capped heavy missiles. During a telephone conversation with Bush, the Soviet leader spoke again about his political troubles. He asked his American friend to intervene in post-Soviet politics and urge Yeltsin to sign an agreement on the economic union, initialed by the delegations of 12 republics. 18. Bush was gratified by the success of his nuclear initiative and was ready to show his loyalty and support to Gorbachev. At a discussion of the National Security Council, he said, "The guys in the center are reformers. We should not establish the policy of supporting the breakup of the Soviet Union into 12 republics." 19. The American ambassador Robert Strauss reported from Moscow that Yeltsin's government was a wreck. On October 8, the U.S. president telephoned Yeltsin, who was still vacationing on the Black Sea. Bush inquired after Yeltsin's health and invited him to come to the United States for medical treatment. Then he turned to the main point of his call. "Clearly this is an internal matter, not really any of my business," he began. "But I just wanted to share one thought with you. Some voluntary economic union could be an important step for clarifying who owns what, and who's in charge, thus facilitating humanitarian assistance, and any economic investment which might be forthcoming." 20. The words of Bush, his invitation and request all flattered Yeltsin enormously. He replied that he still needed time to make up his mind on what to do next. Yeltsin also recalled his pledge to the U.S. president to support Gorbachev. He promised that Russia would sign the Alma-Ata Economic Treaty. "We understand that we have the least to gain from the economic treaty," he continued. "As a matter of fact, we might even lose something. But we'll sign because of a bigger political goal to save the Union." 21. After Bush hung up, Yeltsin scribbled with an unsteady hand in his pad, "Mr. Bush, vacation, invitation for medical treatment, economic union on 15th of October, economic assistance is linked to this." Then he wrote and underlined, "I will sign the treaty." This was a demonstration of American soft power. Only hours before, Yeltsin had told Berbulis he would not cooperate with Gorbachev. 22. Now he promised Bush the opposite. He realized that both Russia's primacy and his future role as the legal successor of the USSR and a great power would completely depend on American consent. The State Council met again on October 11, in Gorbachev's Kremlin office. The Ukrainian leadership came in full force, including Kravchuk and Fokin. Yeltsin's seat remained vacant. Gorbachev was nervous, his attempts to reach Yeltsin had come to naught. At the last moment, he had invited a television crew to the meeting, as a way to appeal to the public. This did not help. Kravchuk immediately tried to veto any discussion of a union treaty. At this embarrassing moment, Yeltsin showed up. He glared uncomfortably at the television cameras and muttered, "A compromise." With this one word, the balance at the council changed immediately. Gorbachev's proposal to discuss a draft union treaty was accepted. Gorbachev sent the television cameras away. 23. Yavlinsky in his report knocked down one by one the Republic's objections to the economic unity. His main thesis was that only a common market and free trade would defeat the beggar-thy-neighbor attitudes that prevailed between the republics and even some regions. His eloquence, however, was lost on the Republican leaders. Kravchuk and Fokin repeated that they did not want any supranational institutions located in Moscow. Yavlinsky felt he was in a losing fight. 24. Finally, Yeltsin said brusquely, "We would like to sign the treaty as soon as possible. Uncertainty has a bad impact on the state of the economy." He meant the economic agreement made in Alma-Ata. Yet, he continued, this depended on specific agreements on finance, budget, property, and trade still to be negotiated. Second, Yeltsin's finger jabbed the air, we consider it is time to stop financing those organs that are not provided for in this economic agreement. And all those organs that Russia does not delegate to the center. 25. Then he raised a third point. A central bank must not tell Republican banks what to do. Instead, Yeltsin proposed a banking union. The republics could, if they wished, introduce their national currency. There would be joint control of Soviet gold and currency reserves, stored in Moscow. Yeltsin fulfilled his pledge to Bush, but maintained his demands. The result was economic gibberish. The Russian leader diverged from Gaidar's strategy and was assisting the Ukrainians. Kravchuk immediately seconded the Russian terms and conditions. If they were met, he said, Ukraine would also sign the economic treaty. 26. Yavlinsky made one more effort to save the situation. He explained that if the republics printed their own money, the ruble zone would collapse. It is a law of nature, he said, and spread his arms helplessly. The Republican leaders began to squabble about who could deliver what to a common pool to feed major cities. Kravchuk said that Ukraine would not send food to Moscow and St. Petersburg. Gorbachev snapped, "Would you feed the army?" Fokin replied that Ukraine could feed the armed forces located on its territory. Gorbachev exploded, "You passed all those laws over there. On the army. You may bring the president of the country to such a state. I will be forced to cancel your decrees. I've tolerated them until now." Fokin wanted to interrupt, but Gorbachev did not allow him. "And now you want to have separate finances, separate potatoes. You act as if there is no constitution, but the constitution still exists." 27. Gorbachev had cut a sad figure. This was just another outburst without consequences. Finally, 9 Republican leaders agreed to sign the economic agreement, and the ceremony was scheduled for October 15. At the last moment, however, Yeltsin changed his mind again. He demanded that each republic should have a proportional quota for printing rubles within this zone. 28. The ceremony had to be postponed. Gorbachev was like the bridegroom whose bride fails to show up. He dedicated his time to a lesser goal, a meeting in the Kremlin with Slobodan Milosevic of Serbia and Franjo Tudjman of Croatia. This was a poor cover for his domestic embarrassment. Cherniv commented with sarcasm, "To convince Serbia and Croatia to avoid bloodshed. Laughable. As if we have nobody to pacify, the Chechens, the Ingushis, the Ossetians, the Armenians, etc." 29. Yeltsin and the leaders of 7 more republics signed the amended Treaty of Economic Union a few days later. Meanwhile, Russian-Ukrainian disagreements kept growing. The Ukrainian leaders demanded their share of Soviet reserves of gold, diamonds, and other valuables before they would sign the treaty. The Kiev officials complained that Moscow-based joint stock companies sought to seize control of the ports in Odessa and Crimea. And oil producers in Russia blamed Ukrainian officials for appropriating oil and selling it abroad at world prices. The oil flow to Ukraine declined from 55 million down to 40 million tons. "A civilized divorce is not possible between us. Each side attempts to grab what it can," wrote the well-informed Adamishin in his diary. 30. The government of reforms. The next day after the frustrating meeting of Gorbachev's provisional government, Yeltsin finally met with the leaders of democratic Russia. Yuri Afanasyev accused Yeltsin of taking a vacation at a time of crisis. He denounced the calls for Russia's primacy as chauvinism, and demanded immediate economic reforms. He also protested against Yeltsin's collaboration with Gorbachev and even threatened to take his opposition to the streets of Moscow. In response, Yeltsin told his democratic critics that he had made up his mind. He would form a new Russian government of national trust, whose members would be recommended by the leaders of the democratic movement. In the next few months, he promised, the Russian government would deregulate prices and launch a massive wave of privatization. 31. This was the promise that Yeltsin intended to keep. He told Berbulis to arrange a meeting with Gaidar. The economist and the Russian leader subsequently met on October 16. Berbulis recalled that Yeltsin's first reaction was negative. Young, short, and plump, Gaidar looked like a nerd. Yet his calm resolve was impressive. Berbulis recalled that Yeltsin had had enough of the self-confident blabber of experts who in reality knew nothing about the Soviet economy. Gaidar avoided jargon and gave clear answers to the most complex questions, and in addition a sequence of actions to implement reforms. One member of Gaidar's team recalled, the Saburov team did not understand what a transitional period was about and how to carry it through. They kept mumbling. Yeager was great and mighty, confident in his theory. 32 Such was the confidence of the newly converted believer in neoliberal doctrine. It swayed Yeltsin as well. The Russian leader and Gaidar also shared common roots in the Urals. The economist's maternal grandfather was the Russian writer Pavel Bazhov, the author of folkloric stories about the Ural settlers and miners. Gaidar stayed in the region when he was a child. Gaidar's grandfather on his father's side, Arkady, was an iconic literary figure known to every Soviet citizen. His novels of the 1920s and 1930s had extolled the revolutionary regime and social justice. All in all, the powerful symbolism of Gaidar's name could not escape Yeltsin's attention. Grandfather Gaidar had fought for the communist utopia. His grandson has now stepped forward to dismantle totalitarianism and lead Russia toward market prosperity. He is a giant in economics, Yeltsin told his wife following their meeting. We shall break through. Prervemzia. 33. Gaidar had no illusions about the scale of his task. He was asked to steer a sinking ship in the direction of the free market, without any financial reserves and in the absence of basic structures and habits common to a market economy. He could not refuse such an offer. It was a matter of personal honor. 34 Yet even in his worst nightmares Gaidar could not possibly imagine how much trouble awaited him. Yeltsin himself was a major part of the problem. The Russian president could not grasp the macroeconomic logic and multiple problems involved in such a market leap. He made contradictory and half-coherent public announcements about planned reforms. Berbulis recalled that Yeltsin was able to make an effort to immerse himself in a matter of concern, but quickly grew tired. Meanwhile, his drink problem continued. It soon became clear that Yeltsin was not available for daily discussion and management of every step and measure of the planned reforms. He delegated it all to Gaidar, while exercising paternalistic trust in him. Very soon, Berbulis recalled, Yeltsin would say, "Forward march, go." 35. The Stanford economist Mikhail Bernstam, an observer of and participant in this historic moment, wrote that the dissolution of the Soviet Union was a two-track policy merging to one end. The first track was the attempt of the Russian reformers to take over the rump USSR and run it without Gorbachev. Their second track was an attempt to find a settlement with other republics and stop the system of subsidies and subventions. The reformers wanted to achieve three goals: distribute Soviet assets fairly, build democracy, and create a multi-ethnic union. Unfortunately, Bernstam concluded, it was impossible to meet all three goals. One had to go. The resulting conflict led to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. 36. The American economist overlooked the fourth goal. Yeltsin and Berbulis wanted to rebuild a strong Russian state from the Soviet ruins, which alarmed the leaders of Ukraine and other republics. This Russian goal, as we shall see below, was one of the major drivers of the Union's dissolution. Readers may consider this analysis as an intellectual exercise. This approach, however, provides a much better grasp of the dilemmas that faced the Russian leadership in November 1991 than familiar narratives of the empire's collapse and nationalism. The logic of economic reform, the struggle for Soviet assets, the realities of power and state building pushed the Yeltsin government to get rid of Gorbachev. Other factors, above all economic interdependence and the fear of an uncontrollable breakup, and the need for recognition and legitimacy from the United States and Western Europe, forced Yeltsin to keep the Union afloat. The Russian president was eager to inform Western governments about his new course of action. Braithwaite wrote in his diary on October 16, Yeltsin is at last determined to introduce real reform, however unpopular. 37 On October 25, Yeltsin telephoned President Bush. I will announce substantial economic plans and programs and say that we are ready to go quickly to free up prices, all at the same time, privatization, financial and land reform. It will be a one-time effort. Living standards would drop in Russia, then after 4 to 5 months, maybe 6 months the situation would improve. Yeltsin offered to send Andrei Kozyrev to Washington to explain the details. He concluded, I am full of energy, play tennis, and my heart is good. 38. On October 28, Yeltsin convened the Extraordinary Congress of People's Deputies of the RSFSR and asked for extraordinary powers to enact reforms. Standing before the giant bust of Lenin, he announced the strategy of quick transition to market capitalism. Reading from Gaidar's script, Yeltsin said that this was the only way for Russia to survive, to restore its currency and economy. Facing the obvious question as to how the Russian Federation could act alone, Yeltsin claimed that his course would be an icebreaker, clearing the way for other republics to follow. He urged Ukraine to join the economic treaty and assured his audience that the reforms marked Russia's path towards democracy, not towards an empire. Yeltsin concluded by announcing his fundamental ambition: if the project of a shared community failed to work, Russia will be able to assume its responsibility as a legal successor to the Union. 39. Gaidar's faith that price liberalization would restore macroeconomic stability and fix everything was the driver of Yeltsin's text. Still, the Russian president remained ambivalent. He did not clarify what would become of the Soviet army and how it would be funded. He was also vague on what would happen to vast social programs and commitments. The IMF economists and Gaidar wanted to cut them drastically. Yeltsin, however, promised to protect those in need. The majority of delegates barely understood the logic behind the reforms, but they were enthralled by the magic of a bold new course of action. On November 1, the Congress granted Yeltsin everything he was demanding: the postponement of elections, the shelving of a new democratic constitution, the power to govern by decree, and a green light to abolish any Soviet laws that stood in the way. 40 Most Russians understood only one thing from Yeltsin's speech: prices would go through the roof. Panic buying started to sweep across the country. Later, Gaidar admitted to Braithwaite that Yeltsin had hyped himself up to make a resounding speech, and could not be restrained. 41. Bernstam happened to be a witness to this historic moment. On October 19, he received a fax from Kospolatov telling him to return to Moscow as soon as possible. Changing flights in Frankfurt am Main. On October 21, Bernstam read in the Financial Times, Yeltsin may be planning reforms for Russia alone. 42 In Moscow, the American Economist learned that Yeltsin had put Gaidar in charge. Bernstam called him, but Gaidar was too busy to talk. On October 26, Saburov, Bernstam's friend, invited him to his wife's birthday party. A chauffeured government limousine brought Bernstam to Arkhangelskoye, where the party was being held. The crowd consisted mostly of economists and their spouses. At some point Gaidar showed up. Yeltsin's new favorite gave Saburov a bear hug and greeted his spouse. Then the two economists left the party for a confidential talk and after half an hour appeared with somber faces. Bernstam guessed that Saburov had probably asked Gaidar for a role in the new Russian government, but his request was turned down. Gaidar planned a dictatorship of professionals drawn only from his team. 43. Gaidar approached Bernstam and asked him for his expert opinion on a sensitive document he was writing. After the Stanford economist had returned to his hotel, a government courier delivered the document in question. It was a draft of the presidential decree on the liberalization of foreign economic activities in the RSFSR. The decree abolished all Soviet laws and controls over exports and imports. Dues and taxes on them were also to be cancelled. It granted freedom of international trade to all economic actors registered in the Russian Federation. The licenses and quotas on the export of oil, gas, and other raw materials, a hugely profitable business for Soviet government officials and select enterprises, would now be sold at auction. Finally, the decree removed the Soviet state monopoly on the exchange of rubles into foreign currency. Russian citizens, resident aliens, and even foreigners would be able to open currency accounts in Russian commercial banks. This was a revolutionary move. By Soviet law, all foreigners had to exchange dollars and Deutschmarks for rubles at the official rate, or they used the black market, risking legal prosecution. The decree was dated to come into force on November 10, 1991. It was typed up on Russian presidential stationery, only Yeltsin's signature was missing. 44. Bernstam was stunned. "When I looked into it," he recalled, "I saw a nuclear Armageddon lurking behind." The economist was familiar enough with Soviet society and its economy to realize what would happen if such reforms were to be implemented in the Russian Federation alone. People from other republics, resident aliens of the decree, would rush to the RSFSR to open bank accounts and exchange rubles for dollars. Governments of non-Russian republics would run out of rubles to pay the salaries and wages of their citizens. They would start borrowing rubles from the state bank to cover the sudden deficit. The bank would have to print astronomical amounts of rubles, the exchange rate would collapse, and hyperinflation would set in. This would happen even before price liberalization could take effect. A similar destructive short circuit would affect oil production in Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan and steel industries in Ukraine. They would start to export all their output to Russian companies, who would immediately re-export it abroad. The Russian government would be forced to set up checkpoints on its republican borders to stop the inflow of goods and rubles into Russia. The governments of other republics would do the same to prevent the flight of their resources. Border clashes would flare up between national militias and criminal armies that would seek to cross the new borders. As the conflict escalated, the old chain of command within the armed forces would start to crumble. Different segments of the army would take sides. The military located in Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and other republics would side with their republics. What would then happen to all the nuclear weapons, Bernstam wondered, especially tactical weapons scattered around the Soviet Union? 45. A nuclear dispute between post-Soviet republics was an outlandish idea for anyone living in the Soviet Union. A few days earlier, however, a troubling incident had occurred. Vice President Ruskoy had used the nuclear argument in his negotiations with Ukrainian government officials. He was acting as an envoy of Gazprom, to bargain on the commercial price of natural gas in pipelines that ran from Siberia to Western Europe across Ukraine. The talks quickly touched on other issues, including the future of Crimea, and grew heated. Ruskoy, no diplomat, said that Ukraine should not behave so stubbornly with a nuclear power. The Ukrainian negotiators responded that their republic also had nuclear weapons and would defend its borders by all means available. Newspapers wrote about the threat of a Russian nuclear strike against Ukraine. Yeltsin was forced to provide explanations. 46. Bernstam decided that the whole matter was too sensitive for a phone call. He requested an appointment with Gaidar, and was eventually received on November 3. Gaidar had just moved into the former party complex on the Old Square and now occupied the former office of Leonid Brezhnev. With Lenin watching him from a big portrait on the wall, Bernstam laid out his apocalyptic scenario. If the Russian reformers, he said, wanted to have both reform and peace, they had only three options to choose from. First, abandon immediate liberalization, and instead introduce it only gradually in the future and with distinct limitations. Second, wait until other republics agreed to join these measures and come up with a synchronized liberalization program for the entire post-Soviet space. Third, disengage Russia from the Union and other republics completely, and make the Russian Federation an independent state. Bernstam said that he personally preferred the first two options as being less traumatic for the people of the former Soviet Union. Gaidar asked the American economist to write down what he had said. Then he compiled a list of officials for an emergency meeting and asked his secretary to summon them to his office immediately. He asked Bernstam to retire to a room located behind the office. It was already late in the evening. Bernstam smoked his pipe and dozed off. After a while, Gaidar woke him up and invited him back to his office, which was now empty. In the presence of the Stanford economist, Gaidar called Yeltsin on the secure telephone line. He repeated what Bernstam had told him, including the nuclear scenario. Then he passed the phone to Bernstam. Yeltsin thanked Bernstam and expressed his wish to meet with him. The Stanford economist left the enormous building deep at night and after a short walk reached his hotel. 47. Bernstam did indeed meet with Yeltsin, but he did not have a chance to discuss his alternative vision for Russian reforms. On November 6, Yeltsin inaugurated his new government. Gaidar became both Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance, a position combining control of two crucial ministries. Berbulis and Gaidar convinced the Russian president to take charge of his own government as prime minister himself. It was, they argued, the best option. The Supreme Soviet would not approve Gaidar as prime minister. And anyone else in this powerful position could decide to play political games and become an obstacle to implementing reforms. Those from Yeltsin's entourage took non-economic positions in the new administration, such as defense, security, and chief of police. The activists from Democratic Russia were awarded only a few secondary posts. 48. On November 15, at their first cabinet meeting, Yeltsin signed a decree on the liberalization of foreign trade. But it was an entirely different document from the earlier one. This decree was decoupled from price liberalization and became contingent on the ultimate agreements of other republics to join the free trade zone. 49. Yeltsin and his government continued reforms on the dual track, as if they simultaneously agreed to be part of an economic and political confederation with the other republics, and yet intended to run the post-Soviet space themselves, instead of Gorbachev's provisional government. The moves on the first track concerned the State Bank and the Ministry of Finance. At the State Council back in October, Gorbachev and Yeltsin had appeared to agree that those institutions should be kept as the nucleus of a future union, but supervised by representatives from the republics. The logic of Gaidar's neoliberal reforms, however, demanded the very opposite. On November 15, Gaidar told Yeltsin that all Soviet financial and budgetary institutions and instruments had to be taken under Russia's control, in order to restore macroeconomic stability and ensure the success of their reforms. The State Bank of the USSR would remain, yet the Bank of Russia would, from now on, control currency exchange. Yeltsin also tried to abolish the Ministry of Finance of the USSR by unilateral decree, but after the battle with other Republican leaders he agreed to keep it provisionally. He told his government that in the near future the ministry would be merged into Russia's finance ministry. And Goznik, the special facility for printing currency and minting coins, would be taken over under Russian jurisdiction. Without any fanfare, he said, Russia should also seize all Soviet gold and diamond reserves and mines in Siberia. Yeltsin called these decisions historic, and indeed they were. 50. And what about Bernstam's warnings and arguments? The Stanford economist commented many years later that Yeltsin and Gaidar had understood him very well. They just decided they needed a bit more time to swallow up the central institutions and turn the Russian Federation into a legal successor to the Soviet Union. 51. That was certainly true of Gaidar. In Yeltsin's mind, however, as we shall see, rational considerations coexisted with other ideas. On the second track, the Russian government planned to replace Soviet political controls over other republics with economic and financial leverage. Gaidar's initial plans to sell oil at world prices to other republics, if they became fully independent, had to be corrected. We have to be careful with Ukraine, Yeltsin said. Too many Russians live there. The Baltic states, with their Russian minorities, would also continue to receive oil and gas subventions. This leverage, as the future would soon reveal, would be limited and costly. Gaidar was unhappy with this policy. He discovered that 126 million tons of Russian oil, over a quarter of the entire output, had already been distributed to corporate structures and state enterprises for licensed export. Oil had replaced the devalued ruble as a much more valid form of currency, to keep the Russian economy going. 52. Following their historic first meeting, Yeltsin and his new cabinet met with the press. After explaining their strategy, Gaidar declared that he and other ministers had decided to abjure all official privileges, such as state-funded apartments in Moscow, state-funded dachas, special food packages, and the like. By making this gesture, Gaidar wanted to demonstrate that he and his associates would share with the Russian people all the sacrifices involved in the painful reforms. Boris Yeltsin was pleased by this gesture. At this point, Andrei Kozyrev raised his hand. Yeltsin nodded in expectation that another minister would add to the uplifting spirit of the occasion. "My mother and I," Kozyrev said, with cameras clicking and rolling, "are in the process of converting 2 separate apartments into a single one, a 3-room and a 2-room into a 5-room apartment. Can we do it? Will it contradict what Gaidar has announced?" Yeltsin's jaw dropped. The high moral tone of the occasion had evaporated. 53. The fiction of a center. Meanwhile, the NSC contingency group in Washington were meeting every 10 days to catch up with runaway developments in the Soviet zone. Americans had excellent sources of information in Moscow. They included people in the Soviet Foreign Ministry, Yeltsin's entourage, and even Gorbachev's provisional government. On October 24, the NSC Group's coordinator Nicholas Burns sent Brent Scowcroft a paper entitled Gathering Storm, which began with the Leninist phrase, "The Soviet Revolution is on the verge of taking another leap forward." Most of the Central Soviet ministries, the memo concluded, have been taken over by the Russian government. Even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the military are increasingly under Russian sway. Gorbachev and Yeltsin have sought to maintain the fiction of a center to facilitate formation of an economic union and provide political legitimacy for maintaining the Soviet army. This fiction also allowed Gorbachev to maintain his role as a useful interlocutor with the West. The immediate forecast was, Gorbachev would resign before the end of the year, there would then be Russia, instead of the Union Center, to deal with, the Soviet army would become the Russian army. A declaration of Ukrainian independence following the referendum on December 1 would be a foregone conclusion. The post-Soviet republics would form a crazy quilt of potentially dangerous conflicts, such as that surrounding the future of Crimea. 54. Bush and Scowcroft, who read these forecasts, remained fixated on the worst-case scenarios. The intelligence reported with a great degree of certainty that the General Staff in Moscow had managed to maintain central control over strategic and tactical nuclear weapons. However, it was not clear whether Gorbachev or Yeltsin now controlled the army, the KGB, and the nuclear button. 55. Scowcroft considered the CIA's Soviet division to be pro-Yeltsin and therefore biased. He accepted, though, that the Soviet Union was disintegrating. "I think I did not realize," he recalled many years later, "the extent to which all of this was happening." Yeltsin, he continued, wanted to get rid of Gorbachev, and an almost complete destruction of the Soviet Union was the way to do it. He really pulled the Soviet Union from under Gorbachev. 56. Gorbachev's huge office in the Kremlin became an island, isolated from the world outside. The numerous telephones on his desk were mostly silent. The people who would previously have called him were now imprisoned, fired, or had defected to Yeltsin's side. The KGB experts, demoralized and discredited, stopped sending him analytical reports. The established Soviet intelligentsia, once part of Gorbachev's court, had long decamped to Yeltsin. The Academy of Sciences of the USSR, and creative unions of writers, artists, and others, voted to come under the Russian jurisdiction. Raisa Gorbacheva, whose August sickness had led to an ongoing depression, retreated from public life, blaming everyone for betraying her husband. 57. The tiny circle of Gorbachev's advisors included Chernyev, Shukhnazarov, Yakovlev, and Shevardnadze, the latter two returned to help the isolated Soviet leader in his plight. Gorbachev discussed with them what to do about Yeltsin's new course of action. Yakovlev and Shevardnadze recommended that he maintain his distance, and wait until the Russians make mistakes and return to the idea of a union. Gorbachev said he would fully back the Russian government of reforms. The key issue is to help Yeltsin. If he considers himself deceived, abandoned, he can throw a tantrum. It was a dangerous academic utopia, he said, to imagine that the RSFSR could survive as a separate state. People of other republics, he explained, are ready in their majority to acknowledge Russia's leadership, but only in the form of a new union where Russia would perform this role in practice. Gorbachev still imagined that he would become an elected president in such a union. 58. On October 21, the reformed Supreme Soviet of the USSR reconvened after a long absence. Gorbachev opened the first session, but the procedure only highlighted his isolation. Many parliamentarians had been sent into retirement, their seats replaced by Republican deputies delegated from the RSFSR and other Republican assemblies. Only 7 Republican flags were displayed behind the podium, next to the flag of the Soviet Union. The Ukrainian Rada, after many weeks of promises, had not sent its delegation. Ukraine is not represented, recorded Vadim Medvedev, as well as the Baltics and Georgia. In effect, only so-called democratic forces are represented. The conservative forces are purged. 59. Gorbachev in his speech compared the occasion with the Constitutional Assembly elected in Russia in November 1917. This was a bizarre analogy, that assembly had been disbanded by Lenin before it could even sit. Major newspapers printed only a summary of what Gorbachev said. 60. The last spike to Gorbachev's international prestige was the International Conference on Middle Eastern Affairs held in Madrid between October 30 and November 1. This was a culmination of many years of Soviet and American diplomatic efforts. Boris Pankin, the Soviet foreign minister, and James Baker, the U.S. Secretary of State, had achieved miracles in convincing hostile parties involved in the Arab-Israeli conflict to attend. It was a diplomatic drama of last-minute agreements and extreme emotions, all balanced on a knife edge, and sensational announcements. On October 18, the Soviet Union had resumed full diplomatic relations with Israel after 24 years of hostility and estrangement. Baker met with Yasser Arafat, leader of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, which Israel and the United States had considered a terrorist organization. Soviet cooperation in the Middle East had been an old dream of Leonid Brezhnev. It was a bitter irony that Gorbachev saw this dream fulfilled only when the Soviet Union had shrunk to the size of his Kremlin office. 61. President Bush dictated in his diary on the eve of his trip from Washington, the briefing book indicates this might be my last meeting with him of this nature. It will be interesting to figure out his mood. 62. On October 30, Bush and Gorbachev sat as two co-chairmen at the opening of the conference. The US and Soviet flags were prominently displayed, and Pankin struck the ceremonial gavel to start the proceedings. The Soviet leader performed with such natural confidence that Bush and other Westerners wondered whether what they had read about his political demise was true. The conference, however, proved to be the death knell to Gorbachev's statesmanship and Soviet diplomacy. The same day that the Soviet leader flew to Madrid, Andrei Kozyrev announced that the Soviet Foreign Ministry would be reduced to 300 officials, 1/10 of its size, and perform only those functions that Russia and other republics would delegate. In private conversations, Kozyrev explained that the MID and its assets abroad had been owned by the Russian state before 1917 and must belong to a new Russia. In Moscow, many Soviet diplomats quietly negotiated with Kozyrev and his staff to get jobs for themselves in the Russian Foreign Ministry. After all, some of them argued, we are all Russians. 63. Pankin expected Gorbachev to call Yeltsin to discuss the issue of the MID, yet apparently in Madrid the Soviet leader was savoring every minute on the world stage and was too busy to do so. Gorbachev expected his friend the American president to back him publicly, but Bush maintained a diplomatic silence. Instead, he asked Gorbachev about the Soviet military, control of nuclear weapons, and Ukrainian independence. The Soviet leader dismissed those concerns. 64 He asked Bush for money again, $10, $15 billion is not much for us, and repayment is not a serious problem. Bush pledged to give $1.5 billion for the winter, and quickly added, if that is insulting to you, I will go back and consult and see what might be done. Baker was more direct. He intimated to Gorbachev's interpreter Pavel Poloschenko, take $1.5 billion in ready cash, take it before we reconsider. Gorbachev, too proud for his own good, declined the offer. 65. On November 1, Pankin received a cable from his deputy, instead of restoring peace in the Middle East, you should come to save your ministry. The foreign minister had to abandon the conference and fly back to Moscow, to prepare for a meeting with Yeltsin and the Republican leaders. Before leaving, he explained the reasons for his departure to Baker, who expressed his understanding. He even suggested that Bush should call Yeltsin. Good Lord, this didn't even occur to me, Pankin recalled in his memoirs. To this day I don't know if such a call was ever made. 66. On November 4, the future of the foreign ministry was discussed at a closed meeting of the State Council at Novoagaryovo. Pankin argued that winding down the MID would endanger the legal succession to the Soviet Union. At stake were a permanent seat at the UN Security Council and 15,000 treaties and agreements. He also wondered what would happen to the multi-billion properties and assets of the ministry, 133 embassies, 93 consulates, 6 offices at international organizations, trade offices, and the like. As it turned out, on the eve of the meeting, Gorbachev had spoken with Yeltsin. The MID was formed by Russian people over the centuries, why do you want to ruin it? Clearly you would rather take it to Russia. This will happen someday, but now you should take care of it. 67 Yeltsin grudgingly agreed with Gorbachev's compromise proposal, to merge the MID with the Ministry of External Economic Relations. It would now be called the Ministry of External Relations. The crisis seemed to be resolved. A senior diplomat from Kozyrev's ministry would be sent to Washington as a second-ranking official. 68. At the meeting, Pankin observed Yeltsin, Nazarbayev, and Kravchuk closely, and was horrified by their ignorance of foreign affairs. He left Novoagaryovo with a sense of relief, but also with the uneasy feeling that both he and the MID were the card in a game with much bigger stakes. 69 In fact, Gorbachev and Yeltsin had already agreed behind Pankin's back to offer the top foreign affairs job to Eduard Shevardnadze. Gorbachev hoped that Yeltsin would have enough respect for the celebrated Georgian statesman and therefore leave the MID alone. 70. The secret meeting of the State Council also discussed the future of the Soviet Army. Marshal Shapashnikov reported that the superpower's military force was being underdrafted, defunded, and pulled apart between national armies. Ukraine, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Moldova had announced that their recruits would only serve in national units on their territories. Republican parliaments demanded that the military on their territories should take an oath of allegiance not to the Soviet Union, but to the newly independent states. And the Baltic states demanded that all Soviet bases, including strategic anti-missile and anti-aircraft systems on their territory, should be dismantled and withdrawn immediately. Moreover, there was no longer enough money to maintain Soviet troops and material in eastern Germany. Even the withdrawal from Central Europe was costing much more. The Polish government was demanding a high price for the movement of Soviet military across its territory. Finally, there was a danger of corruption and the illegal sales of arms and military equipment under the guise of business activities. 71. Gorbachev proposed establishing a new status for the Soviet Army, so that its forces could stay legally in the now independent republics. No one openly questioned Gorbachev's role as the commander-in-chief. Yet the discussion quickly sank into the quagmire of legal and political details. There was no precedent for an army that would belong both to many states and yet to no one state in particular. Time went by, but no consensus emerged. Nazarbayev, Karamuev, and other Central Asian leaders wanted a common army, so long as someone else picked up the tab. Ukraine and Belarus continued to insist that Soviet troops on their territory should become nationalized. 72. The future of the KGB was another subject of debate. The formidable institution remained in effect under the dual command of both Yeltsin and Gorbachev. They agreed that the Alpha Commandos could be used only if both consented. 73 Democrats in Moscow wanted to split the KGB into a Russian CIA and a Russian Ministry of the Interior. The head of the Russian KGB, Viktor Ivanenko, lobbied to appropriate Alpha and the 9th Directorate, along with the central apparatus and territorial branches. He wrote to Yeltsin, "The republic without its security organs would be defenseless before the aggressive demands of its neighbors and the actions of extremists." He cited threats to the Russian Federation, separatism, organized crime, and looting of state property. Berbulis backed Ivanenko. 74 Yeltsin, however, sided with those who wanted to break up the KGB. Therefore, the State Council decided that the Leviathan should be broken up into several parts under the equal control of all republics. Gorbachev's aide Yevgeny Primakov became the head of the External Intelligence Service. The Counterintelligence Service was attached to the military. Border guards and railroad troops became part of a separate agency. Amid this huge level of uncertainty, KGB personnel in Moscow drank vodka, burned their papers, watched TV, and waited for what would happen. Many began to look for jobs in the burgeoning private security sector. 75. The State Council meeting on November 14 became the final battleground for Gorbachev to obtain his Union Treaty. He pressed Yeltsin and other Republican leaders to agree to a union of sovereign states. Yeltsin opposed it. 76 Gorbachev's press secretary recalled that Yeltsin Valyul-Vanku acted like a village Vanya. Vanya was a figure from folklore, a lazy drunkard who obstinately refused to join a common project that a village community wanted to accomplish. Others present at the meeting wondered why, instead of one strong leader, the country had a bizarre couple of rivals who were tearing everything apart. Shukhnazarov ruled the split Russian mentality that made the Yeltsin phenomenon possible. Pankin had an insight: if only Yeltsin and Gorbachev could trade posts and roles, with Yeltsin as president of the USSR, then the Union would be preserved. At one point Gorbachev's patience ran out. He bristled, began to collect his papers, and prepared to leave. The Republican leaders called for a break, in order to allow Yeltsin and Gorbachev to have a private conversation. After the break, Gorbachev returned looking happy. Yeltsin had agreed that a new structure would be called a Democratic Confederate State. The Russian Vanya had yielded to peer pressure one last time. 77. The future Union State would have a president elected by direct, equal, and secret ballots for the duration of 5 years. This president would chair rather than rule. There would be no common constitution, but a common parliament with deputies elected by districts, not just delegated by the republics. All financial and decision-making powers would remain with the republics that would form the Union, yet there would be coordinating structures. After much haggling, Yeltsin also agreed that the Central Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Economics would remain in place for 2 more weeks for the purpose of transition. This was the final sacrifice that Yeltsin was prepared to make to the idea of a union. 78. Gorbachev had to endure yet another humiliation, when he asked the Supreme Soviet of the USSR to authorize his request for 30 billion rubles. There was no money in the central budget to pay salaries to the central ministries. The assembly, now dominated by the Russian Federation, voted down his request. Gorbachev was then forced to ask Yeltsin for authorization. 79 On November 22, Yeltsin ordered that all branches of the State Bank of the USSR on Russian territory be appropriated. 3 days later, he took over the mobilization reserves of the Soviet Union, a colossal system of warehouses filled with materials and goods in the event of a major war. At the last minute, however, Yeltsin granted Gorbachev's request for 30 billion rubles in credit. 80 There was one last factor preventing Yeltsin from toppling the fiction of the central state. He wanted, he said to his government, to wait for Ukraine to hold its referendum and decide on its future. On November 15, At the meeting of the Russian government, the Russian president told an unhappy Gaidar to postpone freeing up prices and currency exchange until January 1, 1992. For Gaidar this was perhaps the most difficult of all decisions that his government had to make. Every extra day of procrastination meant one day lost for Russian sovereignty and macroeconomic stabilization and more inflation in the near future. 81. Waiting for Ukraine. The historian Serhiy Plokhy wrote about Yeltsin's new course: the Russian ark was leaving the Soviet dock. This biblical metaphor suits Ukraine even more. In October, Kravchuk refused to sign the economic treaty until Ukraine got its severance package, a 16% share of all Soviet financial reserves, including gold, diamonds, and foreign currency. The Ukrainian leaders also refused to join Russia and other republics in arranging the repayment of Soviet debts to Western banks. Berbulis recalled that he and his colleagues were completely in favor of Ukraine's independence. Yet it was inconceivable, for our brains, for our minds, that this would be an irrevocable fact. Berbulis had family connections with Ukraine and knew well that tens of millions of Russians, Ukrainians, and people of mixed origin, like him, could not imagine Ukraine and the Russian Federation as separate entities. For the Russians, Ukraine was like Scotland to the English, only closer. From the Russian perspective, Ukraine was filing for divorce without a settlement. This Russian mindset was bound to clash with Ukrainian nationalism and become a source of great tension and trouble for decades to come. 82. The seeming impossibility of divorce was reinforced by hard economic facts. The Soviet economy had been constructed as intertwined, and practically indivisible. This unity had predated the revolution, but became much deeper in Soviet times. The Russian Federation and Ukraine had a common industrial and scientific technical complex. Most plants and laboratories in Kharkov, Dnepropetrovsk, and other industrial cities of Ukraine had clones and partners in Moscow, St. Petersburg, the Urals, and Siberia. Ukraine's businesses and households could not operate without Tyumen oil and gas, Donbass mines could not function without Russian wood, Norilsk aluminum smelters required Ukrainian bauxite. Soviet strategic missiles and most of the high-tech military weaponry were constructed in Ukraine or required made-in-Ukraine parts. For decades this economy had been managed, funded, and innovated from Moscow. The Ukrainian separatists wanted to end this state of affairs at any cost, yet those costs were huge. For decades Soviet bureaucrats and experts had run most of the Ukrainian economy from the center. No one in Moscow could imagine that the Ukrainian ark would leave the Soviet-Russian dock and sail without sinking immediately. Had the two leaders in Moscow, Yeltsin and Gorbachev, made a joint effort, they probably would have succeeded in steering Ukrainian politics away from secession. The republic was not united in what Ukraine's independence would mean. And for the industrial regions of Ukraine, Kiev was not the center of gravity at all. They associated themselves with Moscow, Russian history, and Russian culture. 83 For millions of people in those regions, with mixed ethnic origins and shared identities, Ukrainian sovereignty was something vague that could still imply a common country with the Russian Federation. Georgy Shukhnazarov thought those people should be mobilized to oppose Ukrainian separatism and support a common statehood. He wrote to Gorbachev with a proposal to organize a campaign against Galician nationalism and its collaborationists. Russia, Gorbachev's aide continued, should officially declare that Crimea, Donbass and southern parts of Ukraine constitute historical parts of Russia, and Russia does not intend to give them up, in case Ukraine leaves the Union. Yet Gorbachev and Yeltsin could never agree on Ukraine. 84. The internal Russian divide was ideal for Kravchuk's campaign. After a successful debut in North America, he quickly gained support across Ukraine's regions. His ratings in October stood around 30 to 40% in most regions, with a sharp drop in western Ukraine and a modest majority in southern and eastern regions, as well as in Crimea. 85 While his opponents represented new political parties and movements, Kravchuk ran as an independent. The old party elites rallied around him. For many of them, writes Plokhy, independence became a new religion and Kravchuk its prophet. The Ukrainian party media and journalists, formerly supervised by Kravchuk, rooted for him as well. Pravda of Ukraine, a newspaper with a wide circulation, declared itself for Kravchuk. The Ukrainian KGB also rallied around him. One source even boasted to the Americans that the KGB's Republican apparatus, troops, border guards, and railway troops on the Republic's territory were 85% loyal Ukrainians responding to Kravchuk's leadership in Kiev. 86. His campaign rested on several pillars. First, he outflanked his nationalist rivals, above all the candidate of Rukh, Vyacheslav Chernoval, by advocating complete independence and a full share of Soviet assets, including military power for Ukraine. Second, he posed as the best consolidator of the country divided by history. Third, he posed as the candidate most likely to obtain international legitimacy from the West and the best possible economic deal from Russia. Kravchuk was able to appeal to all major electoral groups of the republics, including the majority of Ukraine's intelligentsia and scientific technical professionals, both ethnic Ukrainians and Russians, who wanted to distance themselves from the nightmares of the Soviet past and make a fresh start. And he attracted voters in southern and eastern Ukraine who did not identify much with Ukrainian history, but instead felt a strong connection with the common Soviet state, and wanted a return of stability and order. They were worried by Yeltsin's announcement of price liberalization. Kravchuk promised them that an independent Ukraine would remain a haven of stability and cheap food. 87. One of Kravchuk's early objectives in the campaign was to neutralize Crimea's separatism. The peninsula was as much a threat to Ukraine's integrity as Tatarstan and Chechnya were to Russia's. Shukhnazarov, as part of his anti-separatist campaign, advised to work in the Crimea in agreement with Comrade Bagrov. 88. Nikolai Bagrov was the head of the Crimean party leadership, who had organized a local referendum that turned the peninsula into an autonomous republic within Ukraine, with the right to sign the Union Treaty. After the Independence Act, the Crimean pro-Russian activists insisted on another referendum, to return the peninsula to the Russian Federation. Bagrov was sitting on the fence, ready to jump to one side or the other. 89. Kravchuk went to Crimea on the day its regional assembly gathered to decide on the referendum. He presented himself as a godfather of Crimean autonomy and promised to turn the peninsula into a free economic zone if it remained within Ukraine. A decision to return to Russia, he said, would violate Ukraine's constitution. Of course, Kiev would not use force to stop this. Yet all enterprises and farms of Crimea would have to pay much higher prices for energy and water that came to the peninsula from Ukraine. A canal brought the Dnieper water to irrigate the arid lands of Crimea. If the people left Ukraine, Kravchuk said, they would have to pay about $3 billion every year for this water. 90. Kravchuk succeeded in using persuasive arguments. The Parliament of Crimea cancelled the referendum, the separatist momentum fizzled out. Bagrov, after a heart-to-heart talk with Kravchuk, supported his candidacy and advocated the Ukrainian choice for Crimea. 91. Kravchuk worked in a similar way with the regional elites in Dnepropetrovsk, Kharkov, Nikolov, and Donbass. On November 4, Kravchuk went to Moscow to attend the State Council, but his real purpose was to hold economic talks with Yeltsin. The Ukrainian and Russian leaders reached a bilateral agreement on an economic and trade partnership. On the same day, Kravchuk signed the economic treaty he had earlier dismissed. At their joint press conference, Kravchuk and Yeltsin affirmed their friendship, open borders, mutual respect of territorial integrity, and protection for ethnic minorities. When a journalist asked Yeltsin about Crimea, he repeated, "This is the sovereign business of the Ukrainian state." 92. Kravchuk could congratulate himself. He appeared to have squared the circle and consolidated the fragmented Ukrainian electorate. He gave the impression that he had all the answers to Ukraine's problems and knew how to proceed without hurting anyone. This would soon be revealed as a myth, yet Kravchuk remained in the eyes of many the father of the Ukrainian nation. Many Russians, on the contrary, viewed him as a cunning fox who fooled everyone, while sowing the seeds of future conflicts. On November 21, Yeltsin met with Galina Starovoitova, his advisor on nationalities. The President of Russia disconnected all telephones and told his secretary not to disturb him until the end of the conversation. He had one question for Starovoitova: how would Ukraine vote? She responded that at least 3/4 of Ukrainian voters would support independence. Yeltsin was incredulous. It cannot be true. This is our fraternal Slavic republic. There are 30% of Russians there. Crimea is Russian. All the people who reside eastward of the Dnieper gravitate to Russia. For about 40 minutes, Starovoitova went through the data she had received from her colleagues, ethnographers and democratic politicians who lived in Ukraine. Finally, Yeltsin was convinced. In this case, he said, we will recognize this new political reality. After the referendum, he continued, he would wait for a week, then hold a meeting of the 3 Slavic republics. The venue for this meeting would not be Moscow, which is the imperialist center for them, nor Kiev, where Ukrainians would celebrate their triumph, but modest Minsk. This was Yeltsin's idea, Starovoitova recalled. Point 93. The historical significance of Yeltsin's decision was enormous. It ran against the grain of centuries of Russian history and mindset. The British ambassador Roderick Braithwaite wrote, "Perfectly sensible Russians froth at the mouth if it is suggested that the Ukraine, from which they all trace their history, might go off on its own. Russian-Ukrainian relations are as combustible as those in Northern Ireland, but the consequences of an explosion would be far more serious." 94. The mayor of St. Petersburg, Anatoly Sobchak, in conversation with a British official, accused the West of courting Ukrainian separatism. This encouraged the breakup of the Union, he said, and would kill Russian democracy. The British official argued that the West had no option but to deal with practical realities. Sobchak countered that the West underestimated its capacity to influence events. It was the West's policy of recognizing realities that allowed Hitler to rise to power. 95. Yeltsin's new certainty about Ukraine explained what happened on November 25 at the last meeting between Gorbachev and the Republican barons. The Soviet leader expected them to approve the draft of a union of sovereign states. Instead, Yeltsin said he could not conceive of a union without Ukraine and suggested they wait until December 1. The treaty without Ukraine, he said, would be useless and provocative, then Ukraine will take decisions that destroy the union. If it makes a decision to have its own national currency, then that would be the end. Gorbachev had another outburst of frustration and left the room. For a while, the barons deliberated without him. Then Yeltsin and Stanislav Shushkevich, head of Belorussia's Supreme Soviet, came to Gorbachev's office to invite him back to the discussion. With a wry expression on his face, Yeltsin said, "We came to kowtow to the Khan." Gorbachev replied, "Okay, Tsar Boris, get down to business." Yeltsin had to sit next to Gorbachev and other leaders for hours, and went, point by point, through the final draft of the Union Treaty. At the end of the meeting, however, he did not join Gorbachev to meet the press. The embarrassed Soviet leader had to do it alone. Point 96. Why did Yeltsin spend so much time on the Union Treaty project if he already knew it was null and void? Most likely, he was playing the role of the village Vanya yet again. At the meeting, Gorbachev and other Republican leaders protested Russia's takeover of the State Bank and Gaznak. "You cannot do it without the republics, without us," Gorbachev bemoaned. "The bank must belong to a banking union of the republics and Gaznak should be returned to the Ministry of Finance of the USSR. This is piracy," Gorbachev concluded. Yeltsin stubbornly denied that he had done anything wrong. Gaidar told him that Gaznak's equipment had to be upgraded, because after the price liberalization it would have to print at least 1 trillion rubles. At the State Council, the Russian leader simply promised that Gaznak would print as much money as would be necessary for all the republics. Karamov asked him how Uzbekistan, for example, would know how many rubles Russia printed. Yeltsin shot back, "And did you know about this amount before?" Other Republican leaders voted to return Gaznak to the control of the State Bank of the USSR. Yeltsin ignored this decision. 97. Gorbachev kept his word and backed the Russian reformist course of action. At a special closed meeting of the State Council, Yavlinsky praised Yeltsin as a hero who took risks that the country had not faced since World War II. Ukraine and even the Balts, Yavlinsky said, would be hamstrung by the decisions of Russia, whether they wanted to be or not. Shushkevich asked incredulously why other republics had to follow Russia's leap into the unknown. Perhaps a separate statehood and national currency could save Ukraine or Belarus from future Russian shocks. Yavlinsky responded that this would not help. As long as Ukraine and other republics were unable to close their borders with Russia and create their own financial system, they would remain in the same boat as Russia in macroeconomic terms. And Ukraine had better refrain, he said, from wrecking this boat or punching holes in it. 98 If Ukraine, however, did begin to print its own currency, Yavlinsky admitted, this would cause terrible suffering to Russia, with no end in sight. Another currency would be like a transfusion of the wrong blood type. Ukraine could kill the Russian economy, but it would also destroy its own economy. 99. Gorbachev asked Yeltsin for more money, 90 billion rubles, to lend to the provisional government. Yeltsin refused, then reconsidered. 100 In a telephone conversation with President Bush later, he said that Russia had decided to save the entire country. He then added, but all must fully understand that we cannot always be so altruistic. In 1992 all republics must be responsible for their own affairs. 101. At the end of November, the Russian president and his ministers hurried to take over the most lucrative chunks of the Soviet economic heritage, conglomerates of the oil and energy industries, including Gazprom, the gold and diamond industry, the state storage for gems and gold reserves, the aluminum industry, and the military construction corporations. Yeltsin was completely uninterested, however, in the jewels of the military-industrial complex, such as anti-aircraft and anti-missile defense corporations. He was even indifferent to the future of the nuclear industry, Min's Red Mash. The Russian state, of course, would be forced to take responsibility for those industries later. 102. At a meeting of the Russian government on November 28, Yeltsin was impatient about the last structures of Soviet statehood that remained under the Union's jurisdiction. Kozyrev and other Russian ministers agreed that the central apparatus of the foreign ministry, embassies, villas, and other assets abroad, should be placed on the Russian payroll, but not yet claimed as legal property. Yeltsin proposed, let's rename RSFSR into Russia fast, and we will become legal successors to this property. On November 29, Yeltsin instructed the MID to be put on the Russian payroll. Nevertheless, he still had to wait for the world to recognize Russia as a worthy substitute for the Soviet superpower. 103. On November 28, Berbulis proposed that the Ministry of the Interior with its riot police should be placed immediately under Russia's jurisdiction. With anticipated social unrest after the launch of radical reforms, the Russian state had to maintain order on the streets. Yeltsin began to speak again, for the first time since August, about the takeover of the Soviet army. He was impressed by Kravchuk's move to convert the Soviet military on Ukraine's territory into a national army and to double its salary. No umming and ahhing there, Yeltsin remarked approvingly. It was a powerful political move. 104 He wondered why the army, largely paid by Russian taxes, should remain under Gorbachev's command. And why should Russia pay for the military deployments outside its own territory, for instance in Nagorno-Karabakh, when its own territorial sovereignty was at risk? 105. The last point was about the explosive issue of separatism in Chechnya, a strategic part of Russia's borderlands in the Caucasus. The ethnic Chechens who lived there had a tragic history. Imperial Russia had conquered their lands and suppressed their insurrection. During World War II, Stalin ordered them to be deported to Kazakhstan because of their collaboration with the German invaders. After Stalin's death, Khrushchev allowed the Chechens to return to their homeland and restored their autonomous republic within the RSFSR. Their tragic history seemed to be a thing of the past. The implosion of the Soviet state in August 1991, however, turned Chechnya into a zone of anarchy. One sociologist observed that the mountains reclaimed the valleys as militant youths and tribal nationalists pushed aside the discredited Soviet elites. General Jakar Dudayev, veteran of the Afghan War and former commander of an Air Force division in Estonia, led a Chechen national revolution. He and his armed followers proclaimed the creation of a 750,000-strong nation, the Republic of Chechnya, independent from the Soviet Union as well as the Russian Federation. 106. In contrast to Kravchuk, who flew to a separatist Crimea, Yeltsin refused to do the same for Chechnya. He delegated the business of negotiating with separatists to Khasbolatov and Ruskoy. After the talks failed, on November 7, the Russian president declared a state of emergency in the unrecognized republic. Ruskoy proposed to send in troops and even wanted to deploy the Air Force as backup. Gorbachev was notified about it at the last moment and was horrified. He was convinced that Yeltsin had made this decision in an alcoholic haze. He tried to call Yeltsin, but the Russian leader wasn't available to talk. Gorbachev then called Ruskoy to tell him that, as commander-in-chief, he would block any orders to the military and police that could ignite a war. This gave the military, as well as the Minister of the Interior, Viktor Barannikov, room to drag their feet on Yeltsin's decree. Meanwhile, the Russian parliament voted not to use military force in Chechnya and to withdraw their troops. Yeltsin was humiliated and blamed Ruskoy for what had happened. 107. Yeltsin was also determined to take command of the military himself. The army, however, was not just another post-Soviet item for sale. The Americans were keeping an eye on just how responsibly the Russian government would behave with regard to nuclear weapons. The formation of the Russian army was delayed, to let Ukraine determine its course, Opredelitzia. Yeltsin wanted Kravchuk to take full credit for the dismantling of the most important of the Union's structures. 108. Yeltsin and his entourage also felt caught in their two-track approach when holding talks with the West on the subject of Soviet foreign debts. By the end of October, the External Economic Bank of the USSR, Vneshekonombank, was bankrupt. Soviet-owned banks in London, Singapore, and other foreign countries had to be refinanced or closed. The Russian Prime Minister, Ivan Silayev, appealed to the Paris Club of Creditors for a delay in repayments and agreed to start discussing Soviet debts with the G7. A team of experts from the G7 arrived in Moscow in early November and stayed at the Oktyabrskaya Hotel for the rest of that month. They were stunned by the chaos of the Soviet finances. Many oil exports were in the hands of autonomous corporations and shady enterprises, and oil revenues weren't reaching the Ministry of Finance. Other state enterprises had also practically stopped sending to the state bank the foreign currency they had earned from their export operations. No one, moreover, seemed to know what had happened to the Soviet gold reserves. And the Ministry of Finance had to send vast quantities of diamonds to the Bank of England as deposits to cover trade imbalances. The G7 team decided to force the post-Soviet actors to reassert control over their finances. There would be no rescheduling and restructuring of Soviet debts, they told them. In the event of non-payment, Western countries would stop sending food and humanitarian assistance. The Western stance was more bluff than blackmail, yet such a firm position came as an ugly surprise to Yeltsin and Gaidar. 109 The U.S. Treasury's David Mulford told the Russians that they would be eligible for IMF membership and Western credits only if they avoided a default. Mulford demanded that Russia provide 100 tons of gold as collateral, Gaidar recalled. This diktat appalled him, reminding Gaidar of how the Germans had forced the Bolsheviks at Brest-Litovsk in 1918 to surrender all the Russian gold reserves. 110 The G7 team were indifferent to the fact that Russia needed its remaining currency and gold as a backup to finance the urgent reforms. Mulford recalled that there was a lot of hostility around the table between Ukraine and some of the others, and Russia. The Ukrainians claimed their right to Soviet assets, such as gold, diamonds, and currency reserves, but refused responsibility for Soviet liabilities. Other republics followed their example. When the Russian delegation proposed paying all Soviet debts in exchange for control over Soviet assets, the republics took this as another manifestation of Russian imperialism. Gorbachev could feel vindicated, and the Russians had to pay now for all the sins of past imperial regimes. 111. At a meeting of the Russian government, Peter Avin, the young Russian Minister of Foreign Economic Relations, proposed that Russia should suspend the debt talks. Galina Starovoitova, however, argued that Russia should agree to pay all Soviet debts, an easy task given its resources. This would send a signal to the world that Russia was now the sole legal successor to the USSR and the Russian Republic of 1917. Yeltsin balked. The Russian people would not accept this, and there would be no money to pay for food imports to cover the winter. Starovoitova countered, the West would let Russia off half of those debts, as it had done with Poland. And the debts of African countries to the USSR could be sold to foreign banks. The debt of Mozambique would be sufficient to feed St. Petersburg through the winter. In the end, it was decided that Russia should remain in the talks to preserve its financial credibility and the network of former Soviet banks abroad. Gaidar issued a public declaration that Russia would not, from now on, honor any credits received by other republics or Gorbachev's provisional government without Russia's consent. The Western partners got the message. From now on Russia, instead of the USSR, was the subject of international financial transactions. 112. Gorbachev called Yeltsin on the evening of December 3 and suggested an immediate meeting with Kravchuk and Nazarbayev to conclude the Union Treaty. The Russian leader responded that nothing would come of it anyway. Instead, he was in favor of a four-way alliance between Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. Gorbachev thundered, and what would be my place in it? If that's the deal, then I'm leaving. I'm not going to bobble like a piece of shit in an ice hole. According to Gorbachev, Yeltsin was drunk and played the role of the village Vanya once again, and what will we do without you, Mikhail Sergeyevich? When Gorbachev again asked what his own role would be, Yeltsin replied in his stupor, well, just stay. 113. The Ukrainian vote. In Washington, Bush and Scowcroft continued to worry about the danger of another coup in Moscow and Ukraine's nuclear weapons. On October 24, the Rada declared that Ukraine wished to be a non-nuclear state. But did those words match their deeds? In early November, the U.S. administration received important signals from Kravchuk's allies that eased their worst fears. The deputy head of the Ukrainian KGB, Yevgeny Marchuk, and the deputy minister of the Interior, Valery Durdonets, conveyed to an American contact that the Ukrainian leadership was steering a more responsible course than it had demonstrated in public. There was a plan to dismantle nuclear weapons on Ukrainian territory under the international controls established before 1996. Marchuk and Durdonets informed the Americans that Kravchuk would allow Moscow to retain control of nuclear weapons. Moreover, he would not object to a removal of Ukrainian tactical and strategic weapons to the Russian Federation. In addition, Ukraine would make no attempt to take over the Black Sea Fleet in Sevastopol, a big bone of contention with Russia. After those signals, Kravchuk's credibility in the White House increased significantly. 114. By mid-November, all U.S. diplomatic and intelligence agencies concurred that the referendum of December 1 would confirm Ukraine's independence. For Bush and Scowcroft, however, the vote posed a problem. Ukraine's voters almost certainly would vote for sovereignty, recalled Scowcroft, but not necessarily independence from the Soviet Union. What became clear to me was that Yeltsin was maneuvering so that the Ukraine would be the proximate cause of the breakup of the Soviet Union. Should the United States therefore announce its recognition of Ukraine straight away and thus set the final breakup of the USSR in motion? Dick Cheney and his deputies in the Pentagon proposed just that. This, they argued, was an insurance policy against a retrograde Russia. Without Ukraine's enormous resources, population, and geography, A Pentagon official recalled, Russia would never become the threat posed by the Soviet Union. 115 The Secretary of State, James Baker, however, continued to object. An immediate recognition of Ukraine, he argued, would destroy any chance for confederal and even bilateral arrangements that would make a peaceful transition possible. One had to be certain, he said, that Ukraine's referendum would not trigger further fragmentation of a Ukrainian state. Baker heeded Shevardnadze's warning of a possible conflict over Crimea, Donbass, and eastern Ukraine. Scowcroft sympathized with Cheney's argument, yet he continued to insist that the United States should maintain total neutrality on the Ukrainian referendum, to avoid antagonizing Russian nationalists. 116. Bush was torn between loyalty to his friend Gorbachev and the need to appeal to his domestic audience. The Republican right held him responsible for raising taxes and for the economic recession, and they ridiculed his Chicken Kiev approach to the Soviet collapse. Many in the U.S. Congress had already forgotten about Gorbachev's Nobel Peace Prize and still considered him and his circle unreconstructed communists. With the referendum date quickly approaching, Bush and Scowcroft were forced to do something. On November 25, at a meeting between the principals, the administration agreed that the United States would recognize Ukraine's independence, but only after a few weeks, in order to let Gorbachev and Yeltsin first make up their minds. U.S. politics, however, caught up with Bush. At the suggestion of Cheney and John Sununu, the chief of staff, he received representatives of the Ukrainian diaspora and informed them confidentially of his decision. The American Ukrainians immediately leaked the news to the press. Scowcroft recalled later, while it didn't make any difference, it turned out it was a humiliation of Gorbachev, and given where we were, we shouldn't have done that. 117. The announcement made a huge impression on the public mood in Ukraine. During the last week before the vote, Kravchuk redoubled his efforts to present the referendum as an existential choice between Soviet misery and future prosperity. The myth of Ukraine as an economic superpower and breadbasket of Europe that was feeding Russia and other republics, writes Serhiy Plokhy, was ingrained in the minds of the country's inhabitants. 118 The recognition of the United States, the most powerful and wealthiest country in the world, meant that a separate Ukraine would flourish, not perish. This myth would soon be painfully dashed. Ukraine's economy would tank, not soar. And U.S. recognition would not be matched by financial generosity or investments. Gorbachev continued to act as if Ukraine would stay in his union by virtue of economic and financial necessity, if not common roots and culture. On November 19, Alexander Yakovlev met with Bush in the White House to deliver Gorbachev's message: even if Ukraine's referendum result was yes for independence, this should not necessarily mean that Ukraine would leave the union with Russia. In the declassified portion of the conversation, Bush said that much depended on what was meant by independence. Yakovlev seconded, "Unfortunately, we have 1,000 different understandings of independence." When pressed, however, Yakovlev gave his personal opinion that Yeltsin would recognize Ukrainian independence after December 1. He also did not think there was any danger of a civil war in Ukraine, between ethnic Ukrainians and heavily Russian areas of Donbass. This was not what Gorbachev wanted him to say. 119. On November 25, the Soviet leader made an appeal on state television to the people of Ukraine. He repeated his position that the Ukrainian referendum would not cancel the all-union referendum in March. Like many other speeches by Gorbachev, this one produced the opposite effect. Kravchuk retorted, "Gorbachev has no right to speak on behalf of Ukraine. Let him say what he wants, and we will mind our business." In Moscow, television commentators ridiculed Gorbachev, and Izvestia blamed him for his awkward meddling in Ukrainian affairs. The liberal-minded Independent Gazette came up with the headline, "The Empire is Finished." One article urged Ukraine to keep its nuclear weapons, to defend itself, to deter aggressive Russian nationalists like Vladimir Zhirinovsky. Another article claimed that the emergence of a powerful, flourishing Ukraine next door would force Russia to bury its imperial dreams, in order to stay in Europe. Otherwise, it would have to look for its place in Asia. 120. The news about American recognition of a future independent Ukraine enraged the Soviet leader. His press secretary Andrei Grachev proposed protesting against American interference in Soviet domestic affairs. Chernihiv penned the draft. Later, in 1992, the former leader Gorbachev would write that U.S. recognition of an independent Ukraine tipped the delicate balance against the Union Treaty. He convinced himself that the separatist position of Ukraine's leadership was a gift to Yeltsin. Yeltsin, he argued, was unwilling to speak out against the Union publicly, for fear of antagonizing Russian public opinion. He was glad, however, to use Kravchuk's intransigence as an excuse to ruin the treaty. 121. On November 30, 1991, Bush finally reached Gorbachev by telephone to explain his stance. The United States, he affirmed, would not recognize Ukraine until its leadership fulfilled the conditions on nuclear weapons, implementation of Soviet treaties, and on human rights. Gorbachev said he would refuse to take the vote for Ukraine's independence as the right to secede. Otherwise, he warned, a conflict between Ukraine and Russia could arise that would be worse than Yugoslavia. Yeltsin had forces in his camp who wanted to claim Crimea and Donbass for Russia. At this point Baker cut in, yes, this is very dangerous. Bush also expressed empathy, I am under a little pressure at home. I can't understand what you have been through, but people are piling up on me. American delayed recognition of Ukraine, he argued unconvincingly, might even help to bring Ukraine back to the idea of a new union by allaying nationalist concerns. 122. 5 minutes later Bush called Yeltsin. He was prepared for a difficult conversation. Earlier he had received a letter from the Russian leader, who urged Bush not to recognize Ukraine immediately, because this would encourage the nationalist radicals. Ambassador Robert Strauss cabled from Moscow about his conversation with Kozyrev. The Russian foreign minister was imploring the Americans to help calm Russian fears about Ukrainian independence. 123. This time, however, Yeltsin reversed his own position from a few days earlier. He told Bush that if more than 70% of Ukrainians voted for independence more than had voted for the preservation of the Union in March, then Russia would recognize Ukraine's independence immediately. Bush asked, right away? Yeltsin said, yes, we need to do it immediately. Otherwise our position is unclear, since we are approaching a new reform. If recognition of Ukraine's independence was linked to any conditions, Yeltsin said, this would only cause an uprising of extremist forces and would have a very negative effect on democracy. Yeltsin also announced his idea of meeting with Kravchuk after the referendum. I think the new Ukrainian president will not begin negotiations with Gorbachev, but will begin talks with Russia. He confided to Bush, Gorbachev does not know it. He still thinks that Ukraine will sign the Union Treaty. Russia, he explained, did not want a union with 5 Islamic states in Central Asia, whom we feed all the time. Yeltsin's intention was clear. After the Ukrainian referendum he wanted to dissolve the Soviet Union and reach an agreement with the Slavic republics. 124. The vote on December 1 astonished even the most enthusiastic advocates of Ukrainian independence. The referendum bulletin read, do you support the act of declaration of independence by Ukraine? Some 28.8 million voters, or 84% of the registered electorate, came to the polls. Over 90% of them voted yes. In some areas of western Ukraine 97 to 99% voted in favor. The referendum was monitored by international observers and countless watchers from the diasporas, who had come to witness this historic moment. Astonishingly, 84% voted yes in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions of eastern Ukraine. In Crimea, 54% voted yes, and in Sevastopol, the city of Russian glory, 57% did, although many didn't show up to vote. Many voters later claimed they had been fooled and did not expect the referendum would lead to the end of the Soviet Union. Yet the fantasy of future Ukrainian prosperity against the background of the Soviet economic crisis clearly worked. Kravchuk won solidly in all regions of Ukraine, except Galicia. He received 19.6 million votes and a huge popular mandate. 125. On December 2, Yeltsin called Kravchuk to congratulate him on his victory and tell him that Russia would recognize Ukraine after the full results of the vote were announced. He was looking forward to receiving a Ukrainian ambassador. Poland and Canada immediately declared their formal recognition. Gorbachev agonized over how to respond, but he held his line that the vote changed nothing. Independence did not mean divorce from the Union. Bush called Kravchuk on December 3 and congratulated him on a wonderful display of democracy in Ukraine. He said he would send a special emissary to consult on the US-Ukraine relations. The American president, despite the political pressure, stayed the course of delayed recognition. Kravchuk informed him that this Saturday he would meet with Yeltsin in Minsk to discuss all issues of our policy, and the priority considerations in relations with the Russian Republic. Very important, Bush reacted. It's wonderful. 126. Galina Starovoitova decided to demonstrate that Russian Democrats would welcome Ukraine's independence. She bought a bouquet of roses and went to see the plenipotentiary for the Ukrainian Republic, Peter Krzyzanowski. She congratulated him on the first day of Ukrainian independence. He was thunderstruck, Starovoitova recalled. He called Kravchuk in my presence and said in Ukrainian that for the first time in his life a lady gave him flowers. Then she added laughing, they expected tanks more than flowers. 127. Chapter 15. Liquidation. 2 Romes have fallen, a third stands, and a fourth there will not be. Monk Philotheos, Peskov, 1524. We acknowledge that the USSR as a subject of international law and a geopolitical reality ceases to exist. The Agreement on a Commonwealth of Independent States, Minsk, December 8, 1991. Leonid Kravchuk later claimed that Ukraine's referendum became the last push that led to the collapse of the Soviet Empire. Ukraine should take credit for it. The evidence contradicts this claim. The Ukrainian referendum was a reflection of the Soviet collapse, not its cause. On December 2, 1991, the Soviet Union was already a carcass, destroyed first by Gorbachev's reforms and then by the implacable separatism of Yeltsin's course of action. The financial obituary of the Soviet Union tells the story of its destruction best. In 1986 and 1987, the years of Chernobyl and the vodka deficit, the Ministry of Finance printed only 3.9 and 5.9 billion rubles respectively. By contrast, in 1987-88, when the laws on enterprises and cooperatives punched permanent holes in the financial system, the injections of ruble liquidity increased respectively to 11.7 and 18.3 billion. In 1990, parliamentary populism, the sovereignty of republics and their war of laws against the central government made the ministry print 28.4 billion rubles. In 1991, as Gorbachev devolved authority to the republics, the infusion of rubles rose to 93.4 billion. The savings of the Soviet population grew exponentially, yet they quickly turned into worthless piles of paper. A state that could not ensure its main function, a stable currency, was bound to fall apart. 2. What happened in December was the coup de grace for Gorbachev and his fantasy of a voluntary union. And it was delivered by Yeltsin's new course. Ukraine's vote did not change the choices of the Yeltsin government. As we have seen, in anticipation of Ukraine's independence, Gaidar and his team had already been preparing to take over the functions of the fictional center. After the Ukrainian vote, the Russian reformers were finally free to liquidate the center. Coup de grace. Yeltsin did not articulate his plans to his own government, riddled as it was with factionalism and intrigues. Later, some members of the Russian government claimed that what happened in a forest in Belarus, now the name for Belorussia, a few days later was at least in part a planned conspiracy. The evidence is more nuanced. Yeltsin did not want to antagonize an independent Ukraine. At the same time, he assumed that Kravchuk would badly need an agreement with the RSFSR for his own international legitimacy. Both of us, Starovwatova recalled, had an erroneous impression that Kravchuk's decision to take a crucial step outside the norms of international law would depend on Yeltsin's consent. 3. Yeltsin flew to Minsk on December 7 with a group of loyal ministers and advisors, Verbulis, Gaidar, Shukray, Kozyrev, and his personal aide Viktor Ilyushin. Others, including Ruskoy, Stankiewicz, Lukin, the parliamentary leaders and ministers, were not even informed of the preparations. 4. Before leaving Moscow, Yeltsin met with Gorbachev and assured him that his mission was to invite Kravchuk back into the talks on the Union Treaty. Verbulis insisted in his recollections that Yeltsin did not cheat the Soviet leader at all. It was absolutely our goodwill and our conscientious stand. Yeltsin never stated as much. 5. Gaidar also claimed he did not know what would happen in Minsk. 6. His official actions, however, suggest otherwise. On December 1, the Russian top economist hastily prepared a slew of decrees. One decree placed under Russian state control all Soviet conglomerates and consortiums that had emerged in 1989-90 and operated on the territory of Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Belarus, and other republics. Another decree liberalized prices in the Russian Federation from January 2, 1992. The document declared that trade with the former Union republics would be conducted as a rule at world prices. These documents constituted the act of liquidation for the Soviet Union. Yeltsin signed the decrees on 3 December. 7. Yeltsin was invited to Minsk by Shushkevich and the Belarus Prime Minister, Vyacheslav Kubish, on November 24, during a chat on the margins of the State Council. Belarus was in dire need of oil and gas from Siberia. Shushkevich promised Yeltsin a good rest after talks that they would be holding in a hunting lodge and resort at Vyskolai. This complex for the highest party nomenclatura was located in the middle of Beloveya Forest, 50 miles from Brest and only 5 miles from the Soviet-Polish border. A few days later, Yeltsin called Shushkevich and asked him to invite Kravchuk to Vyskolai as well. 8. On the afternoon of December 7, Shushkevich shuttled between Minsk and its modest airport to greet Yeltsin and take him to the Parliament of Belarus and then, in a separate ceremony, to welcome Kravchuk and fly with him to a military air base near Vyskolai. Formerly a student and professor of physics, Shushkevich had already had a brush with history in having tutored Lee Harvey Oswald. President John F. Kennedy's future assassin had defected to the USSR in 1959 and requested Soviet citizenship. Oswald had lived and worked in Minsk with his Russian wife Marina before returning with her and their daughter to the United States in 1962. The KGB had considered young Shushkevich trustworthy and discreet enough to give Russian lessons to the dissolute young American. Shushkevich never thought his pupil capable of killing an American president. 9. Perestroika had convinced Shushkevich, still a party member, to become a Democratic politician. In March 1989, he was elected from Minsk to the Congress of People's Deputies, and joined the Russian opposition along with Sakharov, Afanasyev, Verbulis, and others. He opposed the junta in August 1991 and was elected head of the Republic's Supreme Soviet. By that time, he had come to view Belarus as a colony of the Soviet Empire. 10. Vyskolai was a place where Khrushchev and Brezhnev had hunted. A list of foreign guests included Fidel and Raúl Castro and Erich Honecker. In the evening of Saturday, December 7, 1991, the place was guarded by a special KGB force to ensure absolute security and secrecy of the talks among the three Slavic republics. Yeltsin and the Russian team arrived last from Minsk. Kravchuk had already shot a boar while out hunting and had rested. The leaders and their retinues met for an evening chat. The conversation quickly became political: what to do about Gorbachev and the Soviet Union. Kravchuk had come with Prime Minister Vitold Fokin and 3 nationalist deputies from Ruk who were there to ensure that Kravchuk would not sell out to the Muscovites. Yeltsin told Kravchuk that he had a duty to perform, to convey Gorbachev's invitation to join the Union Treaty. The Russian leader theatrically declared he was ready to sign the Union Treaty here and now if Kravchuk agreed to do the same. The President-elect of Ukraine listened to this performance with a wry smile. He replied that Ukraine had suffered and now had earned its statehood. The referendum did not give him a mandate to sign an agreement with the center. Pressing his point home, he mockingly asked, "Who is Gorbachev? Where is the Kremlin?" The Rook deputies grumbled that perhaps they should fly back to Kiev. Only Fokin, worried about the state of the Ukrainian economy, quietly lobbied for some kind of economic treaty. 11. Yeltsin knew that Kravchuk would reject Gorbachev's Union Treaty. He did not expect, however, that the Ukrainians would refuse to sign an agreement with him. Berbulis and Gaidar were surprised as well. This jeopardized the future of the Russian reforms. By contrast, the delegation from Belarus was cooperative and reasonable. The head of Belarus's government, Vyacheslav Kubish, a Soviet-style economic manager, knew that the republic could not survive without cheap Russian energy. He viewed nationalists and Democrats in the Belarus parliament as lunatics who were ready to sacrifice their industries in a fit of ideological madness. Kubish sent his deputy to sit with Yeltsin's ministers, to work out a possible draft of an economic agreement between the two republics, which Ukraine could join as well. It was late at night when Yeltsin's legal advisor Sergei Shukray came up with a revolutionary idea. The USSR had been formed in December 1922 by 4 republics, 3 of them were represented in Vyskolai, the 4th, the Transcaucasian Republic, no longer existed. What if they now decided to dissolve the Soviet Union? Shukray was improvising as he spoke. Publicly, Yeltsin, Kravchuk, and even Berbulis had said many times that the Treaty of 1922 was the fig leaf that the Bolsheviks had used to camouflage their totalitarian policies. Now Shukray was proposing to use this fig leaf to destroy legally what Lenin had constructed by force. Berbulis recalled it was a stroke of luck that President Nazarbayev had not come to Vyskolai. His presence would have ruined the plot, because the Kazakh SSR had joined the Soviet Union only in 1936.12. To placate Kravchuk, the Russians and the Belarus officials agreed to drop the word union from any future agreement. Instead, they would form a Commonwealth of independent states, borrowing the example of the British Commonwealth that had seen a civilized divorce between the center and its colonies. Gaidar wrote down the draft of an agreement to form the new Commonwealth, but his handwriting was difficult to read. Andrei Kozyrev, the Russian foreign minister, was tasked with finding someone to type the documents up. That someone was a female typist whom the KGB brought to Vyskolai. As it was now 4 a.m., Kozyrev found a room where he believed the typist was sleeping and slid the handwritten draft under the door. He got the wrong door, however. On the next morning it took a while to find the draft and type it up. 13. On Sunday, December 8, Berbulis announced Shukray's idea to the principals who were seated at the conference table after breakfast. Shushkevich recalled Berbulis proclaiming, "Esteemed lords, would you agree to put your signatures under the following proposal: the USSR ceases to exist as a subject of international law and a geopolitical reality." This seemed to be a way to suspend the Russian-Ukrainian dispute about the legal succession. All 3 republics would act as equals. In the chorus of voices, Yeltsin declared, the Commonwealth would be a message that would give hope to people and the world, not to scare them. It would be construction, not destruction. Who needs the USSR, the CPSU, and now the Union of Sovereign States anymore? Kubish also recalled the Russian leader saying, Gorbachev must be removed. Enough. No more playing the Tsar. 14. Kravchuk, to everyone's delight, agreed to sign the proposal. The principals sent their teams, led by Berbulis, Fokin, and Kubish, to a nearby billiard room, to write up the final document. Some points for a Commonwealth agreement were taken directly from the bilateral treaties that Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, had signed in 1990. Among the potential disagreements was the one about control of nuclear weapons. Kravchuk recalled that this was discussed in great detail. He insisted that the 3 republics would have equal control, and Yeltsin consented, at least he appeared to. 15. Before Yeltsin's departure from Moscow, Galina Starovwatova had advised him to offer the Ukrainian leader an option of negotiated changes to the borders after a moratorium of 3 to 5 years. She was concerned about Crimea. Reflecting on the Armenian-Azeri dispute in Nagorno-Karabakh, Starovwatova wanted to give time to the people of Crimea to think and decide whether they wanted to stay in Ukraine or return to Russia. This option would have helped to placate Russian public opinion and leave open the possibility of settling the territorial issue according to international law. Yeltsin, however, did not raise this issue in Vyskoly. Verbulis explained the reason: Kravchuk had arrived in a triumphalist mood and would not even have given such a proposal a second thought. Starovwatova believed it was a political mistake not to raise this issue at all. Had she been invited to Vyskoly, she would have done so. The meeting, however, was a wholly male affair, apart from female typists and waitresses. In Russian politics, Starovwatova commented, many things are decided in the steam room of a spa, with drinking, with rough language, and the presence of a woman would have been a purely technical obstacle. This is why they left me out. 16. The first paragraph of the agreement on the Commonwealth included Shukre's formula. When it was agreed, the room rang out with cries of hurrah. Other points were quickly drafted and agreed. Yeltsin said that he would drink a glass of champagne to each article. There were 14, and by the end of the talks the President of Russia was unable to speak coherently. The formal ceremony took place around 2 p.m. Yeltsin, Kravchuk, and Shushkevich signed the documents, as well as Kabish, Fokin, and Verbulis. Some 160 journalists had arrived, intrigued by the proceedings. They spent the night in a nearby village, in miserable conditions and without food. Now they were told that the Soviet Union was no more. All federal structures and agencies on the territories of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus became invalid. The Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, would have its headquarters in Minsk. The texts of the foundational documents were not available for distribution. 17. Yeltsin in his ghost-written diary recalled a sudden feeling of freedom and lightness that overwhelmed him when he realized that the last hour of the empire had arrived. He also wrote that another way was feasible for him, to take Gorbachev's place, run for the presidency of the USSR, and keep the country together. Why did he not take this road? Yeltsin remained cryptic on this matter. I could not psychologically take the place of Gorbachev. 18. Psychology alone does not explain the demise of the Soviet Union in Vyskoly, but it does shed light on how the new potentates performed then and later. The three Slavic leaders would insist for years that the Soviet Union had already been dead when they met. Yet they behaved at the meeting as if it were an act of ritual killing. Kravchuk recalled that Yeltsin was very tense and released his tension with alcohol. Kozyrev recalls that Yeltsin drank heavily in Vyskoly, because he had no clear vision of the outcome and was not sure he would do the right thing. So, he acted erratically, and only re-established a firm footing when he realized that a peaceful solution to the puzzle of a crumbling Soviet state and the creation of a new Commonwealth was at hand. 19. Kravchuk, for all his post-election bravado, also felt insecure. He recalled that Vyskoly was not for people with weak nerves. He slept very little there and at night read some kind of memo he had written for himself, but which nobody saw. The recollections of the Belarus participants varied from anxiety to panic. The leaders who met to dissolve the Soviet Union in Vyskoly couldn't stop thinking about the KGB and military officers who protected them there yet who had sworn an oath of allegiance to the country that was being dissolved. Kabish recalled that the head of Belarus's KGB whispered to him that he had informed his superiors in the central KGB in Moscow about a coup d'état in progress. "I am waiting for Gorbachev's command," he added. Kabish felt shivers down his spine. He asked, "Do you think the command will be given?" "Of course," replied the KGB officer. "The fact of high state treason is clear and unmistakable. You must understand. I could not sit idle. I took the oath." Yevgenia Patyashuk, a professional typist whom the KGB had brought to Vyskoly, was an ethnic Ukrainian, Yet the text she was asked to type shocked her. Her fingers failed her, and she made an error in the very first word. 20. In his memoirs, Yeltsin mentioned that Gorbachev, had he not been removed, would have become a tool of evil forces. Quite the psychological subterfuge. The Russian president could hardly have feared that the Soviet leader would use force. At the same time, Yeltsin must have sensed the colossal uncertainty that his actions had created. His bodyguard Korsakov, a former KGB officer himself, explained the mood. Dual power is fraught with danger because in such a period people stop recognizing any authority. Gorbachev was no longer taken seriously, people ridiculed him. But Yeltsin still lacked the levers of power. This situation in effect was worse than anarchy. In his memoirs, Gaidar compared the moment to the Russian anarchy of 1917. The military could not be relied upon. The crisis in Chechnya demonstrated that the state has no army. Its behavior was hard to control. As for the police, they had simply disappeared. 21 Yeltsin must have felt an enormous emotional conflict at this historic moment. A former Russian peasant from the village of Butka in the Urals had just disbanded the realm that Peter the Great and Catherine the Great had built, and which Lenin and Stalin had resurrected. It was the Soviet Union that had defeated Hitler's armies, the country with which Yeltsin had identified until only very recently. And how would those tens of millions of people, who had voted for him and for Russia's sovereignty, feel when they learnt that their common home had been taken away from them? The natural remedy for anxiety, aside from alcohol, was to find new sources of legitimacy. Kravchuk could lean on the overwhelming victory he had earned in the Ukrainian referendum. Yeltsin had no such outlet. His rationale was negative. Gorbachev's government did not work. He even refused to call the Soviet leader. The USSR does not exist anymore, he said. Gorbachev is not the president any longer, his decrees are nothing for us. A few hours later, after spending time in a spa, Yeltsin decided that Gorbachev must be informed, but he delegated this unpleasant task to Shushkevich. Yeltsin, instead, wanted to call George Bush. One ironic aspect in this astonishing liquidation drama was that Yeltsin yearned for American approval even more acutely than did Kravchuk. 22. Shushkevich and other participants said later that they called Bush and Gorbachev simultaneously. Bush answered immediately, Gorbachev did not. Kozyrev in his memoirs recalls that it was his job to connect Yeltsin with Bush, and he was completely unprepared for the task. This was years before mobile phones and instantaneous global connectivity. Kozyrev searched through his pocket notebook and found there the State Department phone number. It was early Sunday in Washington. Kozyrev talked his way up from an incredulous receptionist to someone high enough to arrange a top-level conversation. Kozyrev's estimate was that this operation took him 30 minutes. If this is true, then the story of calls being placed to Bush and Gorbachev simultaneously was a fantasy. In any case, Shushkevich recalled hearing Yeltsin talking to Bush while he waited for Gorbachev to pick up the receiver. Yet all the recollections are remarkably vague. Timeways, perhaps another indication of the anxiety that had gripped all the participants in this drama. 23. Only the American record is precise. It was 9:08 p.m. in Vyskolie and Moscow, and 1:08 p.m. in Washington, when Bush answered the call. Yeltsin did all the talking. The three leaders, he said, had decided that the system and the Union Treaty everyone is pushing us to sign authors italics does not satisfy us. He quoted bits and pieces from the Commonwealth Declaration, praising it as the only way out of the critical situation and an effort to strengthen international peace and security. Yeltsin hastened to add that its members recognized all Soviet commitments including foreign debts and the unitary control of nuclear weapons and non-proliferation. In a moment of confusion, he told Bush about 16 articles of the agreement, instead of the actual 14. He said that he had just spoken with Nazarbayev, who is fully in accord with all of our actions and he wants to sign the accord. That was wishful thinking at best. The Kazakh leader learned about the accords only after the event, and refused to join. For Yeltsin, however, it was crucial to report to Washington that all four former Soviet nuclear republics were in agreement. 24. Before Bush could even respond, Yeltsin clarified, President Gorbachev does not know these results. He begged for understanding. Bush asked, what do you think the center's reaction would be? Yeltsin responded that the Commonwealth was taking Soviet strategic forces and the rest of the army under its joint control. As a matter of fact, Shapashnikov fully agreed and supported our position. The head of the Ministry of Defense was indeed the first person that Yeltsin had called from Vyskolie on the secure government phone. In his memoirs, Shapashnikov confirmed this version of events. He immediately accepted Yeltsin's offer. Thus, he became the first senior officer who reneged on his oath and shifted his loyalties. Shapashnikov's example would soon be followed by countless others. Bush thanked Yeltsin for his special courtesy to the United States. He added, we realize this must be sorted out by participants, not by outside parties like the United States. This sounded very much like a formula of delayed recognition. Yeltsin lapped it up, we will guarantee it, Mr. President. 25. On Yeltsin's orders, Andrei Kolosovsky, the young head of the Russian mission in Washington, was instructed to meet with U.S. officials and answer their questions on the spot. For some reason, Kozyrev failed to fax the documents signed at Vyskolie via his ministry. Perhaps he did not want to. Kolosovsky's mission was located inside the Soviet embassy, and the documents could have been passed to Gorbachev. Kozyrev turned to his American friend Alan Weinstein, director of the Center for Democracy, who happened to be in Moscow at the time. Weinstein had recently opened a Moscow-based office of the center, courtesy of Yeltsin, and was glad to help out. On Monday, December 9, he faxed the documents on the dissolution of the Soviet Union to his deputy in Washington, D.C. with a note, please deliver this memo and the accompanying text to Andrei Kolosovsky, personal hand delivery only at the Soviet Embassy ASAP. Weinstein added to the message his greetings to Kolosovsky and best of luck in his historic meetings in Washington. 26. On the substantive side, Verbulis, Kabish, and Fokin signed a two-page document, largely drafted by Gaidar, to coordinate the economic policies of the three republics. The governments of Ukraine, Belarus, and the Russian Federation agreed to refrain from any actions that could cause economic harm to others. They confirmed they would stay in the ruble zone, and would introduce a new national currency only after a special agreement between them. The Troika also pledged to keep money printing to a minimum, to create a system to control mutual transactions, and to keep their borders open after liberalization of trade and prices. Kravchuk later admitted, we agreed that borders between Ukraine, Belarus, and the Russian Federation did not exist, only borders of the Commonwealth. This was the best Gaidar could get from Ukraine to limit its possible harmful actions. In turn, Yeltsin promised to cover the costs of the never-ending works to keep the destroyed Chernobyl power plant safe. And he made a concession, agreed in advance, that economic liberalization would start on January 2, to allow the partners to prepare for the shock. Gaidar considered this a big sacrifice. The hoarding of goods in expectation of high prices continued for 2 more weeks. The spring of inflation would then recoil with even greater force. He did not trust Ukraine to keep to the agreements, and he was right. 27. Gaidar recalled, I am proud that we then managed to avoid a full-scale civil war like the Yugoslav scenario, and in a nuclear country. Verbulis agreed that a bloody partition of the empire was prevented. He also claimed that the Vyskolie meeting ended the Cold War and created miraculous prospects for a new global order. Kravchuk many years later confessed that he also feared a civil war and felt relieved. Ukraine signed up to the agreements because it could not really control its economy. Russia emphasized that the Commonwealth was a form of slow divorce. 28. This last point would define Russian relations with Ukraine and Belarus for years to come. American recognition. The Vyskolie documents came under legal attack in Moscow. The Constitutional Committee of the USSR, a body of professional experts, declared that the Vyskolie Accords had no legal force. The founding republics of the 1922 treaty had no right to dissolve the union they had once created. In his mid-office, Shevardnadze wanted to issue a declaration of protest. "Did you want a civil war?" he asked Berbulis. "Three republics had no right to do it. They cannot remove Gorbachev. It is an anti-constitutional coup." Berbulis's friend Nikolai Travkin tried in vain to mobilize street protests. 29 The storm in a teacup lasted for 2 days and then stopped. People did not care for either Gorbachev or the constitution. A journalist once asked Gaidar why Gorbachev did not use force to stop the liquidation of the USSR. Gaidar answered, "And did he have at least one combat-ready regiment at his disposal?" The Russian reformer argued that Gorbachev most probably did not want to use force, but what is certain, he also could not use it. William Taubman concedes that Gorbachev would have been mad not to explore this possibility, but his exploration was very mild and half-hearted. In theory, Gorbachev could have used Alpha. In practice, the KGB commandos would not have obeyed his orders. 30. Notorious for his use of Russian profanities, Gorbachev resorted to them liberally on 8 to 9 December as a fig leaf for his political impotence. When Shushkevich called him to announce the Commonwealth, the Soviet president demanded that all three leaders come to Moscow and present their decision to the State Council. Kravchuk flatly refused, flew back to Kiev and stayed at his dacha, protected by loyal Spetsnaz. The Belarus leaders stayed in Vyskoly, protected by the KGB, feeling it was safer than returning to Minsk. Yeltsin was left to conduct the unpleasant task alone. On Monday, December 9, he arrived at the Kremlin with a fully armed escort organized by Korsakov. This was the last time Gorbachev treated Yeltsin like a wayward baron. The Russian leader hated swear words, but Gorbachev didn't care. The Soviet leader recalled he spoke realpolitik to Yeltsin. Nazarbayev, who was present, recalled Gorbachev's line of questioning, "What will happen to the strategic forces? Who will man the borders? What will occur in other republics?" How could he trust Kravchuk? The Baltic leaders had also promised to fix all problems, yet they reneged on their promises after extracting from Russia what they wanted. Now they declare, "Russians out." Yeltsin stood up to leave, but Gorbachev said, "Well, sit down. But tell me what we shall tell people tomorrow." Yeltsin told Kravchuk later, "I never want to have that kind of conversation with anyone ever again." 31. The effect of Gorbachev's verbal offensive was nil. The State Council never reconvened again, and the Sylyaf-Yavlinsky Economic Committee was dead. Gorbachev, however, told his entourage that he is determined to fight to the end. He would convene the Congress of People's Deputies and demand a new referendum. His advisers tried to dissuade him. He no longer controlled any funds, and could not even pay for convening a Congress without Yeltsin's consent. The best option was to resign. Every day in the Kremlin made the president of the USSR look ever more pathetic, clinging on to his office. Gorbachev's aides began to move top-secret documents from their safes to their home archives, while the Kremlin guards were still not searching them at the exit. Cherniv carried piles of cables, memos, and notes of Politburo and other meetings away from his office in his briefcase, to store them at home. Shukhnazarov, Medvedev, and others did the same. Later, those documents would form the archive of the Gorbachev Foundation. 32. Meanwhile, Berbulis took care of the main structures of power. He called Bakitin, the head of the Rump KGB, as well as Primakov, in charge of foreign intelligence. He then sent Ivanenko to negotiate with them both. According to Bakitin, the message was, "The Russian government counted on our good behavior, cautioned against any actions, and asked us to ensure order." Bakitin was surprised, "Neither Primakov nor I have ever thought of creating disorder. We were brought up this way." 2 days later, he had a chance to ask Yeltsin what would happen to the KGB apparatus. Would it be relocated to Minsk, the capital of the Commonwealth? Yeltsin replied that one should not ask such naive questions and take everything at face value. All the main structures of power would remain in Moscow. 33. Yeltsin consolidated his control of the military. Shapashnikov greeted his new boss at Vnukovo airport upon Yeltsin's arrival from Minsk. The Russian Democrats, however, continued to fear the former Soviet military. One advisor warned Yeltsin that one cannot exclude a spontaneous explosion which neo-Stalinist forces might exploit to restore the old system. Yeltsin appointed Pavel Grachev, the man who had not arrested him on August 19, to be Shapashnikov's deputy. 2 days later, Yeltsin invited the top military command, about 50 men, to a conference at the Russian parliament. Shapashnikov presided over the tightly scripted meeting. Yeltsin's message was that Russia had taken under its wing a more than 3 million strong army, preserving the unity of command and control. This would save the military from falling prey to national extremists, gangs, and profiteers. Soviet forces located along non-Russian peripheries of the former USSR, including the Baltics, South Caucasus, and Central Asia, would either be withdrawn or stay legitimately, with the consent of the new states. The Black Sea Fleet would not be ceded to Ukraine. No one would ask the military to take another oath. Yeltsin promised the military he would double their salaries, an effective way to ensure their loyalty. 34. That same day, Gorbachev arrived at the Ministry of Defense. He said many of the same things that Yeltsin had already announced, but nobody was listening. He had nothing substantive to say, recalled Shapashnikov. Nor did Gorbachev have any money to pay the salaries of the military. Yeltsin became de facto commander-in-chief. He also replaced the head of the Kremlin regiment with his own man. He was now in control of all government communications, including Gorbachev's own phones. 35 The briefcase with nuclear codes, Chemidonchik, was still with Gorbachev, yet he could not use it without Yeltsin's consent. Gorbachev's last ally was Nazarbayev. The Kazakh leader arrived in Moscow at Gorbachev's request on the day the Troika dissolved the USSR. Then Shushkevich phoned him from Vyskoly and invited him to come and add his signature to the Commonwealth documents. Nazarbayev was offended by his exclusion from the plot and decided to remain with Gorbachev. He recalled that Yeltsin arrived at the Kremlin on Monday, December 9, showing signs of a strong hangover. He cut a painful figure. The Kazakh leader was caught in a bind. He knew that his republic would be heavily dependent on Russia's resources and Yeltsin's goodwill. He called the leaders of the other republics in Central Asia and learned that they thought the same. None of them wanted to side with Gorbachev against Yeltsin. Nazarbayev immediately returned to Alma-Ata. 36. Yeltsin told Bush that Kazakhstan had joined the Commonwealth, yet the reality was different. The Russian leader recognized that this republic should be part of the Commonwealth, because 6 million Russians lived there. At the same time, he wanted to keep the Muslim republics of Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan, with their fast-growing populations, out of the Commonwealth. Shevardnadze, who met with Yeltsin on December 4, told him that Central Asia would become a geopolitical problem, an Islamic hothouse and a playground for other great powers, including Communist China. Yeltsin listened attentively. Gaidar and his economists urged him to let go of the heavily subsidized Central Asian republics as they were a net burden for the Russian budget. Inadvertently, however, Yeltsin's actions forced Nazarbayev to create a bloc of the excluded non-Slavic Asian republics. 37 When Yeltsin persuaded him to return from Alma-Ata, the Kazakh leader set out his conditions. He agreed to join only together with the 4 Central Asian presidents. Moreover, the Commonwealth Treaty, he insisted, had to be renegotiated and signed in Alma-Ata. Yeltsin ordered Kozyrev to figure out how to do that without losing face. The foreign minister discovered a Polish precedent. In 1945, Poland was not able to attend the founding conference of the United Nations, but it was later added to the roster of founding nations. It was a specious analogy, but Kozyrev had nothing better up his sleeve. 38. In Kiev and Minsk, the parliaments had already approved the Vyskoly Accords. Yeltsin, now backed by the military, addressed the leaders of factions in the Russian Supreme Soviet. He explained that the Commonwealth was the only choice on the table. The main task was not to have Russia and Ukraine on the opposite sides of the barricades. If Ukraine had its own army, currency, state borders, there would be no peace between Russia and Ukraine. He then repeated what Bernstam and Yavlinsky had said earlier: an agreement on the common ruble zone with Ukraine had helped to forestall an economic war, otherwise, a ruble avalanche from Ukraine would have flooded the Russian economy. He elaborated on this theme the next day in his speech to the parliament. Had Russia not agreed with Ukraine, tomorrow our reality could be a trade blockade, closed borders, and economic wars. The worst that could have happened would be a war using nuclear weapons. The Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, Yeltsin confidently concluded, was the only path towards reintegration of the common post-Soviet space. Ukraine and Belarus would not stop the transit of Russian oil and gas to Europe. Even those deputies who had wanted to reconstruct a new union around Russia voted for the ratification. There was no other option in sight. A total of 188 deputies voted to approve the Commonwealth Accord, 7 abstained, 6 voted against. The parliamentarians also decided to recall their deputies from the Union's Supreme Soviet, thereby disabling the last constitutional body that could have opposed the Commonwealth Accords. Finally, it was decided to remove the words Soviet and Socialist from the Republic's full official name. The RSFSR officially became the Russian Federation, or simply Russia 39. Yeltsin and his lieutenants regarded this vote and lack of protest against the Vyskolai decisions as de facto legitimation. Sergei Shukray became deputy head of the Russian government for legal support of reforms. He now supervised the forces of law and order. Shukhnazarov later compared Shukray to one of those lawyers on whom Napoleon had relied to justify his conquests. 40 Berbulis recalled that world history is rich with precedents when legitimacy in law emerges post factum, after an accomplished act. I always note with surprise and admiration, that on the 8th, or the 9th, or the 10th of December not a single government body, not a single military unit protested against the dissolution of the Soviet Union. 41 Many supported the end of dual power. They expected Yeltsin, the man with political will and radical actions, to pull the country out of its economic morass. In Moscow, the polls showed 84% of the population in favor of the Commonwealth Accord. 42 Popular discontent would arise a few weeks afterwards. 2 years later, it would grow into a political tornado that would cause a constitutional crisis in Russia and would almost cost Yeltsin his job. Gorbachev, regarded mostly with contempt and indifference, lingered on. Petty minds, was his reaction to the decisions of the Russian parliament. The era of Gorbachev only begins now. In his long interview with the editor of the Independent Gazette, the leader without a country did not admit he had made any mistakes. I do not know any happy reformers, Gorbachev said. And I am content with my destiny. What would he do next? I'm keeping that to myself, he replied. Who in the world knows what is on Gorbachev's mind? Gorbachev's calculations no longer mattered. He was about to be history. 43. On the day the Russian parliament ratified the Commonwealth documents, Berbulis traveled to Paris and Brussels. We wrote a memorandum and went to all the leading countries, he recalled. Yeltsin wanted the international community to accept what he had done. Only about a month before, President Mitterrand had hosted Mikhail and Raisa Gorbachev in his country house. They spoke about world affairs and a new world order. Now, the French leader sat listening to Yeltsin's strategist. I told him, Berbulis recalled, we managed to abolish the most totalitarian empire of the 20th century with the maximum of legitimacy, within the Soviet constitution, and with a peaceful transfer of nuclear weapons to Russia. Mitterrand could not restrain his emotions and raised his arms in astonishment, Berbulis recalled. The French leader said, we could not even imagine that this could be done. 44. Yeltsin and Berbulis attributed even more significance to meetings with Jacques Delors of the European Commission and Manfred Warner, the Secretary-General of NATO. After Berbulis repeated to Warner what he had told Mitterrand, he added that Russian reformers decisively consider the possibility of joining NATO, as part of our primary mission to remove all conditions for confrontation. Berbulis recalled that his words left Warner confused, if not shocked. He was silent for a couple of minutes and then looked into my eyes and said, "Mr. State Secretary, your confession is very unexpected for me. I think this is a very complicated task." And almost without searching for arguments, he said, "You are such an enormous country. I cannot imagine under what configuration this may become reality." 45. Berbulis recalled he was quite perplexed by the Western lack of enthusiasm at the prospect of including a democratic Russia in NATO. He and Yeltsin continued, however, to pin their hopes on the Americans. The Russian leadership believed that, if they adhered to their course of action, the Russian Federation would receive President Bush's full recognition and support. The news about the end of the Soviet Union was nevertheless a shock to the Bush administration. Francis Fukuyama, who worked as an analyst at the State Department in 1990–91, explained, "When change happens, it always takes bureaucracy by surprise." Nick Burns, coordinator of the contingency group on the Soviet crisis, recalled, "I think it was the first time it became very, very clear that the Soviet Union was going to be disintegrating rather shortly." 46 Bush dictated into his tape recorder, "Can this get out of hand? Will Gorbachev resign? Will he try to fight back? Will Yeltsin have thought this out properly? It's tough, a very tough situation." 47. The Secretary of State James Baker's speechwriter Andrew Carpendale wrote to his boss, "It was time to release the maximum amount of aid and mobilize American allies to help the Democrats in Russia. Next few months may determine their fate." He referred to a recent speech by Bush on the anniversary of Pearl Harbor, "We crushed totalitarianism, and when that was done, we helped our enemies give birth to democracies. We made our enemies our friends, and we healed their wounds, and in the process we lifted ourselves up." The United States, Carpendale continued, "face the same situation today. We've won the Cold War peacefully, now we have to decide, as Yavlinsky says, what to do with the people we've defeated. If the Democrats in Russia, Ukraine, and elsewhere succeed, we truly can usher in the New World Order. Otherwise, we face a danger of authoritarian reversal or fascism." 48. Baker did not believe in stark binaries. He knew that another Marshall Plan for the Russians was not on the cards. The Secretary of the Treasury, Nicholas Brady, as well as Congress, would never support this. The only practical plan was to help dismantle and control Soviet nuclear weapons. Senators Sam Nunn, Democrat, and Richard Lugar, Republican, made Congress approve $400 million annually for this mission. Baker knew, however, that in American politics government initiatives had to be linked to an idealist vision. Carpendale's points resonated powerfully. A call to assist the former Soviet countries would help combat the return of American isolationism. 49. On December 12, with Bush and Scowcroft's consent, the Secretary of State arrived at Princeton, his alma mater, to deliver a speech on the state of post-Union. He praised the wisdom of George Kennan, the father of containment of the Soviet Union, who was in the audience. He urged the West to take advantage of this new Russian revolution, set in motion with the defeat of the August coup. The theme of nuclear weapons was dressed up in lofty rhetoric. His biographer commented, "Only a magician could turn threadbare cloth into a new major government initiative." Baker's speechwriter ditched the grand analogy with defeated Germany and Japan. Instead, he used an allegory: while during the Cold War the two superpowers remained two scorpions in a bottle, now the Western nations and the former Soviet republics were awkward climbers on a steep mountain towards freedom and democracy. A fall towards fascism by any country, say Russia, would mean a fall for everyone. Baker's practical proposals resembled the Berlin airlift of 1948–49, not the Marshall Plan. American military transportation planes would deliver humanitarian assistance, including the U.S. Army's outdated rations, to cities across the Soviet Union throughout the winter. 50. Next day, Yeltsin called Bush with a progress report. Russia had agreed with Kazakhstan and the 4 other stands to reset the Commonwealth agreements. Moldova had decided to join, as well as Armenia. The document would be signed on December 21. Yeltsin had met with the Army General Staff and the Internal Security Forces. They all support our decision. All is very calm in Moscow. I talk to Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev every day to carry through the transition calmly and without disturbances. He stressed that the all-Union Soviet organs will be moved to Russia intelligence, security, and the like. 51. Baker flew back to Moscow again. When he and his team landed at Sheremetyevo Airport on December 15, they discovered they had been lucky to land at all. Most Soviet airports and aerial transportation had shut down for lack of jet fuel. In the gray zone of statelessness and anarchy, Soviet oil was being redirected as an export commodity, with or without official licenses. While billions of petrodollars were being siphoned off to offshore accounts, Soviet pilots had no fuel to fly with, and most gas stations around the Soviet Union stood empty. Baker had to call Kozyrev to ensure his aircraft would be refueled for the homebound trip. The Russian foreign minister assured him that the fuel crisis was not so bad, and promised to fix the problem. 52. After resting for a few hours at the Penta Hotel in the comfortable Arbit district, Baker went to see Kozyrev in his new office inside the former party building on the Old Square. The Secretary of State and his aides peppered Kozyrev with questions. The Russian foreign minister was overworked and tired. He had conducted multilateral talks with Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, Belarus, and other republics. The original design, he said to the Americans, was for Russia to be in a commonwealth only with the republics which adhered to Baker's 5 principles, see Chapter 13, above all adherence to democratic values and principles, respect for existing borders, and respect for human rights and the protection of minorities. 4 Central Asian states did not qualify. Today, Kozyrev said, this design was gone. Nazarbayev would bring 5 others with him to the CIS. The Americans asked Kozyrev who, instead of Gorbachev and Shevardnadze, would be the U.S. partner in the Middle East peace process, as well as the START, CFE, and other talks. Kozyrev had no answers. Kolosovsky intervened. Many of the republics, he said, do not have cadres for independent foreign ministries. This is not a problem for Russia, which will take over the Soviet Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Baker and his team also wanted to know who would be in charge of receiving the U.S. humanitarian airlift. The cost of delivering grain assistance was to be paid by the receiving country, who would now pay the $60 million for the freight of ships that had already unloaded this grain. Also, a $1 billion U.S. loan had to have gold as the collateral. How much gold did Russia have? The disarray is so great, Kozyrev replied. We are very nervous. This is why we seek to dissolve central organs of government. We do not know the size of our gold reserves nor any data. What had happened to the Soviet oil and gas revenues? Kozyrev could only say that the Russian treasury had not received most of it. He also revealed that the External Trade Bank of the USSR was bankrupt. The Americans left the meeting dejected. 53. Next morning, Yeltsin received Baker in the Kremlin's majestic St. Catherine Hall. It used to be Gorbachev's privilege to welcome foreign dignitaries here. The President of Russia greeted the Americans in a Russian building on Russian soil. Marshal Shapashnikov and General Grachev, along with Viktor Barannikov, Minister of Internal Affairs, flanked Yeltsin to demonstrate his control over the levers of power. Verbulis, Kozyrev, and Kolosovsky were also present. After a long explanation of what had happened on December 8, Yeltsin read from his wish list. He wanted Russia and the 2 other Slavic republics to be included in NATO's Cooperation Council, NACC, created for Eastern European states. He urged the Americans to remove Russia from the list of communist countries. and he wanted the United States to be the first to recognize the Russian Federation by a special treaty. 54. Baker was struck by the urgent need for U.S. recognition expressed by all the former Soviet actors. There was something incongruous, however, in Yeltsin's demands. He spoke about Russia as the country with 1,000 years of history, but he also demanded the Soviet Union's permanent seat in the UN Security Council. He wished to be fair and act equitably with the other republics, yet he also declared all Soviet embassies abroad to be the patrimony of the Russian Empire prior to 1917. He wanted each republic to join the OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, yet the former Soviet military to merge with NATO. Baker proposed that the US could recognize Russia as a successor state to the USSR in a symbolic act, yet he linked this to critical substantive issues, above all control over nuclear weapons. Yeltsin, beaming with pleasure, took Baker to another room, with only Shapashnikov and an interpreter in attendance. There were two hotline nuclear systems, he explained. The first was a conference system, used for consultations only, connecting the leaders of Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. Other republics have no say, because they had no nuclear weapons on their territory. Among the four nuclear republics, only Russia had the capacity to launch nuclear weapons. Ukraine could not do it, and incidentally the withdrawal of tactical weapons from Ukrainian territory to Russia was almost complete. The leaders of Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan, Yeltsin intimated, do not know how things work. That's why I tell only you. They'll be satisfied with having telephones. After their nuclear weapons were moved to Russia, their telephones would be removed as well. The second system, to decide on launching the weapons, connected Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and Shapashnikov. But, Yeltsin revealed, for now only he and Shapashnikov had the briefcases to press the nuclear button, and Shapashnikov can't do it alone. This meant that Gorbachev's nuclear briefcase had already been disconnected. Gorbachev's nuclear phone, Yeltsin concluded, would also be removed before the end of December 55. The Russian leader had met the main U.S. condition on the spot. He was convinced that the road to American recognition of Russia had been cleared. Baker's flowery rhetoric about Russia's democratic revolution produced a spike of expectations among Moscow reformers. Kozyrev recalled his conversation with Baker in August. At the moment of the junta's collapse, we are waiting for Bush or you to give a Fulton speech in reverse. Instead of the crusade against communism, the White House should now lead a crusade to help Russian Democrats. Normal people have come to power in Russia, good guys, fools, idiots does not matter, they simply want to be in the same place where you are. You need to support them, to give them another Marshall Plan. You must close your eyes to all other things and give them money. In his Princeton speech, Kozyrev believed, Baker had said exactly this, word for word. The Russian foreign minister told Gaidar that Baker's trip was the moment to cash in on the American pledge. We spoke once, on the run, about Baker's announcement. Kozyrev assumed that Gaidar would discuss it with Yeltsin. 56. Kozyrev was poorly informed. On December 6, Gaidar passed to the Americans a request for a stabilization fund to support Russian reforms, to the tune of $4 to $5 billion. He also passed to the U.S. government a detailed outline of those reforms, something that many in the Russian government had not even seen. With empty coffers, without gold and oil revenues, with all credit lines cut off, Gaidar badly needed a cushion. His government, he reasoned, could not wait and decrease the pace of reform, because very soon Yeltsin would lose his mandate as a popular leader. At the same time, few democracies could survive political shocks of the magnitude that the reforms would generate. The message was, we may perish whether we act or not, but with Western money we may beat the odds. 57. On December 10, David Mulford of the U.S. Treasury tore Gaidar's idea to pieces in his memo to the White House. Macroeconomic stabilization, he argued, would not happen in Russia anytime soon. If Yeltsin frees prices without monetary and fiscal discipline firmly in place, he will certainly have the hyperinflation he fears, with or without any Western assistance. In a world of financial globalization, Mulford wrote, speculators would smash the ruble. Mulford completely ignored Gaidar's political predicament and that of the survival of the reformers in PowerPoint 58. Gaidar was unaware of Mulford's damning verdict. He spent 2 days before Baker's visit talking to an IMF-sponsored delegation of foreign economists. He invited Rudiger Dornbusch, a world-famous economist, who had written about financial stabilization following the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The IMF's John Odlingsmee and Richard Erb were also invited but did not come. The rest of the group consisted of economists who were promoters of the Washington Consensus, Jeffrey Sachs from Harvard University, Anders Eslund from Uppsala in Sweden, and Sergio de la Cuadra from Chile, among others. Mikhail Bernstam remarked that Gaidar did not need the advice of foreigners. He wanted them to confirm to Yeltsin that Gaidar was on the right track. The president of Russia was under huge pressure from other people in his government, including his friends from the industrial Urals. They told him that Gaidar's reforms were sheer madness. 59. Kozyrev expected to make a pitch for a Marshall Plan in Baker's presence. Nothing came of it. The Secretary of State arrived late from his meeting with Gorbachev, Kozyrev recalled, and Yeltsin was full of swagger and was talking plain nonsense. At one moment Baker asked how the United States could assist Russia. Yeltsin requested humanitarian assistance in the way of food. He had forgotten about the stabilization fund. When Kozyrev proposed inviting Gaidar to speak, Yeltsin dismissed him with a peremptory gesture. Nobody could speak. When he spoke, Kozyrev explained. He and Gaidar viewed this episode as a missed opportunity. With Bush and Baker, Kozyrev commented, "We could do gigantic things." Berbulis concurred. Yeltsin had a false sense of grandeur, he recalled, and boasted that Russia was rich enough. This was an absolutely immoral position. He should have never taken this kind of pan-Slavic attitude while ignoring realities, difficulties, and consequences. 60. Was there any opportunity for aid at all? Baker was hamstrung by the Treasury's position, but he was willing to promote some financial assistance for Russian reformers. The State Department began to work on such a program in early 1992.61. Replacing the superpower. In his Princeton speech, Baker singled out Gorbachev and Shevardnadze as two heroes of the end of the Cold War. The U.S. Secretary of State and Shevardnadze met in Moscow for dinner in the residence studio of the Georgian sculptor Zurab Tsereteli. Both knew it was the Last Supper. Shevardnadze confessed to his aides that he felt trapped. It would be childish to resign from Gorbachev's government a second time. His attention was split between Moscow and Georgia. With the stormy career of his political nemesis Zviad Gamsakhurdia nearing its end, the Soviet statesman began to think that his next career move would be in his homeland. Shevardnadze shared with Baker the thoughts that tormented him. Why had perestroika failed? He and Gorbachev did not have timelines or schedules, got the stages and timings of reform wrong, and should have done more in the economic field. Baker consoled his friend. For him everything that had happened to the Soviet Union was absolutely inevitable. The evil empire was bound to fall apart once the freedom genie is out of the bottle. Gorbachev and Shevardnadze, he said, had shown unparalleled courage to start the process. That will be the judgment of history, Baker promised. The other way would have been a violent explosion, and you still could have civil war. Next morning, Sergei Tarasenko told Timur Stpanov, Baker answered the question that haunts you and me. Everything that is taking place would have happened anyway, but with more terrible consequences. You had the courage to launch the process, and I am convinced that after 50 years everything here will be good and people will remember you. After this heart-to-heart talk, Shevardnadze invited the Americans to the dinner table. The resourceful Tsereteli made a wonderful Georgian meal. Georgian wine flowed, as well as flavored Tarkhuna vodka green as if made by the Wizard of Oz. 62. This was the last time that Baker saw Gorbachev in office. Bush was worried what Yeltsin would do to the Soviet leader after he resigned. Chancellor Kohl urged the Americans to protect Germany's most popular Russian. Bush called Yeltsin on December 13 and advised him to avoid ugly scenes during the transition. Yeltsin repeated several times that he and other Republican leaders are treating Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev warmly and with the greatest respect. We do not want to force the issue and want him to come to his own decision. Bush politely pressed on, and Yeltsin added, I do guarantee, I promise you personally, Mr. President, that everything will happen in a good and decent way. We will be treating Gorbachev and Shevardnadze with great respect. 63 When Baker arrived in Moscow, however, Strobe Talbot from Time magazine passed him a message from an anonymous official in Gorbachev's entourage. Yeltsin's overzealous investigators wanted to put Gorbachev on trial for his role in the August coup. Gorbachev's interpreter Pavel Polozchenko asked Talbot to pass this memo to the American officials. 64. Baker found Gorbachev in bad shape. He felt pity for the fallen leader and thought he should step down with dignity, for the sake of his historical reputation. Gorbachev instead waited until December 21, when Republican leaders, now representing 11 republics, all but the Baltic states and Georgia, would decide on the Commonwealth Accords. No one invited him to Alma-Ata. Gorbachev did not want the United States to recognize Russia and the other republics immediately. It was easy for Baker to promise that. He recalled, we did have a clear interest in shaping the outlook and behavior of successor states. Recognition was the largest carrot we had available, and I wanted to maximize our leverage by holding it back. 65. Soon after Baker left, Galina Starovoitova requested an appointment with Gorbachev. She was one of the few Democrats from the Russian parliament who did not vote to approve the Vizkoly Accords. She preferred a negotiated union to its hasty liquidation, if only to protect ethnic minorities, including Russian minorities in Central Asia and the Caucasus. She also feared that an independent Russian state would become a home for Russian nationalism and imperialism. Starovoitova felt pity for the man who had launched change, but then squandered so many opportunities. They spoke for 3 hours, as Gorbachev had nothing else to do. Everyone abandoned and forgot him, Starovoitova recalled. She knew that Gorbachev was disconnected from all channels of government information, including the KGB. I already knew that his government communication, the buttons that managed the rocket strategic forces, were already disconnected. He still did not know it. They also reflected on the fate of perestroika. Starovoitova could not understand why Gorbachev had dragged his feet and wasted so much time trying to reform the party. She asked, Mikhail Sergeyevich, why you did not lean on us? We had huge support from the people, and you had the power apparatus, the entire state was in your hands. Thatcher, Bush, NATO, and whoever else would help you, if you had only asked them. Starovoitova was disappointed with Gorbachev's answers. The Soviet leader did not admit his mistakes. He thought within those narrow apparatus boundaries, he never thought in terms of street politics. 66. What Starovoitova judged narrow and futile in Gorbachev's actions, his biographer Taubman found tragic. Was Gorbachev's leaning on democracy a realistic option at any point until August 1991? Starovoitova wanted to smash the Soviet Leviathan, but she grossly overestimated the capacity of liberal-minded intellectuals, even together with Gorbachev, to carry out reforms and maintain social order. And could Gorbachev, even with the full support of Russian liberals, really dispatch the party and dissolve the empire without facing a severe backlash? The dispute between the Soviet liberal ruler and the anti-communist radical politician was brutally aborted. 7 years later, Starovoitova would be assassinated in St. Petersburg by a hitman hired by a criminal gang. Her family and friends blamed her murder on former KGB elements. Remembering Starovoitova, Gorbachev said, she demanded from the authorities what we still could not do. 67. Yeltsin and his ministers were ready for the last act of this drama, replacing the provisional government and appropriating the remains of the Soviet state apparatus. The annexation of the foreign ministry, now headed by Shevardnadze, was the most important and symbolic move. The factor of international legitimacy, however, was key to the timing of this action. Kozyrev recommended waiting until 11 republics had signed the new accord in Alma-Ata. Otherwise, he argued, the leaders of Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan could demand their share of Soviet international assets. 68. Yeltsin, however, did not wait. A decisive trigger was his visit to Italy, planned by Kozyrev through his own channels before the Viscoli meeting. The Soviet embassy had not even been informed. Anatoly Adamyshin only learned about Yeltsin's visit 2 days before his arrival, on December 17. At a meeting with the media at the airport, before boarding his flight to Rome, Yeltsin also announced that there would be no positions for Gorbachev or Shevardnadze in the Commonwealth structures. The ambassador joined the dots. The life of my glorious mid will come to an end one of these days. He told Italian officials to prepare for a state visit. They complained they did not even have Russian tricolor flags. Adamyshin replied, "We have destroyed our country and created a new one in 2 days." By the time Yeltsin's plane landed at Fiumicino, the staff had decorated both the airport and the Soviet embassy with Russian flags brought from Moscow by Yeltsin's protocol officer. 69 The Italians, who had revered Gorbachev, now rushed to please his victorious rival instead. President Francesco Cossiga held a state reception for Yeltsin in the Quirinal Palace and decorated him with the highest Italian order. This required them to rush to a nearby jeweler's to find necessary stones for the decoration. Pope John Paul II received the Russian leader in the Vatican. Buoyed by the attention and recognition of the Italians, Yeltsin decided on the spot to sign a decree to merge the MID into the Russian Foreign Ministry. When Kozyrev called Shevardnadze to report the news, the latter responded stoically, "Tomorrow you can come and run the ministry." The proud Georgian concealed his wrath at what he regarded as an illegal raid. A year before, on the same day, Shevardnadze had decided to resign. Now he had been evicted. "You cannot imagine," he said to Teimuraz Spanov, "how I feel 70. Unwilling to face his former boss, Kozyrev sent his deputy Georgy Kunets to carry out the unpleasant task. An expert on Japan from the Institute of World Economy and International Relations, Kunets had left the party in January 1991. A few months later, Kozyrev offered him a job on his skeleton staff. Kunets called Shevardnadze to set up a transition meeting, but the minister told him he was too busy. Kunets, who was also Georgian, arrived at the ministry in 2 cars accompanied by his aides. I joked, "Here come the commandos." In Shevardnadze's office on the 7th floor of the MID headquarters, Kunets presented the minister with Yeltsin's decree. He read, was silent for a long time, and then said, "Why is he doing this to me?" Then Shevardnadze took his briefcase and left. That was the only civilized element of the transition. 71. On the same day, Yeltsin signed another decree to disband the Sylyaf-Yavlinsky Economic Committee. Upon his return from Rome, he held a secret meeting with Primakov and the senior staff of Soviet external intelligence. Apparently, he promised the spooks continuity in their practices. Primakov stayed at the helm. Yeltsin also merged the KGB central apparatus into the apparatus of the Central Ministry of Internal Security. Bakutin lost his job, as Yeltsin did not need another ambitious politician in such a sensitive institution. By other decrees Yeltsin appropriated the Kremlin, including Gorbachev's office and presidential facilities. The Soviet Ministry of Defense and the General Staff remained Commonwealth institutions, because the issue of control over nuclear weapons had still not been formally resolved. 72. This flurry of annexations became a headache for Kozyrev, who was now in full control of foreign policy. In his view, Yeltsin's personal ambitions overruled state interests. Yeltsin evidently could not wait, he wrote in his memoirs, to take the nuclear attaché case and the glamorous president's office space in the Kremlin from Gorbachev. He dreamed of it as a symbol of power, almost as a young boy dreams of wearing a necktie as a symbol of being an adult. In fact, Yeltsin already had the nuclear authority, but he wanted the whole world to know about it. Kozyrev worried, would the international community accept Russia as a substitute for the Soviet superpower? Would Russia get a Soviet seat in the United Nations? 73 He called James Baker, Douglas Hurd, and Roland Dumas for advice. The British doubted the legality of Yeltsin's moves. The coup continues, Roderick Braithwaite wrote in his diary. Still, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, FCO, was remarkably cooperative. Braithwaite wrote that London was keen that Russia should move into the seat with minimum of fuss. Controversy will bring into question the right of ourselves and the French to continue to occupy our seats in a world where neither of us can convincingly claim to outrank the Germans, the Japanese and even the Indians any longer. The FCO lawyers constructed an argument that Russia was a continuation state, only the Soviet Union under another name. The British ambassador communicated this decision to Kunitz, who provisionally occupied Shevardnadze's office. The next day, the Russian ambassador to the United States, Viktor Komplektov, passed Brent Scowcroft a memorandum with Yeltsin's signature drafted along the lines recommended by the British. 74. Kozyrev worried that Ukraine and Belarus might object to Russia's appropriation of superpower assets. Much to his relief, this did not happen. In his memoirs, he explained that the Republican leaders in Alma-Ata were preoccupied with the awful state of their economies. Indeed, the republics were captives of the ruble zone and after January 2, 1992 would suffer the consequences of Russia's economic reform. Azerbaijan's Ayaz Mutalibov, Armenia's Levon Terpetrosyan, Tajikistan's Raman Nabiyev and Moldova's Mircea Usnigur were desperate to get Yeltsin's military and financial support. Their countries were in a state of anarchy and war. And for every participant, the signing of the Alma-Ata Accord was a gateway to international recognition. During his trip to the former Soviet countries, James Baker saw the intense desire to satisfy the United States' desire to be accepted, almost approved by us. Baker believed it was the result of American moral authority. 75 It was, rather, the daughter of necessity, having lost and sometimes rejected the old center. The Republican potentates yearned for another way to legitimate their newborn sovereignty. Kravchuk and others closed their eyes to Moscow's ambitions, at least for a while, in order to get U.S. recognition as soon as possible. The 11 in Alma-Ata voted unanimously to approve the protocol prepared by Russia's experts that confirmed the Troika Declaration and Agreement of December 8. In this propitious environment, Kozyrev asked Yeltsin to raise the issue of a permanent seat at the UN Security Council. The Foreign Ministry prepared a half-page agreement on Russia's continuation of Soviet functions. Yeltsin made a pitch: since Russia was not a UN member, it could take over the Soviet seat with the financial burdens and responsibilities that it involved. Other leaders welcomed it. Kozyrev whispered in Yeltsin's ear that it would be better to put the proposal to a vote. This ruse worked. The leaders, Kozyrev recalled, wanted to end the day with a positive move in the international sphere, especially since their domestic affairs were in such bad shape. They voted immediately and unanimously for the proposal. Later, the Ukrainian foreign minister, Anatoly Zlenko, and Belarus's representative, Pyotr Kravchenko, tried to revise this decision. But dinner was being served, and the principals were in the mood to celebrate, not argue. 76. 2 days after the Alma-Ata gathering, the 12 countries of the European Community welcomed Russia as a legal successor to the superpower. The People's Republic of China gave its approval as well. The communist country had performed the same substitute act as Russia, by taking the seat of the Republic of China, Taiwan. For the leaders of Beijing, however, it had taken over 20 years to achieve this goal. The nuclear scepter was the last to be passed. In Alma-Ata, Yeltsin proposed to create a joint military command of the CIS and to keep Marshal Shapashnikov in charge of the strategic nuclear forces. The final decision on this, however, was postponed until the next Commonwealth meeting on 30 December. 77. Everyone waited for a formal recognition of Russia by the United States, but George Bush delayed this announcement for one simple reason: he was waiting for his friend Mikhail to leave. In Alma-Ata, the Russian president pledged to send Gorbachev into retirement in a civilized manner, and not the demeaning way in which the Politburo had treated Khrushchev after his ouster in 1964. Yeltsin reached an agreement with Gorbachev on the deadline for his resignation at the end of the year, yet another part of him just could not wait anymore. And Gorbachev did not leave in a hurry. 78 With every day that passed, Gorbachev stayed on in the Kremlin office while Yeltsin's behavior became more brazen. Then on December 23, Yeltsin came without any warning to Gorbachev's office to dictate, not negotiate, terms. Their meeting lasted for 8 or 9 hours. At first, the leaders spoke one-to-one but could not agree. One issue was a personal guarantee against prosecution, which Gorbachev requested but Yeltsin refused to grant. Gorbachev invited Alexander Yakovlev to act as a mediator. The leaders agreed that Gorbachev would observe a public silence and would not criticize Yeltsin and his government. In return, he would receive premises in Moscow to establish his presidential foundation, and he would keep his enormous country house on the outskirts of Moscow, with a staff of 20 servants, including cooks, waiters, and a small detail of bodyguards. Gorbachev would also retain 2 government limousines with chauffeurs, one for himself and another for his wife. During their meeting, the Soviet leader passed Yeltsin the keys to the safes where he kept the most sensitive historical documents, including the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939. They agreed that on December 25, Yeltsin and Shapashnikov would come to take from Gorbachev the nuclear briefcase, the symbolic scepter of nuclear power. They also spoke about other sensitive matters, including the secret program of biological weapons, something that the Western powers had long quietly urged Gorbachev to terminate. 79. Yeltsin later remembered an enormous list of material requests from Gorbachev. Otherwise, his account was confused and even misdated. Gorbachev devoted only 2 lines in his memoirs to this meeting. He obviously wanted to forget it. He did mention, however, his conversation with John Major, whose call interrupted the meeting with Yeltsin. While Gorbachev was answering the call, Yeltsin wooed Yakovlev to abandon Gorbachev and come to work for him. 80. Toward the end of their long meeting, Gorbachev began to lose his nerve. He drank a few small glasses of cognac, then excused himself, went to another room to rest behind the office that was no longer his. Yakovlev stayed for another hour, chatting with Yeltsin. After haggling with Gorbachev, the Russian leader wanted to show his generosity to someone else. He promised Yakovlev that he would issue a special decree to give him exceptional status and endowment for special services to the democratic movement, a promise he later forgot. When Yeltsin left the room, Yakovlev observed to himself, this was a victor on the march. Then Yakovlev entered the back room and found Gorbachev reclining on a couch with tears in his eyes. "This is how it happens, Sasha," he said. Yakovlev felt choked up, as if some kind of injustice had happened. The 2 men who had together launched enormous changes were now at the end of their journey. Gorbachev asked Yakovlev for some water, then begged him to leave. Reflecting on the scene later, Yakovlev imagined what would have happened if Gorbachev had decided to exit the scene with a bang. He could have refused to meet with Yeltsin. He still could have demanded that the Congress of People's Deputies of the USSR reconvene, and wait until a new president was elected to replace him. This was possible. One can only imagine where it would have left the country, and the embarrassment of the governments of foreign states. 81 Apparently, Gorbachev toyed with this idea but then abandoned it. Instead, he spent all his remaining time in office preparing a speech. No more neo-Leninist theorizing this time, the socialist choice and the party that should represent it were gone. All international ambitions of a new thinking, including the joint construction of a new Europe, had been scrapped, together with the Soviet Union. Russia, Yakovlev recalled, behaved like a stupid mare that had thrown off a rider who wanted to bring it into European stables. 82 millions of Russians thought differently. Gorbachev's perestroika had led to an inflation of promises, followed by real inflation and economic collapse. People had lost their faith in ideological rhetoric and any grand designs, an unintended consequence that even Brezhnev's stagnation had not achieved. Had a real Lenin appeared by magic in downtown Moscow in December 1991, nobody would have paid any attention to him. People were overwhelmed by everyday troubles, in search of their daily bread. Gorbachev tinkered with various drafts of his farewell address for 2 weeks. He found Shuknazarov's version anodyne and Yakovlev's text peevish. He chose the one by Cherniev. In it, Gorbachev did not acknowledge any failures of his leadership, did not respond to any criticisms. Instead, he listed perestroika's achievements, liberalization at home, and the end of the Cold War. With those successes, why then did the country break up and why did he lose power? Gorbachev blamed this failure on others: resistance of the party and economic bureaucracy, outdated customs, and ideological inertia. He also spoke about intolerance, a low level of political culture, fears of change. This was, he explained, why we lost so much time. The address did not mention Yeltsin at all, thus denying the legitimacy of his resolve to seize power. The decision to dissolve the Union, Gorbachev said, ought to have been decided on the basis of a national vote. 83. The main guarantors of Gorbachev's place in history were Western powers, media, and public opinion. On the day of his resignation, he received telephone calls from Kosygin, Mulroney, and Genscher. Yet not a single leader of the former Soviet republics called him. His last days and minutes in office were filmed by American television companies. The ABC TV network had made an arrangement with Gorbachev to film him after the August events, and preparations took until late December. The crew led by Ted Koppel and Rick Kaplan had barely made it to Moscow before the curtain was drawn on Gorbachev's rule. Another television crew, from CNN, was in Moscow already, waiting to rush to the Kremlin with their equipment. They obtained exclusive rights to broadcast Gorbachev's departure to the world, only they had the satellite technology to do so. The Irish journalist Conor O'Clery, who meticulously chronicled what happened in the Kremlin on December 25, marveled that at the end of his career Gorbachev was surrounded mostly by Americans. The Soviet television crew, with their antiquated cameras from the 1970s, looked like poor relatives next to the U.S. media operation. 84. The American hegemony to create a dominant narrative about the end of Soviet history seemed absolute at this moment. The U.S. journalists had no time for nuances. They recorded the end of communism, although the party had long been out of power and was now banned. In the American interpretation, the collapse of statehood was just a backdrop to Gorbachev's phenomenal conversion to the last and true faith liberal democracy. The economic and financial crisis, the standoff between Democrats and the central government, Yeltsin's separatism, Gorbachev's turn to the right, and the August junta, all those ill-understood developments were presented to the world as obstacles to or milestones along Gorbachev's political journey. The rest of the international community, by and large, followed this script. The Soviet leader's old-fashioned elegance on the day of his resignation reminded Koppel of his Canadian father, an old-world European, who dressed up before making a visit to a notary public. The prospect of a global show gave Gorbachev adrenaline. He said to Koppel that his resignation did not mean his political death. He had enacted a peaceful transition of power, probably for the first time here. Even in this I have turned out to be a pioneer. 85. Yegor Yakovlev, the head of Central Television, wanted Gorbachev to sign the act of resignation in front of the cameras. Gorbachev refused. Shortly before the broadcast began, Gorbachev tried his own Soviet-made pen that he would use to sign his resignation. The pen did not work. CNN's President Tom Johnson lent him his Mont Blanc. Conor O'Clery, present at the scene, could not help quipping, "Once again a member of the media provides the instrument for the Soviet Union's liquidation." The broadcast started at 7 p.m. and ended 12 minutes later. Yakovlev stepped in again. He did not like some of the visual effects. "Let's retake it," he proposed. Gorbachev looked at him in disbelief. "Yegor, this cannot be retaken, All is signed. This is a historic act. 86. Gorbachev's advisors viewed the moment as the tragic failure to keep a complex multi-ethnic country together by peaceful evolutionary reforms, as the closure of the 1,000-year-long statehood. Even Chernihiv, who focused on Gorbachev's historic achievements, described 1991 as the year of degeneration of the state, destruction of the economy, social chaos. 87. Shuk Nazarov commented a few months later, "The country is ruined, the people became poorer, blood flows everywhere." He tried to wax optimistic, from this chaos a new, transformed Russia should emerge. Shevardnadze Aidstpanov found Gorbachev's address boring and bland, as always, without any repentance. Most Soviet people did not even bother to watch it. The country seemed to have frozen, and the only activity was desperate shopping. Even Gaidar's wife and the wives of Yeltsin's close aides had to stand in food lines. In expectation of price liberalization, all corporate suppliers refused to deliver food to Moscow and St. Petersburg. Cargo ships waited for payment, before discharging their loads. Warehouses were controlled by mafia dealers who hoarded supplies until price liberalization. 88. Yeltsin was the most important observer of Gorbachev's address, and he hated it. He refused to come to see Gorbachev for an agreed public ceremony, where the nuclear button would be transferred. Instead, he ordered Shapashnikov to meet the former Soviet leader on neutral territory, in the Kremlin's enormous St. Catherine Hall. Gorbachev refused. Shapashnikov was confused, he needed the signatures of both leaders on the transfer paperwork. Improvising, the marshal came to Gorbachev's office with two colonels to have the Soviet leader check the nuclear briefcase and sign the papers. He promised he would come back with the document countersigned by Yeltsin. Then he left with four colonels, including the two who had accompanied Gorbachev until that moment. Gorbachev said to Koppel, "Now it is Yeltsin who holds his finger on the nuclear button." Nobody had the heart to tell him that this had been the case for some weeks. 89. Yeltsin revealed his control in yet another symbolic way. Half an hour after Gorbachev gave his speech, two workmen lowered and removed the enormous flag of the Soviet Union from the illuminated flagpole inside the Kremlin, visible from Red Square. A Russian tricolor replaced it. This was premature. The Russian leader had planned this event not for that day but for midnight on December 31, with fireworks and a gathering of people. Yet his temper had again proved stronger than all the state pomp and circumstance. Yeltsin's erratic behavior would backfire again later and would complicate many of his endeavors. If he was trying to upstage Gorbachev one last time, he failed. Next to the stage departure of the Soviet leader, Yeltsin, with his antics and theatrics, looked like a boorish provincial actor. President Bush was at Camp David and watched his friend's resignation on CNN. "The finality of it hit me pretty hard," he dictated into his tape recorder. It was Christmas time, holiday time. 2 hours earlier, he had received a personal letter and a telephone call from the departing Soviet leader. Gorbachev assured him that he would pass the nuclear powers to Yeltsin under strict control and without the slightest hitch. There will be no disconnection. You can have a very quiet Christmas evening. Gorbachev urged his friend to encourage accord between the former Soviet republics and to give particular support to Russia in its pioneering reforms. Bush responded emotionally, "Our friendship is as strong as ever and will continue to be as events unfold." He assured him again that history would recognize his enormous contribution. After Gorbachev hung up, Bush was sentimental. Something enormous, he felt, had just occurred. The second superpower, the longtime foe of the United States, had ceased to exist. Despite all the CIA's memoranda, despite all assurances by Yeltsin and Russian liberals, despite Ukraine's referendum landslide, the top US leaders believed that the Soviet superpower still existed up to the very last days of December 1991, and was merely abolished with the stroke of a pen. This was an event that Bush and his administration had never imagined they would see in their lifetime. It is, an unparalleled situation in history, Scowcroft acknowledged. After ending his phone call with Gorbachev, Bush thought, "God, we're lucky in this country, we have so many blessings." 90. On Christmas Eve, the NSC staffers Nick Burns and Ed Hewitt had been working in the executive office next to the White House long after all the other officials had gone home to join their families. They received conflicting signals from Scowcroft. Were they to write a speech about Gorbachev's contribution or simply a statement about it? In the end, the order came to write a special address. It combined the themes of great relief from being spared a nuclear nightmare and the victory of American values in Eastern Europe and the post-Soviet space, which now guaranteed peace on Earth. The tribute to Gorbachev transformed into a message of welcome to the Commonwealth of Independent States. Burns recalled that, despite the U.S. administration's friendship with Gorbachev and Shevardnadze, many of us viewed the state they represented as an evil empire, as in Reagan's words. 91. Indeed, Scowcroft and other members of the administration discounted Gorbachev's vision of a democratic Soviet Union as a Eurasian partner of the United States. Scowcroft believed that Gorbachev's own qualities as a leader had ensured the Soviet collapse. For all his brilliance, Gorbachev appeared to have a fatal flaw, he reflected. He seemed unable to make tough decisions and then stick with them. He made a fine art of temporizing and trimming his sails. This flaw from our perspective was very much of a blessing. Had Gorbachev possessed the authoritarian and Stalin-like political will and determination of his predecessors, we might be still facing the Soviet Union. 92. Bush delivered his address at 9 p.m. on Christmas Day. The U.S. president gave the speech for which Yeltsin and other members of the Alma-Ata meeting had waited so long. The United States, Bush said, recognizes and welcomes the emergence of a free, independent, and democratic Russia, led by its courageous president, Boris Yeltsin. Our embassy in Moscow will remain there as our embassy to Russia. We will support Russia's assumption of the USSR seat as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. I look forward to working closely with President Yeltsin in support of his efforts to bring democratic and market reform to Russia. In the next paragraph of the speech, Bush recognized the international sovereignty of Ukraine, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, and the Republic of Kyrgyzstan, whose President Askar Akayev impressed Baker as a liberal. The three other Central Asian republics, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Moldova, still had to meet the 5-point criteria. 93. When Yeltsin learned about the U.S. recognition, he invited Berbulis and other members of his entourage to his Kremlin office, vacated by Gorbachev, to celebrate their victory. They finished a bottle of cognac. At least they had the presence of mind not to invite American television to film this scene. On the same day, the Russian Foreign Ministry, in the process of moving to the mid-headquarters, wrote a letter to the United Nations Secretary-General, Javier Pérez de Cuellar, stating that the participation of the USSR in the UN and all its activities would be continued by Russia. With this in mind, the name the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics should be replaced by the Russian Federation. On the evening of December 27, the Soviet ambassador to the UN, Yuli Vorontsov, took his usual seat but now spoke for another country, Russia. All other Soviet ambassadors around the world followed his example. 94. The Russian Federation became the nuclear successor to the Soviet Union with the advice and consent of the United States and other Western powers. Several years would pass before Yeltsin began to suspect that the West did not really regard Russia as a great power and an equal partner. In his memoirs, Kozyrev distanced himself from this suspicion, yet in many specific ways he acknowledged that this was the case. The admiration for Russian democracy in the United States did not last for long, and after Bush lost the presidential election to Bill Clinton in November 1992, any hope of substantial U.S. aid for the Russian economy faded as well. That is, however, another story. Conclusion. As this book has explored, the Soviet Union fell victim to a perfect storm and a hapless captain. In the 1980s, after 15 years of resisting any reforms, the Soviet leadership under Mikhail Gorbachev launched economic and political changes of great magnitude. The ideas and designs underpinning those reforms were, however, fatally outdated, economically flawed, and led to the destruction of the existing economy and polity from within. The architects of the reforms, above all Mikhail Gorbachev, were unable to recognize their failure and modify their course. At the same time, they enabled new actors to emerge from the rubble of the old system, who were to inherit chaos. Any leader of the Soviet Union who inherited the old system in 1985 and ruled the people corrupted by it would have faced a Herculean task and opened a Pandora's box of problems. But Mikhail Gorbachev was no ancient hero. He wanted to emancipate Soviet people from the legacy of oppression and conformism, yet did not learn enough from the great reformers of Russia's past, such as Tsar Alexander II, Count Sergei Witte, or Prime Minister Peter Stolypin. Instead, his role model was Vladimir Lenin, the great destroyer of Russian statehood. Gorbachev felt his destiny was to embrace change on a revolutionary scale, just like the furious Bolshevik had done in 1917-22. Like Lenin, he wanted to unleash forces of chaos in order to create a society that had never existed, a dangerous exercise in ideological mechanism. At the same time, in a major paradox of Soviet history, Gorbachev consistently rejected methods and features that were at the core of Lenin's revolutionary success. He preferred speeches to action, parliamentary consensus to violence, and devolution of power to dictatorship. In a word, his messianic idea of a humane socialist society was increasingly detached from the realities of Soviet power and its economy. Those who have studied Gorbachev's reforms before contend that he had to walk a tightrope, balancing between making long overdue changes and offsetting the backlash of hardliners. Otherwise, he would have been ousted as Nikita Khrushchev had been in 1964. It is often said that the August coup of 1991 validated this. This book demonstrates, questions and qualifies these assumptions. There were still plenty of die-hard ideologues in the party, yet in the 1980s the Soviet bureaucracy was no longer a phalanx of Stalinists determined to resist any sort of change. Had that been the case, Gorbachev would have been ousted on one of many possible occasions between 1988 and 1990. Opposition to Gorbachev inside the party and state always remained diffuse, leaderless, lacking a clear alternative strategy. The junta's three-day rule in August 1991, prompted by a desire to preserve the unitary state, was an act of folly, lacking a clear design and policy options. The army, security services, and bureaucracy merely sat on the fence, waiting to see who would emerge the winner. Gorbachev's leadership, character, and beliefs constituted a major factor in the Soviet Union's self-destruction. He combined ideological reformist zeal with political timidity, schematic mechanism with practical detachment, visionary and breathtaking foreign policy with an inability to promote crucial domestic reforms. Those features made him unique in Soviet history. His aversion to force and violence, however, was typical of his generation, shared by many, even conservatives. This points to a deeper cultural and social transformation of the Soviet elites during the decades after Stalin. They turned out to be surprisingly feckless when the political and economic storm came. Gorbachev's aide Georgy Shukhnazarov, who observed the Politburo's collective paralysis of will, called it a systemic crisis. No one in the Politburo could stomach enacting painful reforms or, if need be, maintaining order through force. The policies that Gorbachev favored, appeasing the intelligentsia and devolving responsibilities to the Republican ruling elites, constituted a road to chaos, not to better reforms. This enabled and legitimized runaway separatism in the Baltics and in South Caucasus, and, ultimately, in the core Slavic republics of the USSR. Only a hardcore determinist could believe that there were no alternatives to Gorbachev's policies. A much more logical path for the Soviet system would have been the continuation of Andropov-like authoritarianism, which enjoyed mass support, combined with radical market liberalization, just what Lenin had done many decades earlier. Even in 1990-91, the majority of Russians wanted a strong leader, a better economy, and consolidation of the country, not liberal democracy, civil rights, and national self-determination. Gorbachev failed to provide this, so they backed Yeltsin instead. In late 1988, some of Gorbachev's lieutenants proposed a constitutional affirmation of the unitary state, at least a strong presidential federation, with central control over taxes and finances. Instead, Gorbachev promoted a fatal policy of stronger republics, despite the glaringly bad example of Yugoslavia. And he empowered institutions, such as the Congress of People's Deputies and Supreme Soviet, representative but unwieldy bodies, incapable of governance. The party dictatorship at least could launch and control painful and difficult reforms. The system of socialist democracy that replaced it meant emancipation and liberalization, but it also opened the gateways to virulent populism and national separatism, above all in the Russian Federation, without providing checks and balances. A parallel disaster happened to the economy. The reforms, prepared by well-meaning but hapless economists and technocrats, enabled new economic actors to make profits by cannibalizing the existing economy and appropriating state taxes and funds, instead of creating a stable new economy with new assets. This resulted in an ever-growing hole in the state budget. The Republican self-financing reforms only fueled separatist aspirations and killed the chance of creating a new federal system. In early 1990, Gorbachev had a big opportunity, perhaps his last one, to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. His economic advisor Nikolai Petrakov designed an excellent program of radical economic reforms. The Soviet leader still had new presidential power and still controlled the party. Lithuania was in open rebellion, but the Russian core of the Union was still controlled by the center. Gorbachev could have appointed a new government, introduced presidential rule, rolled back the republic's rights, and proceeded with market reform. It would have been a huge gamble, but it was still feasible and could have changed the climate in the whole country. Instead, Gorbachev hesitated and waited, and then the window of opportunity closed. 1990 continued and ended as the year of wasted opportunities, when the impotence of the Union government became clear to everyone. Yeltsin was the main beneficiary of this state of indecision. At the same time, Gorbachev was capable of acting resolutely in foreign policy, on the German question and in the Middle East. Had he acted in the same way domestically, the future of the Soviet Union could have taken a different turn. Lenin's admirer, however, turned out to be a sorcerer's apprentice. He did not know how to regain control over the forces he had unleashed. Gorbachev's indecision and decentralization of power alienated and fragmented the party nomenclatura. The empowerment of republican institutions and nationalist movements left Soviet functionaries with only one choice: to go nationalist and identify themselves with ethno-territorial interests, republics, and regions. The fact that the first fully free elections of March 1990 took place in the republics, not nationwide, propelled the decomposition of Soviet elites along nationalist lines. This pushed Soviet politics in the same disastrous direction as in Yugoslavia at the same time. The rapid decomposition of the old ruling class meant the demise of unitary statehood. A huge factor was the awakening of the sleeping Russian giant and the emergence of a Russian counter-elite in Moscow, legitimized by a free popular ballot in the largest republic of the Union. Simultaneously with the demise of the Soviet elite, the alienated and semi-dissident professionals, members of the former Soviet intelligentsia, turned out to be a ready-made base for an anti-systemic revolt, a mass base for the maverick Boris Yeltsin and democratic Russia. Those people could not by themselves seize control of the biggest Soviet republic. What enabled them to do so was broad discontent with the Soviet government and Gorbachev's leadership, and fragmentation of the party nomenclatura and the KGB. Yeltsin ended up posing as the leader of a counter-elite, vying with the central authorities for power and property. This Russian counter-elite attracted diverse people, from a few genuine Democrats to many status-hungry intellectuals and demagogues. It capitalized on many different grievances: populist revolt against the party, economic discontent, fear of anarchy and civil war, the genuine liberalism of Moscow intellectuals, and anti-imperial and anti-Moscow sentiments in the provinces. It was the weakness of the Kremlin leadership, however, not the strength of the Russian opposition, that remained the principal factor in the systemic crisis that pulled the country apart. In March 1991, about 20% of people in the core republics of the Union thought that it would be better to live in separate republics rather than in a common state. This minority became the majority by August, most apparently in Ukraine, but also in the Russian Federation. Overwhelmingly, this was not the result of a sudden national awakening. Rather, it was a choice in favor of law and order, a distancing from the grotesque ineptness of the central authorities and the vacuum of central power. As one young scholar put it, after August 1991, hierarchical breakdown was not a consequence of some broader collapse of the Soviet system but rather constituted the systemic collapse itself. Translated into plain English, the Soviet system was dismantled and dismembered largely by the internal tug of war. This tug of war had no consensual resolution, it had to end either in a decisive showdown or in a collapse of statehood. Gorbachev sought to avoid either scenario, yet the Union Treaty deal he negotiated with Yeltsin was a final act of appeasement, which made decomposition of the state inevitable, perhaps only a bit more gradual than what happened in reality. Kryukov and a few other members of Gorbachev's entourage realized this inevitability, so they went over his head to stop the signing of the new Union Treaty that made the Soviet constitution and state null and void. Yet they also shied away from the specter of a civil war. Fortunately for Yeltsin and the opposition, there was no Deng-like or Pinochet-like figure in command of the Soviet army and the KGB. The lack of ideological unity also weakened the junta. Its members were not inspired by any particular ideology, communist or anti-communist. The party was already a carcass of its former self, it no longer shaped the direction of the Soviet state, society, and economy. It was the party's demise that made the junta's plot possible in August 1991. The junta's leaders Kryukov, Yazov, and Pavlov were not bound by the party hierarchy, discipline, and authority, they acted on their own. The army and security forces followed the orders of their superiors, yet they also lacked unity of command and purpose. A resolute use of force could have cemented and crystallized the state structures, yet the order for this never came. Ideology and ideological divides loomed large during the last years of Soviet history. After Stalin's death, Khrushchev and his colleagues had been able to offer people a refurbished utopia, a less cruel form of socialism with Sputnik, more food and individual housing, as well as a bit more openness, to compensate for the trials and terror of the past. Gorbachev had sought to do the same in 1987–89, but he quickly failed, being unable to support his domestic promises with any tangible achievements. While Glasnost tore apart the entire socialist utopia, including Leninist mythology, the gaping vacuum between ideals and realities was filled by cynical profiteering, but also nationalism, anti-communism, and populism. Yeltsin and many from democratic Russia became passionate anti-communist ideologues, with an allegiance to Western liberal democracy. Those who later suspected that Yeltsin and the Russian elite simulated their faith are wrong. They sought to liberate Russia, other nations, and the world from the Soviet totalitarian empire, expecting to create a normal state and society from the rubble. 3 Very few of them took into account the huge dangers of this enterprise, including partition of the economy and the arsenal of nuclear weapons, and the resulting ethno-territorial conflicts. Just like the Bolsheviks in 1917, they felt that history was on their side. This combination of ignorance and confidence gave them a big advantage over Gorbachev and his government. With breathtaking naivete, incredible as it appeared to many people at the time and later, the Russian leaders wanted to be recognized, legitimate, adopted, and incorporated by the West. Without such expectations, amounting to an ideological revolution, one simply cannot understand the story of the Soviet implosion from within. Like any historical drama of great speed and magnitude, the Soviet collapse consisted of turning points where the main actors faced dilemmas and made or shirked vital choices. Gorbachev was a grand master of nomenklatura politics, but a poor decision-maker. his one real gamble was the political reform of 1988–89, before and after that he temporized, searched for an illusory consensus, reacted to pressure, and often passed responsibility to others. Yeltsin's path to power, by contrast, was one long streak of gambling. In 1989, he bet on the future of Russia instead of the Soviet Union. In 1991, he upped the ante repeatedly, putting everything on the line. In the fall of that year, when Yegor Gaidar convinced Yeltsin that the choice was between keeping the Union and saving Russia by an IMF-style liberalization, the Russian leader did not hesitate to choose the latter. Many people in Yeltsin's entourage, armed with their hatred of the old system and their new faith in a liberal future, acted decisively. The nomenklatura reformers, defenders of the state institutions, disarmed by doubts and lack of strong leadership, hedged their bets or sat on the fence. The speed and ease with which the Soviet central structures collapsed baffled even the most experienced Western observers. The British ambassador, Roderick Braithwaite, concluded his annual review with the phrase, in 1991. Gorbachev began the year without friends, and ended it without a job. Yeltsin triumphed, to face an economic collapse which could bring his reign, to an early end. For as much of this book details, the main institutions of Soviet statehood actually proved to be remarkably resilient and lasted until almost the end of the Soviet Union's existence. Even the eruption of democratic fury in August 1991 could not destroy them. The state apparatus was simply taken over by the Russians. The Russian Federation, instead of designing a new state out of thin air, inherited the bulk of the old central statehood. After a period of chaos, this statehood was recreated and reinvented during the presidency of Vladimir Putin. The Western factor in the Soviet reforms and collapse, as this book demonstrates, was always central, albeit poorly understood by both sides. Contrary to the old narrative, Ronald Reagan's offensive, Cold War pressures, and the unaffordable costs of defense spending did not push the Soviet leadership toward reforms. The realization of their necessity dated to the early 1960s. Western power grew correspondingly with the stages of the Soviet crisis and demise. As the reforms began to fail, and the party regime declined, this power increased enormously. By the end of 1988, Gorbachev, Shevardnadze, and their entourage were once again adhering to the old Russian tradition of viewing the West as a partner in a grandiose project, but this time of the Soviet Union's modernization. In 1989, Soviet domestic troubles and the sudden meltdown of the Eastern European communist regimes made Gorbachev combine his role as the architect of a new international order with the need to beg for foreign credits and assistance. At the same time, for many in the Russian opposition, the West became a model of normality, in the name of which they wanted to smash the Soviet system and state. And by the end of 1990, even the most conservative and secrecy-bound segments of the Soviet elites were beginning to ask Westerners to help them reform and survive. In the summer of 1991, the expectation of a new Marshall Plan among the Soviet elites became almost universal. Had the US-led West tried to preserve the Soviet Union, there was a chance of survival. But the West did not invest in the collapsing Soviet Union, and many in Washington wanted to break it up for security reasons. Western leaders, experts, and opinion makers could not comprehend how their Soviet adversaries could suddenly transform into eager partners and even supplicants. The Americans, after decades of Cold War rivalry, continued to view the internal Soviet tug-of-war through binary lenses: communists versus Democrats, reformers versus hardliners, and so on. Only a few experts had the knowledge and patience to discern the nuances. Congress, think tanks, and many members of the Bush administration continued to treat the Soviet Union as an evil empire that could not be reformed. Eastern European and Baltic diasporas, the Republican right, and liberal Democrats had their brethren and friends in the Soviet Union to help. They rooted for anti-communism and separatism. The Bush administration, because of its uncertainty, preferred to maintain its distance from Soviet politics and reforms. Yet domestic lobbying, the national security stakes, and the sheer intensity of revolutionary change forced U.S. policymakers to take sides. In any case, whether Bush and his people wanted to participate or not, every actor in the Soviet drama, from Baltic nationalists to members of the junta, looked to America as a crucial factor shaping their behavior and choices. The most remarkable part of this story was the desire of both Gorbachev and Yeltsin to lean on the United States and follow its guidance and advice, in exchange for recognition and inclusion. In the West, the collapse of the Soviet Union became conflated with the happy exit from the Cold War, victory over communism, the triumph of liberal values, and expectation of eternal peace and prosperity. Above all, there was great relief that the geopolitical rival and militarized giant had disappeared. The Soviet dissolution, wrote the historian Odd Arne Westad many years later, removed the last vestige of the Cold War as an international system. 5 So much for Gorbachev's endeavors to change the Soviet Union's image. There was no political will or imagination among Western leaders to seize the unprecedented and historic opportunity to consolidate democracy in Russia. The widespread view was that the post-Soviet space was too huge and unpredictable for integration within the Western orbit. It was more realistic and pragmatic to pick the low-hanging fruits of the Cold War victory, above all in Eastern Europe and the Baltics. Still, the Bush administration made an effort in 1992 to appeal to Congress with a loan of $24 billion to help sustain Russia's freedom. This promising initiative was quickly lost in Bush's re-election campaign, and in the end, Bush lost to a young Democrat, Bill Clinton. Strobe Talbot, a friend of Clinton's, recalled him saying how lucky he was that the August 1991 coup had failed and the Soviet Union had vanished. Otherwise, Clinton believed, the American public would have continued to think in terms of the Cold War and Bush would have won the election. Clinton praised Bush for assuming the role of a sympathetic, attentive, highly competent air traffic controller, guiding Gorbachev as he piloted the Soviet Union in for a soft landing on the ash heap of history. Clinton and Talbot were now determined to guide Yeltsin, until there would be a place for Russia in a US-led new global order. This ill-defined project did not succeed. 6. On January 2, 1992, the Yeltsin-Gaidar government of Russia launched liberalization and market reforms, and started the privatization of state property at breakneck speed. The historian Christina Spar wrote, "The Big Bang approach to the post-Soviet economic transition was probably the greatest economic reform ever undertaken." Yet the reformers continued to wait in vain for that massive Western economic and financial assistance package. Western money went to Eastern Europe instead, and very soon huge amounts of money also started pouring into Communist China, which was reopened for business by Deng Xiaoping in 1992. 7 The Washington Consensus and global money markets left not only Russia in the lurch, but Ukraine and other former Soviet republics as well, with the exception of the 3 Baltic states. Russia and Ukraine competed in counting on Western generosity, support of democracy, and geopolitical farsightedness. Instead, they were left to compete for greedy investors, a zero-sum game that both countries lost. Global financial structures made a mockery of national sovereignty and pride. The elites and peoples of the former superpower suddenly found themselves near the bottom of the world's food chain. 8. After the unification of Italy in the mid-19th century, a liberal politician famously said, "Italy is made. The rest is to make the Italians." 9 In December 1991, the leaders of the former Soviet states could have said, "The Soviet Union is unmade. The rest is to make new states and their citizens." There were no fully sovereign, economically viable states on post-Soviet territory. The populations of the former Soviet republics had to learn to absorb their new identities. The common Soviet economy had to be partitioned and privatized. Its torn and tattered remains had to be reconnected by profit and the market. That was not a happy process. The former Soviet elites did not live up to the magnitude of the task at hand. They mostly mimicked and simulated economic blueprints coming from the West. And they redistributed state property. The Yeltsin-Gaidar government, left without a Western stabilization fund, but with a gaping balance of payments crisis and an empty budget, was soon consumed by the enormous domestic backlash and buffeted by illiberal populists and nationalists such as Vladimir Zhirinovsky. The Russian economy was plunged into the greatest recession it had experienced since 1917-21 and the Nazi invasion in the summer of 1941. Russia experienced the worst of the Latin American capitalism of the 1980s and 1990s, including huge social dislocation and wealth inequality, while experiencing a steep economic decline. Instead of modernization, there was massive deindustrialization, in part inevitable, but mostly barbaric and senseless. Privatization failed to produce a burgeoning middle class, the distribution of state assets was blatantly unfair, and it created a new clique of so-called oligarchs who resembled the Latin American export-oriented comprador bourgeoisie, indifferent to their own citizens. The privatized stores gradually filled up with food and other goods, but most Russians did not view this as a miracle. For years after 1991, tens of millions would struggle to put even basic food on their tables. In the 1980s, about 30% of Russians lived in poverty. During the 1990s, 70 to 80% did so. In the Soviet Union, there was a safety net and basic food items were available at artificially low fixed prices. In the new Russia, many institutions of social care and welfare were destroyed. The old safety net was gone, with rampant crime and mafia-like rule in most towns and regions. The life expectancy of Russians dropped from 69 years in 1990 to 64.5 years in 1994. For males, the plunge was from 64 years down to 58 years. By the end of the 1990s, there were 3.7 million fewer children in Russia than there were in 1990. There were also 3.4 million premature deaths of working-age men. Many young women could not afford to have and raise children. This was a demographic catastrophe in peacetime, which Russia has not overcome to this day. 10 While life was not good under the Soviet Union, for the majority things became much worse once it was gone. In Russia, people felt they had been cheated twice, by Gorbachev in the recent past, and now by Yeltsin. Yeltsin felt cheated, too. In Western eyes, the Russian president did not have the status his predecessor Gorbachev had. For all the talk about the new Russia, Spar comments, Gorbachev represented a recognized ideological system and unquestioned superpower. It was not clear what Yeltsin's Russia represented, with its collapsing economy, ethnic conflicts in Chechnya and elsewhere, and an impoverished population. 11 Russian elites became sharply divided. An entrepreneurial educated minority, especially in Moscow, enjoyed new freedoms and learned to benefit from them materially and spiritually. Many, however, began to rethink their pro-American and pro-Western stance. The anti-communist mania of 1991, of destroying the old economic and financial controls, while rushing toward capitalist uncertainty, began to look retrospectively like ideological madness. The triumphant West seemed to have left the struggling Russia and other post-Soviet states out of its zone of comfort. And soon suspicions were raised that Russia would not be included in the dominant Western structures, NATO and the European Union. 12. Gorbachev and Shuk Nazarov, both now out of politics, felt vindicated. The breakup of the Soviet Union failed to bring what Yeltsin, Verbulis, Kozyrev, and other Russian leaders had expected and promised. The Commonwealth of Independent States indeed turned out to be just a cover for the dissolution of the Union. The forces of domestic and international markets and geopolitics pushed Russia and Ukraine to compete, not integrate. And the old Roman saying "Vi victis," woe to the vanquished, proved to be as prophetically true as ever. The fate of the weak, poor, and defeated was still to run after the chariot of the powerful, wealthy, and victorious to be accepted or rejected. The European Union and NATO defined structures of power, wealth, and security. The Balts, with their steady determination to return to Europe, were the only success story among the post-Soviet states. Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, and Georgia, not to mention Kazakhstan and the republics of Central Asia, remained outside the coveted Western dreamland. The tension between Yeltsin's insistence on Russia's primacy and the aspirations of the elites in Ukraine and other republics did not go away, and continued to cause further pressures. Outright war between the new states, aside from the Armenian-Azeri conflict, was avoided, yet the immediate flare-up of a Russian-Ukrainian dispute over Crimea, Russian-Baltic tensions, conflicts in Transnistria, Chechnya, Georgia, and Nagorno-Karabakh pointed to lasting trouble, not an eternal peace. Ukrainian and Georgian aspirations to align with NATO in order to contain Russia led to Russian claims of a zone of influence or a liberal empire. It was a vicious circle of mutual insecurity and recriminations. Yeltsin wanted Russia to join NATO, and he supported the idea of a common structure for all Eastern European and post-Soviet states, in which Russia would not be singled out or left behind. Instead, the Clinton administration chose to expand NATO and offer Russia a partnership with this alliance. It was essentially the same idea that Bourboulez had heard voiced in Brussels in December 1991, Russia is simply too big to fully belong. Washington offered Yeltsin a place in the club of world leaders and many plaudits, provided the Kremlin did no funny business in its neighborhood or on the international scene in general. Most Western scholars later concluded this was the best option to keep Russia in, while at the same time containing it. 13. The history of Russia took another turn in 1999, just 8 years after the Soviet collapse, when Yeltsin, his health and authority utterly ruined, chose his successor Vladimir Putin, a young ex-KGB officer who had helped to defeat the junta in 1991. In just a few years, Putin tapped into the vast and deep disillusionment and discontent that the Soviet collapse had generated. Many, who had watched indifferently or with sympathy how the old Soviet state had been dismantled, now wanted to build a strong Russian state, as a guarantor of economic and social stability. Putin had carried out Yeltsin's promise of 1991, Russia will rise from its knees, but in a very different way. Yeltsin warned that NATO's enlargement could lead to a new division in Europe. Putin acted on this warning. In 2008, he used military force against Georgia, and in 2014 he annexed Crimea and waged an undeclared war on Ukraine in Donbass. After those actions, Putin's Russia was dismissed in the West as a declining yet revisionist and dangerous power. Increasingly, Western commentators began to write about an eternal Russia, a superficial image of a country that had never been European or experienced true democracy, remained forever steeped in despotism, and was always hostile to its neighbors. I hope this book demonstrates the falsity of this view. It is not the fault of many Russians that the transition from communism to capitalism has made them yearn for a stable, strong statehood and left them rather skeptical about the slogans of freedom and liberal democracy. The economic calamity and social traumas of the Soviet collapse do not explain, even less justify, what happened many years later. What they point to, however, is the possibility of great reversals and historic surprises 10 or 20 years down the road. The Russians have a saying, history has no subjunctive mood. They mean that what happened, happened. True, but what would have happened if Peter the Great had not reformed Russia back in the 18th century? And what if Lenin and the Bolsheviks had not retained power in 1918-21? Without Gorbachev's reforms, the Soviet Union could have scraped by for another decade and then collapsed much more violently than it did. Yet one can also imagine that the Soviet Union would have been reformed in a more conservative way, the one that Andropov had envisaged. There was significant potential for change inside the Soviet elites, including even the party nomenclatura and the military-industrial complex. The power of money was central and crucial to the behavior of Soviet elites during the last years of the Soviet Union. Had the Kremlin ruler made different choices, to tap into this power, turning the existing elites into stakeholders of the transition, instead of alienating them, even the KGB officers would have supported state capitalism and privatization, just as they later did under Yeltsin and Putin. The Soviet Union could have gradually made its way into the world economy by a process of trial and error, with a nomenclatura-style state capitalism, and certainly with its institutions of power preserved. This is, of course, a completely distasteful scenario for many, especially non-Russian nationalists and Russian liberals. This was what they feared and fought against back in 1991, but only Gorbachev's penchant for compromise and antipathy to the use of force helped them succeed. It is much harder to imagine how Gorbachev's scenario of a voluntary union could have succeeded. Those who criticized that option back in 1990–91 were on the mark. Former communist clans in the republics took advantage of a unique opportunity to become nations, and quickly allied themselves with external powers, who legitimized and protected them from the perceived or real hand of Moscow. Gorbachev's course towards socialist democracy, the empowerment of national republics, and his hesitancy with regard to full-scale market reform, opened the gateway to economic and political crisis. At the end of Gorbachev's rule, the Soviet Union was on the brink of bankruptcy, the old ruling class was delegitimized, and the state was in ruins, just like in 1917. The main beneficiaries of this were the Balts, who became independent, but also the Soviet-made elites of Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and other republics. The human mind cannot envision long-term changes. Who could imagine in 1991 that China, ruled by the Communist Party and virtually isolated after the violent crackdown on Tiananmen Square, would become the second and potentially first economic power in the world? And yet, instead of billions of investments into the post-Soviet space and more jobs for Americans, as President Bush had proposed in his Russia package of 1992, hundreds of billions went into China, and many American workers lost their jobs. A quarter of a century later, Graham Allison, co-author of The Grand Bargain to Rescue Gorbachev in 1991, began writing about a global pivot of power in favor of China and an inevitable Sino-American contest. 14 Even the Washington Consensus had to be modified, to acknowledge the undeniable success of the Chinese economy. 15 Who could predict in the early 1990s that commentators 3 decades later would be discussing a new crisis of the global liberal order, the decline of U.S. power, and pervasive Euroscepticism? Few doubt today, however, that the era of widespread faith in an invincible liberal democracy is over. In the last decade, populism has reared its head again to challenge the old order, this time against liberalism, in the American heartland and in Eastern Europe. 16. Most would indignantly refute any parallels between the Soviet collapse and recent developments in the West. Yet some former Soviets experienced sudden frizones of recognition. In 2008, Western governments had to bail out corporations using people's taxes and even savings, similar to the destructive Soviet policies in 1988–91. When the Nobel laureate Barack Obama, enveloped in lofty rhetoric, got mired in Afghanistan and the Middle East, he elicited comparisons with Gorbachev. The results of the Brexit referendum in 2016 reminded some observers of Gorbachev's referendum in March 1991, a supposed solution that became a huge problem. 17 And Donald Trump's Make America Great Again evoked distant memories of Yeltsin's rhetoric of the victimization of Russia by the Soviet Empire. Some older citizens of the former Soviet Union even began to suspect that Western elites, so prudent in the time of the Cold War, no longer knew what they were doing. A reminder of the eras of Brezhnev, Chernenko, and late Gorbachev. It may be that the Soviet puzzle is not completely irrelevant after all. History has never been a morality play about the inevitable victory of freedom and democracy. Instead, the world remains what it always was, an arena of struggle between idealism and power, good governance and corruption, the surge of freedom and the need to curb it in times of crisis and emergency. The ghost of the disappeared Soviet Union does not stalk Europe, Asia, and the world. Yet the puzzle of its sudden disappearance still haunts the imagination of contemporaries, particularly as they see the certainties of the previously triumphant Western liberal order shaking and eroding under their feet. The end of the Soviet Union was a human drama of historic magnitude and epic uncertainty. It cannot be reduced to a footnote in the global narrative of the Cold War's end, decolonization, and liberal capitalism. This amazing story teaches us not to trust in the seeming certainty of continuity and should help us prepare for sudden shocks in the future.